Chapter 141. Breakthrough to the second level. System upgrade. Can I cultivate myself? Chen Fan would definitely take action after knowing that the City Lord's mansion had taken away the ring. But I never expected that Yun Songhai would use television to announce the world. On the TV show, he was holding the ring. And it felt like he was telling the people in the Nightmare Garden that the ring is on my hand. Come and bite me! It's so simple and crude. On the other hand, Master Zhang Hai sent another message later, telling Chen Fan something. The people in the Nightmare Court knew that the ring was on Chen Fan because there was a positioning circle on it. So he told Chen Fan not to worry too much. Now Yun Songhai got the ring. The Nightmare Court wants to snatch the ring from Yun Songhai. But it's not that simple anymore. One of the two youngest grandmasters in the Tang dynasty had become famous all over the world many years ago. How could he be compared to ordinary masters? Outside the first secret realm, there was a grandmaster level existence in the Nightmare Court. As soon as he appeared, he was captured alive by him, which shows how powerful he is. However, the people in Donghai City have not yet discovered the origin of the ring and what is strange about it. But this is no longer important to Chen Fan. Xiao Xiaomi. There is no need to get involved in the shark's affairs. Just try to become stronger. Late at night, Chen Fan's training ground was still very lively. Because Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and Bai Rouge all sent their beasts to Chen Fan for cultivation. Now on the training ground, all the beasts are gathered together, making a lot of noise. The Beast Breeders Association was worried about trouble, and sent several second-grade or above star warriors to guard around the training ground. After all, the masters of these beasts were not present. The Breeders Association is also afraid that Chen Fan will not be able to control the situation. It would be quite nerve-wracking if a group of beasts got into a fight. But they obviously thought too much. There are wild and violent apes on the training ground. How can ordinary beast masters dare to be so arrogant? Moreover, most of this group of beast masters have seen the power of Xiaobai and Gongzi, and have been beaten by Xiaobai and Gongzi. Who dares to be arrogant here? It was really lively. But all the beast masters behaved themselves, and didn't dare to make any mistakes. So soon, those star warriors withdrew again. Shen Hongxiu's three beasts were not among them, because she didn't really move to Chen Fan. This girl's words are bold, and she seems crazy. But her actions are actually subtle in her madness. She rented a house outside the Breeders Association. According to her, although Chen Fan can help her and everyone cultivate the beasts, the beasts still have to go to bed at night. Isn't it good to call the beasts back to the beast space at night? The reason why the Beast Master is willing to sign a contract with the Beast Master and become a sole partner is because the Beast Master has the space to master the beast. The Beast Masters sleep and meditate in the Beast Master space, and their growth rate is much faster than those monsters in the wilderness. So Shen Hongxiu's idea was very simple. She lived directly outside the Beast Breeders Association. And at night, she came to call the beasts back to the beast taming space. Although Chen Fan cultivated beasts through the system, he didn't care about this improvement in the space of beasts. But Shen Hongxiu's suggestion is considered reasonable and well-founded. This also made him look at Shen Hongxiu with admiration. Looking at the group of beasts playing on the training ground, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. It's fun to make money like this. If a beast increases its combat power by 1 level, it will get 40 W. Chu Xian, Yi Hao, Fang Qingqing, Bai Rouge, Li Fingxing, Shen Hongxiu, and Shen Taoao are 7 top geniuses from the 3 major academies. A total of 22 beasts. 880 W was recorded in the account at once. Chen Fan sat at the stone table, watching the beasts playing while silently recording their data on the computer on his wrist. After receiving money from others, you have to do things for them. Although Chen Fan is not in a hurry to help these beasts raise their levels, considering that he is going to Area D of the second secret realm the day after tomorrow. If the materials are complete, it will definitely be beneficial to help a few of these beasts raise their levels. After all, we are an adventure group, not a tourist group. You can't just rely on the wild and violent ape for everything, while everyone else and the beast masters are watching the show. Right? Then what's the point of bringing such a large group of people there by yourself? Things are unpredictable. The last time we brought the level 16 Jinyu Heidongking, wasn't it still trapped by others, and the group was almost wiped out? This time, let them act as absentees and dig hard. Chen Fan looked at the attribute panels of each beast, and then recorded all the materials used to improve their levels. Considering group combat, Chen Fan actually prefers to upgrade Xiaobai and Gongzi's levels first. Among this large number of beasts, Xiaobai and Gongzi's strength has already left the other beasts far behind. The overall attack power brought by raising other beasts by 1 combat power level is far less than that of raising Xiaobai and Gongzi's combat power by 1 level. Although Xiaobai and Gongzi are still at level 6. Their real strength is already stronger than ordinary level 8 beast masters. If their combat power level is increased by 1 level, they can fight against level 9 monsters single-handedly. Pity. After checking, Chen Fan found that more than half of the materials Xiaobai and Gongzi needed for their breakthrough were missing. Many of them require pre-order, and it will take at least a week before they are available. There are also some parts that are simply out of stock, and I don't know when they will be available. There are some things among them that I might have to go to the secret realm to find by myself. The materials for Xiaohei to break through from level 5 to level 6 are now complete. Perhaps because Xiaohei swallowed a lot of crying demons in the hospital. The materials for it to break through to level 6 are as simple as the materials for levels 4 to 5. Not only are they all in stock, but they cost less. There was no other way. So Chen Fan could only focus on Bai Rouge and Chu Xian's beast masters. After recording the materials needed for each beast, Chen Fan discovered that only the Dark Blood Stone Man had complete materials from level 5 to level 6. There are a lot of missing materials needed for other beast control. It seems that before entering the second secret realm, we can only help Xiaohei and the Dark Blood Stone Man to reach level 6. One of these two guys is the strongest support, and the other is a superhuman shield. No one has been found to be able to resist Xiaohei's skill, Spiritual Spike. Although he cannot severely damage or even kill the enemy with one move. Even if a 5th level expert is hit by it, he will still hold his head and scream strangely. The Dark-Blooded Stone Man has extremely strong attack and defense, and is suitable for charging forward. Let Henry Chu equip him with a more powerful hammer, and he will become a fierce berserker. By raising the two of them to level 6, the overall strength of the team can also be improved. In addition to Xiaohei and the Dark Blood Stone Man, the Sky Fei fruit that helped Jade break through to the lower lords was also obtained in the morning. Let's see if there will be any new changes after Jade breaks through to the lower lords. Chen Fan turned his attention to the old ape. After getting the drunken dragon grass last night, he helped Lao Yuan raise his combat power level to level 6. Name of the royal beast, Red-Eyed Ape. Old ape. Combat power level, level 6. Racial level, lower lord. Beast control attribute, shadow system. Racial skills, shadow canopy. Shadow poison claw. Frog transformation. Shadow step. Vampire, after damaging the enemy, absorb 15% of the enemy's star power into yourself within 3 minutes, and then continue for about 5 minutes. It can only be used against enemies that are no higher than level 3, including level 3. Racial level evolution route 2. The first one is the ordinary evolutionary route. Red-eyed ape, blood-eyed demon ape, shadow ape. The second, hidden mutation evolution route. Red-eyed ape, three-eyed assassin ape, 9 nether demon ape. The old ape first raised his race level to a low-level lord. And then last night, his combat power level broke through from level 5 to level 6. At this level, it is still a red-eyed ape, and has not evolved into a three-eyed assassin ape. But after breaking through to level 6, it awakened a new skill. Blood-sucking. After damaging the enemy, 15% of the enemy's star power will be absorbed into yourself within 3 minutes. And then continue for about 5 minutes. Weaken the enemy by 15. And at the same time strengthen yourself by 15%. The power of this move is also very terrifying. The skill description points out that this move can only be used against enemies that are no higher than level 3, including level 3. In other words, the current level 6 old ape can only use it on monsters of level 9 and below. Chen Fan probably measured Xiaobai's current strength before. The combat power level is level 6. And the strength of a lord with a low racial level, even if the skill proficiency does not break through 100, is enough to fight against a medium-level extraordinary level 8 beast master. After raising the proficiency of all skills to above 100, they should be much better than the average level 8 beast masters. And after the old ape has the blood-sucking move, combined with Gongzi's bloodthirsty, he could almost easily defeat the medium and extraordinary level 8 beast masters. The only trouble is when encountering a powerful defensive beast like the Black Iron Dragon Turtle. If the Black Iron Dragon Turtle's combat power level and race level are the same as the old ape, it will be difficult for the old ape to break through its defense. But this problem is now solved. The set of weapons that Chen Fan customized for Lao Yuan at a high price will be delivered tomorrow morning. By then, Lao Yuan's shortcoming of weak attack power will be completely changed. With that set of weapons, even if the old ape were to kill level 9 monsters alone, the success rate would be very high. Chen Fan smiled, nodded secretly, and then waved. Xiao Hei, go and call Jade over. Xiao Hei, standing on the treetop not far away, flapped his wings and shouted, Little Green Riding Hood, the master is calling you. Jade, who was playing with Gongzi and the others, was furious when he heard this, and jumped up and rushed over. Xiao Hei let out a weird laugh and flew into the air. But Jade can also fly. Wings sprouted from Jade's body, and he chased after him with a swipe. And then, he was blown out by a storm. Hoyalu! The storm made Xiao Hei dizzy. Sharp blades fell on Xiao Hei, feathers flying in the air. Ah! The little black monster shouted repeatedly. My fur! My fur! Chen Fan waved helplessly. Jade! Stop making trouble, and come down quickly. Jade chirped twice, flew down, and landed on the stone table in front of Chen Fan. Xiao Hei fell to the ground, picked up a few feathers, and wanted to cry, but had no tears. If they offended Xiaobai and Gongzi, they would get a beating at most. I didn't expect that the cutest jadeite would come up like a storm. Chen Fan didn't bother to pay attention to Xiao Hei, and took out the prepared materials from the room. The ice-white python not far away rushed over in a flash. As soon as this guy saw Chen Fan working with various materials, he knew what Chen Fan was going to do. The Dark Blood Stone Man and other beast masters also followed and formed a circle around them. The wild and violent ape was too big and lay directly on the grass, its head like a hill watching Chen Fan's movements. It's not for you to eat. Chen Fan pushed the big head of the wild and violent ape away. Oh, so annoying. The ice-white python is becoming more and more like Aaron now, and he always likes to open his mouth wide. It's not that it's scary with its bloody mouth. Mainly, it stinks. With its mouth open, it can suffocate people to death. Chen Fan chopped up various materials, arranged them, and cut the Sky Fei fruit. That was the reward for the group competition into small pieces. After everything was ready, he directly picked up a pot and placed it on the induction cooker. Boil the water and put the various materials into the pot one by one according to the order listed in the system instructions. After a while, aroma came out of the pot. A pot of water turns green. Like jade. Xiao Heifei landed on his shoulder and said bitterly, This thing is so disgusting. Jade should eat such disgusting things. Chen Fan tilted his head slightly. Xiao Hei, are you addicted to being beaten? Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't get beaten 7 times a day? Xiao Hei bumped Chen Fan's head in a flattering manner and said, Hee. You are just kidding. Don't humans call this humor? Chen Fan shook his head. This is not humorous. This is just being mean-mouthed. Xiao Hei stopped talking. Chen Fan looked at the time and saw that he still had 15 minutes to wait. He stood up and took out another pile of materials. When Xiao Hei saw some of the ingredients inside, which he liked to eat, he was so happy that he flapped his wings. It's my turn. Finally, it's my turn. Master, who are you playing with? I don't want to play with anyone. Chen Fan gathered all Xiao Hei's materials and placed them in another big pot. After the jade pot was cooked, Chen Fan picked up the pot and placed it on the open ground not far away to wait for cooling. After a while, Xiao Hei's pot also boiled. Xiao Hei was walking around the cauldron on the stone table, extremely excited. However, the contents of this pot turned black and emitted an extremely stinking smell. Xiaobai and the others almost vomited and hid in the distance one by one as if they were running away. Even the savage wild ape covered his nose, got up, and ran to the edge of the training ground. Xiao Hei was stunned. Master, is this thing really for me to eat? I feel like I will die suddenly after eating it. Chen Fan took a spoon and stirred it and said, Probably not. Xiao Hei almost cried. You can't even determine the owner? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and said, Nonsense. I haven't eaten it either. Xiao Hei, what you said makes sense. But I am speechless. What if I die after eating? Chen Fan sighed. Then I will hold a grand funeral for you, and then burn 10 or 8 female birds for you. Don't worry. Xiao Hei. Then I'll be relieved. A group of beasts around. While Xiao Hei was staring blankly at the black stuff, Jade had already run to the open space on the other side, sucking, and swallowed the lump that turned into dark green. Immediately, Jade showed a look of pain, and her body began to tremble violently. Seeing this scene, Xiaobai and the others ran back again regardless of the stench of Shui's pot. Boom! Jade's body shook violently, and stars scattered all over the sky. The racial level successfully broke through to Lower Lord. As for Chen Fan, his star power surged wildly, and he immediately received the power of Jade's feedback. I feel like I've almost reached the limit of the first grade 5th level heaven. Chunfan shook his arm, and then looked at the Jade attribute panel. Racial skills, Stormwind Blade Plus. Wind Wings Plus. Water Dragon Bullet Plus. Wind Binding Plus, lock an enemy with a whirlwind, making it impossible to move and use skills. Wind Binding Technique. Control skill. Chunfan's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Jade also awakened a skill. Chunfan squinted his eyes. Increased Jade's proficiency in the Wind Binding Technique to 100. And then looked at the Ice White Python. The Ice White Python was startled and slithered into the forest. Chunfan was speechless for a while. This guy is incredibly smart now. As soon as you see his eyes, you know what he wants to do. Chunfan looked at the Dark Blood Stone Man again. Dark Blood Stone Man. Shaolin. Stand there. Chunfan waved to the Dark Blood Stone Man and pointed to the open space in front of Jade. My name is not Shaolin. The Dark-Blooded Stone Man walked over helplessly. Chunfan winked at Jade. Jade, use the Wind Binding Technique. Jade couldn't wait and immediately used the skill. Wind Binding. Call. A whirlwind rose out of thin air, enveloping the Dark-Blooded Stone Man and binding him in the air less than 1 meter above the ground. Roar. The Dark-Blooded Stone Man struggled violently, but he couldn't use any strength at all. Even the skills cannot be used. 6 seconds later. Bang. The Dark Blood Stone Man fell to the ground. Whether it was the Dark Blood Stone Man or other Beast Masters, they all looked at Jade with wide eyes. Slime is getting stronger and stronger. He actually awakened this weird skill. The Ice White Python swam to Jade, looked at Jade, and was extremely jealous. Chunfan said calmly, Qinglong, next time I ask you to cooperate and you run away, I will throw you back to Qingqing and won't care about you anymore. The Ice White Python was startled, swam over, crawled at Chunfan's feet, and gently pushed Chunfan's feet with its head. At this time, Xiaohei's pot had almost cooled down, but Xiaohei couldn't stop talking when he saw the thing that was black and smelly. Why? Xiaohei was about to cry without tears and said, Last time I wanted to drink Gongzi's saliva. This time I want to eat such disgusting things? Why am I always the one who's hurt? Chunfan laughed angrily. You are a soul-eating bird. A demon-type beast. The materials that help you improve your strength are those smells. What can I do? Just tell me whether you want to eat or not. Eat. Xiaohei put on a posture of dying in the execution ground. As long as it can help me break through. Even if it is a piece of shit. I will eat it clean. Chunfan was speechless. Do you have to speak so disgustingly about what you eat? Xiaohei let out a long sigh and took a sip with his pointed mouth. Huh? Xiaohei raised his head. It smells bad, but it seems delicious. Chunfan. Xiaohei took a few more bites. Hack. It's so delicious. Made. It tastes better than fire and meat. This is so damn true. Shut up. Chunfan was furious. Do you have to take one bite and say a bad word? If you say bad words again, I will pour the pot to the pigs. It's not enough to praise me, but it's really delicious. Xiaohei felt extremely aggrieved. If it's delicious, eat it quickly. Chunfan frowned and said, You can't stop your bitch mouth even if you eat. Xiaohei glanced at Chunfan timidly, then at the Dark Blood Stone Man and Holy Moon Morning Glory, and then said with a smile, What are you looking at? I have something to eat, but you don't have anything to eat. Are you jealous? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Xiaobai couldn't stand it anymore, so he ran over and slapped Xiaohei with his little paw, making Xiaohei spin around. Then, Xiaobai looked at Xiaohei and tapped the pot lightly with his little paw. Meow, meow, meow. If you don't eat, I will smash the pot. This time, Xiaohei became honest, lowered his head and started to eat. Silently. What an idiot. Chunfan couldn't help but rolled his eyes. After a while, Xiaohei finally finished eating, turned his head, and was about to speak. Thunder light flashed on Xiaobai's paws, and the thunder blade was placed on its neck. Belch. Xiaohei burped. Immediately, its body also shook violently, and a faint light bloomed on each feather. Starlight sprinkled down from the sky, and Xiaohei broke through to level 6. Racial skills, Devouring Soul Plus, Spiritual Spike Plus, Shadow Arrow Plus, Fear Plus. Skills remain unchanged, but the same skill, when used by Xiaohei at level 6, is obviously much more powerful than at level 5. Ha 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 ha. Little Black flapped his wings and soared into the sky. I have finally reached level 6. Ha 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 ha. Below, the eyes of a group of beast masters showed envy and hatred. Many imperial beasts looked at Chen Fan with admiration. At this time, Chen Fan looked at the wild violent ape. When he goes to the second secret realm the day after tomorrow, he plans to bring the wild and violent ape with him. According to Shin Dao Dao, there are many level 9 monsters in Area D of the second secret realm. Only wild and violent apes can deal with large groups of level 9 monsters. To be on the safe side, Chen Fan planned to help the savage wild ape break through to level 11 first. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, greeted the dark-blooded stone man and the old ape, and began to move things out of the house. 100 pounds of devil bananas, 100 pounds of blue raspberries, 500 pounds of milk leaves. The materials required to upgrade the savage wild ape are quite common, but the quantities are too large. As for the 3 days of high-intensity training that was originally required, it is now missing from the attribute panel because Chen Fan has been training the wild violent ape for many days after it was sent here. Chen Fan moved everything to the wild and violent ape. The wild and violent ape and a group of beasts were stunned for a while looking at the mountains of fruits and leaves. Chen Fan waved to the wild and violent ape. Damon, eat these things and follow my instructions. Follow the order. Eat these 100 pounds of devil bananas first. Xiao Hei flew down. Master, can I eat it? Chen Fan, get out. Xiao Hei. Okay. The wild and violent ape sat down obediently and began to take the bunches of devil bananas, peel them off, and stuff them into his mouth. A body as huge as King Kong. There is very little movement when eating. Monster preferences, likes to be quiet, listen to soft music, and likes to be tapped on the shoulder. It's obviously a violent ape. Why isn't it violent at all? Chen Fan watched the wild and violent ape eating, and then looked at the attribute panel, and a series of question marks appeared in his mind. Seeing Xiaobai and the others watching him eating curiously, the wild and violent ape smiled honestly and pushed a bunch of devil bananas towards Xiaobai and the others. No! Chen Fan immediately stopped him and said, "This is for you to eat. You can't share it with others. If you eat more or less, you may cause problems." The wild and violent ape glanced at Chen Fan apologetically and took the banana back. Fortunately, although the savage wild ape ate very quietly, it was not as slow as the old ape, so it quickly swallowed the things Chen Fan prepared for him. If you eat like the old ape, you will have to eat this mountain-like thing until tomorrow. Okay, everyone, step back. Damon, stand on the other side of the forest. Chen Fan immediately called to Xiaobai and the others to retreat quickly. There is already a crazy energy surging around the wild and violent ape. The star power all around is quickly converging towards it. The wild and violent ape hurriedly stood up, took a few steps, and ran to the edge of the forest. Boom! A ring of strong wind bloomed around it, causing the forest to make strange sounds. Level 11. Finally level 11. The wild and violent ape beat his chest hard and wanted to scream in the sky. But as soon as it hit its chest, it immediately noticed Chen Fan coming over here, and then it held in its voice without making a sound. Racial skills, Raging Waves Plus, Water Cannon Plus, Ocean Blue Shield Plus, Deep Sea Whirlpool Plus. The skill, Deep Sea Vortex, has finally awakened. Back when he was at the Jingyin Square, Chen Fan saw the attribute panel of the wild violent ape and saw the hint of this skill. On the attribute panel, it is said that after breaking through to level 11, there is a chance of awakening this skill. Really woke up. Although Damon only has 4 skills, these 4 skills are all very powerful. Even without these skills, with its huge body and terrifying power, it would be difficult for ordinary beasts or monsters of the same level to compete with it. Ho ho ho! The wild and violent ape chuckled, squatted down, clenched a fist with his right paw, and slowly stretched out towards Chen Fan. Congratulations, Damon! Chen Fan also clenched his fist and lightly touched the wild violent ape's fist. Then, he added 30 points to the proficiency of the wild violent apes. Deep Sea Vortex. Skill. The wild and violent ape was obviously stunned for a moment. Chen Fan helped it break through. It already felt incredible and was ecstatic. Unexpectedly, the newly awakened skills also changed. Why do skills change so clearly? The wild and violent ape narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Fan without blinking. Chen Fan smiled and said, "You have just awakened to the skill of Deep Sea Vortex. Tomorrow I will take you to the larger training ground of the Breeder Association to practice this skill." Ho ho! The wild and violent ape nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Chen Fan, who looked insignificant in front of it, seemed to suddenly become taller. Okay, It's getting late. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, Everyone, stop making trouble and go back to rest. The training ground has a small forest and many rockery caves. Chen Fan's house is quite big and has several empty rooms. Except for the wild and violent ape, which is a big man and can only sleep on the grass. The other beasts have their own nests under the arrangement of the old ape. After hearing Chen Fan's words, the group of beasts immediately dispersed in an orderly manner, each going back to their homes. Chen Fan returned to the room and immediately sat cross-legged. This time Jade broke through to a low-level lord, and Xiaohei broke through to level 6, both of which received a lot of star power to support them. Chen Fan vaguely felt that his star power had now reached the peak of the first level and 5th level. When you have enough star power, you can try to hit the 2nd level. The first level requires opening 8 meridians. The 2nd level requires access to the 9 orifices. If you want to break through from the 1st level realm to the 2nd level realm, you must not only open the 9 orifices, but also cultivate cyclones in each orifice to connect with the Sea of Stars. The completion of the 9 orifices is the first grade 5th level heaven realm. Only by opening the 9 apertures can one truly and smoothly absorb the star power of heaven and earth, and then use the star power of heaven and earth to continuously temper the body, strengthen the bones, reborn, and officially become a beast master, star warrior, with powerful combat power. But if you only open the 9 apertures, you are still within the 1st level realm. Only by connecting the 9 apertures and the Sea of Stars and constructing a complete spiritual formation can we break through to the 2nd level realm in one fell swoop. Chen Fan closed his eyes, followed the foundation building techniques of the God of War Academy, activated his star power, and began to use the star power to connect the 9 orifices. The majestic star power circulates like a surging river, one orifice after another, connected together. But Chen Fan's star power is still rolling in like a tide. Vaguely, in his mind, the prototype of a spiritual formation diagram appeared. Slower, not too fast. If you make a mistake, you have to start over again. Chen Fan activated his star power and slowly operated according to the foundation building technique. Star power is like spiritual lines, crisscrossing and constantly connecting every acupoint. The spiritual formation diagram in my mind is becoming clearer and more complex. Time passed little by little, and Chen Fan, who had strong star power, allowed this complex spiritual formation to be fully formed without even taking any pills. The time has come! Somehow, Chen Fan felt that a strange bottleneck seemed to be loose. It's now under the control of Chen Fan's thoughts. The last spiritual line formed by the star power connected the last 2 acupoints together. Boom! The light in that spiritual formation diagram flickered, and communication was unimpeded. The star power, which was like a surging river, instantly began to swim between the 9 acupoints at extremely fast speeds. Chen Fan's body shook violently. In the room, stars are falling from the sky. The star power in the surrounding heaven and earth was like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, converging towards him, pouring in from the Baihui point above his head, and then merged into his sea of stars. Successfully broke through to the 2nd level. Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the light of stars seemed to be shining in his eyes. Is this the power of the 2nd grade? Feeling the powerful power in his body, Chen Fan was speechless. No wonder the teaching director said that the 2nd level can be said to be the 7th level of beast control, and the 1st grade 5th level beast is only a 5th level beast master. Even though Chen Fan's star power is relatively powerful and much stronger than that of the same level beast masters or star warriors, there is still a huge gap compared with the 2nd level ones. During this period, thanks to Xiaobai and Jade's star power, they have given back support. If you just practice by yourself, how can you break through to the 2nd level in less than a month? Even with the help of pills? Chen Fan closed his eyes and silently felt the power in his body. At this time, a system prompt appeared in my mind. The beast control system is being upgraded. Please wait. In the middle of the system panel, a blue bar appeared. Upgrade? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. After you broke through to the 2nd level, the system also started to upgrade? Will there be any changes after the upgrade? In the room, it was eerily quiet. All the surrounding sounds seemed to have disappeared. After a while, ding! The beast control system has been upgraded successfully. Success? Chen Fan was overjoyed and immediately observed the system. I saw a new properties panel appear on the system panel. System energy, 48,600. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 2nd grade. Star power, 330 cards, 480 cards, plus. Psychic power, 240 Hz plus. Tempered bone 206 pieces, 0 pieces plus. Open pulse 206, 0 plus. What's the situation? Chen Fan was stunned. Before the system upgrade, there was only system energy, and no data such as star power and mental power. After the upgrade, even this data is available? Moreover, it seems that you can use system energy to add points? Can I cultivate myself? Etc. When the system was first turned on, such a line of text did appear. The beast control system. Monsters can be cultivated. Monsters can be cultivated. Gods can be cultivated. Demons can be cultivated. Everything can be cultivated. Everything can be cultivated as a pet. Chen Fan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and stared at Tempering Bone on the attribute panel. This is something that only needs to be done after the second level. The first level opens the 8 meridians. The second level opens the 9 orifices. And the third level determines the 10 directions. If a second level person wants to break through to the third level, he must temper 206 bones and open up the corresponding 206 meridians. 206 bones are connected to 206 meridians, and then connected with the 9 orifices and the sea of stars, which is the fixed 10 directions. Chen Fan took a look at the system energy. It seems that Jin Qing and Jin Yuhai Dongqing have been resting these days. At the end of the first day of the arena competition, the system energy was already over 11,000. More than a week has passed, and the system energy is now only 48600. But just one golden feather triton brought so much energy. Chen Fan was very satisfied. Give it a try. First use the system energy to temper a bone and see. Chen Fan immediately concentrated his energy and clicked the plus sign behind tempering bones. The 0 behind the tempered bones immediately turned into 1. Chen Fan took a look at the system energy. The system energy becomes 38600. Ah! Chen Fan grabbed his head with both hands and went a little crazy. Tempering a bone consumes 10,000 points of energy. Chapter 142. The system unlocks the copy of the heaven-defying function. Tempering a bone consumes 10,000 energy points. Chen Fan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. When he was on the 10,000 Beasts mountain, he took Xiao Bai, Gongzi, and the others to kill them all the way. He killed the Skyfire ants in large numbers, and only got a few thousand points of system energy. Tempering a bone consumes 10,000 points. Chen Fan looked at the system panel and really wanted to say some curse words. Sudden, a cloud below the system panel began to sparkle. Then, the clouds dispersed, revealing 2 large gray characters. Copy! Copy? Chen Fan was stunned. What is this function? After the system upgrade, these mysterious skills have finally begun to be unlocked? Chen Fan immediately gathered his energy and looked at copy. A few lines of prompt text immediately appeared on the system panel. Enabling the copy function requires 600 W system energy. Once the copy function is turned on, you can copy the skill of the beast by touching the beast, and then give it to your own beast or the beast you have cultivated. Copying and granting require energy. The copied skills, after being given, will match the level of the beast to which the skill is given. Even if a level 20 beast control skill is copied and given to a level 10 beast, the skill can only be used to 10 the power of a super beast. Looking at these lines of text, Chen Fan's eyes widened without blinking. After Bai Tianyu passed on the 9 heaven-breaking swords, to him, a cloud dispersed on the system panel, revealing the 4 characters. 9 heaven-breaking swords, which he had already guessed. The functions covered by clouds on the system panel are definitely more powerful than the last. But he still didn't expect that this lowest skill would be so incredible. Copy the skills of other beast masters, and then give them to your own beast masters? This is too scary. This is outrageous. You must know that the beast master signs a contract to control the beast. And the beast master's growth and awakening skills after signing the contract are often out of control. Even if they are beast masters of the same race and the same level, their awakened skills may not be the same. It is not a beast master or a beast master who can awaken whatever skills he wants. Some beast masters have strong attack power, but no defensive skills. Some beast masters have powerful defensive skills, but do not have sharp attack skills. There are also beast masters that have healing skills, but they are too slow and have no defensive skills, making them very fragile. Only by finding suitable partners and forming a team can these beasts fully unleash their strength. But even if you form a team, it's hard to achieve perfection. Just like the Black Iron Dragon Turtle or Gongzi's defensive armor. When they're in a team and other team members have no defensive skills, they need to equip each member with armor. once there are a large number of members. Just wearing this armor may consume most of their power. Back on the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, when Chen Fan rescued Jin Qing and Yi Hao, the Black Iron Dragon Turtle could only hide behind and put on armor for Chen Fan and Gongzi, because the enemy was so powerful. Just the aftermath of a casual palm could shatter the Black Iron Dragon Turtle shield, which forced the Black Iron Dragon Turtle to constantly replenish its armor, which was very tiring. If Xiaobai and the others had such powerful armor at that time, with the defense power of multiple armors greatly increased, Chen Fan would not be in such danger that he would end up vomiting blood. Looking at the explanatory text on the system panel, Chen Fan felt a turmoil in his heart. If the copy function is unlocked, doesn't it mean that he can arrange Xiaobai's skills at will and combine their skills perfectly? For example, give Gongzi an invisibility skill? Or let Xiaobai also learn a flying skill? Although I don't know if there are any property restrictions. This is so exciting! The only depressing thing is, requires 600 W system energy. Unless we cultivate a large group of beasts at the level of Jinyu Heidongking, it will be impossible to obtain so much energy in a short period of time. Not in a hurry. Take it easy. Now there is a large group of beast masters outside on the training ground. Chen Fan reluctantly glanced at the copy on the system panel a few more times, and then turned his attention to his own panel. The beast master needs to become stronger. I have to become stronger myself. It is certainly very quick to help Xiaobai and the others break through and then gain the power to feed them back. But even if you have enough star power, you still need to do many things by yourself. The second to third grades are mainly about condensing the Sea of Qi, tempering the bones, opening the meridians, and fixing the 10 directions. The cultivation of the second level realm is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to condense the 9 orifice cyclones into 9 seas of Qi, which are connected with the Sea of Stars. The 9 seas of Qi and Sea of Stars are united together, and the star power is endless. This is the 10 directions. The second step is to temper the bones and open up branches. There are 206 human bones, corresponding to 206 branches. Only when the 206 bones are tempered and the corresponding 206 branches are opened up can this step be considered complete. The third step is to use 206 bones and 206 branches to stabilize and integrate the 9 seas of air and stars. This is the determination of the 10 directions. The 10 directions are certain, and the 3 grades can be achieved. Now that the attribute panel appears, these can actually be solved by adding system energy points. But if you temper a bone, you need 1 W points of system energy. If you want to rely on system energy to complete the breakthrough of the third level, wouldn't it cost at least more than 10 million points of energy? 9 orifices of Qi condensation C, 206 bones, 206 meridians. Even with 1000 W of energy, Chen Fan wouldn't be able to part with it. There is really so much energy. Why not use it to activate those functions in the cloud on the system panel? As for bone tempering and pulse opening, you should do it yourself. Chen Fan's eyes fell on Xingli in spirit. Star power, 330 cards, 480 cards, plus. Psychic power, 240 Hz plus. 330 calories refers to the current star power, after consuming a lot of star power. And the 480 cards in the brackets are the star power in its heyday. Chen Fan opened computer and searched. First level realm, with a star power value of at least 150 cards. Level 2, with a star power value of at least 350 cards. Third level realm, with a star power value of at least 700 cards. Fourth level realm, with a star power value of at least 2,100 cards. Fifth level realm, with a star power value of at least 8,400 cards. The values mentioned above are all the star power values of the Beast Master or Star Warrior who have just broken through to that realm. Even in the same realm, such as the second level and first level, different Beast Control Masters or Star Warriors may have huge differences in star power. When an ordinary Beast Master first breaks through to the second level, his star power is usually over 350 cards. But Chen Fan has just made a breakthrough, and his star power has reached 480 calories. This is mainly because Xiaobai and Gongzi have made rapid breakthroughs recently, and their feedback is also very powerful. It is almost impossible for an ordinary Beast Master or Star Warrior to reach 480 cards of star power just after breaking through. Schools and many institutions actually have machines that detect star power. Star Warriors are more concerned about this kind of machine, because Star Warriors do not have beast control and can only rely on the strength of their own cultivation. But the Beast Masters have beasts to control. And most beast masters care more about the number of beasts they control, and the strength of the beasts they control. As for mental strength, no one below the level of 5th grade Beastmaster or Star Warrior tests spiritual power. And there is no way to specifically cultivate spiritual power. The second level is generally a mental power of about 100 Hz. But Chen Fan's current mental power has actually reached 240 Hz. Already far beyond the same level. After the system has more energy in the future, let's use the system energy to improve this mental power. The system had too little energy, so he could only stare at the plus sign above. After Chen Fan flipped through the information on star power and mental power, he turned off the computer. The fatigue of breaking through to the second level hit him, and he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Chen Fan was still sleeping when he suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. A face that almost touched his nose. Call! Chen Fan sat up directly and glared at Shin Hongxiu, who was lying on the bed with a dark face. Are you sick? Shin Hongxiu smiled sweetly. I came to wake you up to train the beast. I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you up. Your express delivery has arrived. Chen Fan laughed angrily. My express delivery? You? Then I want to return it. Shin Hongxiu pursed her lips speechlessly. There are several large boxes. They are placed in the hall. I will let Charming Eyes Fire Spirit look at them. They should be the weapons and armors you ordered before. Really? Chen Fan looked a little better, and after washing up, he rushed directly to the hall. Unpacked the box. Really those things that were booked before. In the first small box, there is a weapon tailor-made for the old ape. A pair of gloves that seem to be made of black iron. In the second small box, there are 2 pairs of wristband-like equipment. These are actually 4 shields, worn on the wrists, and the powerful shields controlled by star power are activated. The third box is a high-grade mysterious weapon with sword and thunder attributes. The highest grade weapon in Donghai City. The fourth box. This box is larger. Contains a pair of black battle armor with a faint light. The fifth box contains the materials needed to upgrade the Dark Blood Stone Man. Just these things have almost exhausted the several hundred million that Crying Demon has. Chen Fan put on his helmet and armor, then put the long knife behind his back, picked up the other 2 boxes, and went to the grass of the training ground. Xiaobai and a group of beasts rushed over with a cheer, looking at Chen Fan curiously. Shin Hongxiu, who was following behind, was suddenly stunned when she saw Chen Fan, who was wearing black armor and carrying a long sword on his back. Chen Fan, who is not wearing black armor, likes to wear casual clothes, often with a bad smile on his face and a carefree look. But after putting on the black armor, Chen Fan's whole demeanor became formidable and cold. Old ape! Come on! Come on! Chen Fan waved to the old ape. I have specially tailored a set of weapons for you. You can wear them and take a look. The old ape walked over in a polite manner and put on the black iron gloves in the box on his hands according to Chen Fan's instructions. The black iron glove is very light and will automatically expand or contract according to the size of its palm. After putting it on, the old ape waved it slightly and felt no discomfort. Chen Fan waved to the Dark Blood Stone Man again. Shaoan, come here. My name is not Shaoan. The dark-blooded stone man walked over slowly. Chen Fan tilted his head slightly towards Gongzi. Gongzi, put on Xiao An's magic crystal armor. Gongzi hissed twice and immediately put the dark blood stone man in magic crystal armor. Chen Fan looked at the black iron dragon turtle again. Dragon turtle, put another pair of black iron armor on Shaoan. The black iron dragon turtle nodded and immediately activated his skills. This time, the dark-blooded stone man was a little uneasy. What on earth did Chen Fan want to do? At this time, Chen Fan's group of beast masters retreated a little, and then tilted their heads towards the old ape. Old ape, use your full strength to use the shadow poison claw to attack the dark-blooded stone man. Old ape, the dark-blooded stone man himself has super strong defense, and now he wears the 2 strongest armors among all the beast controllers here. The old ape looked at the black iron gloves on his hands and hesitated. Then, it flashed and moved behind the dark-blooded stone man, with its right claw carrying an afterimage. It grabbed the dark-blooded stone man's back. Crack! The magic crystal armor and black iron armor shattered at the same time, shocking Gongzi and the black iron dragon turtle, and the old ape's claws. After shattering 2 pairs of armor, instantly scratched out 5 deep blood marks on the back of the dark-blooded stone man. Woo! The dark-blood stone man groaned, unable to control his body, and rushed forward 3 steps, Holy Moon Morning Glory immediately stepped forward and cast 3 consecutive healing spells on the dark-blooded stone man. The blood marks on the dark-blood stone man's back immediately began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Holy Moon Morning Glory couldn't detoxify the slow toxin in the shadow poison claw, and the dark-blood stone man moved slowly and looked mournful at Chen Fan. Well, wah. Good job. Chen Fan praised Holy Moon Morning Glory. And Holy Moon Morning Glory immediately shook its head happily. The surrounding group of beast masters, as well as Shen Hongxiu, were all stunned. Gongzi and the Black Iron Dragon Turtle look even more unbelievable. The defensive armors of the two of them are the strongest defense among this group of beasts. When Chu Xian and Shangwan Sanlong fought before, they fought for a long time without using weapons. Only then did Chu Xian break the magic crystal armor on Shangwan Sanlong's body. As for Chu Xian and Shangwan Sanlong, they are already at the 2nd level. Unexpectedly, after the old ape put on these gloves, he could scratch out 2 pieces of armor and the dark blood stone man's hard body with 1 claw, leaving such a bloody mark. Gongzi ran over with short legs, jumped into Chen Fan's arms, and thrust his little head at Chen Fan's chest. I want this weapon too! I want this weapon too! Chen Fan glanced at Gongzi helplessly and said, I have a headache. I also want to get a set of equipment for you and Xiaobai. But how do you want to get it? Can I get you some braces to put on your teeth? If I get you a pair of gloves and foot gloves, you won't even be able to walk. Gongzi raised his head and thought for a moment. It seemed like this was the case. It made a gurgling sound from its mouth and felt very frustrated. Chen Fan's eyes fell on the old ape's gloves again. After breaking through to level 6 in combat power and breaking through to low-level lord in racial level, the old ape's own strength is enough to compete with the medium and extraordinary level 8 beast masters. A moderately extraordinary level 8 beast master, if he does not have strong defensive skills, the old ape can break through the opponent's defense even without wearing this Black Iron Glove. Then inject a slow poison and use another skill, blood-sucking. After putting on this Black Iron Glove, I'm afraid even a moderately extraordinary level 10 beast master can't block its claws. Perhaps this claw cannot cause fatal damage to a level 10 beast, but as long as he can break through the defense and successfully use Shadow Poison Claw and blood-sucking, even a level 10 beast master will still be devastated. Very good! Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. The money was not wasted. Chen Fan picked up another pair of wrist guards from the box. The wrist guard is about 20 centimeters long and is made from the evil dragon Evil Iron from the 5th secret realm. It is not heavy, but extremely hard and invulnerable to weapons, fire and water. The wrist guard is also engraved with formations and runes. And there is a groove underneath. When the groove is opened, 5 crystal nuclei can be nested. The higher the level of the nested crystal core, and the higher the cultivation level of the person wearing the wrist guard, the stronger the shield will be. Chen Fan picked up a pair of wrist guards and put them on old Yuan's hand. Then he explained it. The old ape nodded repeatedly. Chen Fan himself also put on a pair of wrist guards, then raised his right hand. A ray of star power flowed to the wrist guard, and he made a fist with his 5 fingers. Call! Right in front of Chen Fan, a translucent shield 1.8 meters long and 1.2 meters wide stood up. Chen Fan took 2 steps to the open space next to him, raised his fingers toward Shen Hongxiu and said, Use your sword and attack my shield with all your strength. Shen Hongxiu smiled slightly, unsheathed her long sword, shook her wrist, and pierced the shield in front of Chen Fan. Boom! At the moment when the tip of the long sword came into contact with the shield, crazy energy exploded centered on the point of contact between the tip of the sword and the shield. Shen Hongxiu's face turned red, and she took 3 steps back. This shield can reflect part of the power of the attack? Shen Hongxiu looked at the shield and his eyes widened. Chen Fan nodded slightly, raised his left hand, made a fist with his 5 fingers, and crossed it with his right hand. Another shield appeared, about 15 centimeters away from the first shield. When Shen Hongxiu saw this, she walked over and her right wrist shook violently. The long sword in her hand immediately burst into dazzling light. Brush! Shen Hongxiu and Chen Fan were 4 meters apart, and he slashed at them with a single strike from his long sword. As soon as the sword energy appeared, it came through the air and landed hard on the shield at the front. Boom! The sword energy exploded. The shield just shook slightly. This? Shen Hongxiu's eyes widened and she said, Isn't the defensive power of this shield too strong? I struck the sword with all my strength, but it only shook slightly. Chen Fan put away the shield and said, The defensive power of the shield depends not only on the level of the crystal core embedded on it, but also on the cultivation strength of the wearer. The 5 crystal cores inlaid on this wristband are level 4 monster crystal cores. If you break through to the second level and strike with all your strength, you should be able to shatter this shield. Shin Hongxiu blinked. What about the armor you are wearing? Chen Fan immediately laughed. This armor is much more expensive than a shield, and its defense is definitely stronger than a shield. He pressed his palm lightly on his chest, and an electronic synthesized voice immediately sounded on the helmet. The fingerprint has been recorded. You can control the armor through your fingerprint and star power. Immediately, Chen Fan gently tapped his right chest with the fingers of his left hand. The face, neck and other parts that were originally exposed were suddenly covered by a layer of transparent star power armor. And this black armor is also covered with a layer of star power armor. Try attacking me. Chen Fan nodded slightly toward Shin Hongxiu. Shin Hongxiu flipped her wrist, and the long sword in her hand danced in a circle of sword flowers. Chopping, slashing, flipping, and stabbing. Each sword fell on Chen Fan like rain. Chen Fan stood there, motionless. Shin Hongxiu continued to attack violently, unable to break through his defense at all. I'm sore. Shin Hongxiu put away her sword. I also want to buy a pair of armor like this. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. Shin Hongxiu. In this way we are lovers' armor. Chen Fan staggered and almost fell down. This woman is even worse than myself. Okay. Let's all disperse. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, Old Yuan, you and Gongzi go practice and become more familiar with the use of this weapon and shield. Lao Yuan nodded and walked to the west of the training ground with Gongzi. Xiaobai and Jade also followed. When the other beasts saw this, they all became birds and beasts. Shin Hongxiu was stunned. Sifan, don't you need to train them? Just let them roam free like this? She thought that after everyone put the beasts under Chen Fan's care, Chen Fan would let them start high-intensity training. Or like last time, take them to the Beast Mountain to fight monsters. Did not expect? It's okay. To be free range. Chen Fan raised his voice and said, Anyway, I'm watching. If anyone doesn't train well, I won't help him break through. If anyone trains hard, I will help him break through earlier. The Ice White Python, Earth-Shattering Fire Dragon and other beasts that had just left suddenly ran extremely fast and went to attack the pillars made of special materials. They watched Chen Fan with their own eyes last night, helping Xiao He and Jade break through. And now they all treat Chen Fan like a god. After Chen Fan said this, whether it was the Ice White Python and Black Iron Dragon Turtle that Chen Fan was already familiar with, or Li Fengxing's Coal Pond Golden Horn Dragon and other beasts, they all started training very hard. Only the 3 beasts beside Shin Hongxiu looked confused. The 3 beasts, the Phantom King, Green Python, Golden Horn Beast, Charming-Eyed Fire Spirit, and Blood-Eating Demon Bat, looked at Chen Fan strangely, and then looked at Shin Hongxiu. Shin Hongxiu rolled her eyes. This training ground is very big. You should find a place to train. The 3 beast masters walked out slowly. The Green Python and Golden Horn Beast of the Phantom King, who can speak human words, hummed a song leisurely. Farewell to the cow. I will be like a duck. Chen Fan was stunned. Is this from Guangdong? Shin Hongxiu shook her head. No. Chen Fan. I guess not. Such a big snake is going to Guangdong and can't come back. Shin Hongxiu. Chen Fan picked up the long knife and walked to the small lake. In the small lake, Jade was chasing a small fish swimming around. On the edge of the small lake stands a stone pillar with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Chen Fan slowly drew out the long knife. This long knife has a perfect arc and a narrow blade, with strange runes engraved on it. The style seems a bit ancient. On the blade, there are thin electric snakes swimming and crackling. Chen Fan held the handle of the knife, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and slashed diagonally at the stone pillar in front of him. With a soft sound, the stone pillar broke and fell into the small lake, causing a high splash of water. Shin Hongxiu, who had just walked over from behind, was stunned for a moment. Jade in the small lake was also frightened, flew out, and landed in front of Chen Fan, looking at Chen Fan very aggrievedly. I didn't mean it. I didn't want to scare you. Chen Fan laughed dumbly, squatted down, and patted Jade gently. Jade shook her head, forgave Chen Fan, and leisurely ran to the other side to play with Ji Pelong. Chen Fan waited for Jade to go away, looked at the half of the stone pillar in front of him, and after a moment of concentration, he used his star power wildly. The turbulent and vast star power instantly poured into the long knife in his hand. On top of the long knife, electric snakes immediately appeared. and the sight was horrifying. Qin Fan grasped the handle of the knife tightly with both hands and struck the half of the stone pillar with the knife. Boom! The violent power of thunder exploded the half of the stone pillar into countless pieces. Qin Fan's pupil shrank suddenly. This sword didn't use all its strength, but it could already kill a level 10 beast. Top-grade mysterious weapons are so terrifying. From behind, Shen Hongxiu came over and said, Xiao Fan, are your high-grade soldiers a bit too strong? Are high-grade soldiers so scary? When she was in the hospital, she saw Qin Fan buying a high-grade ground soldier. Little did they know that after receiving the money from Yun Songhai, Qin Fan bought the highest level sword in Donghai City, the top-grade Xianbing. She didn't even know that Qin Fan was now at the second level and first level. Qin Fan turned around, glanced at Shen Hongxiu, and said, This is not a top-grade earth weapon. This is a top-grade mysterious weapon. The highest level weapon in the Donghai City arsenal. Shen Hongxiu almost bit her tongue. High-grade Xianbing. It seems to cost 1 to 200 million. Right. You? Qin Fan nodded. After buying this knife, this armor, and the shield, I'm going bankrupt. Shen Hongxiu came over and said, I'll support you. Here we go again. Qin Fan pushed Shen Hongxiu's head away. I'm going to practice sword skills. Your beast master has also been sent over. Go back quickly. Of course Shen Hongxiu refused to go back. She glanced at the long knife in Qin Fan's hand and said, Have you decided on the name of this long knife? Qin Fan was stunned and remembered that Yi Hao bought a tomahawk and named it Storm Tomahawk. He thought for a moment and said, Immortal Heavenly Sword. Shen Hongxiu. What a good name for the second grader. Get out. Qin Fan frowned and said, The prison-breaking demon sword. Shen Hongxiu. Good soil. Qin Fan. Devil dragon sword? Shen Hongxiu. What does it have to do with the devil? What does it have to do with the dragon? Fan. I found that you are a bad namer. Qin Fan was furious. Then give me a name. Shen Hongxiu touched her chin, thought for a moment, and then said, The 40-meter sword of the supreme and strongest war emperor in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Qin Fan looked at Shen Hongxiu silently. Shen Hongxiu chuckled. You're just kidding. I can't think of it. Qin Fan rolled his eyes, held the long knife in front of him, and looked at it carefully. Very abrupt. A name appeared in his mind. The sky-breaking demon sword. Qin Fan's eyes lit up. Very good. This sword is called the demon sky-breaking sword. Shen Hongxiu. Qin Fan. If you dare to chirp again, I will give you a knife. As he spoke, he put away the sky-breaking demon sword, took out the previous sword, and began to practice the 9 sky-breaking swords around a huge stone pillar with a diameter of more than 5 meters. Shen Hongxiu didn't leave. She walked into the house and, like a hostess, naturally took out some of Qin Fan's things, then made herself a cup of coffee, and leisurely watched Qin Fan practice his sword skills. On the training ground, a group of beast masters saw Qin Fan practicing so hard, and each one of them started training even harder. Only Shen Hongxiu's 3 beast masters, after practicing for a while, got lazy and ran back to Shen Hongxiu to eat. Chapter 143. The wild and violent ape was taken away, and the cave was blocked by level 9 monsters. October is slightly cool, and a rain brings autumn. In the early morning, the mist-like drizzle made the world seem even quieter. In the hall, a large group of beasts surrounded Qin Fan and the dark-blooded stone man. Qin Fan pointed his finger like a sword and gently tapped the dark-blood stone man's head. This is the last step to help the dark-blood stone man break through. With the infusion of system energy, the star power in the dark-blood stone man's body began to become violent, and there was also a hint of pain in its eyes. Many of the beasts around could not help but take a few steps back. Sudden roar! The dark-blood stone man clenched his fists and let out a suppressed roar. All the beasts can feel that the star power in the surrounding heaven and earth is like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, quickly converging towards the dark-blood stone man. Xiao Hei stood on the shoulders of the old ape and said with a strange cry, The time has come to witness the miracle. The big stone is also going to be upgraded. Fang Qingqing's goblin couldn't help but said, Oh my god! The big guy has become taller. Why has my height not changed from level 1 to level 5? But it has grown a bit taller? I'm so sad. All the beast masters ignored these 2 guys. Because everyone knows that if you ignore them, they can still calm down for a while. If you ignore them, something will happen easily. Yesterday, Xiao Hei and Goblin started chatting. As they chatted, they started to quarrel. And after quarreling, they started fighting. In the end, the Goblin was hit by spiritual spikes. Several times, holding his head and howling strangely. Xiao Hei flew a little slower, and several feathers were broken by the bomb. Chun Fan, who was woken up from his nap, came out, caught the two of them, and beat them up before they finally stopped. At this time, everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the Dark Blood Stone Man, seeing the Dark Blood Stone Man absorbing more and more star power from heaven and earth. More and more bursts of light suddenly bloomed from the dark-blooded Stone Man. Immediately, its body began to grow taller and bigger. The dark-blooded Stone Man, who was already very tall, now feels even more oppressive. Boom! Under the gaze of all the beasts, the body of the dark-blooded Stone Man shook violently, and stars fell from the sky above his head. Successfully broke through to level 6. The dark-blooded Stone Man felt the crazy and violent power in his body, and nodded gratefully towards Chun Fan. There was clearly a hint of heartfelt respect in its eyes. Congratulations. Chun Fan smiled and nodded slightly. Monster name, Dark Blood Stone Man. Combat power level, level 6. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute Earth. Monster weakness Wood. Racial skills Rockfall plus. Obsidian armor plus. Light rock technique plus. Furious crash plus. Gather all the power and form a stronger armor on the body, hitting the enemy crazily. Lasting 6 seconds. Monster state happy. Grateful. The dark-blooded Stone Man who broke through to level 6 has awakened a new skill. Furious Crash. This skill is really simple and crude. Chun Fan looked at the skill description above, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, considering that he was about to enter the second secret realm today. The dark-blooded Stone Man didn't have much time to familiarize himself with and strengthen this skill, so Chun Fan directly raised its skill proficiency to 70. The dark-blooded Stone Man, who was closing his eyes tightly to check his changes and new skills, noticed the earth-shaking changes in his skills, and suddenly opened his eyes. A skill that has just been awakened. A skill that it was completely unfamiliar with originally. Suddenly, as if it had been practiced thousands of times, it became mastery. The dark-blood Stone Man stared at Chun Fan with his eyes widened. Chun Fan smiled slightly. How on earth is this done? The dark-blood Stone Man looked at Chun Fan with disbelief in his eyes. The other Beast Masters also became more well-behaved in front of Chun Fan. When they came to this training ground before, they all noticed that the ice-white python was acting like a pug, having fun in front of Chun Fan. They all looked down on the ice-white python in their hearts. Chun Fan is not your Beast Master either? Even if Chun Fan can help the Beast Masters improve and cultivate the Beast Masters, there is no need to be so shameless and flattering. Right? But after watching Chun Fan with his own eyes, and helping several beasts break through, they completely understood. The Chun Fan in front of him is a god to the Beast Master. Chun Fan didn't pay attention to the gazes of a group of Beast Masters. He walked out of the house, and sat down on a stone bench on the grass. Jade immediately jumped and landed on his head with great precision. Xiao Bai also purred and got into his arms. Under the shroud of the formation, a transparent light shield formed over the huge training ground, blocking the rain. So although it is raining outside, the training ground is dry and refreshing. At this time, footsteps sounded not far away. But it was Yi Hao and Chu Xian who came over. Brother Fan! Yi Hao wore a suit of armor and carried an axe on his shoulder. He smiled brightly and said, Good morning. Chun Fan just wanted to speak. Thump thump! Li Fingxing, who was walking behind, was looking at the group of beasts behind Chun Fan. He didn't notice the stone under his feet. He tripped on the stone and fell down, chewing mud. Chun Fan. But Yi Hao and Shen Tao Ao seemed to be used to it, and didn't react at all. The group of Beast Masters behind Chun Fan cheered, and rushed towards their Beast Master. The scene also became lively. Chun Fan raised his head, and sighed softly. It keeps raining! Yi Hao was stunned. The atmosphere is not harmonious. Chun Fan. Get out! Chun Fan pointed at Li Fingxing behind him and said, Who brought this guy? I didn't say I took him to Area D before. Did I? Uncle, I asked him to come. Bai Rouge walked in from outside like the wind. She pushed Yi Hao away and took Chun Fan's arm. Uncle Master, let him go. He can be an absentee or dig mining. If that doesn't work, let him work as a cow or a horse-drawn mine. Chun Fan. Shen Hongxiu glanced sideways at Bai Rouge but said nothing. Li Fingxing smiled, then raised his eyebrows at Shen Nado and said, You see? I said that Brother Fan is Ru Ji's elder. Ruka calls him uncle, so we should all call him uncle. Everyone looked at Li Fingxing angrily. This bastard never speaks out of his mind. He's so annoying. I don't even want to talk to him. If you want to be a junior, just do it. Why are you dragging us into this? Yi Hao glanced at it and walked up to Chen Fan. He touched the black armor on Chen Fan and showed envy. Brother Fan, is this the armor you ordered at a high price? It's so handsome. Shen Taodao said. Is this a question of whether he is handsome or not? The key is that this armor has high defense. I am afraid it can withstand a full-strength hit from the 4th grade. This is an armor worth hundreds of millions. Fang Qingqing touched her armor and was about to speak when she heard Li Fengxing mutter. It's too expensive and too luxurious. What if someone robs it? That would be a huge loss. Everyone looked at Li Fengxing silently. Chen Fan also looked at Li Fengxing silently. Seeing everyone looking at him, Li Fengxing felt respected and said angrily, Brother Fan, I suggest you take off your armor first. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. Chen Fan said with a dark face, I bought the armor to protect myself. According to what you mean, I should actually protect this armor? Should I take off this armor and find a place to hide it? That's not necessary, Li Fengxing said. But you can put it in a big box and carry it behind your back. If you encounter a strong enemy, you can wear it again. Chen Fan laughed in anger. I took off the helmet, breastplate, wrist guards, elbow pads, knee pads, and combat boots in a big box. Packed them all, and carried them on my back. Then when I encounter a level 9 or 10 monster, or a powerful enemy, I open the box and put it on one by one? Li Fengxing nodded. Yes. This way you won't be targeted. Chen Fan was speechless. You are so smart. Li Fengxing smiled modestly. Everyone said so. Chen Fan's face darkened. Pay back the money. Li Fengxing was stunned. What money? Chen Fan sneered. You ask me for the money to cultivate the beasts. When others ask me to breed the beasts, they always pay the full price first. But you are the only one who takes it on credit. I've been in business for so many years, and I've never been the only one who cheated others. Shen Taodao and Fang Qingqing looked at Chen Fan silently. Chen Fan blinked, coughed lightly and continued. I've never been the only one to ask others for credit. But I've never met anyone who asked me for credit. Li Fengxing cried sadly. Isn't it all Chu Xian's fault? He defeated Shangwan Sanlong and caused me to lose everything. Brother Fan, you took me to the secret realm to mine this time. Won't I be rich when I get out? Don't worry. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will be worse than a few beast masters. I will be a porter. The General Workers' Union can do that. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. You owe me money. So I should take you to make money, so that you can pay back the money. I can't refute it. But I have such a powerful beast like the savage wild ape. Why do I still need you to be a porter? Li Fengxing was silent for a moment, gathered up his courage, and whispered, Brother Fan, as long as you take me to Area D of the second secret realm, I will introduce my sister Li Qingyan to you. Puff. Shen Hongxiu, who had just sat down and drank some water, spurted out a mouthful of water, all over Shen Naodao's face. Shen Taodao, Chen Fan. Bai Rouge covered his face with his right hand. Fang Qingqing turned her head away with a reddish complexion. Snort. Chen Fan snorted and said, You shameless person. Who do you think I, Chen Fan, am? First, show me what your sister looks like. Before he finished speaking, Shen Hongxiu kicked Li Fengxing in the abdomen, sending Li Fengxing flying out. Everyone. Chen Fan looked at Shen Hongxiu and said with a serious face, I just want to tell him that even if his sister is beautiful and fragrant, I will refuse without hesitation and will never let such a shameless person succeed. Shen Hongxiu smiled sweetly, then turned her head away, her face as cold as ice, and kicked Li Fengxing again, causing Li Fengxing to scream. Shen Naodao touched his nose and showed a Mona Lisa-like smile. Great. That's it. Yi Hao is right. I should be a quiet and handsome man. Look at this idiot Li Fengxing. He makes so many mistakes and says he will get beaten. Right. I didn't say anything, and nothing happened. On the other side, Henry Chu's body was shaken. He had received the power feedback from the Dark Blood Stone Man after his breakthrough, and his eyes widened immediately. Strength feedback is the same as communication of thoughts. It requires the Beast Master and the Master to be close to each other. If the distance is too far, it will not be received. Henry Chu silently patted the Dark Blood Stone Man, then walked over and said, Did you help the stone break through to level 6? The whole place suddenly fell silent. Even Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing, who already knew that Chen Fan was very capable of raising animals, their pupils shrank suddenly. It has only been 2 days since Henry Chu put the Dark Blood Stone Man here. Sure too. Are you talking about Shaoan? Chen Fan nodded. I have broken through to level 6. And I have also awakened a skill. I charge furiously, which is quite fierce. Henry Chu was about to speak but stopped. His name is not Shaoan. His name is Sure Tu. Chen Fan glanced at the dark blood stone man, then looked at Henry Chu, and after a while he said, "Then, what are the names of the Desert Wind Eagle and the Heavy Beetle King?" Henry Chu said seriously, "The Desert Wind Eagle is called Fengyao, and the Heavy Beetle King is called Insect." "What's wrong?" "Chen Fan, this name is useless." "Even more useless than myself. Just take 2 characters from the race name of the beast?" Chen Fan pointed at Yihao's beast controlling Holy Moon Morning Glory and said, "If this is your beast controller, if you name it, will it be called Holy Moon?" "Of course not." Henry Chu shook his head and said, "If I were asked to name him, I would name him Niuhua Dot." Chen Fan. Everyone. Even Holy Moon Morning Glory's face turned dark. "Even if you had one more word, it would be fine if you call it Morning Glory. Cow Flower." Henry Chu touched his forehead helplessly. "I was talking about the stone breakthrough. Why did you mention the name?" "Yes." Everyone looked at Chen Fan again. Chen Fan shrugged and asked Xiao Bai, Lao Yuan and others to return to the beast control space. Then, he walked towards the savage wild ape and said as he walked, "It's getting late. Let's all call the beasts back to the beast space and prepare to go to the second secret realm." Everyone was speechless for a while. This guy often does this. When it reaches a certain important point in time, he stops suddenly and looks very natural. Tisk! When he walked up to the savage wild ape, Chen Fan frowned. This thing is really too high. Even if he is already at the second level now, he still can't jump up at all. Chen Fan waved his hand, signaling the wild and violent ape to squat down. The wild and violent ape immediately squatted down. After Chen Fan helped it break through to level 11, the wild and violent ape became more obedient and well-behaved than before, almost like Chen Fan's own beast master. After the savage wild ape squatted down, Chen Fan climbed up from the big tree on the side. Finally, he jumped suddenly and landed easily on the shoulders of the wild and violent ape. Li Fengxing raised his head and praised. "Brother Fan looks so handsome when he climbs the tree. Just like a monkey." Chen Fan, who had just stood firm, staggered and almost fell down. Everyone, Bai Rouge couldn't bear it anymore and kicked Li Fengxing in the foot. "If you can't speak, don't speak." Shen Taoao secretly nodded and became a quiet handsome man. "That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good." Chen Fan waved his hand and said, "You go out and take the car. I will go to the second secret realm with Damon." Everyone recalled their respective beast masters to the beast master space and went out together. As Li Fengxing walked, he looked back at the wild and violent ape. Chen Fan couldn't help but remind him, "Watch the road under your feet." Li Fengxing smiled proudly. "Don't worry. I will never fall on the same rock a second time." Plop! Instead of tripping over the previous stone, he tripped over another stone, and it was like a gourd rolling on the ground. Rolling a few times very coolly on the ground. Chen Fan blinked. Teaming up with someone like this always feels like the future is worrying. This guy is even less reliable than Shen Taoao. If you accidentally get tricked by him, you may not have a chance to regret it. Fortunately, this time I mainly relied on the wild and violent ape. Even if Li Fengxing watches the show on the side, it won't be a big deal. Chen Fan ignored Li Fengxing, and with a wave of his hand, the wild violent ape took him out of the Beast Breeders Association. Although it has just dawned, there are already many people taking their beasts for a walk outside the Beast Breeders Association. In the square, there are spiders, scorpions, toads, and tigers walking around. But what left Chen Fan speechless the most was when he saw an ant walking on a chain leading a big rooster on the other side of the square. Chen Fan took a look at the attribute panel of the big cock. No awakening. Just an ordinary big rooster. Chen Fan sat down on the wild ape's shoulder speechlessly. Suddenly, he saw the stunned bearded driver on his right. Chen Fan immediately shouted, "Uncle! Stop talking! This time I did something big and stole a wild and violent ape from the Breeders' Association." People in the square. Guards of the Breeders' Association. The bearded man rolled his eyes. "I don't even believe a word of what you say. That stinky boy has a bad heart and fools me every day." Chen Fan, who was sitting on the shoulders of the wild and violent ape, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Because he saw Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu each jumping on the back of a brown-feathered griffin. Why do they have flying mounts? Yihao waved his hand and said, "Brother Fan, let's take a step first. And you can follow behind?" Several griffins soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan stood on the shoulders of the wild ape and slowly vacated Donghai City. There's no way around it. It's so huge that it doesn't dare to run around in Donghai City. But after leaving Donghai City, the wild and violent ape immediately started running like a fish into the sea or a bird in the sky. Chen Fan stood on the shoulders of the wild and violent ape, holding the latter's long hair with his hands, and felt the strong wind hurting his face. Like lightning. More than half an hour later, on the top of Luoxiao Mountain, less than 30 miles away from the second secret realm of East China Sea City, for members of the God of War pioneering group were packing packages. Lin Mingfei was among them. Next to it, a black eagle, much larger than Jinyu Heidongking, was eating. Sudden, a woman near the cliff said strangely, "Sister Mingfei, look at the beast running wildly in the distance. Is it your wild and violent ape?" "What?" Lin Mingfei and others came over. On the road in the distance, I saw a huge wild and violent ape running at full speed, bringing up a dust-like dragon. Lin Mingfei. The other three people all looked at Lin Mingfei with extremely strange eyes. They encountered a little trouble during this mission, so they asked Lin Mingfei, who was on vacation, for help. But Lin Mingfei's beast-controlling wild and violent ape was placed in the Beast Breeders Association due to some matters, and was not brought over. Unexpectedly, everyone will see wild and violent apes here. This brat. Lin Mingfei was so angry that her teeth itched with hatred. He let the beast to be cultivated by him. But he actually took the beast out to wander around again. Last time, he took Sister Qing's Jinyu Heidongking to the secret realm. He almost killed Jinyu Heidongking. What does he want to do this time? At this time, the woman who first discovered the wild and violent ape said, "I remembered that today should be the time for the students of the 3 major colleges to enter the second secret realm. They held a 7-day arena competition some time ago. After the arena competition, it seems that the top 100 will enter Area C of the second secret realm. The direction that Damon is going now seems to be the direction of the second secret realm?" Lin Mingfei's expression became even more gloomy. When Zhen Qing asked her to cultivate Damon for Chen Fan before, she was unwilling to do so and had no idea what was going on. Unexpectedly, this brat was planning to take Damon into the second secret realm. The school trials are to temper the students. "You brought my Damon in. What do you want to do?" Although Damon possesses the power of level 13 beast control, there are many dangerous monsters far beyond this level in the second secret realm. Let Damon go to Chen Fan. Now that my friends need help, there is nothing they can do. That brat took demand and ran into the secret realm. This is simply unreasonable. Watching Damon disappear into the distance, Lin Mingfei took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Then, he glanced at the people around him and said coldly, "Are you all ready? If you are, let's go to the second secret realm first, and I'll call Damon over. With Damon's help, this mission will be much easier." The 3 people looked at each other and nodded at the same time. "We are all ready, and Black Eagle has almost eaten. Let's go." Lin Mingfei looked coldly and jumped onto Black Eagle's back. After the other 3 people jumped up, the Black Eagle flapped its wings and chased after the wild and violent ape. The entrance to the second secret realm of Donghai City. When Chen Fan arrived, the place was already full of people, and Chu Xian, Bai Rouge and others have been waiting for a long time. Seeing Chen Fan's arrival, Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu and others came to greet him. The teachers and students of the 3 major colleges looked at the wild and violent ape and started talking about it. "Isn't that the beast of Lin Mingfei from the God of War's pioneering group? The savage wild ape? Why was Chen Fan brought to the second secret realm? What on earth does this guy Chen Fan have to do with the God of War pioneering group? I heard before that he brought Jinyu Heidongking, the deputy leader of Zhenqing, into the first secret realm. This time he actually brought the God of War pioneering groups. The Beast Master has brought the second secret realm. It's really strange. Chen Fan is the first among the 3 colleges this time. He is very powerful, entering Zone C of the second secret realm. Does he still need such a beast-controlling escort? How is that possible? He must want to take the wild and violent ape into other dangerous areas. It's too risky. Even if the savage wild ape is already level 10 and has great strength, you may not be able to protect him in those dangerous areas." Just when people were talking about it, Chen Fan was discussing the team formation with Chu Xian and the others. An eagle chirped in the air, and the Black Eagle took Lin Mingfei and the 4 of them to the open space. Shen Dao several people, Chen Fan, Henry Chu and Fang Qingqing looked at each other and walked away from Chen Fan silently. Damn. These are these unloyalty guys. Qin Fan looked at Lin Mingfei, who was walking over, feeling a little depressed. Damon hadn't seen Lin Mingfei for a while, and when he saw Lin Mingfei's arrival, he was so happy that he roared. Lin Feifei patted Damon's feet gently and walked to Qin Fan. I have a few friends who want to do a task. The task is a bit troublesome. I will take Damon there. With Damon here, the task will be much easier. Okay. Qin Fan nodded helplessly. Damon is, after all, his master beast. Moreover, although Lin Mingfei was dissatisfied, she did not blame him or make it difficult for him to step down. That's all. Lin Mingfei nodded slightly and leaped high into the air with a bang. Call! The man stretched out his palm to catch her, and then gently threw her up. Lin Mingfei turned around in the air and landed on the man's shoulders in a very beautiful gesture. Qin Fan, Chu Xian, and Yi Hao all looked at Qin Fan. Before, Qin Fan would first let Damon squat down, then climb up the big tree next to him, and finally jump onto Damon's shoulders. The gap between the two sides is a bit big. Bang! 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 After Damon waved to Qin Fan, he led Lin Mingfei down the mountain. Qin Fan had a long face and said nothing. The plan was disrupted. Yi Hao and the others also stared at each other. This kind of thing can happen. Shen Tao sighed. It's sunny and it's raining. It's raining and it's sunny again. I never expected it. Yi Hao said a little annoyed. Xiao Bai and the others are extremely powerful. The Dark Bloodstone Man is already level 6. My Holy Moon Morning Glory is also a level 6 healing beast. Brother Fan also carries a high-grade mysterious weapon. I feel, in fact, we can rush to Area D. Isn't it just a level 9 monster? If everyone cooperates well, it won't be too difficult to kill a level 9 monster. Right. Li Fengxing couldn't help but said. Yi Hao, what you said is very irresponsible. Brother Fan is wearing hundreds of millions of equipment. What a pity if he encounters a level 9 or 10 monster that he cannot defeat and is killed. Everyone looked at Li Fengxing. Qin Fan raised his hand and walked toward Li Feng. Li Fengxing was so frightened that he ran away. Okay. The plan is cancelled. Qin Fan spread his hands and said, let's all disperse. Go and do whatever you need to do. As he said that, he pulled Shen Tao aside. Give me the map, Shen Tao said with vigilance. Brother Fan, what do you want to do? The savage wild ape has been taken away, and we can't go to Area D now. Qin Fan nodded. Yes, I can't go, but I'll do some research first, and then I can take the savage wild ape with me later. Henry Chu appeared quietly behind the two of them and said, he wants to go alone and eat alone. Shen Tao immediately took a step back. Brother Fan, do you want to use the old ape's stealth skills to go to Area D and mine by yourself? Qin Fan flattened his lips and sat on the big rock next to him. He really wants to take a tour of Area D. With their strength, Xiaobai and Gongzi could easily kill level 8 monsters one-on-one. And he is now in the 2nd level. He still has the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand. And he is wearing a battle armor with strong defense. Even if he encounters a level 9 monster, Qin Fan believes that he can defeat it. Of course, the premise is that there are only 1 or 2. If the number is large, it will be difficult to say. Sudden, Henry Chu said. With the wild and violent apes, it will certainly be easier to go to Area D. But without the wild and violent apes, we can still break into Area D. I am in the 2nd level, and the long sword in my hand is also customized at a high price, with the level 6 Dark Bloodstone Man. Even if I can't kill the level 9 monster, I should be able to block the level 9 monster for a while. Yi Hao also came over and said with a smile, my Huahua is a level 6 healing beast. He may not be able to defeat a level 5 beast in the ring, but I don't need to tell you how important he is in the team. Right? Bai Rouge grinned and said, not only is my Dragon Turtle's combat power level 6, but its racial level is also high and extraordinary. Its Xian iron armor has super strong defense. When combined with Gongzi's magic crystal armor, it is definitely worthy of the title. Get the strongest defensive buff. Shen Tao opened his mouth and said with a little lack of confidence, my dragon-blooded lion is the first among us beast masters to break through to level 6. When we were in the hospital, its flames did a great job. Although the dragon-blooded mad lion is a bit useless. What Shen Nao said seems to be correct. Fang Qingqing said softly. My Qinglong's combat power level is also level 6. And his racial level has also been upgraded to high extraordinary. Shen Hongxiu put his hands behind his back, took 2 steps forward, and said lightly, my Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast is already level 6. Its skill swallowing star ray can penetrate into the monster's internal organs. Everyone squinted their eyes and looked at Shin Hongxiu. When did your Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast break through to level 6? We really think we are idiots. But Shin Hong's face did not change. Her heart did not beat. And she looked at everyone calmly. Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing all thought that her beast control had really broken through to level 6. Chen Fan frowned. Summon the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast. And let me take a look. Shin Hongxiu pursed her lips and smiled. And whispered, Sifan, the map belongs to our Shin family. Shin Taoao wanted to speak, but she glared back. Fine. Shin Fan nodded and said, Then let's break into Area D. You've already come. How can you be content if you don't dig a few carts of mine and go back? Li Fingxing nodded sharply. Yes. Shin Taoao. What's the matter with you? Do you have a level 6 beast master? Li Fingxing's face turned red, and he was silent for a long time before saying, I can carry the packages for everyone. And you can leave all the chores to me. I guarantee it will be done properly. After an hour, the savage wild ape was taking Lin Mingfei towards the southwest. Lin Mingfei clasped her hands on her chest, her face as sinking as water. Suddenly, the smart watch on her wrist buzzed. Lin Mingfei looked down, suddenly showed a look of surprise, and answered the phone. A large screen was revealed directly in front of her. On the screen, Jin Qing was sitting on a piece of bluestone a little tired. Looking here, the armor on her body was also dirty and had cracks. Sister Qing, have you come out of the 5th secret realm? Did the operation go smoothly? It's okay. Thanks to Jinyu this time. Otherwise the whole army might have been wiped out. Ah, what happened to you? Let's not talk about my affairs. I asked you to ask Shin Fan about cultivating the beasts. How is it going? I called him as soon as I left the 5th secret realm, but I haven't been able to get through. As soon as he left the 5th secret realm, he called Shin Fan? Lin Mingfei pursed her lips. A little jealous? I don't know where Sister Qing's fault is. Why do you think so highly of that guy? Lin Mingfei said. You said you asked Shin Fan to cultivate Damon. Is that okay? What do you mean it's okay? Jin Qing frowned. Huh? Are you standing on Damon's shoulders now? Didn't you ask Damon to be nurtured by Shin Fan? I was in a hurry to enter the 5th secret realm before, and I didn't have time to make arrangements. I gave you such a good cultivation opportunity, but you took my words as farts. No. No. Lin Mingfei saw Jin Qing's face darken, and was so frightened that she waved her hands and said, I sent Damon to him before, but Lu Li and the others encountered trouble in a mission this time. So I found Shin Fan a few hours ago and asked Damon to come over. He was preparing to take Damon into the 2nd secret realm. This brat took your golden feather Heidonking to the secret realm last time, and almost caused Jinyu Heidonking to suffer a disaster. This time he actually brought my wild and violent ape into the secret realm. It's simply unreasonable. Jin Qing said with a sullen face. I can't get through his phone call. Is it because he has entered the 2nd secret realm? They wanted to take Damon into the secret realm, but you took Damon back? How can this be called robbery? Damon was originally my beast, Lin Mingfei said with great grievance. Sister Qing, were you deceived by that boy? Can he really breed beasts? I sent Damon to him for breeding, but this time I saw that Damon seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Lost a lot? You mean to say that Damon has changed significantly compared to before? Jin Qing was stunned for a moment. Lin Mingfei nodded. I've definitely lost a lot of weight. Don't I know my own beast control? Jin Qing's expression changed slightly. Did Shin Fan say anything to you? What did you say? Did he have the nerve to say anything to me? Lin Mingfei sneered and said, I was giving you face. I didn't scold him. I just said that my friend needed help. So I took the man away directly. If I didn't give you face, I would just slap him. Jin Qing sneered. Fortunately, you are not flat. If you defeat him, I will kick you out of the God of War Pioneer group. Lin Mingfei. She thought she heard wrongly. Sister Qing actually said such threatening words to her because of that boy? For an inexplicable boy, Sister Qing wants to kick out her, a hero of the God of War Pioneering group? How can this be? Jin Qing took a deep breath and said, Stop now. Communicate with Damon and check its skills. Lin Mingfei was stunned for a moment. Not understanding, Jin Qing said, You said that Damon has undergone obvious changes and become thinner. I suspect that Shin Fan has helped you break through the level of beast control to level 11. Lin Mingfei laughed dumbly. Sister Qing, do you really think that boy is a master of animal breeding? Damon is stuck at level 10. But it's been almost 2 years. Besides, it's only been a few days since I sent demand to him. Shut up. Jinqing was also a little crazy. Just do whatever I ask you to do. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Mingfei shrank in fear. She had no choice but to make Damon stop. Then closed her eyes slightly and started to communicate with Damon. After a while, Lin Mingfei suddenly opened her eyes. And her eyes were wide open. Then, the power of the wild and violent ape poured back into Lin Mingfei's body. When Damon broke through before, because he was far away from Lin Mingfei, the part of the power he fed back was compressed in his body and was not released. It wasn't until Lin Mingfei used her mind to communicate with Damon that it reacted. Happily told Lin Mingfei about her level breakthrough and released the power of feedback. Feeling the surging power that Damon fed back, Lin Mingfei was completely stunned. Seeing this scene, Jinqing on the screen smiled slightly. Did you break through? Has Damon broken through to level 11? Lin Mingfei nodded stiffly. I've really broken through to level 11. And I've awakened a skill. Deep Sea Vortex. Oh my god! It's only been a few days. How on earth did he do it? Jinqing sneered and said, Now! Do you still want to slap him? Lin Mingfei covered her face and sat down on Damon's shoulders. There are so many people in the God of War pioneering group. Sister Qin gave her such a good breeding opportunity and gave her the opportunity to make friends with a beast breeding master. She actually wanted to give him a slap just now. On the screen, Jinqing sighed slightly and said, Previously, the regiment decided to let your team attack Snake Island, the fourth secret realm of East China Sea City. With your team's configuration and current strength, it will be very difficult to attack the fourth secret realm of Snake Island. And I'm not sure when I can leave the fifth secret realm. That's why I contacted you in a hurry that day, giving you such a good opportunity and asking Shen Fan to help you cultivate Damon first. If Damon can break through to level 11, then with its current combat power, it can definitely kill level 13 monsters with ease. Even against a level 14 monster, it has the power to fight. You, young lady, should change your temper. Lin Mingfei raised her head. Her face flushed. Fine, Jinqing said. Fortunately, you didn't offend him. After he comes out of the second secret realm, you and I will go find him and apologize to him. Lin Mingfei lowered his head. I understand. Inside the dark cave, suddenly a moonstone rolled and released a soft light, completely illuminating the cave. Chen Fan, Yi Hao, and others all appeared. There are no monsters in the cave, but looking at the withered grass inside and the animal bones piled all over the ground, this is obviously a monster lair. There was a lot of mucus on the walls of the cave, which gave off a foul odor. Chen Fan took a stick in his left hand, dipped a little bit on it, looked at it, and then wiped it clean on the hay on the ground. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this left behind by fencing? Maid! Chen Fan stabbed Yi Hao with a stick. It's already disgusting enough, but you come here to make up for it. If you're even more disgusting, I'll put this mucus on your face. Shinado looked at Yi Hao with a bewildered smile. Sure enough, for a quiet and beautiful man like me, nothing happens. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at Shin Tao Tao. On your map, it says that there is a fire demon stone mine in this cave? Where exactly is it? We walked all the way in and didn't find it. Shin Tao Tao smiled slightly, nodded towards Shin Fan, and continued to look like a quiet and handsome man. Shin Fan was furious and hit Shin Tao Tao on the head with the stick in his hand. Let me ask you a question. What do you mean when you keep grinning at me? Shin Tao Tao hurriedly took out the map and said, The map says that there is the lair of a three-tailed fire fox, and the fire demon stone mine is at the end of the cave. Fang Qingqing looked around and said, This is the end of the cave. Li Fingxing was carrying several big bags and sat on a big rock. He panted and said, I didn't see anything unusual here. Isn't the fire demon stone mine all red? It should be easy to find, but I've never seen this kind of stone. In addition, the fire demon stone has abundant fire attribute star power. Let Yi Hao summon the holy moon morning glory, and you should know it after sensing it. This guy was finally able to say something normal. Shin Hongxiu glanced at Li Fingxing. This glance didn't matter. Shin Hongxiu was suddenly stunned for a moment. Looking from her position, she discovered that a fiery red patch the size of a thumb was exposed at the bottom of the big rock under Li Fingxing's butt. It's just that because Li Fingxing blocks it, and the light of the moonstone is not very bright, it is very difficult to find. Shin Hongxiu walked towards Li Feng with wide eyes. Did I say something wrong again just now? Li Fingxing blinked. Get off! Shin Hongxiu pulled Li Fingxing away, and then pointed the long sword in her hand at the big stone with a slight clatter. Zitsizi! A string of flames burst out. A fiery red line appeared in front of everyone. Fire demon stone! Qin Fan and Yi Hao's eyes widened at the same time. Everyone took action immediately and scraped off all the moss and mucus on the stone. The fire demon stone is 1 meter and a half long and 1 meter wide. Even Qin Fan's eyes widened. Yi Hao had said before that a fire demon stone the size of an egg could be sold for 2 million alliance coins. Such a big piece. How much is it worth? Shen Tao glared at Li Fengxing. You just sat on the fire demon stone. Did you find it long ago and want to take it all to yourself? Li Fengxing's face immediately changed. I didn't know this was the fire demon stone. I'm just tired and want to rest. Yi Hao also said. If he wanted to monopolize it, he wouldn't have asked me to summon Hua Hua to sense it. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Fan stopped the two of them from arguing. Pack up the things first, and then leave here. I don't know if the three-tailed fire fox is level 9. It would be very troublesome to fight in a place like this. Yi Hao immediately took out a bag from the package and filled it with the fire demon stone. He originally wanted to hand the bag to Li Fengxing, but after taking a look at the large and small bags behind Li Fengxing, he had no choice but to carry it on his shoulders. At this time, a low roar came from outside the cave. Oops! Qin Fan was startled. It must be that three-tailed fire fox is back. Quick! Get out first! A group of people immediately rushed out of the cave. While rushing out, Qin Fan had already summoned Xiaobai and the others. But the cave was too small, and Chu Xian and the others did not summon the dark-blooded stone man, dragon-blooded mad lion and other beasts. Ouch! A howl sounded from the front. In the darkness, I saw a pair of eyes like flames, staring at everyone. Blocked? Back off! Qin Fan shouted loudly. It's a level 9 three-tailed fire fox! The hearts of Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge suddenly sank. Chu Xian's figure swayed, and he stood side by side with Qin Fan. Beside, Xiaobai and Gongzi bared their teeth. The black iron dragon turtle behind them immediately began to put on black iron armor for everyone. But not all the black iron armor has been put on yet. The three-tailed fire fox in front opened its mouth and spit out a mouthful of flames. There is no way to hide in the cave. Chapter 144. Kill a level 9 monster with 1 knife. And meet 4 mysterious women again. When an enemy encounters him, he may say a few words. But monsters are monsters. The three-tailed fire fox found out that its nest was invaded. Without hesitation, it launched an attack. Where can I hide in a cave? Qin Fan shouted loudly, crossed his hands, and opened the 2 shields. But Jade is still behind, and there is no time to rush to the front and spray out the storm. Even if Jade arrives, the storm may not be able to block the skills of level 9 monsters. The critical moment, Henry Chu suddenly took a step forward, and the cloak on his body flew out like a red storm. Call! The red cloak swelled up in the wind, sealing the cave entrance instantly. On the other side of the cloak, the fire exploded, and the cloak swelled up as if driven by the strong wind. A flame from the three-tailed fire fox was actually blocked by Henry Chu's cloak. 3 seconds later, Henry Chu snorted, retracted his cloak, turned pale, and stepped back repeatedly, only to be supported by Yi Hao from behind. Boom! Almost at the moment when Henry Chu withdrew his cloak and retreated, the long sword in Qin Fan's hand flashed, and the ground beneath his feet exploded. His whole body flew out like a missile, slashing down towards the three-tailed fire fox. See a fan! Uncle Master! Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge from behind exclaimed at the same time. Yi Hao placed Chu Xian in front of Fang Qingqing, holding the axe and wanting to rush forward. Xiao Hei! Qin Fan shouted. The little black wings fluttered, flew up suddenly, hit the stone above the cave with a bang, and fell down. Call! The three-tailed fire fox's eyes flashed with a stern look, and it opened its mouth toward Qin Fan and spit out a stream of flames. This flame is not as wide as the previous flame. However, it is more condensed, like a red iron pillar. Brush! Xiao Hei slipped at the critical moment, but Qin Fan had no way out. A dazzling light of thunder and lightning burst out from his long sword, and he slashed down with the sword. After breaking through the pillar of fire, he split the body of the three-tailed fire fox into 2 halves. Amid the screams, blood was thrown away. Bang! The 2 halves of the three-tailed fire fox's body fell to the ground, and Qin Fan, like Henry Chu, was breathing heavily. Inside the cave, there was silence. A level 9 monster was killed so easily. The eyes of Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge were full of disbelief. At this time, the long knife in Qin Fan's hand was still surrounded by electric snakes, blooming with dazzling light. The eerie silence lasted for a moment. Xiao Bai suddenly rushed out with a thunderbolt and held down Xiao He on the ground. His little claws crackled and hit Xiao He, making Xiao He scream strangely. Chen Fan shouted its name just now because he wanted it to use spiritual spikes to interrupt or interfere with the three-tailed fire fox's skill. As a result, after the idiot flew up, he hit the rocks above and almost fainted. Okay. Stop fighting. There are so many dark caves here. It's not Xiao Hei's fault. Chen Fan stopped Xiao Bai from continuing to beat Xiao He. Xiao He burst into tears. Master still understands me. Everyone smiled. Chen Fan took 2 steps forward, dug out the crystal core of the three-tailed fire fox, wiped it clean with a towel, and said loudly, "Oh, it turns out it's not a level 9 monster, but a level 7 monster." As he spoke, he put the crystal core of the three-tailed fire fox into his pocket. Shen Hongxiu, who came up from behind, snatched the crystal core from his hand. "You are crazy! That's a level 9 monster. Why are you taking such a risk?" Yi Hao and the others behind him took a closer look. The shining crystal core in Shen Hongxiu's hand clearly has 9 clear lines. The pupils of Bai Rouge and Fang Qingqing suddenly shrank. What a level 9 monster! Chen Fan killed the level 9 monster with 1 strike. At this time, Henry Chu looked pale and said, "Have you broken through to the 2nd level?" Everyone was shocked again. Chen Fan grinned and said, "You were allowed to break through the night before yesterday, but I'm not allowed to break through. In the 2nd level realm, with a high-level mysterious weapon bought for more than 100 million yuan, I killed a level 9 three-tailed fire fox with a weak defense. Is it strange? What are you looking at?" Bai Rouge came over and said, "Uncle, you are taking too many risks." Everyone nodded. "Not an adventure." Chen Fan shook his head and said, "I am wearing this kind of armor, and there are 2 layers of armor from Gongzi and Dragon Turtle. The flames of the three-tailed fire fox cannot break through my defense. If a level 9 monster can break through my defense, then I will suffer a big loss if I buy this armor." Everyone subconsciously glanced at the armor on Chen Fan. I saw that the 2 pairs of armors of Gongzi and the black iron dragon turtle were mostly melted by the flames of the three-tailed fire fox. But in the end, the armor on Chen Fan blocked all the remaining power of the flames. There wasn't even a trace of burns on the armor. If it were anyone else, without this kind of armor, even if he could split the three-tailed fire fox with 1 knife, he would probably be burned to ashes. After all, the 2 armors of Gongzi and the black iron dragon turtle couldn't block the flames. Later, Fang Qingqing whispered, "When I go back, I will also use the remaining money to buy a powerful suit of armor." The defensive power of the armor she currently wears is quite good, but compared with armor like Chen Fan, it is still several levels behind. If it was her who had just taken action, then even if she was not dead, she would still be seriously injured. Chen Fan raised his hand, glanced at the long knife in his hand, flicked his fingers on the blade, and said calmly, "Sealing Heaven armor. Sky-breaking demon sword. You deserve it. Sealing Heaven armor. Sky-breaking demonic sword?" Li Fengxing was stunned for a moment. "Brother Fan, how come the armor and sword you bought have such a middle-class name? The name given by this merchant is too weird." "Right." Shen Hongxiu laughed dumbly. Chen Fan said with a dark face, "I did it myself." Li Fengxing fell silent. Immediately, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Wow! Feng Tian! Duan Tian! What a domineering name!" Chen Fan was furious, raised his foot, and kicked Li Fengxing away. Shen Hongxiu laughed so hard that her branches trembled. Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge also burst into laughter. Henry Chu remained expressionless. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao tried their best to endure it, suppressing their blushes. Li Fengxing touched his belly and walked back with a resentful look in his eyes. Neither does sarcasm. Not even praise. It's so hard to be a human being. Shen Taoao kicked Li Fengxing. Li Fengxing was confused. "Why are you kicking me again?" Shen Taoao sneered and said, "Didn't you ask Brother Fan to get a big box and put the armor away? Didn't you ask him to put on the armor after he encounters the monster? If Brother Fan listens to you, I didn't even have time to put on the armor, and I was burned to death." Li Fengxing shook his head. "Not necessarily. After the flames burned through Gongzi's armor, it was possible that it only burned Brother Fan half to death, but not necessarily completely." Ma duh. These 2 idiots. Chen Fan's face suddenly elongated, seeing that Chen Fan was about to go berserk. Bai Rouge came up and kicked Li Fengxing and Shen Taoao. "Can you speak? Can you speak? If you can't speak, shut up." Shen Taoao sighed. "Oh, I forgot again. I should be a handsome man quietly." Everyone. Yihao smiled and said, Brother Fan's sword is so powerful. I feel like it can kill a level 10 monster. Fong Qingqing and others nodded at the same time. You're overthinking it. Chen Fan sighed and said, If you put a level 10 monster there and let me chop it, I can indeed chop it to death with one blow. When I was in the first secret realm, the Ring Mountain, I had not yet broken through to the second level, and I had killed a second level, third level, Heavenly Beast Master. But a monster of this level is extremely fast. It's not that easy to cut it down. Like the three-tailed fire fox just now, I only had the right time and place to kill it. If you don't have this armor on you, you will either be burned to death by it or be slapped to death by its claws. Everyone nodded. Indeed, the three-tailed fire fox was relatively large, unable to dodge on both sides of the cave, and retreating would be troublesome. Of course, maybe the monster didn't want to retreat or dodge at all. Chen Fan turned to look at Henry Chu. Are you selling this cloak? Everyone. Henry Chu said expressionlessly. I won't sell it. Chen Fan nodded. How much? Henry Chu glanced sideways at Chen Fan and was too lazy to speak. Bai Rouge said with a smile. Uncle, please don't think about his cloak. That cloak was left to the Chu family by his second uncle Chu Qingcheng. It should not be found in the entire Tang Kingdom, let alone our Donghai city. This is the second one. It means that his cultivation level is still too weak to activate this cloak. Otherwise, Chen Fan was stunned. Chu Qingcheng. Is Chu Xian's second uncle? Yeah. You don't know? Bai Rouge raised his eyebrows. At this time, Li Fengxing suddenly said, Xian Chu's cloak is so powerful. He actually wears this cloak every day and swaggers through the market. I personally suggest that it is better to put it away, in case someone is interested. He will kill someone and seize the treasure. These idiots are here again. Chen Fan and everyone else had a headache. Bai Rouge sighed and said, This cloak has long been recognized by Henry Chu as the master, and it can't be used by others if it is snatched away. Besides, does anyone in this world really dare to rob Chu Qingqing's things? Chen Fan touched his chin. I have heard the name Chu Qingcheng many times, and the more I hear it, the more powerful it becomes. Are they all this strong? Suddenly, Li Fengxing coughed lightly and said, Well, is it really okay for us to stay in the monster's lair and chat like this? What if there is a monster? There is your sister? Shen Dao said angrily. This is the lair of the three-tailed fire fox. The three-tailed fire fox was all killed by Brother Fan. It is much safer here than outside. Li Fengxing blinked. What if a group of three-tailed fire foxes live here? Yihao couldn't bear it anymore. Three-tailed fire foxes are not gregarious monsters, and there cannot be a group of them. Li Fengxing. What if the three-tailed fire fox is a male and a female, and then the male comes back later? Shen Taotao became even more angry. How do you know the dead one is a female? Can it be a male? Li Fengxing. My intuition tells me that the one who was hacked to death just now is the female. Everyone. Chen Fan. You two bastards. I'm really ashamed to be with you. Yihao sighed and said helplessly, Even if there is still a male, wouldn't Brother Fan be able to do it with just one more chop? If you encounter a level 9 monster outside, he may not be able to hit it with a hit. When you get to the cave, the monster won't have anywhere to hide, so it will be finished with one strike. Shut up. Everyone. Put the three-tailed fire fox corpse on it and leave. Chen Fan waved his hand. Gongzi. Dragon Turtle. Add another armor to me. Gongzi and the Black Iron Dragon Turtle came over immediately and added armor to Chen Fan. Whether it is armor or other skills, there is a time limit. After breaking through to level 6, the armors of Gongzi and Black Iron Dragon Turtle can last for about 7 minutes on Chen Fan and others. However, Chen Fan's double-layered armor had just been burned with a big hole by the flames of the three-tailed fire fox, so he had to add it again. Chi. Jade jumped suddenly and landed on Chen Fan's head. The three-tailed fire fox had just breathed out flames, and Jade was lying on the back of the Black Iron Dragon Turtle, so it felt a little uncomfortable because it didn't rush forward immediately. This time, it was determined to lie on Chen Fan's head and was unwilling to come down. Only in this way can it help Chen Fan immediately when he encounters a crisis. Chen Fan felt Jade's apology, smiled and patted it gently. Xiaobai and Lao Yuan walked to the left and right sides of Chen Fan respectively. Looking cautious, Li Fengxing and Shen Taoao stepped forward, took out a bag, and put the bloody corpse of the three-tailed fire fox into it. The bags they brought are made of special materials, which are flexible and very strong. Even if you drag it on the ground for a long distance, you won't be afraid of getting worn out. But before reaching the entrance of the cave, Li Fingxing ran to Chen Fan again carrying large and small bags. Li Fingxing. Brother Fan, how did you tell that the three-tailed fire fox was level 9? This guy doesn't seem that stupid after all. Before Chen Fan could speak, Shen Daotao explained. That's because Brother Fan opened his eyes. Li Fingxing was stunned for a moment. Heavenly Eye? Shen Daotao nodded. Well, Brother Fan has taught me, but I haven't succeeded in practicing it yet. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing are behind. Yi Hao chased after him and touched Li Fingxing. Give me 50,000 alliance coins, and I will teach you the spell of the Sky Eye. Li Fingxing frowned. So expensive? Shen Daotao was very depressed. Maida, this bastard Yi Hao can think of such things. Why didn't I think of it? Yi Hao sneered and said, 50,000 alliance coins are still expensive. This is the eye of the sky. Think about it for yourself. How powerful is it to be able to see through invisible monsters and see the monster's level? Is it expensive? Brother Fan paid 100,000 alliance coins when he taught me. Chen Fan. Okay. Li Fingxing gritted his teeth. But I have no money now. Yi Hao waved his hand and said, It's okay. Don't you have money when you go out this time? Remember to give it to me after you go out. I'm a man. If you don't give it, I'll beat you to death. Li Fingxing patted his chest. Don't worry. Li Fingxing, will stick to my word. Everyone. Is it so easy to make money now? Get 50,000 alliance coins in one sentence? Yi Hao must be more careful with him next time. Yi Hao took a deep look at Li Fingxing and said with a serious expression, I will teach you the spell now. But whether you can practice it or not depends entirely on your own luck. Do you understand? Li Fingxing nodded. I know that there are some peerless skills that some people will never be able to practice in their lifetime. I understand. Everyone. This is too easy to fool. Yi Hao took a step forward, pointed his hands together like swords, put them in front of his eyes, then pulled them outward, and shouted loudly. Heaven's Dao Qian, Earth's Law and Kuan. Gods and demons are divided into two realms. Open your eyes and see your true body. Li Fingxing muttered a few words silently. No more. Is it that simple? Easy? Yi Hao sneered and said, I've been practicing for almost a month, and I haven't even touched the threshold yet. Is it easy? Brother Fan has been practicing since he was sensible. He practices while eating and sleeping. It took more than 10 years of practice before he mastered it. Don't you know that Brother Fan met the killer at the gate of the Beast Breeders Association a few days ago? But he was discovered by the killer before he made a move, and was finally caught by the masters of the Beast Breeders Association. Think about it. Brother Fan has already opened his heavenly eyes, and he is still practicing. He can't even walk out of the Breeder Association's gate without using his heavenly eye, so that it can become more sophisticated and powerful. Henry Chu blinked and turned to ask Chen Fan. You don't even have to use your heavenly eye when you leave the gate of the Beast Breeding Masters Association? Chen Fan. Of course you didn't listen to what Housie said. I have to practice when I eat, when I go to the toilet, and when I sleep. What if there is a ghost causing trouble while I'm sleeping? Chu Xian. Li Fingxing nodded excitedly. I understand. I will work hard to practice. On the side, Shen Daotao sighed a little depressed. Oh, here comes another competitor. It seems that I have to work harder to cultivate the heavenly eye. This guy really cooperated with Yi Hao, so he smiled and narrowed his eyes. Chen Fan grabbed Yi Hao's shoulders and whispered, Give me half. Shen Hongxiu rolled her eyes and covered her face with her hands. Before, only Shen Nadeo believed it. But now Li Feng said, Okay. The IQs of these guys are lower than each other. The future of this kind of team is worrying. Li Fingxing suddenly said, But Brother Fan didn't recite this spell just now. Yi Hao Feng Qingyun said calmly. Oh, he recited it in his mind. I recited it out because it felt more powerful this way. Li Fingxing nodded. I understand. But it was a bit strange. He always felt that he had heard this spell somewhere before, and it felt strangely familiar. Bai Rouge walked up to Chen Fan and whispered, Uncle Master, is this spell really effective? Can you open that kind of celestial eye? Chen Fan glanced at Bai Rouge silently. He felt that his niece's IQ score should be lowered by half. Is this really senior brother Bai Baiyu's daughter? Bai Rouge, the daughter of the Lord of Donghai City? Will someone take away his body? There is also something wrong with the IQ of the person who took the body. When Bai Rouge saw Chen Fan's strange eyes, he immediately reacted. His face turned red. And then he turned around and looked at Yi Hao fiercely. Yi Hao turned around and pretended not to see him. The group quickened their pace. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the cave, Li Fingxing suddenly put down his large and small bags. then stepped forward and shouted, "The laws of heaven are dry, and the laws of earth are kuan." Bang! Before he could finish his words, Bairuch kicked him in the butt, causing him to fall to pieces. The corners of Shin Taodao's mouth raised slightly from behind. When I customized the armor, I strengthened the position of protecting the buttocks a lot. As smart as I am indeed foresight. No, although that position is invulnerable to water and fire. But if you get kicked like this, you will still be thrown into the mud. Then what should we do? Shin Taodao's eyes lit up. As long as I hid behind them, I wouldn't fall for this trick. Thinking of this, Shin Taodao took a few steps back and stood at the back. Shin Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing were confused. Go to the next mineral point on the map. Chun Fan waved his hand and couldn't help but glance at the fire demon stone that Li Fingxing was carrying on his shoulders. Such a big piece. Yi Hao couldn't help but said, "If the fire demon stones found later are all this big, they will be developed." Shin Taodao shook his head and said, "How is that possible? The ore in each mine point must be large and small. Maybe the next mine point will only be the size of an egg." The expressions of Chun Fan and others changed, and a bad feeling arose in their hearts. The second mining site is under a cliff. There are 5 level 8 thorn predators near the cliff. These thorn predators have 4 blade-like legs and run very fast. But their skills are relatively simple, mainly physical skills such as biting, horn stabbing, and knife slashing. The 8 people hid behind the pile of rocks and observed. Chun Fan began to give orders. Old Ape and Xiao Bai will go over quietly first. Xiao Bai should not use the thunder armor. The thunder armor will destroy the shadow sky. After receiving my order to attack, the old ape first turned one into a frog, and then attacked the one sleeping on the stone. Xiao Bai deals with the one chewing the bark under the big tree. Xian Chu, you and Yi Hao join forces to deal with the bigger one by the stream. Leave the one in the middle to me and Xiao Hei. Why didn't I? Gongzi was stunned for a moment and tapped Chun Fan's foot lightly with his little paw. Chun Fan said with a smile, "You have to add magic crystal armor to us all. It will consume a lot of money, and this kind of enemy is too weak. There is no need for you to play." Xiao Heifei came down and said, "You blind man. Obey the orders obediently." Gongzi was furious and bared his teeth at Xiao Hei. If it wasn't afraid of being exposed, it might just rush up and bite Xiao Hei. Fang Qingqing looked slightly red and said, "We can also help." Shin Hongxiu glanced sideways at Fang Qingqing and said, "That is a level 8 thorn predator. Although it has no magic skills, its body is very hard. It is impossible for us beast masters to defeat it. If we can fight, some of the beasts will probably be seriously injured." Bairuch said in a deep voice, "Listen to my uncle's arrangements. We will guard the perimeter and conserve our strength." Li Fingxing said, "Don't worry. Brother Fan is a level 9 beast master, and Chu Xian and Yi Hao are level 8 beast masters. It's no problem." Chun Fan and Chu Xian all turned their heads and looked at Li Fingxing silently. Li Fingxing was startled and lowered his head timidly. Bairuch covered his face and said, "You can say that their strength is equivalent to some kind of beast control. Why do you say yes?" Li Fingxing felt aggrieved. That's what the teaching director of Ares Academy said back then. Yi Hao was angry. "Then the dean asks you to eat shit. Will you go?" Li Fingxing shook his head. "Of course I won't go. He is not the dean of our college. Why should I listen to him?" Everyone. Chun Fan lowered his voice and said, "Get ready to take action. Stop talking nonsense to him. If you keep talking to him, I feel like my IQ has been pulled down by him." At that moment, after Gongzi and the Black Iron Dragon Turtle added armor to Chun Fan and Lao Yuan, Lao Yuan used the Shadow Canopy to quietly reach the 5 thorn predators. With Xiao Bai, Chun Fan and Chu Xian also began to secretly build momentum. After a few breaths, Chun Fan made a gesture, and he, Chu Xian, and Yi Hao stood up and jumped out of the pile of rocks at the same time. Almost as soon as the 3 of them jumped out, one of the 5 thorn predators turned into a big frog with a croak. Call. The old ape appeared behind a sleeping thorn predator, grabbing it with his right claw like a whirlwind. Laugh. The head of the thorn predator was cut off and thrown away. At the same time, Xiao Bai flashed with lightning and flew past the thorn predator under the big tree. The light of the thunder blade flashed, and the neck of the thorn predator was cut off with a single slash. On this side, 2 thorn predators rushed towards Chun Fan and Chu Xian respectively. Chun Fan relied on the strong defense of his armor and stepped forward without even hiding. The little black in the air, a mental spike, hit the thorn predator. The thorn predator let out a scream and fell down. Chun Fan slashed down with his sword and easily split it into 2 halves. Seeing this, Henry Chu and Yi Hao next to them, not wanting to fall behind others, raised their speed at the same time. Brush. The light of the sword and the light of the axe flashed at the same time. The relatively large thorn predator was chopped into several sections before it had time to react. On the field, only the big frog was left. The time to transform into a frog is 7 seconds. The remaining 4 thorn predators were killed in no more than a few seconds. Old Ape, let me come. Yi Hao, who was eager to take credit, took a step forward, jumped into the air, grabbed the axe and struck the big frog with the axe. In the flash of light, the big frog transformed into a thorn predator. The head of the thorn predator was split open by the violent force of the axe, and he died on the spot. When nest. In the pile of rocks behind, Li Fengxing's eyes were full of disbelief. When did Yi Hao become so strong? Can he kill a level 8 monster with one axe? Nonsense, Shen Taotao said. His axe is only 2 levels worse than Brother Fan's demon sky-breaking sword. It should be a low-grade Xian weapon. Right? If a low-grade Xian weapon kills a level 8 monster, that's enough. What? Li Fengxing almost wanted to cry. On the day he was beaten in the hospital, he took the subway back to school. And then the crying demon incident happened in the hospital. Later, Qin Fan and Yi Hao became heroes of Dahai City and received rewards from the City Lord's palace. Grandmaster Yun Songhai also bought the captured crying demon and gave them a huge sum of money. Li Fengxing thought about that day. He was beaten up and his aunt took a photo on the subway and posted it on WeChat Moments. However, these guys got hundreds of millions and ended up buying weapons and armor. Why is human destiny so big? Later, I finally got 1 million from my family. And when Chu Xian and Shangwan Xinglong were competing, they lost completely. Thinking of these things, Li Fengxing felt sad. While Li Fengxing was recalling the tragic past, Qin Fan had already found the Fire Demon Stone Mine based on the map. The Fire Demon Stone Mine is located in a depression below the cliff, covered by a sharp blue stone more than 3 meters long. How did the guy who made the map find such a secret place? When Qin Fan and Chu Xian found the ore, only a fiery red color the size of a copper coin was exposed on the ore. But the stone is quite big, about 2 feet long. Call! Qin Fan let out a heavy breath. Fortunately, Shen Naoto's crow's mouth didn't hit the mark this time. After Qin Fan struck the ore twice with his long knife, he switched the long knife to his left hand and slapped it down with his right hand. Bang! The 2-foot-long stone broke apart and fell to the ground. The broken area is gray and black. This Fire Demon Stone Mine is indeed not very big and does not extend to the cliff. Qin Fan walked out holding the stone. Outside, Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing had dug out the crystal core of the thorn predator. But they confiscated the body of the thorn predator. This kind of monster belongs to the rock type, and its meat is very unpalatable. One bite feels like biting a stone. Neither humans nor beasts like it, although it is already level 8. Its corpse is only suitable for making some special materials, and its value is not particularly high. Bang! Qin Fan placed the ore in his hand on the open space among the rocks. Then he took out a hammer from the package and began to pound the ore. Yi Hao said, "This piece of ore is far not as big as the one in the three-tailed fire fox cave before, but it is not small." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fan's hammer knocked down a stone. The stone that was knocked down was gray and black. Qin Fan frowned and knocked faster and faster. But after he finished knocking, everyone present was stunned. A 2-foot-long piece of ore is covered entirely with blue stone. Only the fiery red piece I saw before is the Fire Demon Stone. Only as big as an egg. Qin Fan and Henry Chu both widened their eyes, and then looked at Shen Naoto silently. What the HL? I was really struck by the crow's mouth. Shen Hongxiu and others also looked at Shen Taotao fiercely. Under the murderous gazes of everyone, Shen Taotao knelt down holding his head. I just said it might be the size of an egg. I didn't say it would definitely be the size of an egg. I'm not a god. Qin Fan looked at Shen Taotao, then at the egg-sized Fire Demon Stone in his hand, and was speechless for a while. I always feel like fate is playing a joke on me. Shen Naoto. That's the joke, Qin Fan said with a dark face. Everyone should pay attention to him from now on, and don't let him talk nonsense. Yi Hao and Henry Chu nodded silently. Sudden, 4 vigorous figures, like shadow cheetahs, landed on the hillside in front of the pile of rocks. 4 strange women wearing battle armor. Who? Shen Hongxiu saw it first, and immediately unsheathed his sword. Qin Fan and Chu Xian also quickly stood up. A group of people slowly dispersed to both sides. One by one, The imperial beasts also spread out and were ready. Lao Yuan, on the other hand, directly used the shadow canopy to disappear without a trace with Xiao Bai. Chen Fan walked to the front with a long knife in hand and tilted his head. Who are you guys? I saw one of the 4 women. After taking a look at the corpse of the thorn predator, not far behind everyone, he bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, I want a dog-fried horse, good morning. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Although I don't understand the language, it is so familiar. Shen Hongxiu from behind immediately said, It seems like he is from Yang country? Everyone's expressions changed, and they became more cautious. Gongzi and the Black Iron Dragon Turtle began to put on armor for everyone again. In the secret realm, even the people of Dahai City must be careful. Not to mention people from the Yang Kingdom? People from Yang Kingdom? Chen Fan suddenly understood. His face straightened and he said, I'm crying. You can dig it together, Lo. Everyone behind was surprised. Chen Fan actually knows the Yang language? Chen Fan took a step forward and said in a low voice, Where can I dig potatoes? For people from Yang Kingdom. Chen Fan. Potatoes? Go dig them in the suburbs. For people from Yang Kingdom. Shen Hongxiu blinked. Xiao Fan seems to be quite fluent in the Yang language. Yi Hao nodded, with a look of admiration in his eyes. I've watched countless movies, and I just learned a few words hissed. How many movies does Brother Fan have to watch? Shen Nato and Li Fingxing looked at each other and smiled extremely obscenely. Shen Hongxiu and others. Shen Fan continued. Can you dig a sack? For people from Yang Kingdom. Chen Fan. 1 sack at a time. The Yang Kingdom woman couldn't bear it any longer and spoke the Tang language. Hello. I'm Chiyoko from Yang Kingdom. You'd better speak Tangwen. We can understand Tangwen. Chen Fan. Damn. I'm talking about Tangwen. Clear articulation. Standard Tangwen. Owner. Chen Fan sneered. It's terrible to be uneducated. It seems that I have to communicate with you in your Yang language. The end of the Aligato dog died, thank you. How many floors does a bag of rice cost? Feel the pain. A bag of rice has to endure the 2nd floor. Think about the pain. A bag of rice has to be given too much. Just accept the pain. A bag of rice is for me to wash. Understand the pain. I have washed so much mud in a bag of rice. Don't understand. People who are in pain. And those piles of black tiles and rubbish. It is impossible to understand true peace. You have mud in your mouth. Start now. Who will give you a bag of rice? Let the world feel the pain. Okay. Add water. Shinra Tenjung. Note. How many floors can a bag of rice resist? These were the words Pain Tiandao said when he attacked Konoha. The 3 people behind Chiyoko were all messed up in the wind. Chiyoko was the only one who said with a smile on her face, I didn't expect that Shen Fanjun remembered Pain Tiandao's lines so clearly. Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. Do you know me? Chiyoko smiled slightly and said, We have been in Donghai City for more than half a month. So naturally we have heard of Chen Fanjun. Behind? Shen Hongxiu said coldly. Why do people from the Yang Kingdom appear in the 2nd secret realm of Donghai City? Chiyoko saluted Shen Hongxiu and said, We are sophomore students at the Magic University of Military Affairs and exchange students at the Yonghua Kyoto University of Military Arts. The 4 of us are star warriors. Please rest assured that when we enter the secret realm, we have gone through legal procedures and obtained authorization. Sophomore student at Mado Martial Arts University. Shen Hongxiu and others' expressions moved slightly. As sophomore students, these 4 are most likely already at the 2nd level or above. For 2nd level realms. If these 4 people are from the Tang dynasty, there is nothing to say. But they are not. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Hit every dog. What's going on? Chiyoko said with a smile. We came to the 2nd secret realm of Dahai City. We were going to the Misty Swamp in Area D of the 2nd secret realm to kill a level 12 ghost-faced monitor lizard. I didn't expect to run into you here. Chen Fan nodded. All dogs are beaten, so that's the case. Chiyoko 4 people. People behind. Chiyoko was silent for a moment, and then said, After we came to Donghai City, we heard about Chen Fanjun's name. I wonder if Chen Fanjun is willing to help us kill the level 12 ghost-faced monitor lizard. Hitting girls? No. Chen Fan flatly refused. Chiyoko glanced at Chen Fan's armor and the long sword in his hand, and said softly, Chen Fanjun's sword shines with thunderous light. Even though I am so far away, I can feel the power of destruction. I believe that with Chen Fanjun's strength, this knife is enough to kill a level 12 grimace lizard. Li Feng walked behind Chen Fan and whispered, Brother Fan, they seem to be eyeing your sword and the armor on your body. Chen Fan. Bai Rouge, who was behind, rushed over in 2 steps, and slapped Li Fingxing to the ground. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in the Grimace Monitor Lizard. It's not that I'm not interested. It's that I simply can't beat him. Am I so crazy that I want to fight level 12 monsters with you? I can fight. What about my partner? Chen Fan looked at Chiyoko with a half smile. Chiyoko lowered her head and saluted. Excuse me. She lowered her head and took a few steps back, leading the 3 people behind her away quickly like ghosts. As soon as they left, Shen Hongxiu came over and said, When you were talking to them just now, there was a person behind who kept looking at us with a bad look. And that Chiyoko smiled like the spring breeze from beginning to end. And the city was extremely deep. We have to be careful. Yeah. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Bai Rouge is the daughter of the city lord. And the following group of people are all children of the great families in Dahai City. Who dares to touch these people in Dahai City? And there is no conflict of interests. However, people from the Yang Kingdom, Chen Fan said in a deep voice. Be careful, and you won't make a big mistake. Everyone, cheer up. Howsy. Summon the holy moon morning glory, and let it walk with the dark blood stone man. Pay more attention to the surroundings. Okay. Yi Hao nodded and summoned the holy moon morning glory. Then, Chen Fan looked at Li Fingxing with a dark face, and said a little helplessly, with such an IQ, why can I sign a contract with 3 beast masters? Li Fingxing was beaten, and did not dare to speak. Shen Taodao said, Brother Fan, the talent of beast control has nothing to do with IQ. Some people who cannot graduate from elementary school can awaken the talent of beast control. Some people do not awaken the talent of beast control after they study for PhD. Sometimes, the lower the IQ, the more likely you are to sign a contract. More beast masters. As he was talking, he noticed Xiaobai and Gongzi around Chen Fan, and suddenly fell silent. Chen Fan looked at Shen Hongxiu. Can I beat him? Shen Hongxiu touched his forehead. Beat him. If he is killed, I will bury him for you. Shen Taotao hurriedly ran to the back. Chen Fan ignored Shen Taotao, took out the map, and began to check the mineral spots of the Fire Demon Stone Mine. There are 2 circles on the map. One is the territory of the Demon Wolf, and the other is the territory of the Thorn Predator. The Fire Demon Stone Mine is located in the public area where these 2 circles intersect. The nearest mining site is a cave 5 miles away. It's a cave again! Chen Fan also had a headache. As the saying goes, when you encounter a pool, don't enter it. When you encounter a hole, don't dig into it. This is mainly to tell everyone that many deep pools and caves are usually places where monsters are entrenched. In that kind of place, whether you are a beast master or a star warrior, you will be greatly restricted. Whether it is a powerful skill or a powerful magic weapon, it is difficult to use it. Therefore, it is best not to drill randomly unless absolutely necessary. He encountered a 3-tailed fire fox in the cave before. Although Chen Fan finally took advantage of the terrain and killed it with 1 strike, it was thanks to Henry Chu's cloak in the first place. Without that cloak, the flame storm of the 3-tailed fire fox swept forward. Even if Chen Fan and Yi Hao had strong armors to defend themselves, the following people would probably be burned half to death. In that kind of terrain, there is no place to hide. Be safe. Kill the monster first this time. Chen Fan nodded secretly. At this moment, Li Fingxing suddenly said to himself, Isn't Area D of the 2nd Secret Realm the territory of the Demon Wolf and the Thorn Predator? In these 2 territories, the highest level monsters are basically only level 9 level. Why do level 12 monsters appear? Chen Fan and others were shocked. A very simple thing. They had missed it all before. Everyone looked at Li Fingxing silently. Li Fingxing thought he had made a mistake and immediately shrank his head. Bai Rouge reached out and knocked Li Fingxing on the head. You were right this time. As she said that, she turned to look at Chen Fan and said, When he said this, I also remembered that the highest level monster in Area D is indeed level 9. And I remember that the Misty Swamp was very small. There were only some 7 or 8 level bloodthirsty monitor lizards in it. Because these bloodthirsty monitor lizards are relatively low level, they dare not leave the Misty Swamp to compete with the demon wolves and thorn predators. Why did Chiyoko say that there was a level 12 grimace monitor lizard inside? If there are really level 12 monsters in the Misty Swamp, why don't even our 3 major pioneer groups in Dahai City know about it? And Chiyoko and the others who came from the Demon City already knew about it. Shen Taotao nodded slightly and said mysteriously, Maybe? Shut up. Everyone said in unison, scolding Shen Taotao. Shen Taotao, I'm so sad that I can't even speak to anyone. Am I really that terrible? If I were so terrible, I would curse my enemies for not having Zyajiji. Then I would not be invincible. These frightened birds were all frightened by me. In fact, I was also frightened. I'd better be a quiet and beautiful man. Silently looking at the sky, Chen Fan stood up and said, "Places like the secret realm are inherently weird, so you don't need to think too much about it. Just be careful. Let's go to the third mineral point. I hope there will be a surprise. Xiao Hei, you and the Desert Wind Eagle fly higher and monitor the surroundings." Got it. Xiao Hei and the Desert Wind Eagle flew up at the same time, hovering in the sky. Chapter 145: The Green Crystal Demon Fox and the Demon Wolves Fight. And the Fisherman wins. Monster name, Green Crystal Demon Fox. Combat power level, level 9 elite. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute, rock type. Monster weakness, water. Racial skills, crystal armor. Rock blade. Rock cannon. Crystal fang bite. Claw swing. Monster status, injured, hit by the poisonous claws of the demon wolf. Irritable. Lying behind the sloping boulder, Chen Fan silently looked at the green crystal demon fox in the distance. His eyes a little solemn. He and Chu Xian and the others were all shrouded by the old ape's shadow sky. But faced with this level of monsters, they still didn't dare to get too close and could only hide and observe from a distance. The injured green crystal demon fox, the translucent mesh green crystal shield on its body, was shining with a faint light. It was lying on a piece of bluestone, looking very weak. The fire demon stone mine here is right behind the demon fox. The green crystal demon fox was actually using the star power from the fire demon stone mine to heal his injuries. Chen Fan couldn't help but frown. High and extraordinary. A level 9 of high-level supernatural beings is quite normal when viewed as a level 10 of medium-level extraordinary beings. In a place like Area D of the second secret realm, the last thing Chen Fan wanted to encounter was a monster with a relatively high racial level and defensive skills. An advanced and extraordinary level 9 monster, powerful enough to crush everyone and beasts present, under the control skills of Lao Yuan and Xiao Hei. As long as the defense of level 9 monsters is not very strong, and there are no more than 2 in number, Chen Fan can basically rely on the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand to kill the opponent with lightning speed. Blast and kill. But the green crystal demon fox in front of him has powerful green crystal armor, and the racial level has reached a high level of extraordinary. It would be a bit too risky for Xiaobai and Gongzi to go up there. Henry Chu's real power is weaker than Xiaobai and the others, and the defense of his armor is not strong enough. If he is not careful, he may be slapped to death by the monster's claw. The armor on Yihao's body has quite high defense, and the attack power of the axe is much stronger than Chu Xian's sword. But Yihao's cultivation level is still the 1st and 5th level. A little depressed? According to the observations of Xiao Hei and Desert Wind Eagle, there are a group of demon wolves less than 80 meters away on the left and right sides. Among the 2 groups of demon wolves, at least 2 are at level 9. If the green crystal demon fox cannot be killed instantly, the sound of fighting will attract the demon wolves on both sides. That's a dead end. This is a miserable old wolf. Li Fengxing sighed softly and said faintly, because the little wolf was injured after being attacked by other demon wolves. The little wolf actually abandoned it. Isn't that true for humans? If we encounter a powerful monster in the wilderness, the older one can abandon the younger one, and the younger one can abandon the older one, let alone have any companions. What do you think is the difference between today's humans and dogs? Chen Fan and Chu Xian all looked at Li Fengxing silently. When Li Fengxing saw everyone looking at him, he immediately sighed again, showing a constipated expression. Chen Fan took a deep breath and said, "For a beast master, the most important thing is to practice more and study more. The more you practice, the more you will be able to protect your parents and companions. The more you read, the more knowledgeable you will be. Just take this as an example. If you can read more, you will probably be able to find out what a fox this is." Li Fengxing's eyes widened. No way. This is nothing like the 3-tailed fire fox from before. This is not a 3-tailed fire fox. Chen Fan said angrily. This is a green crystal demon fox. Open your Krypton gold dog eyes and see clearly. This is completely different from the demon wolves we killed before. Li Fengxing scratched his head. Why do I look and feel the same? Chen Fan, talking to this guy can easily hurt your liver and lungs. Seeing Chen Fan's frown, Henry Chu asked, Is it troublesome? Chen Fan lowered his voice and said, It's a bit difficult to deal with. I'm afraid this is a level 10 monster. What? Shin Hongxiu and others were shocked. Henry Chu's eyes also showed surprise. Are you sure? Chin Fan nodded slightly. Absolutely. In this world, there are some beast-controlling skills that can detect the levels of other beast-controlling or monsters. There are also some special techniques that, combined with the sensing of the beast, can also roughly determine the level of other beasts or monsters. Therefore, although Chin Fan had told the monster's level many times before, although Henry Chu and others were shocked, they didn't think much about it. Now when encountering monsters, before taking action, Chin Fan is always asked to check one side and then lay out tactics. But if the monster in front of me is really level 10, that would be big trouble. Fong Qingqing was silent for a moment and said softly, "There are still many mineral points on that map. If we really dig them all out, we beast masters may not be able to stand up. I think we should just give up on this mineral point." Well, there's no need to take too big a risk. Shen Hongxiu then said, "Yes, facing monsters of this level, neither the few of us nor our beast masters can basically be of much help. If we have to fight, I'm afraid we'll have to let Xiao He and Lao Yuan cooperate with Xiao Fan." And Xiao He just said that there are 2 groups of demon wolves. A total of 4 level 9. More than 80 meters to the left and right. Once we are unable to kill instantly like before, we will definitely attract both groups of demonic wolves. We won't have a chance to escape then. Bai Rouge and Shin Tao also nodded. Even the recklessly Fingxing didn't dare to say anything this time. Henry Chu also nodded slightly. Give up. Although this demon fox is injured, if it really has level 10 power, then the green crystal armor it activates must have very strong defense. Li Fingxing said depressedly, "Why do we humans have to reach the 3rd level of cultivation before we can start to use borrowed beast controlling skills and cast spells ourselves, while these monsters can use various spells at level 1 and level 2? Yi Hao was so angry that he hit him on the head. Is now the time to talk about these things? Sudden, Xiao He, who was in the air, swooped down and said, "The demonic wolves on both sides seem to have surrounded me at the same time. They seem to want to join forces to attack the green crystal demon fox." Really? Chen Fan's eyes showed joy. Take a look first. If 2 tigers fight, one of them will be injured. Henry Chu's hand holding the long sword tightened. The green crystal demon fox was probably injured by the demon wolf before. This is the territory of the demon wolf. I am afraid that the demon wolves will not allow level 10 monsters to stay here for a long time. While he was talking, the green crystal demon fox, who was resting on Qingshi Mountain, suddenly flashed a sharp look in his eyes, bared his teeth, and let out a threatening roar. After a while, a pair of eyes with green light appeared in the jungle on both sides. Ouch! The green crystal demon fox roared angrily, and without waiting for the demon wolves on both sides to merge, it pounced directly on the group of demon wolves on the right of Chen Fan and others. Ouch! Among the demon wolves, one demon wolf also roared angrily. More than a dozen level 8 demon wolves pounced on the green crystal demon fox at the same time. The green crystal demon fox was not afraid, clawed at the ground with 4 claws, and opened its mouth suddenly. TSK, 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 TSK. A handful of sharp rock blades flew forward in a fan shape. Blood bursts out of the air. One by one, the demon wolves were hit by the flying rock blades, screaming and falling to the ground, rolling around again and again. But 5 of the demon wolves dodged the flying rock blades and quickly rushed to the green crystal demon fox. Ouch! The 2 demon wolves on the left and right sides of the green crystal demon fox opened their big mouths and bit into the back of the green crystal demon fox at the same time. Click! The green crystal armor on the back of the green crystal demon fox flickered with a faint light. The 2 demon wolves took one bite, and there were no cracks on the armor. A hint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the green crystal demon fox, and both front paws suddenly flashed with cyan light at the same time. And then the whole body turned quickly like a whirlwind, claws waving. Chi-Chi. The 2 demon wolves bit its back, and its heads were cut off. The other 3 demon wolves, who were about to attack, were immediately frightened out of their wits and subconsciously stepped back. The green crystal demon fox rushed forward quickly, leaving a string of afterimages with its 2 front paws, and waved quickly in the air. 2 more demon wolves were caught and killed. A moderately extraordinary level 8 demonic wolf is as fragile as straw in front of this extraordinary level 9 green crystal demon fox. Shen Hongxiu and Yi Hao, who were hidden in the dark shadow sky in the distance, saw the corners of their eyes twitching. In the end, the demon wolf completely lost its will to fight, turned around and ran into the bushes. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. One after another, Vines wrapped with demonic energy emerged from around the azure crystal demon fox. They slithered like a snake and wrapped around the azure crystal demon fox in circles. Magic Vine Entanglement. This is an attack from 4 level 9 demon wolves on the left and right sides. The two groups of demon wolves rode on the green crystal demon fox to fight with the minions. They found the right opportunity and took action at the same time, defeating the enemy with one move. Brush! 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 After trapping the green crystal demon fox with one move. For level 9 demon wolves, which were much larger than the level 8 demon wolves, rushed out at the same time and surrounded the azure crystal demon fox. Ouch! The green crystal demon fox's body shook violently, and with a few bangs, it broke several magic vines. Brush! A level 9 demon wolf, riding on the azure crystal demon fox's body, was entangled with demon vines, soared into the air, and grabbed the azure crystal demon fox with one claw of its right claw. Devil Wolf Poison Claw. The green crystal demon fox was hit by this poisonous claw before, so it became extremely weak. The critical moment. The green crystal demon fox sneered and opened his mouth suddenly. Rock Cannon! The rocks condensed with the star power of the rock system were shot out from its mouth like cannonballs, hitting the level 9 demonic wolf that rushed forward. Boom! The claws of the level 9 demon wolf were less than half a foot away from the green crystal demon fox, and were directly blown away by the rock cannonball. The level 9 demon wolf fell to the ground, with a large hole about a foot long appearing in its belly. After struggling for a while, it fell to the ground, dying. Made. So cruel. Yihao's eyes twitched. Obviously he is already so weak. But the level 9 demon wolf still can't withstand one of its moves. Fong Qingqing was also stunned. This demon fox is too cunning. I'm afraid it deliberately exposed its gap and deliberately let the magic vines entangle itself. This move is so powerful that it can't be an instant skill. It must have been early in the morning. It's brewing. While talking, the other 3 level 9 demon wolves retreated 5 meters and opened their mouths towards the green crystal demon fox. Crazy Demon Blade. 3 demon blades filled with black energy flew out from the mouths of 3 level 9 demon wolves and stabbed at the abdomen and back of the green crystal demon fox at extremely fast speeds. The green crystal demon fox's eyes showed anger, and his body shook violently. Boom! At the moment when the demonic vines on the green crystal demon fox were shattered, all 3 demonic blades struck it. A violent energy, centered on the body of the green crystal demon fox, swept out in all directions. Debris exploded, trees collapsed, and dust rose into the sky. When Xin Fan and others took a closer look, they saw that the green crystal armor on the green crystal demon fox was shattered, and there were also shocking cracks on its body. The green crystal demon fox, which was originally very weak, suffered a full blow from these 3 level 9 demon wolves, and its body became scarred, and its roar was sad and angry. Call. The mouths of the 3 demon wolves opened again. The azure crystal armor of the azure crystal demon fox has been shattered. Before it can condense new armor, give it another move, and you will be able to kill it or maim it. Ouch. The green crystal demon fox also knew that he was in danger. He swayed, sprang out like a ghost, and slapped a level 9 demon wolf on the head with one claw. As soon as the demon wolf opened its mouth, and a small section of the demon blade in its mouth was exposed, it was sent flying and hit a big tree hard, knocking the tree down. Next moment. Call. The green crystal demon fox quickly ran to the right, dodging the demon blade shot by the other 2 demon wolves among the lightning and flint. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the 2 demon wolves turned around and ran away. The rest of the level 8 demon wolves followed the 2 demon wolves and ran away with a huff. Bang bang bang. The green crystal demon fox rushed a few steps and rushed to the demon wolf that had been knocked away by it before. The level 9 demon wolf was not completely dead yet, and could still raise its head with difficulty. But as soon as it raised its head, the big mouth of the green crystal demon fox had already bitten down. Crystal Fong Bite. The skill was used, and the neck of the level 9 demon wolf was instantly bitten off. After killing the level 9 demon wolf, the green crystal demon fox spit out a mouthful of blood and staggered back to the bluestone. Behind the big bluestone, there is a fire demon stone. The star power on the fire demon stone can help heal his injuries. But this time, the damage was much heavier than before. The green crystal demon fox looked around cautiously. If those demon wolves come to sneak attack again, the green crystal demon fox mobilized the star power to condense the green crystal armor again. But after the green crystal armor flickered on it for a few times, it collapsed into nothingness again, as if the power was insufficient. Healing requires a lot of star power. The remaining star power seems not enough to open this armor. A flash of fierceness flashed in the eyes of the green crystal demon fox. He climbed up, grabbed the 1-meter-high fire demon stone behind with his 2 claws, and pulled hard. Boom! Large rocks fell from the mountain wall. The green crystal demon fox dragged the fire demon stone and ran out directly. Does it want to take the fire demon stone away? Chin Fan and others hiding in the distance were shocked. At this moment, green eyes appeared again from the bushes in the distance. Those demon wolves are back again, as expected of the ferocious and ruthless demon wolf. After killing 2 level 9s and a large number of level 8s, he still refused to give up and rushed back again. However, this time, the demon wolves did not attack. They were just far away from each other, following behind the green crystal demon fox. The green crystal demon fox knew what these demon wolves were up to, but he was seriously injured, and there was nothing he could do. Just like that, the green crystal demon fox walked in front, and 2 level 9 demon wolves followed with a large group of demon wolves. Further away, the old ape opened the shadow sky, covering Chin Fan and Chu Xian's group of people, who followed silently. After walking more than 500 meters into the forest, the speed of the green crystal demon fox is getting slower and slower. Behind it, blood flowed all over the ground, forming a long path. These 2 groups of monsters are extremely fierce. The green crystal demon fox has been seriously injured and still refuses to give up the fire demon stone. And that group of demon wolves also looked like they would not give up until they killed the green crystal demon fox. Suddenly, Chin Fan in the dark sky behind him lowered his voice and said, "That green crystal demon fox is playing tricks. The injuries it suffered were not that serious, but it's hard to say whether we can deceive the devil wolf." Shin Hongxiu and others were a little embarrassed. They didn't know whether the green crystal demon fox could deceive the demon wolf, but the green crystal demon fox had already deceived them. They all thought that the green crystal demon fox was seriously injured and could not hold on for long. And Bai Rouge even said a word of sympathy for the Qingjing demon fox. Alas, this jungle where the jungle is full of predators, intrigues, life and death. Just when everyone was having different thoughts, the green crystal demon fox coughed violently, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from its mouth. Brush! Almost at the moment it spurted blood, for magic vines flew over from behind. The group of demon wolves that were following them finally couldn't help but take action again. Ouch! The green crystal demon fox was shocked, and quickly grabbed with both claws, catching the 4 entangled magic vines. Swish! 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 It seemed to be much less powerful than before. It was actually dragged to the ground by the 4 magic vines, and then dragged in the direction it came from. At the same time, the 2 level 9 demon wolves have opened their big mouths and are activating the skill. Crazy Demon Blade. The Azure Demon Fox, who was extremely weak and not wearing Azure armor, was absolutely unable to block this move. Emergency moment. The green crystal demon fox suddenly stood up, retreated deeply into the ground, then grabbed the magic vine with both claws and swung it violently. Hoorah! For magic vines wrapped around the necks of 2 level 9 magic wolves with incomparable accuracy. The 2 level 9 demon wolves never expected that the demon vines they cast would wrap around their necks, and the demon blades that had just been condensed in their mouths would instantly shatter. The green crystal demon fox sneered, grabbed the magic vine and pulled hard. The 2 level 9 demon wolves couldn't control their bodies, so they were grabbed and flew over quickly. Rock Blade! The green crystal demon fox opened its mouth, and flying rock blades flew out, hitting the 2 demon wolves in the air with blood flying everywhere. Seeing the leader's misfortune, the group of level 8 demon wolves all rushed over and pounced on the green crystal demon fox. But the green crystal demon fox's body flashed with light, and the green crystal armor had condensed into shape. This demon fox is indeed deceiving. As soon as the green crystal demon fox activated the green crystal armor, it completely ignored the group of level 8 demon wolves that rushed towards it. It rushed forward and grabbed a level 9 demon wolf that had just landed on the ground with one claw. The remaining level 9 demon wolf looked frightened, struggled to stand up, and wanted to escape. But how could its speed be faster than the green crystal demon fox? The green crystal demon fox quickly caught up, and with another paw, he slapped the head of the level 9 demon wolf into the ground, before a group of level 8 demonic wolves could catch up behind him. The green crystal demon fox let out a wild howl, turned around and charged into the wolf pack, as if he was in an uninhabited land. He killed every single one of the group of level 8 demonic wolves in 2 strokes. Wild. So cruel. Yi Hao and Shen Hongxiu, who were behind, saw the corners of their eyes twitching. Worthy of being a level 10 monster. If the level 9 demon wolf didn't use deception, he wouldn't be able to block one of his moves. About there, Chen Fan suddenly grasped the handle of the knife. Henry Chu was taken aback. Are you ready to take action now? Chen Fan nodded slightly and said in a low voice. The green crystal demon fox is indeed deceiving. And it was not seriously injured to the point where it could not even activate the armor. But it bled so much. And it was not chicken blood. He just said these words. I saw the green crystal demon fox spurting out another mouthful of blood. And its whole body fell to the ground with a bang. Henry Chu said in a deep voice. How to do it? Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said. I will go alone. You stay here. No. Shen Hongxiu took Chen Fan's hand. It's too risky. We have to go together. Henry Chu said. Although he is a little reluctant. He is right. If we go up, it will be difficult to hurt the monster with our attacks. But the monster may kill us with just one claw. Among our group, it is estimated that only Chen Fan and Yi Hao's armor can block its attack. Yi Hao said coldly. Brother Fan and I will go. Henry Chu. Your strength is too weak. Yi Hao was furious. Although my strength is not as good as yours. The storm battle axe in my hand is a low-grade mysterious weapon. The power of a first-grade 5th-level beast. Even if it is only equivalent to that of an ordinary medium-level extraordinary 5th-level beast, can still stimulate most of the power of this storm battle axe and cause fatal damage to it. Henry Chu looked at Yi Hao silently. Yi Hao became even more angry. Look at what I did. Wasn't what I said wrong? Henry Chu nodded and said. Take off your armor and put it on for me. Give me the axe too. I'll go with Chen Fan. Yi Hao. Everyone. Yi Hao said speechlessly. What the H, I do you think you can think of? I asked you to spend more money and you refused. But now you want to wear my armor and take my axe. Do you think you have it? Sick? Stop arguing. Chen Fan said. This fox is very cunning. And its strength and defense are also frighteningly strong. If you want to follow me, I may have to distract you from protecting you. It's okay if I go alone. It was covered in bruises, was hit by poisonous claws, and lost so much blood along the way. Its real strength is less than half of its heyday. Xiao He, I, and Jade join forces. It won't be too hard to kill it. Gongzi, Dragon Turtle, put my armor back on again. Gongzi pulled Chen Fan's trousers. Obedient. Chen Fan was still staring at the green crystal demon fox in front of him. Gongzi obediently worked with the black iron dragon turtle to put 2 shields on Chen Fan. Xiao Bai jumped out of Chen Fan's arms and patted Gongzi's head gently with his little paws, telling Gongzi not to be careful. Chen Fan grabbed the long knife and swaggered out of the shadow sky. Ouch! As soon as he walked out of the shadow sky, the green crystal demon fox immediately sensed his aura and screamed strangely. Chen Fan held the scabbard tightly with his left hand and the handle of the knife with his right hand, approaching the green crystal demon fox step by step. The green crystal demon fox's eyes immediately flashed with a cruel look, opened its mouth, and swept the rock-flying blade towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan took a step forward with his right foot, quickly crossed his hands, and opened the 2 shields on his wrist guards. Boom, boom, boom! A handful of flying rock blades hit the shield and exploded like fireworks. Li Fengxing, who was in the shadow sky behind, immediately said, Damn it! This shield is so strong in defense. I will buy 2 sets when I go back. Yi Hao said without looking back. It costs 50 to 60 million alliance coins. Li Fengxing. Pretend I didn't say anything. After Chen Fan retracted his shield, he suddenly dropped his right foot on the ground and rushed towards the green crystal demon fox like a cannonball. Seeing that the flying rock blade could not break through Chen Fan's defense, the green crystal demon fox immediately took a deep breath and started to activate the skill, Rock Cannon. Seeing a rock quickly forming in its mouth, Xiao He in the air swooped down and activated the spiritual spike. Ouch! The green crystal demon fox's spell casting was interrupted, and he lay on the ground holding his head with his paws. Jade took advantage of the storm and blew out Stormwind Blade. The body of the green crystal demon fox was directly swept up into the sky. A series of wind blades quickly cut towards his body, but the attack power of the wind blade in the Emerald Storm was still a bit lacking. It landed on the green crystal armor of the green crystal demon fox and exploded one after another. But it could not break its defense at all. The green crystal demon fox roared strangely, and its body flew up and down in the air. Although the Emerald Wind Blade can't break through its defense. It can't fly. And it can't use force in the air. Just like a kite whose string is cut off by a storm. Chen Fan took this opportunity to increase his speed and quickly bullied him. Call! Just when Chen Fan was approaching the Qingjing Demon Fox, Jade withdrew the storm. The huge body of the green crystal demon fox fell straight down. Chen Fan's figure suddenly became illusory. And he took a few small steps on the field. And the long knife in his hand also brought up a string of phantoms. Like a fan of knives. It's that knife again! Yi Hao exclaimed. Back in 10,000 Beast Mountain, Chen Fan used this sword to kill a 5th level expert. Bai Rouge also widened his eyes, and said without blinking, 9 sky-breaking swords. The unparalleled domineering sword light bloomed from the sky-breaking demonic sword. The sword light is more than 7 meters long. In the air, Xiao Hei used spiritual spike again. At this moment, Chen Fan, who was about to drop the long sword in his hand, looked at the green crystal demon fox and saw a trace of despair and sadness in the demon fox's eyes. And the status on the attribute panel of the green crystal demon fox also changed. Monster state, sadness, despair, nostalgia, reluctance. Brush! Chen Fan quickly turned around and struck the side with a long knife in his hand. The dazzling sword light directly split a big tree diagonally. Li Fengxing's eyes widened. Oops! Brother Fan's strike was too outrageous. Henry Chu held the sword tightly. The rest of the people's bodies also collapsed. No one thought that this would happen. What is going on? An even stranger thing happened. When the green crystal demon fox saw Chen Fan's sword turning around, it didn't take the opportunity to attack. The green crystal demon fox that fell to the ground looked at Chen Fan unblinkingly with a pair of shining eyes. It knew very well that it had been hit by a mental attack on its head just now, and it could not avoid the attack at all. And that knife can definitely split it in half. Why? Chen Fan looked at the green crystal demon fox silently for a while, and then said, Shall we chat for a while? He was not sure whether the monsters in the secret realm could understand him. But his current posture is not an attacking posture, but a show of sincerity. I saw the green crystal demon fox's body. The light flashed twice, and the green crystal armor was removed. It also shows its sincerity. A group of people in the dark sky behind them stared with disbelief. Chen Fan took 2 steps forward and opened the summoning array in the beast control space. The summoning array enveloped him and the green crystal demon fox. System prompts appear. The contract is quickly formed. And in such a situation, the mental spaces of both parties are connected together, and they can communicate briefly. I came here for this fire demon stone before. Chen Fan said his thoughts over. Then I saw you fighting with the demon wolves. The law of the jungle is that the weak eat the strong. There is nothing to say. Similarly, if I seize the opportunity, I can kill you with 1 knife. At this time, a woman's voice rang in Chen Fan's mind. Then why didn't you kill me? I don't know. Chen Fan said. We humans, everything depends on fate. Fate is both God's will and fate. We and you are not necessarily enemies. And we do not necessarily have to fight to the death. Humans can awaken the beast controlling space and then sign a contract with the beast controller. We can definitely become partners. Help each other and grow together. The green crystal demon fox said nothing. Chen Fan continued. I just said, I originally came here for this fire demon stone. But I don't lack such a fire demon stone at all. As he spoke, he unfolded the map that Shen Dao had brought. This map is a map of the many fire demon stone mines in this secret realm. Chen Fan said, I have collected 10 pieces of such large fire demon stones that you took away before. Green crystal demon fox. Is the fire demon stone that I desperately fight for with the demon wolf. The fire demon stone that I desperately want to protect. So cheap? Has this human collected 10 pieces? Chen Fan said. The fire demon stone is just my purpose this time. But that's not the only thing I'm capable of. I have huge resources. And I can also help you improve and make breakthroughs. There was doubt in the eyes of the green crystal demon fox. Why do you dare to say that? Chen Fan pointed to the emerald on his head. Emerald is slime. And slimes are everywhere. There are also many emeralds in this second secret realm. When I signed a contract with me last month, it was only level 2. And the racial level was only lower transcendence. But it took me a month to help it break through its combat power level to level 6 and raise its race level to a low-level lord. Impossible! The green crystal demon fox exclaimed. Chen Fan smiled proudly and said, Nothing is impossible here with me. What I just said can be written into the contract. If I lie, I will be counterattacked by the power of the contract. If I'm lying and you find out later and want to regret it, You can terminate the contract without compensation. The green crystal demon fox narrowed his eyes. Do you really want to sign a contract with me? Yes. Chin Fan nodded slightly. The green crystal demon fox glanced at the contract twice, then looked at Chin Fan silently. After a while, it raised its paw with some difficulty and lightly touched the contract. Call! The contract was signed successfully. Everyone in the shadow sky behind was stunned. What's the situation? With such a high-level terrifying monster, Chin Fan directly went up and asked to sign a contract? Then, did the green crystal demon fox really agree to sign the contract? He muttered a few words and picked up a level 10 beast. Why can't I encounter such good things? In the shadow sky, Yi Hao turned to look at Henry Chu and said, Next time I encounter a level 10 monster, can I go up to communicate with it and ask it to sign a contract? Li Fengxing interrupted and said, Wealth can be found in danger. Okay. Henry Chu nodded. But it's easy to be slapped to death with a claw. Yi Hao, Li Fengxing said. Why can Brother Fan do it? Why wasn't he beaten to death by the green crystal demon fox? Shen Hongqiu slapped him. If you dare to curse him again, I will beat you to death. A group of people walked out of the shadow sky. As soon as they walked out, the green crystal demon fox was immediately startled. There are so many people and beasts hiding in such a long distance. And it didn't even notice it. Introduce. Chin Fan smiled and pointed to Yi Hao and others. Yi Hao immediately ran over with a smile. Chin Fan pushed Yi Hao's head away, then pointed at Xiaobai and said, This is my Xiaobai. He is Lao Yuan. And the one with flat silver hair is Gongzi. The one on my head is Emerald. They are all my beasts. And they are also your partners. In the air, Xiao Hei swooped down and landed on Chin Fan's shoulders. Master, you forgot to introduce me. Oh, and Xiao Hei. Chin Fan patted Xiao Hei on the shoulder. Yi Hao raised his chest and raised his head and said, My name is Yi Hao. It's our first time meeting you. Please take good care of me. Green Crystal Demon Fox. This guy named Yi Hao is also Chin Fan's beast master. Can a human become a human beast? Never heard of it. Why can he have so many beasts? The second secret realm has existed for many years, and humans have come and gone. So monsters have also spread a lot of information about humans to each other. The green crystal demon fox knows that although humans can sign contracts with beasts, it is difficult for humans with low cultivation levels to sign contracts with multiple beasts. Unexpectedly, Chin Fan actually has so many beasts. Although he is strong, it is obvious that he is not that strong. At this time, Xiaobai and Gongzi were all cautiously circling the green crystal demon fox. Chin Fan waved to Holy Moon Morning Glory. Holy Moon Morning Glory came over immediately and began to perform healing spells. A series of healing apertures fell on the green crystal demon fox. The green crystal demon fox's injuries began to heal quickly, and he felt much more comfortable. It seems pretty good to sign a contract with humans. Seeing Holy Moon Morning Glory constantly performing healing spells on itself, and seeing Xiaobai and Gongzi's curious eyes widening, the green crystal demon fox suddenly felt an indescribable sense of warmth. Before that, it had been walking alone in this dangerous jungle. It keeps fighting various monsters, fighting to the death. No companions. When you are injured, find a private place and lick the wound alone. Now, after meeting this human boy, it seems that a new life has begun. From now on, please call me Xiaoqing, Chin Fan said. Let Hua Hua continue to heal your injuries, and I will go over there to dig out the crystal cores of those demon wolves. Fan, I'll go with you. Shen Hongqiu quickly followed. Bai Ruge's eyes twitched. I'll go too. Yi Hao, Chu Xian, and Fang Qingqing all followed. Although Xiao Qing signed a contract with Chin Fan, he is still a level 10 monster. Moreover, they all saw his previous cunning and cruelty. It's scary to let them stay with Xiao Qing. Only Shen Naodao and Li Fengxing stayed where they were, looking at Xiao Qing with curious expressions on their faces. Li Fengxing touched his chin and said, I suddenly discovered that Brother Fan already has 6 beasts. What is going on? How did he do it? Did he lose his body to some old monster? Otherwise, how could the beast control space be able to support it? Chapter 146. 5 swords combined into one. Facing off against the level 12 Grimacious Lizard. At night. It's chilly. Area D of the second secret realm. Misty Swamp. In the Misty Swamp, there are many huge mushroom-shaped trees. There are bunches of grape-like fruits hanging on the big tree, which emit a red-green light every night. During the day, the Misty Swamp is shrouded in fog, and the light is much dimmer than other areas. But at night, when it's almost pitch black outside, The fruits on these mushroom trees in the misty swamp emit a faint light like lanterns lighting up. Just under this faint light, a huge lizard with a body length of more than 16 meters climbed onto the shore. The giant lizard was completely black, and its whole body was covered with twisted human faces, which was strange and ferocious. In the distance, Chiyoko and the four of them were hiding behind a big mushroom tree, like shadow ghosts, paying close attention to the ghost-faced monitor lizard climbing ashore. Under the faint light, it could be vaguely seen that there were cracks like spider webs in the armor on Chiyoko's body. The three people around her were also scarred. The three people behind lowered their voices and quickly communicated in Yangua language. The race level of the ghost-faced giant lizard has at least reached a high level of extraordinary. The four of us are no match at all. What should we do? I underestimated this ghost-faced giant lizard. I didn't expect that this monster took 2 of my swords and only suffered minor injuries. If we don't get the Grimace Lizard Crystal Core this time, I'm afraid we won't have a chance. There will definitely be people coming from the Nightmare Garden. The mission entrusted to us by the right envoy must be completed. We must get ahead of the Nightmare Court. But Chiyoko is also injured. We are Star Warriors. We don't have beast control. If we fight head-on, we can't kill the level 12 Grimace Lizard. Damn it. The prisoner in the Nightmare Garden must have lied. He only told us that the ghost-faced monitor was level 12. But he didn't tell us the race level of the ghost-faced monitor. It's not necessarily a lie. Maybe he doesn't know. It's hard to judge race level. What should we do now? Considering the race level of this monster, this can even be considered a level 13 monster. Chiyoko, who had remained silent, suddenly said in a deep voice, "There is a way. What can we do?" The eyes of the three people behind him showed joy. Chiyoko said quietly, "Lead this grimacious giant lizard to Chen Fan and the others." "What?" a woman exclaimed. "Chiyoko, do you think too highly of them? How capable can those little brats be? That man named Chen Fan has a bit of luck and happened to ruin the Nightmare Garden's plans several times. His true strength cannot possibly reach the 2nd level." Another woman said, "Yes, you, a 2nd level and 3rd level person, were injured by the Grimace Giant Lizard. How could those little guys from Donghai City be able to deal with the Grimace Giant Lizard?" "You are wrong," Chiyoko said calmly. "When I met Chen Fan before, he gave me a very terrifying sense of threat. He can't be as simple as the 1st level. Didn't you notice before? When we met them, there were a pile of corpses of thorn predators behind them. Judging from their size, those thorn predators were at least level 8. A woman said, "There are many of them, and they have many beasts with them. Isn't it normal to kill a few level 8 predators?" Chiyoko shook her head and said, "I have secretly noticed before that those predators were almost all killed in one blow. This kind of strength, regardless of whether they use powerful weapons in their hands, at least shows that several of them have the ability to fight against level 9 or even level 10 monsters. Especially the long sword in Chen Fan's hand. It is a long sword with thunder attribute. It should be at least a middle-grade mysterious weapon. A weapon of this level, and with this attribute can cause fatal damage to the demon-type Grimace Lizard." A woman behind her frowned and said, "Even if they have the ability to fight against level 10 monsters, it's still not enough to fight against the ghost-faced giant lizard." "Right. The boy named Chen Fan has a mysterious background, and the group of people with him should all be geniuses from several major families in East China Sea City. If we lure the Grimace Giant Lizard there and kill them, those families in Donghai City will not let us go." Chiyoko tilted her head slightly and said, "Didn't you notice the armor on them? In addition to Chen Fan, there are 2 other armors on their bodies, all covered with a layer of star power, shining with a faint light. That kind of armor is probably several levels higher than the armor we have. How is it possible that the children of several major families in East China Sea City don't have a few life-saving means on their bodies? If there is no way to save their lives, it is impossible for those a few aristocratic families, or the several academies in Donghai City, to let them come to the D area of the 2nd secret realm." The 3 women behind looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Chiyoko narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "When I was close to Chen Fan, I cast the chasing god incense on the beast beside him. The fragrance disc I brought with me can find them. What we have to do is lure this grimacious giant lizard over. When the time comes, join forces with him to kill the ghost-faced monitor lizard." Chen Fan, Yihao, and others lit a bonfire in a sunken place on the cliff and sat in a circle. Those who cook soup, and those who cook barbecue grill meat. Shin Nato and Li Fingxing were lazing around, muttering something mysterious. This place is very high, more than 10 meters above the ground, with a wide view and a cliff at its back. Regardless of the distance, as long as there is a monster approaching, Everyone will be able to detect it immediately. The dark-blooded stone man and the old ape sat on both sides of the cliff, like two door gods, guarding the door, silent and very quiet. On the two protruding rocks on the cliff above the head, Fong Qingqing's silver moon blue-feathered bird and Chu Xian's desert wind sculpture stood respectively. Xiao He stared at the meat being roasted on the campfire, his mouth watering. Chun Fan was holding a jadeite on his head, holding Xiaobai in his arms, and Gongzi was lying beside his legs, having a barbecue with Shen Hongxiu and others. He glanced at the time on his smart watch. It's already 9 o'clock in the evening. This secret realm is really strange. There is no sun or moon, but there is day and night, and the hours of day and night are consistent with the outside world. Where does light come from? What happened to the dark night? There are too many weird things in this world. But considering that all kinds of monsters can fly into the sky and escape from the earth, and Xiaobai who came with him can spit out thunder and lightning, many weird things seem to be normal. However, Chun Fan checked a lot of information, and until now, he still hasn't figured out what this secret realm and forbidden area is about. There are rumors on the internet that these secret realms, or forbidden areas, big or small, are actually cracks in the passages connecting the other worlds to Blue Star. There may be secret realms, or forbidden areas connected to the same different world. It's also possible that every secret realm, or restricted area is connected to a different world. If you enter certain secret realms, or restricted areas, you may be able to enter other worlds through the secret realms, or restricted areas. But rumors are just rumors after all. It seems that no one has entered the other world through the secret realm, or restricted area, and then successfully returned. Or maybe someone actually succeeded but didn't announce it to the public. So among the countless secret realms, or restricted areas, are there one or two that are connected to the earth? However, the earth does not have these monsters, nor does it have such abundant vitality of heaven and earth. Sudden, Chun Fan remembered something and was shocked. In the modern society of the earth, we have indeed never seen these monsters flying into the sky and escaping from the earth. But what about those myths and legends from hundreds of thousands of years ago? What about the legendary beasts such as Qinglong, White Tiger, Xuanwu and Suzaku? Were they all made out of nothing? What about the various mythical beasts and monsters in the classic of mountains and seas, flying to the sky and escaping to the ground, spitting flames from the mouth, breaking mountains with one punch? If you put these here in Blue Star, wouldn't they be powerful beast masters? If these had not appeared on Earth before, why were there so many legends passed down from generation to generation? Chun Fan felt as if he had caught something, but he didn't catch anything. He sighed and retracted his thoughts. That world can never go back after all. There are so many secret realms, or restricted areas, even if there is really a place connected to the earth among them. How could it be possible for me to encounter it by such a coincidence? Even if you encounter it, I'm afraid you may not be able to get over it. For example, what world is connected to this second secret realm? Who could enter that world through this second secret realm? Chun Fan couldn't help but sigh secretly when he recalled those years of life on Earth. He was just an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. He didn't even know what his parents looked like, and he didn't have any relatives there. In that world, the only two people he cared about, one is the old director of the orphanage, who has taken care of him since he was a child, just like his grandfather. One was a little sister who had followed him since childhood and called him brother. Chun Fan fought with wild dogs several times because of her. The old dean has retired for many years and has children to take care of, and his little sister suddenly disappeared when he was 8 years old. The old dean told him that his sister was adopted and taken to a faraway place where she lived very well. I hope they are healthy, happy and happy. Chun Fan looked at the dark night sky and suddenly felt a little tight in his chest. What's wrong? Shen Hongxiu sat a little closer to Chun Fan and asked softly. Why do you look so worried? Several other people who were grilling me also raised their heads. Chun Fan shook his head slightly. It's okay. I just remembered some past events. At this time, Goblin brought a cup of coffee. Master Chun Fan, you are tired. Please drink a cup of coffee. Chun Fan. Everyone. Then, Chun Fan and Chu Xian all looked at Fong Qingqing. Fong Qingqing's face turned reddish. She didn't ask Xiaobu to do it. She had no idea that Xiaobu would suddenly go to please Chun Fan. Chun Fan took the coffee and glanced at the goblin. You didn't poison the coffee, did you? Everyone. Goblin's eyes widened. Oh my god! Master Chun Fan is still so funny. You are like a god in my mind. How dare I do such a thing? That's a bit too much to praise. This goblin, Qingqing, is so shameless. Everyone looked at the goblin with disdain. Fong Qingqing's face turned even redder. and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Hey, it tastes really good. Chin Fan took a sip of coffee, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I never thought that you, a little green-skinned man, are not only good at tinkering with bombs, but also tinkering with coffee? The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast wrapped around Shin Hongxiu's wrist spoke human words. Green-skinned dwarf. 24K pure flattery. Shin Hongxiu also glanced sideways at Fang Qingqing and sneered. Fang Qingqing's face turned even redder. She wanted to explain something to the goblin, but she didn't say anything. Only the goblin looked as usual and looked at Chin Fan drinking coffee, looking very honored. Chin Fan nodded with satisfaction. I still prefer the Red Sleeve Phantom King, Green Python and Golden Horned Beast. He is upright, and will not bend for 5 buckets of rice. Well, I admire you very much. As for you, Chin Fan turned to look at the goblin. His face turned cold. Don't do this to me in the future. Practice hard. Pour me some more coffee. That's enough. After I go back to the secret realm this time, I will find a way to help you upgrade. Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast. The goblin bowed respectfully to Chin Fan. Oh my god! Lord Chin Fan, it is my honor to serve you. As long as you say something, Shibu will go through fire and water without hesitation. The ice-white python that was napping on the other side immediately ran over and rubbed its head against Chin Fan's leg, looking like it was trying to please him. The heavy beetle king also wanted to run over, but Chin Fan drove him away because it was eating and pooping while everyone was grilling meat, and it was too unappetizing. I really don't understand why Henry Chu has such a beast. They had just been grilling the meat for a long time, and 2/3 of the meat had been eaten by the heavy beetle king. Chin Fan was so angry that his head hurt. Li Fengxing's 3 beast masters also wanted to come over, but were pushed to the back by several other beast masters. Feeling extremely aggrieved, Yi Hao couldn't help but said, This ice-white python looks more and more like Era. The key is that it doesn't look like Qingqing's Era. I think it looks more and more like Brother Fan's Era. My beasts won't be like this. Before he could finish his words, Holy Moon Morning Glory had already walked up to Chin Fan, holding a leaf and fanning Chin Fan. After Chin Fan looked at the Holy Moon Morning Glory in silence for a while, he said, Wah. There's no need to fan me. I'm not hot. The heat is coming from the coffee, not from my head. Holy Moon Morning Glory put down its leaves, tilted her head and thought for a while, then gave Chin Fan 2 healing techniques. Chin Fan, I wasn't hurt either. Chin Fan pointed at the green crystal demon fox on the other side and said, Go and apply some more healing techniques to Shaoqing. Its injuries have not yet completely healed. Zitsatizi. Holy Moon Morning Glory nodded repeatedly and ran to treat Shaoqing again. The heavenly sacred ox and the earth-shattering fire dragon were big, had no hands, and didn't know how to heal. They couldn't find any work even if they tried to find one. They were sulking on the side, white air constantly coming out of their nostrils. Yi Hao. Several beasts such as the black iron dragon turtle and the 6-winged flying snake also rushed over and almost pushed Chin Fan onto the fire. Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing looked at each other. What happened? It seems that our beast control has been robbed by Chin Fan. Didn't they ever please us so much in the first place? Bai Ruch snickered and thought to himself, If you saw my uncle's methods with your own eyes, you would know how normal it is for these beast masters to do this. The green crystal demon fox on the edge of the cliff looked at this large group of beasts and were so intimate with Chin Fan, and had a look of wonder in his eyes. At this time, Shin Naonao and Li Fengxing came over from the other side. Brother Fan, Shin Taoao laughed and said, Li Fengxing and I have been studying for a long time, and finally we have thoroughly studied your method of signing a contract to control the beast. Everyone looked up. If anyone else had said this, it might have shocked them. But these 2 things, Shin Naoto said with joy. First of all, in order to prevent accidents, we must have a set of armor with strong defense like Brother Fan, so that we can get close to those powerful monsters. Secondly, we have to show off in front of powerful monsters. Everyone. Shin Taoao quickly added. What I mean is that you have to show your strong power to the other party. Just like when Brother Fan almost killed the green crystal demon fox before. Mad. I really want to bite this bastard to death. The green crystal demon fox glared at Shin Naoto fiercely. Shin Taoao was completely unaware and continued. After that, just like Brother Fan, open the summoning circle in the space of the beast, and then open the contract. Many people think that they should communicate with the beast before opening the contract, but we are all wrong. Got it! I figured it out after seeing Brother Fan do that. After opening the contract, the beast may not agree to sign a contract with us. But at this time, we can communicate with the beast with our thoughts. As long as the communication is smooth, signing the contract will be a matter of course. Not bad. Li Fingxing stood on the side, folded his hands on his chest, and nodded. Everyone. Yi Hao blinked. You just spent a long time mumbling over there and researched this? Shen Taotao smiled proudly. That's it. Isn't it enough? Yi Hao frowned and said, There is one biggest problem. What's the problem? We've been studying it for so long. There can't be any flaws. Shen Taotao and Li Fingxing both looked at Yi Hao suspiciously. Yi Hao said, Among the people I know, including some seniors in my family, no one can condense a contract as easily as Brother Fan. Summoning a magic circle is very easy, but condensing a contract is a very complicated matter. Unless it is a monster that has recognized you and is very familiar with you, or a monster that actively seeks to sign a contract. If you walk in front of a monster, it will not be able to give you the time and opportunity to condense the contract. Shen Nato and Li Fingxing's eyes widened. Their mouths opened wide, and they were stunned. After researching and researching, it seems that the most critical part is really missed. Yes. When ordinary people sign a contract with a beast, the step of condensing the contract is the most complicated, and it takes at least a while to complete. If you run up to the monster and activate the summoning circle, you will probably be slapped away by the monster. Right? But why did Shen Fan form a contract so easily and quickly before? It was clear that as soon as the summoning circle appeared, the contract immediately appeared. How did he do that? Shen Taotao immediately asked. Brother Fan, how did you condense the contract? Teach us. As soon as these words came out, Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing all stared at Shen Fan. Condensing a contract is actually not difficult at all, Shen Fan said. My steps are actually the same as yours. If I have to say a secret, it is to study hard and practice hard. Practice makes perfect. The most important thing is to maintain a good work and rest every day and never stay up late. Everyone rolled their eyes at the same time. Seeing Shen Taotao and Li Fingxing stunned, Henry Chu added another blow. There is another big problem. Even if the Beast Master is willing to sign a contract with you, your Beast Master space may not be able to support it. The number of contracted Beast Masters is closely related to the strength of the Beast Masters themselves. You can't compare a pervert like Shen Fan with ordinary people. Because of the limited quantity, even if your family finds a suitable Beast Master for you now, you will not be able to successfully sign the contract. Who are you calling a pervert? Shen Fan picked up a small stone and threw it at Henry Chu. Henry Chu tilted his head slightly and avoided the stone. Shen Nato and Li Fingxing looked at each other, speechless and choked. After researching for a long time, is it completely unfeasible in the end? Speaking of which, Shen Fan is really a pervert. He already has 6 Beast Masters. Is he really a human being? Is this something a human can do? Henry Chu is right. He cannot be compared with this pervert. The more they compare, the sadder they become. The more they compare, the more desperate they become. He looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle without saying anything. A gust of cold wind blew, making him shiver. Alas, what's the use of being handsome? You'll still get cold when the wind blows. And you can't sign more beasts. Shen Taotao walked to Yi Hao's side and squeezed out a seat. Li Feng walked to Shen Hongxiu, and Shen Hongxiu didn't even raise her head. Get out! He had no choice but to walk to Bai Rouge and let Bai Rouge sit next to Shen Fan, freeing up some space. As soon as he sat down, Li Fingxing ran out of words to say. The green crystal demon fox is better than the wild and violent ape. Everyone was stunned. Li Fingxing said, We have killed so many monsters before, including a large group of demon wolves, and many monster corpses have been thrown away. It is a pity. It is all money. But the horned tiger and the wild sacred cow cannot stand. It would be great if the savage wild ape was here. That thing can probably carry a small mountain. Do you think the savage wild ape is better than the green crystal demon fox? No one spoke. Li Fingxing was stunned for a moment and turned his head to look. I don't know when. The green crystal demon fox had touched his back, and its sharp teeth were less than 10 centimeters away from his neck. What? Li Fingxing shouted softly, startling everyone. The wild and violent ape must not be able to defeat the green crystal demon fox. Besides, a big man like the savage wild ape is only superficial. Although he can carry a lot of things, he also eats a lot. I guess we kill so many monsters, and it's not enough to fill his belly. Shao Qing is different. Shao Qing eats very little and is gentle and kind. Alas, everyone sighed. Chen Fan handed a piece of demon wolf leg that was roasted and dripping with oil to the green crystal demon fox. The green crystal demon fox took it and retreated to the corner. A gust of wind blew, and Li Fingxing found that his back was soaked with cold sweat. Although the green crystal demon fox has already signed a contract with Qin Fan, it has just been signed after all. Who knows whether it will disobey him and bite him directly? Shen Taoao looked at the frightened Li Fingxing and nodded secretly. Sure enough, being a beautiful man quietly is better than anything else. It's late at night, but no one in the group was sleepy. After drinking the coffee brewed by the goblins, everyone was in high spirits and chatted from the secret realm to the restricted area, from the restricted area to the University of Martial Arts, and from the University of Martial Arts to beast control and training. The relationship between the goblin and the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast, as well as Xiao He, somehow got very good, and they got together and started whispering. Li Fingxing was very surprised and moved over there, using his star power to eavesdrop. Then I heard Xiao He say, "What do we have in common with Gongzi? Handan Golden Horn Dragon and those other retarded people? They can't even speak human language." Li Fingxing, the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast, said, "That's for sure. After all, there are too few talking beasts like us. Li Fingxing is obviously a human being, and he can't even speak human words. Say it once and get beaten once." Li Fingxing only felt a pain in his chest, as if someone had stabbed him with a sword. Xiao He laughed and said, "That idiot is not a human being at all. He is an embarrassment to the human race. He is worse than a black duck." The goblin nodded. "Oh my god! That guy is worse than a goblin." Li Fingxing was furious and came out to argue. But he was only a first-level, fifth-level warrior, and neither the goblins nor the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast were weaker than him. What's more, there is a level 6 black guy who can attack mentally. Xiao He felt a spike of energy, and Li Fingxing held his head and knelt down with a cry. Then the goblin went up and hit Li Fingxing with a hammer until Li Fingxing's head was covered with bruises. Then he swaggered away with the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast and Xiao He. When the Handan Golden Horn Dragon saw his master being beaten, he wanted to wake up the sleeping Horn Tiger and Green Fire Deer to help. But he stopped again. "Calm down, Long Long. There's no need to argue with low-level races like goblins and that black duck. Have you forgotten how strong you are? You are the Cold Pond Golden Horn Dragon, and you will transform into a dragon in the future. If you break out, it will definitely cause a bloody storm, and the entire blue star will be turned upside down. So Long Long, you have to be patient. Patient. And patient. If the master is beaten, just be beaten. Being beaten will make him grow. There is no need for you to argue with the green dwarf, the black duck, and the little snake. You have a more important mission." Thinking of this, Handan Golden Horn Dragon closed his eyes silently and fell asleep very peacefully. Qin Fan and others were speechless as they watched Li Fingxing being beaten. This guy really deserves a beating more than Xiao He. Not only was he beaten by humans, but now he had to be beaten by beasts. Qin Fan couldn't stand it anymore. "Wah wah! Give Li Feng 2 treatments." Li Fingxing was very moved. Qin Fan added, "After he is cured, let Xiaobu and the others beat him again to stop him from causing trouble. Beat him a few more times to teach him a lesson." Li Fingxing. At this moment, the desert wind eagle standing outside sounded the alarm. "A monster is coming!" Qin Fan grabbed the long knife and stood up. A group of people activated their star power at the same time, awakened several sleeping beasts, and stood ready. I saw a large group of colorful phantom birds flying quickly not far away. "It's not for us," Shen Hongxiu said softly. At this time, Xiao He landed on Qin Fan's shoulder and drooled. "Master, those colorful magical birds are so beautiful. They are all female. Help me catch a few of them and take them back." Yi Hao and Shen Taoao were stunned. How could this guy tell that the colorful phantom bird was female? Qin Fan frowned and said, "Save it. You are not suitable." Xiao He was very unconvinced. "Why is it inappropriate?" Qin Fan said, "You look like a black duck. That colorful magic bird is bigger than a tiger. I'm afraid you can't reach it." Xiao He. The 3 girls behind Shen Hongxiu turned red at the same time. Xiao He watched the group of colorful phantom birds flying into the distance, feeling very depressed. "Oh, so many beautiful female birds are flying past me, but I can't do anything about it." Before it finished speaking, it opened its mouth and whistled at the colorful phantom bird flying away. Chu Xian and Fang Qingqing all looked at Qin Fan. Qin Fan's eyes widened with an innocent look on his face. "I didn't teach it this. I can't even whistle myself." "It would be strange to believe you." Everyone rolled their eyes. Sudden. Xiao Hei's expression changed slightly. You are a small skill. But you dare to do the same thing and become a mighty dragon. This stupid bird. You really shouldn't let it watch TV. Chen Fan glanced at Xiao Hei helplessly. I saw Xiao Hei staring at the position next to the dark blood stone man on his left-hand side, with a faint light flashing in his eyes. Spiritual spike! Puff 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 puff! Several small butterflies with black wings landed in the open space on the left side of the dark blood stone man. What? The dark blood stone man and Chen Fan were all stunned for a moment. Fang Qingqing stepped forward quickly, pinched a butterfly with her fingers, and exclaimed, Fragrance-chasing butterfly! Chen Fan suddenly realized. Shen Taoao couldn't help but ask, Brother Fan, do you know this Suixiangdi? I don't know. Chen Fan shook his head and said, But this will make him look more educated and experienced. Shen Taoao. Henry Chu said in a deep voice. It should be Chiyoko and the others who did it. Li Fingxing scratched his head and said, What on earth is this? What kind of fragrance and butterfly? Chasing incense butterfly. Fang Qingqing said, Our bodies, or the bodies of some beasts, may be infected with the chasing god incense. This chasing incense butterfly comes after the Jushin Xiang. Yi Hao frowned. What should we do? Are we going to find a place to take a bath now? Do we need to wash the armor again? It's useless, Fang Qingqing said. Once the chasing god incense falls on your body, it will take 3 days and 3 nights to dissipate. It cannot be washed away by soaking in water. Bai Ruch folded his hands on his chest and said coldly, What do they want to do? Chen Fan grinned and said, No matter what they want to do, if they dare to provoke me, I will kill them directly. People from Yang Kingdom. Hey, hey, hey. This sneer was full of murderous intent. Yi Hao reminded, Everyone should be careful. Those girls from the Yang Kingdom should be at the 2nd level or above. The leader might be already at the 2nd level, or even the 2nd level and 3rd level. They don't dare to kill the level 12 Grimace Giant Lizard if they don't have the strength of level 2 or above. The expressions of Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing immediately became serious. Among the group of people and beasts present, only Chen Fan, Chu Xian, the green crystal demon fox, and Yi Hao with the storm axe, could compete with the 2nd grade and 2nd level heaven. The remaining few people were unable to fight back when facing the 2nd grade. 2nd grade, 2nd level heaven. Shen Hongxiu pursed her lips. After I go back this time, I will also spend all my money to buy a high-grade mysterious weapon and a suit of armor like Xiaofan, so that we can dress up as a couple. Chen Fan immediately made a long face. What you said before were quite normal. Why did you say it crookedly again? Fang Qingqing sneered and said, Some people can only cross the river with leaves, relying solely on the force of a wave. Is now the time to talk about these things? Shen Hongxiu wanted to retort, but Bai Ruch stopped her. Okay. Let's get down to business. Everyone turned their attention to Chen Fan. Chen Fan walked to the back and took out a bunch of crystal nuclei from the package. Everyone took a closer look and found that 2 of the crystal cores actually had 14 lines. There are still a few pieces with 13 lines. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan put it away again. Everyone was baffled. Just listen to Chen Fan say, Sharing means that if there are good things, show them to you. I hope you can have them too. Pretending to compare means that if there are good things, show them to you. But you can't have them anyway. Just now, I was just pretending to show off. Hack! Everyone was furious. Shen Taoao smiled proudly. Fortunately, I have one too. After Chen Fan tapped his chest a few times with his fingers, he turned on the switch embedded with crystal cores on the armor. Then, he took off the crystal cores originally embedded in the armor and replaced them with 5 level 10 monster crystal cores. Yi Hao reacted and immediately replaced the crystal core on his armor. Originally, the crystal cores embedded in their armor were only level 7 or 8. But this time, considering that something might happen, Chen Fan and Yi Hao both replaced themselves with level 10 monster crystal cores. These crystal nuclei were not obtained from the 2nd secret realm, but were obtained from the monster corpses in the 1st secret realm's crater cave last time. Except for Li Fingxing, Bai Ruch, and Fang Qingqing. Several others were assigned many high-level crystal nuclei. Snapped! Chen Fan pressed his palm and turned off the switch. 5 pieces of level 10 monster crystal cores are used through the formation on the battle armor. The current defense of the battle armor has greatly increased. If this was not enough, Chen Fan also replaced the crystal core of the shield on the wrist guard. Looking at this scene, Fang Qingqing suddenly turned red. Yi Hao had told her before that Chen Fan spent all his money and bought a knife and a pair of armor. At that time, Fang Qingqing was very unconcerned and wanted to persuade Xin Fan not to spend money randomly like this, but to allocate the money well and plan for the long term. Now it seems that her thoughts at that time were extremely naive. Xin Fan, who is already in the second level and has 5 powerful beasts, is still prepared for the worst and is prepared for a rainy day. The result is that with so many people in the team, when the team finally faces trouble, it's all up to him to protect them. Fang Qingqing silently looked at Xin Fan, who was checking the shield, feeling a sense of guilt and admiration in her heart. It's getting late. Let's all go back and rest. I'll keep watch tonight. Xin Fan gently patted the dark blood stone man on the shoulder. Shaolin, you all should go back to the beast control space and rest. I called stone dark blood. The stone man scratched his head helplessly. Shin Hongxiu came over and said, I'll accompany you. Xin Fan shook his head. No need. I drank 2 cups of coffee and couldn't sleep. All right. Fang Qingqing glanced at Shin Hongxiu. She originally wanted to say this, but for some reason, she just couldn't say it. Xin Fan sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff and put the long knife on his leg. Shin Hongxiu sat down next to him. Brother Fan, it will be your hard work today. Uncle, thank you for your hard work. Yi Hao and others said Lo and went back to rest. Xin Fan asked Xiao Qing and Lao Yuan to return to the beast control space, then closed his eyes and began to meditate on the first sword of the 9 sky-breaking swords. This sword technique is too mysterious and complicated. Said to be the first sword, there are actually 99 and 81 swords. Only by integrating the 99 and 81 swords can the first sword be truly successful. This first sword was strong and fierce, and each of the 81 swords contained a heavy intention. Each sword was stronger than the last. Each was more violent than the other, and each was more powerful than the last. Only by integrating and penetrating the 81 swords can one sword after another be superimposed with its sword intent. Over this period of time, Xin Fan has actually spent most of his time on comprehending this sword technique. The time it takes to open the orifices and open the meridians is much less than that of most beast masters or star warriors. Although he was sitting cross-legged at this moment, he concentrated his energy in his mind, and a figure appeared in his mind. He began to follow by Tianyu's figure and repeatedly practiced his sword skills, starting from the first knife of 99 and 81, then the second knife, the third knife, the fourth knife, and the fifth knife. After the 5th blow, Xin Fan returned and continued from the first blow. His body was as motionless as a stone sculpture, but it consumes a lot of energy, and I go back and forth in my mind to comprehend and practice the first 5 swords. Shin Hongxiu beside him didn't speak, just supported his chin with his hand and looked at Xin Fan silently. Time passes little by little. An uneventful night. A bird call broke the silence. It's daybreak. When Chu Xian and Yi Hao came over, Xin Fan closed his eyes and followed them, as if he was petrified. But Shin Hongxiu had already sat on the edge of the other side of the cliff. Shin Hongxiu turned her head and made a should gesture. Henry Chu's expression moved slightly, and when he looked at Xin Fan, his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw 5 translucent sword energies spinning around Xin Fan's body. The sword energy was as solid as 5 long knives, spinning around Xin Fan's body in circles. No wonder Shin Hongxiu is sitting so far away. Suddenly, Xin Fan opened his eyes and stood up suddenly. The moment he stood up, the 5 sword energies instantly converged into one. Cut! Xin Fan turned his palm into a sword and slashed forward with one strike. Call! The long knife formed by the convergence of 5 sword energies flew out of the air, and with a bang, chopped a large rock below into countless pieces. What a terrifying sword skill! Henry Chu looked shocked. One of the most obvious signs of the second-level realm is gathering energy to form a blade. Chu Xian, who has broken through to the second level, can use star power to condense weapons, like real swords without using weapons, just his palms or fingers. After this kind of weapon leaves the body, it can also fly through the air and fly a certain distance. But when it comes to attack power, it is definitely far inferior to the kind of ground soldiers or mysterious soldiers who can just strike with a sword. However, the sword that Xin Fan just struck was probably much more powerful than many second-level Xiebing slashes. If this sword had been issued with the sky-breaking demon sword, its power would have been increased dozens of times. Henry Chu weighed it in his mind and estimated that even the second-grade and third-level black-robed man he met in the crater last time could not block Xin Fan's sword with all his strength. You have to practice hard. Henry Chu sighed secretly. Just a few days after breaking through to the second level, I thought I could get closer to Xin Fan. Unexpectedly, I was thrown away a lot again. Henry Chu took a few steps forward and was about to speak. In the distance of the jungle below, there were sudden roars. All I saw were towering trees falling down one after another. Swarms of birds flew up in the jungle, and countless monsters panicked and fled into the distance. What happened? Bai Rouge and others rushed out from behind. Chen Fan squinted his eyes slightly and stared at the location where the tree collapsed. Monster name, Grimacious Lizard. Combat power level, level 12, leader level. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute, demon type. Monster weakness, thunder. Fire. Racial skills, swamp hell. Steel teeth bite. Roaring sound wave. Sweeping tail slap. Whirlwind knife. Monster state, furious. Chen Fan's eyes turned cold. And he finally understood what Chiyoko and the others wanted to do. Xian Chu. Yi Hao. Come down with me. Chen Fan shouted coldly. The others stay up there. Don't go down. Chiyoko and the others have lured the grimace lizard here. Yi Hao was furious. It's him. Let me catch them later. I have to beat them to death. Henry Chu's face was expressionless. Let's talk about it if we can catch it. Chen Fan took out the long knife in his hand, and then summoned Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. Yi Hao only summoned Holy Moon Morning Glory, and Chu Xian summoned the Dark Blood Stone Man and the Desert Wind Sculpture. Chen Fan thought, and the Green Crystal Demon Fox immediately put on green crystal armor for him. Chu Xian, and several beasts, Gongzi and the Black Iron Dragon Turtle were a little unconvinced, and immediately added 2 layers of armor to the green crystal armor. As for Shen Hongxiu, the others, and the other beast masters, they all retreated. The level 12 Grimace Monitor Lizard, regardless of whether it is a level 5 or level 6 beast master, it is basically useless. That is, Yi Hao's Holy Moon Morning Glory is a healing beast that can save lives in critical moments. The other level 6 beast masters are no longer of use. Get down! Chen Fan shouted coldly. Later, Shen Hongxiu reminded, not only do you have to be careful of the Grimace Lizard, you also have to be careful of Chiyoko and the others. Those Yan country women are not good things. Chen Fan, with jade on his head, jumped off the cliff with Chu Xian and Yi Hao. Xiao Qing followed closely behind them. Xiao Bai, Gongzi, and the others all gathered around the old ape, hiding themselves with the help of the shadow canopy. Roar! The ghost-faced giant lizard came after Chiyoko and the 4 of them. Chiyoko led the 3 people and quickly rushed towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan Jun, please give us a helping hand. I will thank you greatly afterwards. Bitch, the plan is on me. Get rid of this monster and deal with you again. Chen Fan said nothing, staring at the grimacious giant lizard charging domineeringly from behind. High and extraordinary ghost-faced monitor lizard. It's even scarier than I thought before. Chapter 147, The Demon Sect? Fairyland? Why did his painting style suddenly change to cultivating immortals? Advanced Extraordinary Level 12 Grimace Monitor Lizard. It may be even better than the Medium Extraordinary Level 13. Although the 2 sides were still more than 50 meters apart, Chen Fan could already feel the fierce aura. At this time, Chiyoko and the others were breathing heavily and retreating step by step towards Chen Fan and the others. And the grimacious monitor lizard, with red eyes, was approaching step by step. Chen Fan's hand holding the handle of the knife tightened. The green crystal demon fox behind was also extremely nervous. Xiao Qing could not judge the level of the grimacious monitor, but the monster's natural instinct told it that the grimacious monitor in front of it was much more powerful than it. And although it received treatment from Holy Moon Morning Glory, its injury has not healed yet. Xiao Qing walked to Chen Fan's left side and glanced at Chen Fan nervously. But Chen Fan had no expression on his face. Suddenly, Henry Chu on the right side lowered his voice and said, Chen Fan. Huh? Chen Fan tilted his head slightly. Then he saw Henry Chu's eyes glancing down. Chen Fan followed Henry Chu's gaze and looked. Henry Chu was holding a big package in his left hand. Big parcel. The corners of Chen Fan's eyes twitched. This guy Henry Chu brought another bomb. Are you a human or a goblin who likes to play with bombs so much? I originally brought Damon here this time. With Damon here, you still bring such a big bag? Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the worst. How powerful is it? Much better than last time. You got so much money. Instead of buying a battle armor, you just bought this thing? I have a cloak. After I leave the secret realm this time, I will buy a suit of armor like yours. At this time, Yi Hao also came over and took something out of his package. Inside his package were bottles and jars of various colors and shapes. Chen Fan was stunned. What else did you bring? Without raising his head, Yi Hao opened the lids of the bottles and jars, stuffed them into Henry Chu's package, and said, "In addition to itching powder, there are more than a dozen kinds of poisons, laxatives, and tonic medicines." Chen Fan and Chu Xian. After Yi Hao put the bottles and jars in, Henry Chu's package became even more bulging. This package reminded Chen Fan of the ultimate killer weapon in the movie Link Linky, which will kill you 3,000 times. A very reliable Henry Chu and a very unreliable Yi Hao can actually be combined into such a weapon. When Chen Fan was stunned, Henry Chu had already zipped up the package, and then put a thumb-sized thing into Chen Fan's hand. "Hold the remote control. Press the green button for 3 seconds, and the bomb will explode in 10 seconds. Press the red button for 3 seconds, and the bomb will explode immediately. In addition, if the package encounters the impact of powerful star power, it will also explode." Chen Fan silently picked up the remote control, looked at the red and green buttons on it, and then put the remote control into the armor's pocket. Then, he stretched out his hand towards Henry Chu. "Give me the package." Henry Chu didn't move. Chen Fan frowned. "My defense is the strongest right now. Even if I run to that monster and get slapped by it, I won't necessarily be hurt. If you get a slap, you will definitely die." Henry Chu opened his mouth and gave the package to Chen Fan. "Then let the fight begin." As he spoke, Chen Fan took out a plastic box from a pocket. Yi Hao chuckled. "Start with a box of itchy powder. Whenever you start using your hands, you'll be steady." With that said, he and Henry Chu took out a tube of reagent from their pockets at the same time. Chen Fan also took out a tube of antidote to prevent it from being contaminated with itching powder. "That thing is more terrifying than poison." "Go away!" Chen Fan shouted loudly at Chiyoko and the other 4 people who were running over quickly. Chiyoko and the other 4 were stunned for a moment, but they reacted very quickly and immediately rushed out to the left and right sides. As soon as the 4 of them rushed out, the jade on Chen Fan's head used a skill. Stormwind Blade. The storm immediately swept through the itchy powder and towards the ghost-faced monitor lizard that was chasing after him. The grimacious monitor lizard saw the storm approaching. A trace of ferocity flashed in its eyes, and its bloody mouth suddenly opened. Roaring Sound Wave. Chen Fan's expression changed drastically. When he checked the skills of the Grimace Dragon before, he was most interested in this move, because he was not sure at all whether the armor on his body could defend against Sonic's skills. If this move were to be executed by him, not to mention the complete failure of the itchy powder, he and Henry Chu would all be seriously injured immediately. Chen Fan immediately shouted, "Xiao Hei!" Xiao Hei, who was hovering in the air behind the ghost-faced giant lizard, immediately swooped down and used Spirit Spike. Purr! The grimace monitor felt like a steel needle was inserted into his head. His eyes were black, and the pain was unbearable. The skill, Roaring Sound Wave, was immediately interrupted. Before it could react, the storm had already swept over. Countless wind blades cut into its body, making a clanging sound of gold and iron. The wind blade in the emerald storm only left shallow scratches on its body, but the huge body of the ghost-faced monitor lizard was also lifted into the sky. Roar! The grimacious giant lizard roared angrily, and a burst of black energy swirled around its body. It actually withstood the upward impact of the storm and fell heavily back to the ground. But because it opened its mouth and roared, a large amount of tickling powder immediately fell into its mouth. Ghost-faced monitor lizard. The indescribable itching, like countless steel ants burrowing into the internal organs, bones and meridians, caused the grimacious lizard to lose its composure instantly and roll on the ground. Chiyoko 4 people. Chen Fan immediately asked Jade to contain the storm with a slight movement of his fingers. Gongzi, who was hiding in the shadows sky with Lao Yuan Xiaobai, immediately activated the skill, Bloodthirsty. A bloody crown flashed over the heads of Lao Yuan, Xiaobai, and Chen Fan at the same time. Within 30 seconds, your strength increases by 30%. The next moment, he quietly touched the old ape on the other side, and with a cry, he appeared behind the ghost-faced monitor lizard. Shadow Poison Claw! The old ape's right paw with the black glove snorted and grabbed the ghost-faced monitor lizard. Crunch! A harsh sound came out, and 5 faint blood marks immediately appeared on the back of the ghost-faced monitor lizard. The old ape put on the gloves, and under Gongzi's increased bloodthirst, he struck with all his strength, and only a few blood marks were drawn on his back. Chiyoko and others didn't understand why Chen Fan would let such a weak beast come forward to attack. But for the old ape, scratching out the blood marks is enough. It turned its body, used its limbs together, jumped away in a few seconds, and then disappeared into the shadows again. Gongzi brushed his teeth twice, jumped to the top of a mushroom tree, and bared his teeth at the ghost-faced giant lizard. But Qin Fan did not allow him to participate in the war, and Gongzi was very depressed. At the same time, Xiao Bai made a lightning flash, rushed into the shadow of the old ape, opened his mouth, and attacked at the same time as Xiao Qin here. Brontosaurus! Rock Cannon! The thunder dragon formed by the condensed thunder and lightning shook away the shadow sky that the old ape had opened, and blasted towards the grimacious giant lizard rolling on the ground. And the rock cannon fired by Xiao Qin here was also extremely fast, only half a beat slower than the Brontosaurus. And it hit the head of the Grimace Monitor lizard. Boom! Boom! The huge body of the Grimace Monitor was first beaten forward by the Brontosaurus. Then his head was hit by the giant rock cannon and was buried in the ground. So his whole body turned over. But whether it was Qin Fan and the others, or Chioko and the other four, their hearts sank when they saw this scene. Neither Xiao Bai's Thunder Dragon nor Xiaoqing's Rock Cannon caused much damage to the Grimace Monitor. The combat power levels of the two sides are still very different. This grimacious giant lizard has no defensive skills, but its huge star power has already formed a powerful defense around it, coupled with its rough skin and thick flesh. These two attacks were not painful or itchy at all. Spread! Qin Fan, holding a long sword, dispersed with Chu Xian and others. Chioko and the four others immediately dispersed to the other side, surrounding the grimacious giant lizard in the middle. Seeing that Qin Fan still didn't make a move, Chioko couldn't help but said loudly, Qin Fan Jun, that monster is rolling around now. It's the best time to attack. Qin Fan nodded. Then go ahead. Chioko. Of course she wanted to go, but the attacks from her and the other three couldn't break through the ghost-faced lizard's defense. And the sky-breaking demon sword in Qin Fan's hand has the potential to seriously injure or even kill the grimace giant lizard. Chioko and the other four gritted their teeth and took out 4 thick chains from their backpacks. At this time, the ghost-faced giant lizard howled and turned over, staring at Qin Fan. It remembers it clearly. What just made it itch unbearably was the human in front of me. It's the skill released by the slime on top of this human's head. Bite him to death. The ghost-faced giant lizard opened its big mouth and rushed towards Qin Fan, regardless of the itching on its body. As soon as they pounced on it, the 4 Chiokos on the other side changed their expression slightly. That monster moved much slower. It turns out that the orangutan's attack contains poison like slowness. Chioko was overjoyed. Do it! The 4 people scattered and threw the chains in their hands at the same time. One end of the chain was in their hands, and the other end was like a living snake. It slithered and flew under the belly and back of the ghost-faced giant lizard. Then, after wrapping around in a circle, it flew back to the hands of Chioko and the 4 of them. Chioko and the other 2 moved incredibly fast. In a flash, they wrapped the chains around the trunks of 4 towering trees. Qin Fan Jun! Chioko grabbed the chain tightly and shouted. The 4 of them pulled on the chains and dug their feet deep into the ground. Even so, under the struggle of the Grimace Monitor lizard, the 4 towering trees made a harsh crunching sound, and the chains were directly inserted into the trunks of the trees. After Qin Fan approached the Grimace lizard, he originally wanted to throw the package containing a bunch of Thunderstar bombs over it. But seeing that the Grimace lizard was not completely restrained, he was also worried that the package would be slapped away by the Grimace lizard with its claws. Moreover, if you want to cause maximum damage to it, you must either throw it under its belly or throw it into its mouth. Old ape! Catch it and give it to Xiao Bai! Qin Fan threw the package in his hand in the direction of the old ape. The moment the old ape jumped into the air to catch the package, Qin Fan flew out like an arrow with a bang. The sword in his hand flashed with lightning, and he slashed straight into the head of the grimacious giant lizard, riding Chioko. The 4 of them entangled the grimacious giant lizard to see if they could seriously injure it with a single blow. Call! With a sharp sound breaking through the air, before Qin Fan could even drop the long knife in his hand, the huge tail of the grimacious giant lizard swept over and hit Qin Fan right in the chest. Sweep the tail and slap! With the tail flick equipped with skills, the power is unrivaled and the speed is extremely fast. Qin Fan groaned, and the 3 layers of armor including the cyan crystal armor on his body instantly shattered, and his whole body was thrown away like a cannonball and smashed into the mountain wall. Xia Fan! Brother Fan! Qin Fan! Uncle Master! Meow! Xiao Hei in the air was scared to death. It's over! It's over! I made a mistake, and before I had time to cast the skill, the Master's game is over! The Grimace lizard hated Qin Fan so much that it felt extremely itchy. After whipping Chen Fan away with its tail, it struggled to rush towards the big hole made by Chen Fan. Crack! Under their struggle, the tree with the chains wrapped around Chiyoko, and the 4 people broke apart. Chiyoko and the other 4 couldn't hold the grimace lizard back, so they were dragged directly towards the big hole made by Chen Fan. Kill! Amidst the exclamations of the people behind him, the cloak behind Henry Chu flew out like a red gun. When it flew to the grimace monitor, the cloak unfolded and hugged its head directly. Bang, bang, bang! Henry Chu and Yi Hao approached quickly at the same time. The long sword in Henry Chu's hand burst out with a dazzling light and slashed at the front legs of the grimace monitor lizard. And Yi Hao's storm axe struck directly at the tail of the grimace lizard. It's too late. It's faster than that. The ghost-faced monitor lizard yanked a sharp claw and tore off the cloak covering its head, opening its bloody mouth. Steel teeth bite! The grimacious giant lizard bit Xian Chu diagonally in front of him. At this moment, it was too late for Henry Chu to retreat. Spiritual spike! Xiao Hei in the air immediately activated his skills, once again interrupting the ghost-faced lizard's spellcasting. Boom! The grimacious monitor lizard with black eyes had a gash in its front leg cut by Henry Chu's long sword, and blood was flowing out, and its tail was cut off by Yi Hao's storm axe, and it kept jumping on the ground. Roar! The grimacious giant lizard roared angrily, and the violent power in his body instantly broke the chains. Retreat! Henry Chu and Yi Hao. Quickly retreat. Even though it was poisoned by the slowing poison, this monster's movements were still much faster than them. Roar! The grimace lizard roared again. Seeing it, I prepared to use my skills again. Noob! Chen Fan's voice sounded on the field. There was only a flash of thunder and lightning in the air, and Xiaobai flew past the grimace giant lizard. The moment she flew by, the package on her paws was thrown into the mouth of the grimacious monitor with a whoosh. Ghost-faced monitor lizard. The next moment, Xiao Hei used spiritual spike again. Click! The grimace lizard closed its mouth and fell to the ground with a thud. Retreat! Chen Fan's voice sounded again. Xiao Hei! Use mental spikes continuously. Xiao Hei used all his strength to attack the ghost-faced giant lizard at close range, and used several spiritual spikes in succession. Lao Yuan and the others took this opportunity and rushed out with all their strength. Xiao Qing rushed towards the big hole made by Chen Fan. Xiaobai urged thunder flash again and again, and the first one ran the furthest. But Yi Hao and Chu Xian had already jumped to the call on the other side before Chen Fan could say anything. Seeing this scene, the 4 Chiyokos guessed that there was something wrong with the package. They all dropped their chains and, like ghost cats, got into the woods and hid behind the big tree in the distance. 5 seconds after everyone rushed out, Xiao Hei also quickly flew high into the sky. Chen Fan, who was hiding behind the boulder, pressed the red button on the remote control. Boom! A deafening sound resounded in the mouth of the ghost-faced monitor lizard. Endless thunder light flashed out, with the body of the grimace monitor as the center. A violent force rippled in all directions, shattering all the nearby boulders and trees. The 4 Chiyoko, who did not escape too far, even though they opened their shields and there were big trees in front of them, were still blown away by the force and rolled on the ground. Golyulu. On the dusty field, the weird screams of the ghost-faced monitor lizard continued. After being hit by such a thunderstar bomb, this demonic level 12 monster was not completely dead yet. Henry Chu, Yi Hao and others in the distance were in shock. At this time, after asking Xiao Qing who was following him to add a green crystal armor to himself, Chen Fan quickly approached the ghost-faced giant lizard like a ghost, take advantage of his illness and kill him. On the other side, Gongzi also ran towards this side quickly. Gongzi, give me bloodthirsty! Chen Fan shouted loudly in his heart. After closing the distance, Gongzi activated his bloodthirsty without hesitation. One knife volleyed into the air and shattered the thunder. With another loud shout from the bottom of Chen Fan's heart, the 5 swords in the first sword of the sky-breaking devil sword were combined into one, and one sword slashed down towards the seriously injured grimacious giant lizard. Call! The grimace monitor lizard, which was seriously injured and dying, actually reacted and clawed out towards Chen Fan Shushu. The skill of the grimace lizard. Tornado knife! At this time, Xiao Hei flew high into the sky to avoid the thunderstar bomb and has not returned yet. Die! Chen Fan didn't take a step back, shouted loudly, and dropped the long knife in his hand like lightning. Boom! Boom! The dazzling sword light flickered. At the moment when the giant lizard's head was cut off, the 1-meter diameter, rapidly rotating whirlwind knife struck Chen Fan's chest. The armor on Chen Fan's body erupted with dazzling light, and his whole body flew backwards quickly like a kite with its string broken, and the whirlwind knife was still in his chest, spinning rapidly. Brother Fan! Chen Fan! Meow! Yi Hao, Chu Xian, and Xiao Bai rushed towards Chen Fan as quickly as possible. Ha! Chen Fan shouted loudly again, raised his long knife upwards, and chopped off the whirlwind knife, spinning in his chest. Bang! After splitting the whirlwind knife, Chen Fan flipped his right wrist, held the long knife in place, and half knelt down. Shen Hongxiu and others on the cliff rushed down quickly with red faces. Chu Xian and Yi Hao arrived first and helped Chen Fan up. I'm fine. Chen Fan's face looked a little pale, but he just waved his hand and said, before taking action, Xiao Qing helped me patch up a layer of azure crystal armor. After the monster was half killed by the Thunderstar bomb, the monster was struck near death and lost even 1/10 of its power in its heyday. I feel completely calm. I even want to eat braised chicken and rice. Chu Xian and Yi Hao. Chen Fan smacked his lips and said, next time, I will also bring a pack of bombs. This thing is so useful. At this time, Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing gathered around. Fang Qingqing lifted the package in her hand and handed it to Chen Fan. Do what? Chen Fan was stunned. Fang Qingqing whispered, I also brought a bag. Chen Fan. Qingqing was also led astray by Henry Chu, walking around with bombs all day long. Although without Henry Chu's bomb this time, the battle would definitely be much more difficult. But you even sleep with such a big bag of bombs. Are you too ambitious? Shen Hongxiu came over to check Chen Fan's injury. It's okay. Chen Fan turned on the switch on the chest armor. Everyone took a closer look and saw that 4 of the 5 level 10 monster crystal cores above were dim. Chen Fan took down the 4 dull crystal cores and installed 4 more level 9 monster crystal cores. I also want to buy an identical armor. Several people present had this idea in their minds at the same time, especially Shen Hongxiu. After coming down from the cliff, he didn't speak, but her eyes were red and her look was a bit scary. Chen Fan tilted his head slightly. Howsy? Go dig out the crystal core of the grimmest giant lizard first. Yi Hao nodded, but his feet did not move. Over there, the tail of the grimmest monitor lizard is still jumping around like it's alive. The head of the grimmest monitor lizard has a bloody mouth open, like a black hole in H.L. Beside him, Xiao Hei was trying hard to swallow the soul of the grimacious monitor lizard. Dongzi is cheering it up. Xiao Bai had some experience, and he used his thunder blade to cut off the black mist-like ghost-faced giant lizard's soul one by one, and help Xiao Hei devour it. Xiao Qing's hair stood on end as she watched Xiao Hei devouring his soul. Yi Hao looked at Xiao Hei, then at the head of the giant lizard with a big mouth and a grimace. Thinking about that monster, Chen Fan was shot out like a cannonball with one move, and he couldn't help but feel frightened. Seeing Chen Fan injured before, he and Chu Xian rushed forward regardless of their own safety. But now that the incident was over, he felt that both of his feet were shaking violently, and he was a little afraid to get closer. Chen Fan gently patted Yi Hao's shoulder and said, Don't back away. Man, you can't back away. Yi Hao looked at Chen Fan's encouraging eyes and nodded. Yes. How can we retreat? Brother Fan just saw the grimmest giant lizard skill coming at him, and he refused to dodge, trying to cut it off. How could I retreat? I heard Chen Fan say again. One small step forward. One giant leap for civilization. Yi Hao almost knelt down. Is this sentence used in this situation? Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge spat and turned away with red faces. Chen Fan was stunned. I thought only Hongxiu had seen this sentence. How come you have seen it too? Bai Rouge lightly slapped Chen Fan on the arm. I saw it on the internet. Fang Qingqing's voice sounded like a mosquito. Me too. Shen Hongxiu pursed her lips. She, who used to be wild and arrogant, suddenly became much quieter. Everyone laughed. There was clearly a feeling of fear in my heart, and I hadn't recovered yet. Why did the atmosphere change again because of Chen Fan's 2 words? At this time, Chiyoko came over with the 3 people. All 4 of them were seriously injured. Their bodies were dripping with blood. Their hair was messy, and their faces were pale. The armor on their bodies was all shattered into pieces. In other words, the armor on Chiyoko's body is still barely intact. On the bodies of the other girls, some had cracks in their breastplates, and some had their gauntlets shattered, and they were all in tatters and tatters. Whether it is a Star Warrior or a Beast Master, unless he has condensed star power armor after reaching the 4th level, his defense power will be far weaker than that of monsters or Beast Masters with the same star power. In this regard, many monsters have inherent advantages. The level 7 Harpy Queen has feathers as strong as steel. When Gongzi was still at level 2, he could condense stone skin. Even if you don't use defensive skills on the Black Iron Dragon Turtle, it's not that easy to break its carapace. Dark-blooded stone men are invulnerable to swords and invulnerable to water and fire. Although the level 12 Grimace Lizard had no defensive skills, it was rough-skinned and thick-bodied. It was able to receive a rock cannonball from the green crystal demon fox, which meant it shook its head. Although Chiyoko and the others were not weak in strength, their defense was still a little weak, and they were too close to the explosion area, so they were all seriously injured.
Chen Fanjun, thank you for your help.
Chiyoko bowed 90 degrees to Chen Fan.
You're welcome.
Chen Fan grinned. Immediately, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. He swung his long knife and slashed straight down Chiyoko's neck.
Chong!
At the critical moment, Chiyoko raised the sword in her hand and blocked Chen Fan's sword, but was shocked by the sword and kept retreating. The armor on her body was finally shattered by the violent force of this knife, and pieces fell down. After being seriously injured, Chiyoko couldn't stop Chen Fan, who was holding the sky-breaking demon sword.
What you do?
The three people behind Chiyoko were furious and wanted to rush over, but they were blocked by Henry Chu, Yi Hao, and Xiao Qing.
Call!
Shen Hongxiu and others dispersed with gloomy expressions. A group of people and a group of beasts surrounded the four Chiyoko. Chiyoko looked pale and said,
Chen Fanjun, what are you doing? What to do?
Chen Fan said coldly.
Kill you. Why did you use Chai Shenxian to plot against us? To lure the ghost-faced monitor lizard to us? And to make me and a group of my companions face this kind of crisis? Why don't you kill you and keep it for the new year?
The expressions of the three people behind Chiyoko suddenly changed. Chiyoko's face turned pale again and she said,
Chen Fanjun, I sincerely apologize to you and your friends.
We had difficulties and had no choice but to lure the grimmest giant lizard here.
What difficulties you have nothing to do with me.
Chen Fan said solemnly.
If you have anything to say, wait until I hack you to death.
Chiyoko. A woman behind Chiyoko said,
You have many people and bully others. So what kind of heroes are you?
Chen Fan laughed dumbly.
If heroes and heroes have to fight each other every time, I won't be a hero. As a beast master, I have so many beast masters. I don't bully the few with more. How can I let them be responsible as spectators on the side? Do you want to applaud at the show?
A person behind Chiyoko sneered and said,
You know how to take advantage of others' danger and take advantage of us being seriously injured. So you dare to be so arrogant. If I were not injured, you would be no match for me.
Chen Fan tilted his head.
I bought a bag last year. It's super wear resistant.
The Yang Kingdom woman was stunned for a moment.
What do you mean?
Seeing the coldness in Chen Fan's eyes, Chiyoko hurriedly said,
Chen Fanjun, I can tell you some secrets, and use these secrets in exchange for the lives of the four of us.
Chen Fan shook his head.
I'm not interested in your secrets. About the secrets of the Nightmare Garden,
Chiyoko said a little eagerly,
and the secrets of this world.
Everyone present was surprised. Chen Fan's expression changed slightly.
Then it depends on whether your so-called secret is worth the price.
Chiyoko immediately said.
Chen Fanjun must have been suspicious from the beginning. Why don't you people in Donghai City know that there is a level 12 Grimace monitor in Area D of the second secret realm? But we from the Demon City know it. Because the matter of the level 12 giant lizard comes from the Garden of Nightmares. What did you say?
The long knife in Chen Fan's hand flashed with light, and the tip of the knife pointed at Chiyoko.
Are you from the Nightmare Garden? No, I'm not,
Chiyoko said in a panic.
Please hear me out. Not only are we not from the Nightmare Court, but we are also the enemies of the Nightmare Court. We are just like you. We are from the Heavenly Demon Sect, and we captured the people from the Nightmare Garden. So we learned the news.
Chen Fan frowned.
Unexpectedly, you are actually members of the Heavenly Demon Sect. What is the Heavenly Demon Sect?
Chiyoko, four people. Li Fingxing nodded.
Yes. What is the Demon Sect?
Chiyoko took a deep breath and said softly.
Chen Fanjun, the secret I want to tell you is that our leader of the Demon Sect and the giants of the Nightmare Court are all from the fairy world. What the H.L.?
Chen Fan blinked.
Isn't this a world of beast control? A fantasy world? Why did the style of painting suddenly change and become an immortal? Please don't get me wrong,
Chiyoko said.
The fairy world I just mentioned is actually called Tianyu World. It's just that we, the Heavenly Demon Sect's followers, are used to calling it the Immortal World. The reason why it is called Fairyland is because all of Blue Star's cultivation techniques, sword and sword skills, weapon and medicine refining, all come from Tianyu realm.
Qin Fan was shocked. Shen Hongxiu and Yi Hao also looked at each other in confusion. This kind of statement, as well as this Tianyu world, is simply unheard of. Chiyoko continued.
I even suspect that the martial ancestor of our blue star is also from the Tianyu realm.
Qin Fan was surprised again.
What? Our blue star's martial ancestor is also the one? Who is the martial ancestor?
Chiyoko. Is this guy pretending to be stupid? Or does he really not know? He has never even heard of martial ancestor? Chiyoko said in a deep voice.
Let's not talk about the martial ancestor. I just want to tell you that Blue Star's biggest enemy is not those endless monsters, but the Garden of Nightmares. And we, the Demon Sect, are the strongest enemy of the Nightmare Garden, besides the allied forces of Blue Star countries.
Qin Fan sneered.
The Heavenly Demon Sect is the strongest enemy of the Nightmare Garden besides the allied forces of Blue Star countries? Why do I not believe it so much?
Li Fengxing stood by and praised.
That's right. I've never heard of it.
Chiyoko smiled bitterly and said,
Chen Fanjun, you destroyed the Nightmare Garden in the first secret realm. Their actions were actually looking for passages in the secret realms to return to the Tianyu realm. This level 12 Grimace Monitor is the monster they plan to use to control Area D of the second secret realm. It's just that because Chen Fanjun ruined their plan, Donghai City strictly investigated these secret realms. And then Grandmaster Yuan Songhai guarded Donghai City. In the end, they had no choice but to shell the plan. When our people were fighting with the people in the Nightmare Garden, they captured a prisoner and learned about the existence of the ghost-faced lizard from his mouth.
Qin Fan looked at Chiyoko silently for a while, and then said,
Are these your so-called secrets? I want to exchange 4 of your lives with such a few simple words. But it's not enough.
Shen Hongxiu, who had been silent, said in a deep voice.
You already know that the Nightmare Garden has shelved its plan. Why did you come here from the Devil City to kill the Ghost-Faced Monitor? What does killing the Ghost-Faced Monitor do to you? Benefit?
Chiyoko frowned slightly, and after a while she said,
We are here for the crystal core of the Grimace Monitor. Our Heavenly Demon Sect discovered an ancient formation in a secret realm. If you want to crack that big formation, you need to use crystal nuclei with various properties. One of the steps requires the use of a level 10 or above Grimace Dragon Crystal Core. But this kind of monster is extremely rare. We investigated it for a long time. And finally, through some strange combination of circumstances, we learned from a prisoner in the Nightmare Garden that there was a level 12 Grimacious Monitor lizard in the second secret realm of East China Sea City.
Qin Fan's expression changed slightly.
Where is the ancient formation you mentioned? I'm sorry. I really don't know,
Chiyoko said.
My status is not qualified to know such important information.
Seeing that Qin Fan was silent, Chiyoko bowed again and said,
Chen Fanjun, our Heavenly Demon Sect and the Tang State are allies, not enemies. We were indeed wrong about what happened before, but we didn't mean any harm. We just have no choice but to use your strength, Chen Fanjun, to join forces and kill that Grimacious giant lizard. I'm really sorry.
At this time, Bai Rouge, who had been silent, stepped forward and said to Qin Fan,
Uncle, let them go.
As the daughter of Bai Baiyu, the lord of East China Sea City, she seems to know a little about the demon sect. When Qin Fan saw what she said, he nodded slightly and said,
You go. I don't want this kind of thing to happen again next time. Next time something like this happens, I don't care about your Heavenly Demon Sect and Earthly Demon Sect. I will chop you to death. Yes.
Chiyoko bowed again. Qin Fan added,
The crystal core of the Grimace Lizard is in my hands. When you get out, prepare your money and offer a price that satisfies me. Yes.
Chiyoko bowed again and said,
We will prepare the money and ask you to buy this crystal core. Thank you so much.
Yi Hao said calmly,
I won't say thank you for your kindness. I will repay you in the future.
Chiyoko 4 people. Qin Fan rolled his eyes helplessly.
I seem to hear the sound of the engine again.
Chiyoko and the 4 left in embarrassment. After they disappeared into the jungle, Henry Chu frowned and said,
What do you mean by what you just said? What engine?
Qin Fan. Li Fengxing couldn't help but said,
Brother Fan, why did you sell the crystal core of the Grimacious Dragon Lizard to them? Can't we go find the ancient formation ourselves?
Qin Fan nodded.
Very good. I'll leave this task to you. Go find it. After you find it, go around the ancient formation and take a video to show us.
Li Fengxing was speechless. Everyone rolled their eyes. Qin Fan glared at Li Fengxing.
Why are you still in a daze? Have you forgotten your mission to enter the secret realm this time? Go and put on the head and tail of that grimacious monitor lizard.
After Chen Fan and his party left, 3 clouds of smoke rose from the edge of the cliff. The 3 clouds of smoke quickly turned into 3 middle-aged men. If Chen Fan were still here, he would definitely recognize the person in the middle. The 5th grade star warrior from the Beast Breeder Association who helped him capture the killer.
Isn't it a bit shameful for us to hear the secrets of several children like this? Shut up! We are here to protect Chen Fan. I am from the Beast Breeders Association. Master Zhang Hai asked me to protect him. What does it have to do with you? Asshole. He is the City Lord's junior brother. Shouldn't I protect him? Can't I protect Chen Fan and Rugu at the same time? He is a good friend of my young master from the Chu family. Shouldn't I protect him? You all seem to know about the demon cult. I know a little bit about you. A member of the Animal Breeders Association. And it's okay to breed your animal properly. What do you care about this? Hey, Mr. Chu. I always feel that something is wrong with you. Aren't you here to protect Henry Chu? When Chen Fan was photographed just now, why did you panic and run to Chen Fan? Didn't I just say that he is Henry Chu's good friend? Shouldn't I protect him? Henry Chu was not injured. Where are the 3 guys from the Li family? The Shin family? And the Yi family? They said that with us there. Nothing would happen. So they went to drink. What the hell?
The other side. Chen Fan and others walked to a small river and prepared to fill it with fresh water.
Brother Fan. Wait!
Li Fingxing stopped Chen Fan, who was about to fill the bottle with water, and said,
Don't be here. We should go to the source to fill the water.
Shen Tao on the side was very angry.
I want fresh water, but I still have to find the source? I'm dying of thirst before I can find the source.
Li Fingxing said seriously.
That's what I say. But the cleanliness of the river water depends on the number of people upstream. If there are people washing clothes and bathing upstream.
Everyone looked at Li Fingxing silently. This guy's brain circuit is really special. Chen Fan said with a dark face.
In this secret realm, are you worried about people washing clothes and bathing in the upper reaches of the river? You're lucky when you wash clothes and take a bath.
Li Fingxing said.
Once I was taking a bath in a river, and I saw a load of shit floating upstream. Snapped.
Bai Rouge slapped Li Fingxing on the back of the head. Everyone was furious. Although everyone knew what he said was true. It was so disgusting. When he said that, the image couldn't be forgotten. The problem is that this is a secret realm. Chen Fan looked at the river water in front of him and couldn't help but hesitate. Should the water be fake or not? Seeing Chen Fan's silence, Li Fingxing couldn't help but said,
Brother Fan, let's go find the source of this river. What if something happens up there?
Chen Fan.
I have a very good suggestion for you.
Li Fingxing.
What's your suggestion? Tell me.
Chen Fan raised his eyebrows.
Go to H.L.
Li Fingxing was so frightened that he walked to the back and muttered as he walked.
If you don't want to go, you won't go. Why are you scolding people?
Yi Hao shook his head repeatedly.
Such a heartless thing is unique in Donghai City.
Chen Fan glared at Li Fingxing fiercely, ran to the side, and sat down on a stone. Then, he looked at Xiao Hei's attribute panel. Along the way, he kept killing various level 8 and 9 monsters. Xiao Hei not only ate the flesh of many high-level monsters, but also devoured the souls of a large number of monsters that were higher than him. Judging from the prompts on the property panel, Xiao Hei has fewer and fewer upgrade materials. Just like in the hospital. At this rate, maybe by swallowing the souls of a few more level 9 monsters, Xiao Hei will be able to break through to level 7 without needing other materials. This guy was originally the last one to break through to level 6. But now it seems that, except for Xiao Qing, who has just signed a contract, it is likely to become the first among these beasts to reach level 7. Then, kill more monsters, and let them devour their souls. Chapter 148, Xiao Hei breaks through. Chen Fan breaks through. And the fragrant butterfly comes again. The sun has set. The jungle in the twilight looked dim and strange. On the Yunluo Mountains, more than 700 miles away from Donghai City, an armored vehicle was driving at high speed. The 6 young people and 1 middle-aged man in the armored vehicle were all drowsy. The road is getting narrower. In the jungle on both sides of the road, pairs of green eyes appeared, eerie and terrifying. Suddenly, a navigation prompt came from the smart watch of the young man driving.
The Lomoro map reminds you that you have arrived at the cemetery.
The originally sleepy group of people immediately opened their eyes. Everyone opened the car doors and got out. This is a cemetery. High and short. They are all graves. A gust of wind blew, and the 6 people who got off the car shivered at the same time. The leading young man slapped the driver on the back of the head.
We are going to Donghai City. Are you going to drag us to the cemetery? This is the cemetery?
The man who was beaten cried sadly.
I haven't been to Donghai City either. I followed the navigation.
The middle-aged man in the car also got out. The middle-aged man turned on his smartwatch and checked it, and said a little helplessly,
There is no network signal. There is no network signal. How do you navigate on a low world map?
Everyone looked at the young man driving. The young man said,
Maybe something went wrong because there was no network signal.
The leading young man looked around depressedly.
Then where are we now?
The remaining people all took out their swords from their sheaths. The summoning array kept appearing, and one beast after another crawled out of the summoning array. Because, in the darkness all around, pairs of green eyes are already approaching here. At this time, the middle-aged man scanned the surroundings and said,
Young Master Jiang, I have a way to determine our current location.
Mr. Jiang's face was filled with joy.
Uncle Fong, tell me.
Uncle Fong pointed to the tombstone in the cemetery in front and said,
There should be some information on the tombstone.
Everyone's eyes lit up. Uncle Fong stepped forward slowly and looked at the tombstones one after another. Then, he came back and said with a somewhat ugly face,
Young Master Jiang, we are now on the Yunluo Mountains in Mingxing City.
What? Mr. Jiang was furious.
We are going to Donghai City to challenge the geniuses in Donghai City. Why are we here in Mingxing City? Mingxing City is in the south and Donghai City is in the east. Why did you walk to the southeast?
Everyone glared at the man driving the car. The young man held his head and squatted down. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said,
Don't blame him. He doesn't even know how to go. I told you to hire another star warrior who knows the way. But you refused. Uncle Fong,
Mr. Jiang said with a grimace,
we also have limited funds. 10 days ago, a few of us spent all the money from the school and family subsidies in order to break through to the second level. Our Yunwu City and Donghai City are almost in a straight line. I thought that if we came from the west and walked eastward along the road, we would reach Donghai City in less than 7 days. Who knew this bastard would bring us here to Mingxing City? This is the southeast direction. Don't you even look at the sun while driving?
The squatting young man muttered.
With a navigation system, who would look at the sun? You still dare to be so stubborn.
Mr. Jiang was furious. The squatting young man did not dare to speak anymore. The middle-aged man suddenly frowned again and said,
It's a bit troublesome. Although we are sure that this is the Yunluo Mountain Range, and that the Yunluo Mountain Range is near Mingxing City, we are not sure which direction the Yunluo Mountain Range is in Mingxing City. So, where are we now, and which direction should we go?
A group of young people were speechless. After all, a tombstone is a tombstone. And a tombstone is not a map. If there are words like Yunluo Mountain Range and Mingxing City on it, it's already considered lucky. Area D. The second secret realm of Donghai City. The green crystal demon fox blocked 2 level 9 thorn predators, and was still able to do so with ease. On the other side, Chu Xian, Yi Hao and others led the beast masters, surrounded 4 level 8 thorn predators, and were attacking frantically. For level 8 thorn predators. For battlefields. In one of the battlefields, there were only Gongzi and a thorn predator. Gongzi charged very hard. Yesterday, when fighting the grimace lizard, it could only hide aside and assist with bloodthirsty, which made the bellicose Gongzi very uncomfortable. Jade took action, with one move of storm and itchy powder, which played a key role in that battle. The old ape took action, using the shadow poison claw, which inflicted the grimacious lizard with slow poison. Xiaohei took action, with continuous mental spikes, constantly interrupting the ghost-faced lizard's spellcasting and suppressing it. Xiaobai also took action, and Thunder Flash immediately threw the bomb into the mouth of the grimacious lizard. But Gongzi was watching a play on the mushroom tree. Gongzi felt very frustrated, although he was also assisting, giving everyone bloodlust. But this made Gongzi feel that among the group of friends, he was the weakest and the most useless. Even though Chen Fan comforted him for a long time, Gongzi still held a breath in his heart. Therefore, every time he encountered a monster in the future, Gongzi would be the first to rush forward. Originally, Chen Fan didn't let him do this. But with the addition of Shao Qing's green crystal armor, and the help of Xiao Bai and Lao Yuan, Gongzi hit hard and almost never missed. Same thing this time. Gongzi strongly asked Xiao Bai and the others not to interfere. But he killed a thorn predator until it screamed in agony. The old ape hid in the shadow sky and did not take any action, but kept concentrating on preventing Gongzi from having any accidents. The golden horned dragon with horned tiger and green fire deer on the outside of Handan looked frightened. Back in the ring, Gongzi chased them to the sky with nowhere to go, leaving them with nightmares for several days. They also discussed how to seek revenge from Gongzi. I never expected that Brother Flathead would have the upper hand against the level 8 Thorn Predator single-handedly. The question is, Gongzi is only level 6? What exactly is going on? Alas, none of the beasts under Chen Fan are normal. This revenge plan may be far away. Forget it. Let them charge forward. Such a bad monster is not worth taking action from a master like me. The Cold Pond Golden Horn Dragon. What? The Hondon Golden Horn Dragon looked to the side a little depressed. On the battlefield not far away, its owner Li Fingxing fought as fiercely as Gongzi. Li Fingxing had a fierce look in his eyes. And together with Yi Hao, he killed a Thorn Predator until it screamed in agony. The problem is, he only has a 5th level heaven, compared with the 1st level 5th level beasts. They are only slightly stronger than the medium level extraordinary level 5 beasts. And he neither has a powerful defensive armor like Yi Hao, nor a powerful black weapon like Yi Hao's Storm Battle Axe. A level 5 beast master going to fight a level 8 beast master? Isn't this an idiot? If it weren't for Yi Hao's help, if it weren't for the red-eyed Yup and Xiaobai helping on both sides, he would have been split in half by the level 8 Thorn Predator. Alas, why is there such a stupid owner at the stall? Can't you be as smart as me and hide behind and watch the show? What if you were hacked to death by a monster? If you really get killed, then I will go find Chen Fan to sign a contract. After Chen Fan helps me improve my level and reaches level 10, I will come back to avenge you. Don't worry. I guarantee that you will be buried in glory. The Hondon Golden Horn Dragon silently glanced at his master and began to figure out how he should behave at the funeral. Li Fingxing could never have imagined that his master beast was hiding behind, thinking about organizing a funeral for him. He tried his best and slashed the Thorn Predator's leg with his sword. Boom! The monster's legs were not cut off. But Li Fingxing was shocked and took 3 steps back. Happy! Li Fingxing shouted. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao looked at him speechlessly. Where is the joy? You slashed with your sword and didn't even cut off a single hair on the person's body. How happy is that? Li Fingxing stretched out his hand, turned on the smartwatch again, and began to play the exciting music. Kill me! Repeatedly. Yi Hao was furious. After driving away the Thorn Predator with an axe, he kicked Li Fingxing. Are you sick? Do you want to attract other monsters here? Turn it off! Li Fingxing turned off the music aggrievedly. Although the music is loud, it is not as loud as the fighting sounds. He and Yi Hao were just distracted. The knife-like legs of the Thorn Plunderer in front had already struck his head, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Careful! Yi Hao and Shen Taoao retreated to both sides at the same time. But Li Fingxing was half a beat too slow. The critical moment. Call out! The sword light formed by the condensed power of thunder and lightning directly split the body of the Thorn Plunderer. It was Chen Fan who was skimming the formation nearby. When he saw Li Fingxing was in crisis, he took action with lightning speed. Li Fingxing immediately ran back and said, Brother Fan, it's lucky that you took action just now. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Chen Fan waved his hand. You're welcome. You still owe me 1.2 million. It would be very troublesome if you die. I'm afraid your family won't recognize this debt. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao. Li Fingxing laughed. That's impossible. Don't worry. They will definitely recognize it. Everyone. At this time, the battles on several battlefields between Chu Xian, Shen Hongxiu and others also ended. Chen Fan waved to Xiao Hei in the air. Xiao Hei flew down and continued to devour the souls of those Thorn Predators. After swallowing the soul of a Thorn Predator, Xiao Hei shook his head. Master, I really can't eat anymore. Ever since he swallowed the ghost-faced giant lizard soul yesterday morning, Chen Fan has been letting Xiao Hei devour the souls of various monsters crazily, with almost no pause except for everyone's rest time. Cut the nonsense! Chen Fan shouted coldly. I want Gongzi and the others to swallow it. They don't have this skill. Hurry up! Like a fat duck, Xiao Hei mumbled and swallowed the souls of several other Thorn Predators. In the distance, Xiao Qin killed 2 level 9 Thorn Predators and came back with 2 crystal cores in his mouth. Chen Fan took the crystal core and looked at Gongzi's battlefield. Gongzi was so bearish about life and death that he almost bit the Thorn Predator to pieces. The poor Thorn Predator wanted to escape, but both legs were bitten by Gongzi. So how could he escape? Chen Fan couldn't help but frown as he watched the battle, putting aside the newly signed Xiao Qin. Although these beasts of mine are powerful, they all have their own shortcomings. Xiaobai is fast. The Thunder Blade has strong attack power, and the Thunder Dragon can destroy medium extraordinary level 7 monsters with one move. But Xiaobai's defense is a little weaker. The Thunder Armor is suitable for defending some magic skills. but its defense against most physical skills is relatively weak. It is not as good as Gongzi's magic crystal armor, let alone the Black Iron Dragon Turtle's black iron armor. The old ape's attack power was too weak, but this shortcoming was made up for by the weapons Chen Fan bought. Even a moderately extraordinary level 8 monster can't stop the old ape's claws. Xiao Hei's shadow arrow is slightly threatening to beasts of the same level, but it is difficult to cause fatal damage. If Xiao Hei were to attack on his own, he might not be able to kill a level 7 thorn predator after chasing it for a long time. Now we can only use mental spikes and fear to cooperate. As for Gongzi, Gongzi seems to be a bit stuck. It has sharp teeth and bites wildly. Once successful, it can bite off a moderately extraordinary level 8 thorn predator. But this skill is a melee skill and is not fast enough. Like the current battle, if Gongzi wanted to bite the thorn predator's neck, he could only fly into the air, but he would always be dodged and blocked by the opponent. So Gongzi could only bite the thorn predator's leg. Gongzi's amethyst spikes are actually quite powerful, but compared to Xiaobai's attack power, they are not outstanding. As for Gongzi's personality, he doesn't seem to like this kind of long-range spell skill very much. Every time he fights, he likes to grin and rush forward. It prefers to use teeth and 2 claws. However, its 4 short legs do not give it an advantage in terms of speed compared to most beasts or monsters. But in this way, every battle it fights is a protracted one. That time Fang Qingqing sent the Ice White Python to the training ground, and Gongzi fought with the Ice White Python for a whole night, almost breaking the Ice White Python. In the arena competition, it chased Li Fingxing and the 3 beasts for a long time. However, that time in the arena, Chen Fan didn't let him use the amethyst spikes because he was afraid of turning Li Fingxing into a little Li Zi. After all, in modern society, although the Tang state had an imperial capital, there was no emperor. Li Fingxing turned into a little Li Zi and couldn't find anyone to take care of him. Thinking about these things, Chen Fan thought of the first skill activated on the system panel. Once the copy function is turned on, you can copy the skills of the beast by touching the beast, and then give them to your own beast or the beast you have cultivated. Although this skill has quite a few limitations, the copied attributes cannot conflict with each other, but it is indeed extremely powerful. At that time, by copying the powerful skills of other beast masters and combining them, we can completely solve the various weaknesses of Xiaobai and the others. We need to speed up breeding animals. For 2 or 3 days, Zhenqing's Jinyu Heidongking has not added any more system energy to himself. But in the past 2 days, Lin Mingfei's wild and violent ape helped him increase his system energy by more than 4,000. It seems that Zhenqing should have left the 5th secret realm, and Lin Mingfei really took the wild and violent ape on a mission. While Chen Fan was thinking about these things, Gongzi ended the battle and killed the thorn predator. As for Xiao Hei, he staggered back after swallowing the 2 level 9 thorn predators killed by Xiao Qing. Huh? Chen Fan's expression changed slightly when he saw Xiao Hei coming back. On Xiao Hei's attribute panel, all the materials needed to break through to level 7 have disappeared. This means Xiao Hei has reached the critical point. Perhaps, after it takes a little time to digest the souls of these monsters, it can break through? Chen Fan pointed at the thorn predator that Gongzi killed and said, Xiao Hei, go and swallow the soul of that thorn predator. Ah! Xiao Hei screamed. I feel like it's going to explode. I really can't swallow it. Just kill me. You idiot! Chen Fan scolded with a smile. Swallow the soul of that thorn predator, and you will almost be able to break through to level 7. Nanny! Xu Hei's eyes lit up, and he flew out with a swipe. I want to be the first beast master to break through to level 7. Hee hee ha ha ha. Just now I said I couldn't swallow it. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiao Hei immediately started to devour the soul of the thorn predator regardless of everything. Here, Chen Fan picked up Gongzi, who came back with his head high and his chest high. Are you still angry because you didn't participate in the battle yesterday? Gongzi pouted. Chen Fan said, the biggest contributor to yesterday's battle was you. Gongzi. Huh? Chen Fan smiled. The old ape's claw only scratched a little bit of the grimace's skin, revealing only a blood mark. Right. Think about it. If you hadn't added bloodthirsty to the old ape, even if the old ape had weapons on his hands, it would have been impossible to break through the defense of the grimace monitor lizard. Gongzi blinked and looked at the old ape beside him. The old ape smiled and nodded, giving a thumbs up to Gongzi. The emerald on Chen Fan's head fell on Gongzi's back. Chi chi chi, so awesome! Gongzi was a little embarrassed. Chen Fan added, without your bloodthirsty increase, can Henry Chu chop off the legs of the grimacious monitor?
Can Yihao cut off the Ghostface monitor's tail with an axe? It's not that easy.
Yihao grinned.
Yes. Gongzi's amplification skill Bloodthirst is so powerful that I'm so jealous. It would be great if my Beast Master had this skill.
Xiaobai jumped in the air and landed on Chen Fan's shoulder. He waved his little paw at Gongzi gently.
Meow hum. Take my credit.
Gongzi scratched his head in embarrassment. He really raised the beast as a child. Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, Xiao He, who was devouring the soul of the thorn predator, suddenly let out a strange scream and fell to the ground.
What's wrong?
Chen Fan was taken aback and rushed over immediately. Everyone and a group of beasts also followed. Xiao He put his feet in the air, exposed his belly, and said,
Eat until you're full.
Chen Fan's face darkened.
Old ape, hold the pot and light the fire. I'm going to stew it.
Xiao He said resentfully.
You've eaten so much that you can't even rest?
Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. He put down his strength, and then picked up Xiao He.
I see that he is a little stretched. Like a fat duck.
As he spoke, he instilled 20 points of system energy into Xiao He without leaving any trace. No response. Chen Fan continued to instill system energy. 5 o'clock. 10 o'clock. When the total energy reached 40 points, Xiao He's body shook. There was a strong wind all around, and the vitality of the surrounding world quickly gathered toward Xiao He. Henry Chu and others' pupils shrank.
Xiao He has really achieved a breakthrough.
A group of beast masters also widened their eyes. After a while, the stars are falling all over the sky. Xiao He laughed wildly.
Hee hee. Ha ha ha. I'm level 7. I've become the first level 7 among all the beast masters.
Xiao Qing took a step forward and looked down at Xiao He on the ground. Xiao He glanced at Xiao Qing, pretended not to see it, and continued to laugh proudly.
I am indeed the most talented beast master. I have broken through to level 7 so easily. From now on, you all should be polite to me.
Everyone. All the beasts. The villain becomes rampant when he succeeds. I really want to give it a good beating. The Golden Horn Dragon in Handan and several other royal beasts were very sad. This fat duck has broken through to level 7. But he is still level 5. Blue lean mushrooms. When we have dinner later, we have to eat very hard. Eat big mouthfuls of the fat duck like Xiao He and eat the soul. Can't we eat monster meat? I have killed a lot of monsters in the past few days, and I can't even finish them all at level 8 or 9. The Handan Golden Horn Dragon and several beasts looked at each other and secretly made the decision to become a big foodie like Henry Chu's Heavy Beetle King. Go to level 6. Chen Fan glanced at Xiao He's attribute panel. Except that the fear time has increased by 1 second. Nothing else has changed much. Xiao He has no awakening skills, and his previous skills have not evolved. However, from level 6 to level 7, star power increases greatly. All skills and power must have reached a new level. At this time, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and received the star power that Xiao He fed back. System Energy 52862. Host Chen Fan. Level 2nd grade. Star Power 690 cards plus. Psychic Power 265 Hz plus. Tempered Bone 206 pieces, 1 piece plus. Open Pulse 206 0 plus. Although he is still at the 2nd level and 1st level, his star power is already infinitely close to that of the 3rd level. You know, the lowest star power in the 3rd level realm is 700 calories. When Xiao Qing signed the contract before, the power of feedback was actually relatively small, because it was just a contract, and the relationship between Xiao Qing and him was not the same as that of Xiao Bai. So it was more or less the same. But after all, Xiao Qing is already an advanced extraordinary level 9 beast master. Even if they give back a little bit of power, it is actually much more than what Xiao He and the others gave back when they broke through before. With Xiao Qing's repaying power, and now Xiao He's repaying power, Chen Fan is only 10 cards away from the same power as ordinary 3rd grade. 1st level heavenly star power. Chen Fan silently glanced at the properties panel. The mental power has also reached 265 Hz. When I signed the contract with Xiao Qing before, my mental power only increased by 5 Hz. But as soon as Xiao He made a breakthrough, he directly increased by 20 Hz. Xiao He has a strong mental power, and the mental power he can feed back is several times that of other beast masters. The system had not been upgraded before, and Chen Fan had not discovered this yet. Now that the system has been upgraded, and he can see the mental power data, Chen Fan couldn't help but be happy when he discovered this. Xiao He, this fat duck, can quite surprise people. Chen Fan turned around, glanced at Henry Chu and Shen Hongxiu, and said,
"It's getting dark. Yesterday and today. Except for mining. We worked almost from morning to night. Let's rest earlier today." "Right."
Shen Hongxiu nodded.
"Let's find a relatively safe place first. If not, just dig a hole on the cliff."
Bai Rouge immediately said,
"Why don't we just use the cave we dug before? The end of the cave is like a hall. It's very empty and safe."
Everyone nodded. Everyone worked together and pulled up the ore and the corpses of the beasts, dragging them into the cave where they had been mining. After putting the things away, Fang Qingqing found a big stone and prepared to move the big stone to the entrance of the cave to block the entrance. But she grabbed the big stone with both hands and tried it. But it didn't move at all. Shen Hongxiu came over, folded her hands on her chest, and said with a smile,
"You bear are too small and have no strength to move it."
Fang Qingqing was furious.
"You Xiongda, come here."
Li Fengxing came over from behind and persuaded her.
"Big chest muscles don't mean strong strength. It also depends on the strength of the arms and star power. My chest muscles are not as big as Hongxiu, but she is definitely not as strong as me. Qingqing, although your chest muscles are small, your star power is surging. Get out!"
Fang Qingqing and Shen Hongxiu cursed at the same time. Li Fengxing walked away with a depressed look. "Woman, what a hassle. If you tell the truth, you will be scolded. Is there any more heavenly justice?" Bai Rouge was laughing so hard at the side. In the end, Chen Fan and Chu Xian worked together to lift the big stone and put it next to the entrance of the cave. Everyone lives outside the cave, grilling meat and cooking soup, and then moves it inside the cave. But Chen Fan didn't go to rest. While everyone was having dinner, Chen Fan hid in a corner of the cave and started practicing. The star power has almost reached the 3rd level. But none of the 9 cyclones have turned into a sea of qi. The meridians have not been opened, and the only bone has not been tempered. It still took 10,000 system energy to temper. With the support of such a huge star power, it won't be too difficult to turn the qi rotation into a sea of qi. Chen Fan recalled the explanation about the cyclone turning into the sea in the basic exercises of Ares Academy, and activated his star power. The first step in cultivation after breaking through to the 2nd level is the qi condensation sea. Turn the cyclone of the 9 orifices into a sea of qi and connect it with the sea of stars. The 9 air seas and star seas are united together, and the star power is galloping, forming 10 directions. After that, the bones are tempered, the pulses are opened, and the 10 directions are determined. The star power in Chen Fan's body dispersed and merged into the 9 orifices like a surging river. Within the 9 apertures, there was originally majestic star power. With the influx of star power in the star sea, the star power in the 9 aperture cyclone was like a huge lake setting off a stormy wave. The 9 cyclones began to spread outward quickly. If an ordinary beast master or star warrior wants to turn 9 cyclones into a sea of qi, he needs to use a lot of tricks. And he also needs the assistance of a lot of pills or spiritual fruits. But Chen Fan's star power is comparable to the 3rd level. But he abandoned all the so-called tricks and directly activated the star power in a rough and simple way to expand the cyclone. 9 cyclones continue to expand. More and more star power is consumed. But the star power in Chen Fan's star sea is still flowing continuously. Half an hour passed, when Shen Hongxiu and others were ready and wanted to greet Chen Fan for dinner. Boom! Chen Fan's whole body bloomed with energy, stirring up the dust on the ground. When Henry Chu on the other side saw this, he turned around quickly, and the red cloak behind him turned into a huge curtain, blocking all the energy and dust that came from the attack. When the cloak was retracted and the dust dissipated, Chen Fan had already stood up. Henry Chu's expression changed.
"Have you broken through to the 2nd level and 2nd level?" "Yeah."
Chen Fan nodded with a smile and walked back. Bai Rouge stepped forward and held his hand.
"Uncle Master, how did you practice? Why are you acting like a monster? Just saying you have a breakthrough? What are you talking about?"
Chen Fan glared at Bai Rouge and said,
"I signed a contract with Xiao Qing before, and Xiao Qing gave me a lot of star power in return. Now that Xiao He has broken through to level 7, he has given back a lot of star power to me. So I just casually tried to make a breakthrough. Who knew I could succeed so easily? It's so easy to just try."
Everyone squinted at Chen Fan. This guy is even more hateful than Xiao He. But what Bai Rouge said is really right. When he came to the secret realm before, Chen Fan clearly said that he had just broken through to the 2nd level. A few days passed, and I practiced in the corner of the cave. Now I am in the 2nd level and 2nd level, although Xuqing's level is relatively high. and the power of feedback should be relatively large. The speed of cultivation is too enviable. Chen Fan sat down on the ground covered with a layer of leaves and picked up a piece of barbecue. Bai Rouge grabbed Chen Fan's hand and said,
Uncle Master, after you go back, can you help me cultivate the dragon turtles?
The three beasts, including the black iron dragon turtle on the other side, all ran to the side and nodded repeatedly. Shen Hongxiu said dissatisfied,
Your black iron dragon turtle has broken through to level 6. It's our turn. Right.
Bai Rouge ignored Shen Hongxiu, picked up a red fruit the size of an egg, and handed it to Chen Fan.
Uncle Master, eat this fruit. It's very sweet, and it contains plenty of star power. I just don't know what it's called.
Chen Fan took the fruit, took a look at it and said,
This is the Nanan flower fruit. It blooms once every 3,000 years and bears fruit once every 3,000 years. If you eat it, you will live forever.
Bai Rouge was shocked.
So powerful.
Shen Taoao also widened his eyes.
Really or not?
Chen Fan said,
I don't know. I was just talking nonsense.
Everyone and your uncle looked at Chen Fan sideways. Chen Fan frowned.
You don't know this fruit. So why do you dare to pick it and eat it? What if it's poisonous?
Li Fengxing said with a smile.
Don't worry. I let Gongzi try it before. He was fine after eating it. And he took the red sleeves back.
Chen Fan turned around.
Where's my knife?
Shen Hongxiu chuckled, took Chen Fan's hand and said,
That's the star red fruit. A fruit only found in Zone D of the second secret realm. Li Fengxing is joking with you.
Li Fengxing turned to look at Yi Hao.
Brother Fan really doesn't know this fruit. If you win, I'll lose you 200,000.
Yi Hao didn't say anything and took a bite of the barbecue. Chen Fan turned around again.
Where's my knife?
Bai Rouge frowned.
Why do you all know this fruit? But I don't. You have the nerve to ask?
Shen Hongxiu raised her eyebrows and said,
You are a spoiled young lady from the city lord's palace. Isn't it normal that you don't know about this fruit?
Bai Rouge said angrily.
Shen Hongxiu, stop being so weird. Don't get me wrong. I really don't have any yin and yang charisma.
Shen Hongxiu said.
How could I be yin and yang with this junior?
Bai Rouge was furious and stood up.
Get up. I want to fight you.
Chen Fan rolled his eyes.
Why are you eating well and suddenly shouting about being killed? Sit down and eat.
Bai Rouge pouted and sat down angrily. Sudden. Several butterflies flew in from the hole.
Chasing the fragrant butterfly.
Chen Fan's face darkened and he stood up.
Maida, is this woman Chiyoko sure that I won't kill her? No.
Henry Chu also stood up and said,
Chiyoko and the others don't dare to do such a thing again. Unless something happens.
The expressions of everyone present suddenly changed. Although Chiyoko and the other four were seriously injured. No matter how you put it, they were still at level 2 and above. Could it be that they encountered a powerful monster again? But something's wrong. Chen Fan has promised to sell them the crystal core of the Grimace Lizard when he goes out. Their mission has been completed. And they will definitely leave the second secret realm as soon as possible. The most terrifying ghost-faced monitor lizards in Area D have all been killed. In Area C past Area D, there are very few monsters above level 6. How could they possibly threaten Chiyoko and the others? Chen Fan held the heaven-breaking demon sword and said in a deep voice,
Xian Chu and I will go out. And you all will stay here. Xiao Hei, go out and check the situation first.
The little Blackwing moved and flew out quickly, having just broken through to level 7. It can't wait to join the battle. Shen Hongxiu nodded slightly.
You should be more careful,
Yi Hao said.
Brother Fan, do you still have the itching powder on your body?
Chen Fan nodded.
There is more.
He and Henry Chu walked out of the cave one after another. Jade jumped directly onto Chen Fan's head. The old ape quickly followed up and opened the shadow canopy. Xiao Bai, Gongzi, and Xiaoqing also followed. After leaving the cave and blocking the cave with the big rocks, Chen Fan paused for a moment and walked towards the place where Xiao Hei had upgraded. The terrain in that area is complex and suitable for all kinds of sneak attacks. Chen Fan tilted his head slightly and saw the fragrant butterfly he had seen before, flapping its wings and following behind. This time, Chiyoko did not let Zuixiangi hide. It seems that Henry Chu guessed it right. Something happened to Chiyoko and the other four, so they had no choice but to ask Chen Fan for help. But these fragrant chasing butterflies will only track Chen Fan and others, and will not take Chen Fan and others to join Chiyoko. Chen Fan took Henry Chu and a few royal beasts and hid behind the rugged rocks, and then sat down directly on a rock. Xiaoqing put on green crystal armor for everyone. Less than 5 minutes passed. In the darkness, Several fragrant butterflies flew over here. From behind, Chiyoko staggered over with the two of them.
One person is missing!
The eyes of Chen Fan and Chu Xian behind the strange rocks moved slightly.
Hoo ho ho!
Just as Chen Fan and Chu Xian were observing intently, behind Chiyoko and the others, a scimitar with a dazzling light was spinning towards Chiyoko's heart. Chiyoko gave a soft drink, turned around suddenly, and struck the scimitar with a clang of the long sword in her hand.
Bang 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 bang!
After Chiyoko groaned, her figure became unstable, and she stepped back again and again. In a simple fight, she was clearly at a disadvantage.
Chiyoko!
The other two people explained and stepped forward to support Chiyoko. Chiyoko didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She turned her head slightly and saw several fragrant butterflies landing on a strange rock. Seeing the fragrant butterfly, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chiyoko made a gesture and led the two people back to the big stone where Chen Fan was hiding. But after retreating to the big stone, she still didn't stop and continued to run forward for a certain distance.
Where else could you run?
A somewhat hoarse voice sounded in the darkness. Then, there was a sound in the air, and three middle-aged men in gray armor quickly rushed to the location of the big stone where Chen Fan and Chu Xian were hiding. One of them was holding the scimitar just now. Chiyoko wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said coldly,
You people in the Nightmare Garden, don't you think you are too arrogant? Donghai City has been conducting strict inspections on various secret realms during this period. How dare you enter the secret realm?
In the shadow sky, Chen Fan and Chu Xian looked at each other. The old ape struck out with a shadow poisonous claw, directly catching the feet of one of them. Blood blooms. The man screamed and fell to the ground. And Xiao Qing was also very direct. With one move, Jing Yao bite, he bit off the other person's right foot with a click.
Ah!
The man screamed miserably and struck Xiao Qing with a sword in his hand. The sword flashed, and Chen Fan, who was well prepared, cut off his right arm with one strike. An arm holding a sword flew out with blood. The old ape rushed over and repaired the man's broken arm and leg, adding a claw and poison to it. Gongzi rushed over and looked angrily at these two useless guys. It was over before they even participated. It was simply unreasonable. Xiao Heifei landed on a big rock, sighed and said,
Oh! Vulnerable. Vulnerable. Is this the feeling of being alone and seeking defeat in the cold at a high place?
No one paid any attention to it. This made Xiao Hei very sad.
Chen Fan Jun, use this chain to lock them.
When Chiyoko saw that Chen Fan didn't kill the two people directly, she knew that Chen Fan deliberately kept them alive. So she immediately ran over with two chains. Chen Fan's eyes were cold as he took the chains and tied the two people together. Chapter 149 Shocking Secret. Can the Star Warriors of the Nightmare Court sign a contract with the devil? The two people who were chained had their arms and legs cut off, and their condition was horrific. The man with a pair of triangular eyes was better, but his hamstrings were severed by the old ape. The man with an aquiline nose was miserable. One of his legs was bitten off by Xiao Qisheng, and his arm was cut off by Chen Fan. He lay on the ground and howled in agony. Chen Fan took a step forward and kicked the triangular eye in the chest.
Say or not. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Chen Fan said something and kicked him, causing the triangular eye to vomit blood. The triangle-shaped eyes were stunned.
Are you asking? You didn't ask anything and just let me say it? Huh? I seem to have forgotten to ask.
Chen Fan touched his chin.
But I don't seem to have anything to ask.
Chen Fan turned to look at Henry Chu and said,
There's no use keeping a guy like this who can't even withstand a single move from me. Let's just kill him. Right.
The two people who were chained on the ground were all dead. Who the H.L. is this person? Why doesn't he play his cards according to the routine?
Wait a minute. Don't kill us. We are still valuable.
Hooknose shouted.
We are the people of the Nightmare Garden.
Upon seeing this, Triangle Eyes immediately shouted angrily.
Idiot! Do you know the consequences of betraying the Nightmare Court?
The Hooknose shuddered, with a look of fear in his eyes. Chen Fan Jun, Chiyoko came over. Chen Fan raised his hand and pointed the tip of the sky-breaking demonic sword at Chiyoko.
Stay far away. I will settle your accounts with you later.
Chiyoko bowed slightly and led the other two people back far away. Chen Fan glanced at Chiyoko and the others coldly, withdrew his gaze, and then winked at Henry Chu.
You take this aquiline nose to the other side for interrogation. I'll chat with the triangle eyes here. Xiao Qing, you and Henry Chu go together.
Henry Chu nodded, raised his aquiline nose, and took Xiao Qing to an open space on the other side. Xiao Bai, Lao Yuan, and Gongzi surrounded the triangular eye with evil eyes. Jin Fan smiled slightly with his triangular eyes.
You are very brave.
The triangle-eyed man blinked and said nothing. Jin Fan took out the box containing the tickle fruit powder from his arms, and then poured some of it into a plastic bottle in front of Triangle Eyes.
Poison?
Triangle Eyes watched this scene and sneered.
People from the Nightmare Court. What kind of poison have you not seen?
Jin Fan didn't say anything, but stretched out his hand to clasp Sanjianjian's chin, and poured half of the water from the plastic bottle directly into Sanjianjian's mouth. After pouring, he walked to the stone next to him and sat down, silently looking at the triangular eyes. A few seconds later, the triangular eyes felt as if tens of thousands of steel ants had penetrated into the internal organs, bones and meridians, and the whole body was itching unbearably. He even felt that many ants had bitten through his lungs and bones and were crawling out of his body.
Ah!
The screams resounded in the darkness. Listening to this voice, not only the person who was taken away by Henry Chu, but also Chiyoko and the other 3 people felt chills all over. Jin Fan looked at the triangular eyes bound by chains, screaming and rolling wildly on the ground, his face expressionless. Cruelty also depends on who is being treated. Although he didn't know much about the Nightmare Garden, these people would do anything to achieve their goals, and they dared to trigger a swarm of ants and bees in an attempt to sweep through Donghai City. If they had succeeded, how many people in such a huge Donghai City would have survived? Once the ant swarm and bee swarm flood Donghai City, what will the scene be like in Donghai City? After Triangle Eyes screamed until his voice became hoarse, Jin Fan poured him a tube of antidote. Triangle Eyes lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Jin Fan said indifferently,
"Take a rest, and we will continue later."
Triangular Eyes. Jin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and said,
"You look very strong-minded and unwilling to betray the Nightmare Court. But after being captured, you didn't commit suicide? My body is terribly itchy, and I'm dying of itchiness. I haven't seen you commit suicide either. So, few people are willing to die if they can live."
The corners of Triangle's eyes twitched as he said,
"You won't understand. It would be hard to die if you betrayed the Nightmare Court." "Really?"
Jin Fan stood up, raised his knife, and chopped down a big tree nearby. Then, he slashed with the long knife in his hand, cutting off the branches and leaves on the big tree, and also cut off the trunk of more than 3 meters long and dragged it over. Triangular Eyes was confused.
"What are you doing?"
Jin Fan sharpened a branch about 10 centimeters in diameter, and then said,
"In ancient times, there was a hidden weapon called Mu Na Fu. Have you heard of it?"
"Grass." Triangle Eyes was startled. So is he a hidden weapon? Jin Fan gestured with a pointed piece of wood in his hand to the triangular eye, then dug a hole in the chopped tree and nested the pointed piece of wood in it.
"It's a bit rough. Please bear with me."
Jin Fan pointed to the T-shaped tree trunk on the ground and said,
"I have never seen this thing before. It was all made out of imagination. Daisies go up. Sunflowers come down. But you don't have to worry."
"Who is he?" "He is anxious." The triangular-eyed lips trembled. Jin Fan took the remaining half bottle of water mixed with itchy fruit powder and said,
"I still have 2 boxes of the powder that made you itchy to death just now. When those 2 boxes are used up, you can try this wood again."
A trace of fear flashed in his triangular eyes, and he said,
"What on earth do you want to know?"
Jin Fan raised his head slightly and said,
"I want to know everything you know about the Garden of Nightmares."
Triangle Eyes narrowed.
"I'm just a pawn. How could I know so much about the Nightmare Garden?"
Before he finished speaking, Henry Chu came back with his hooked nose. Henry Chu threw the hooked nose on the ground with a bang, and said,
"He has already used all his moves. I also recorded a video."
Triangular Eyes. Jin Fan frowned and glanced at the triangle eyes.
"Then this thing is useless. But the hidden weapon I worked so hard to build. It would be a pity not to use it. Come on. Come on. I'll give you a free trial. Be sure to remember to give it a 5-star rating. I'll also record a video for you."
As he spoke, he grabbed the chains on Triangle Eyes and lifted the ladder up.
"I said,"
Triangle Eyes shouted,
"I'll tell you everything. It's useless to say it all."
Jin Fan frowned and said,
"Your companion has already been recruited. What's the point of repeating it again?" "No. No. No,"
Triangle Eyes said in panic.
"I know more than him. And I also know about the colorful divine stone."
The hook-nosed person on the other side was stunned.
"What is that? Why don't I know about it? Damn it. You just made it up on purpose just to claim credit and survive." "Right."
Jin Fan waved his hand at Henry Chu.
"Take that guy aside and don't affect my video shooting here."
Henry Chu walked away again with his aquiline nose raised.
"Let's start."
Chin Fan turned on the camera.
Answer me a few questions first. First question. What exactly is the Nightmare Garden?
Triangle Eyes narrowed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice.
The Nightmare Garden is a gathering place for demons. It is the darkest and most terrifying force in the world. For thousands of years, all the countries in Blue Star have joined forces, but they have not been able to really suppress it. 2,000 years ago, the Nightmare Court almost directly controlled the entire Blue Star. Wait a minute.
Chin Fan frowned and interrupted Triangle Eyes' words.
You said that 2,000 years ago, the Nightmare Court almost controlled the entire Blue Star? This sudden change in the Blue Star. Cracks appeared in the sky, and then a Beast Master appeared. This happened more than 2,000 years ago. Right. That's right,
Triangle Eyes said.
Actually, the giants of the Nightmare Garden all come from another world. They are all from the fairy world.
The word fairy world again, Chin Fan said indifferently.
Tianyu realm? What? How did you know?
Triangle Eyes was shocked. No matter that the young man in front of me looks to be 18 or 19 years old, he actually knows about the affairs of Tianyu world? Chin Fan smiled slightly and said,
I know much more than you think.
In fact, I don't know anything. I just heard a few words from Chiyoko. Triangle Eyes glanced at Chin Fan, and then said,
In short, the power and terror of the Nightmare Garden is beyond your imagination. They believe in the god of demons, and can borrow the power of the god of demons to control demons. No matter how powerful this Blue Star Man is, can he compete with the power of God? Impossible. God of demons.
Chin Fan thought of the demon heads on the previous powerful men of the Nightmare Court. Whether it is the Queen Ant of the Ant Tide, the Wind Wolf King of the Wind Control Canyon, or the Blood Petal Flower King of the first secret environment Crater Mountain, they are all controlled by the power of the devil. This kind of dark force that deals with real demons. Chin Fan showed a Mona Lisa-like smile on his face and asked.
Second question. Where is the headquarters of the Nightmare Garden? What a stupid question.
Triangle Eyes sneered. Chin Fan also laughed.
I don't know if it's stupid or not, but I know that if you put this thing under your feet, it will definitely turn you into a sunflower.
As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the triangular eye on the ground. Triangle Eyes was shocked.
I don't know. I really don't know. I am just a second grade and third level Star Warrior, and I have just entered the Nightmare Court less than 2 years ago. Don't say I don't know. Even those at the commander level may not know. Commander?
Chin Fan said with a slight movement in his expression.
What kind of position does the commander have in the Court of Nightmares?
Triangle Eyes said.
The leaders of the Nightmare Court are at least 7th grade Grandmasters or above. 7th grade Grandmaster,
Chin Fan said.
Is the person who caused the ant and bee swarms the leader? Yes.
Triangle Eyes nodded.
But several leaders made a mistake and underestimated the strength of Donghai City. And they were tricked by Donghai City. They originally wanted to use the ant swarm and bee swarm to lure out the 3 7th grade masters guarding Donghai City, and then kill them in one fell swoop. It turns out that City Lord by Tianyu was well prepared and secretly attacked, but instead killed the 2 commanders. Afterwards, another plan of the Nightmare Garden was sabotaged. The leader in charge of the plan was directly captured by Yun Songhai.
Chin Fan.
Why did the Nightmare Court attack Donghai City? For what reason?
Triangle Eyes said with a sad face.
We are just little minions. How could we know such secrets? We are just following orders. But we know a little bit about the other plan, which is the Secret Realm's plan. After our people entered the Secret Realm, they set up a sky-reaching formation in the Secret Realm, using the crystal nuclei of the monsters in the Secret Realm to enhance the power of the formation to impact the entire Secret Realm, and then find the passage between the Secret Realm and the other world. Looking for a way back to Tianyu Realm?
Chin Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Chiyoko had already told him about this matter before. Triangle Eyes was stunned for a moment. The young man in front of me is young. Why does he know so much? Chin Fan asked again.
You commanders have been killed by Donghai City. What are you still doing here?
Triangle Eyes shook his head and said.
We received the order and stayed still. But a few days ago,
we received a message asking us to go to the second secret realm to kill a level 12 Grimace Monitor lizard and get its crystal core back. Take the crystal core of this grimacious giant lizard.
Chin Fan answered.
In order to destroy the ancient formation?
Triangle Eyes widened.
Who are you? And why do you know so many things?
Chin Fan smiled slightly.
I know much more than you think.
No. That's all I know. If you keep talking, I won't know anything else. Chin Fan looked into his triangular eyes with a half smile. Sanjiao looked at Chin Fan and felt that this guy was covered with an inexplicable mysterious mist. He took a deep breath before saying,
It is impossible for my level to know about the ancient formation. However, some time ago, when several adults were preparing to sneak into Donghai City to capture Fanling, I overheard it. I heard that the ancient formation is in a restricted area outside the Demon City. The Heavenly Demon Sect and the Court of Nightmares have already set their sights on the restricted area. It is said that in the ancient formation in the restricted area, there is a 5-color sacred stone that can change the power of heaven and earth. As long as we can get the 5-color sacred stone, controlling this blue star will be easy. But I have no idea what the 5-colored sacred stone is. 5 colorful divine stone. Restricted area.
Chen Fan touched his chin. Chiyoko didn't mention the 5-colored sacred stone before, and I don't know if she deliberately concealed it, or if she really didn't know. Moreover, Chiyoko said before that the formation was in a secret realm. There is still a big difference between the secret realm and the restricted area. If people from the Tang Kingdom searched for it in various secret places in the Demon City and turned all the secret places upside down, they would not be able to find it at all. Chiyoko.
This woman.
Chen Fan nodded slightly, and then said,
Every secret place in Donghai City is guarded by troops, including strong men from the Black Armored Army. But you are just like entering and exiting your own house. You can come and go when you want. Who is helping you in Donghai City?
I don't know. Triangle Eyes shook his head. Chen Fan frowned, pinched San Yan's chin, and prepared to fill him with half a bottle of water.
Woo!
With a look of fear on his face, the triangle-eyed man struggled and said,
Oh Gao Buqi Dao. I really don't know.
Chen Fan let go of his hand and said quietly,
You have been talking for a long time. And you are talking about things that I know. I don't know about the 5-colored sacred stone. But you haven't said anything about the 5-colored sacred stone?
Triangle Eyes wanted to cry.
What I just said is already confidential.
Chen Fan said thoughtfully,
I have met people from your Nightmare Court several times before. And it's a bit strange. Why are the people I met from Nightmare Court all Star Warriors? Don't you have any Beast Masters in your Nightmare Garden?
Yes. Triangle Eyes eagerly said.
Of course, there are Beast Masters in the Nightmare Garden. And there are many of them. But there are even more Star Warriors. The reason is simple. Because the Nightmare Court has a way to help Star Warriors sign contracts with Demon Beast Masters.
What? Chen Fan was shocked. The difference between a Beast Master and a Star Warrior is that a Star Warrior can only practice on his own and cannot sign a contract with a Beast Master. Star Warriors have no space to control beasts. The Nightmare Court actually has a way to help Star Warriors sign contracts with Demon-type Beast Masters? Chen Fan stared at the Triangle Eyes and said,
So, you guys were chopped by me several times. But you didn't summon the devil. Is it because you haven't signed a contract with the devil yet?
Yes. Triangle Eyes said.
They will only let demons sign contracts with us if they are at least the 4th level. The 3 of us are only at the 2nd level and 3rd level. And we are still far away from the 4th level.
After reaching the 4th level, the Nightmare Court allows Star Warriors to sign contracts with demons. It's no wonder that the power of the Nightmare Court is so huge. Just because of this, all the Star Warriors in the world will probably rush to join the Nightmare Court. However, the 5th level strongman who was chasing Jinqing and Yi Hao before didn't see him summoning a demon. Is it not? Or is it not summoned?
Let's ask Yi Hao later. Chen Fan felt a turmoil in his heart. But his face was expressionless. Thinking of this, Chen Fan waved to Henry Chu on the other side. Henry Chu came back with his aquiline nose. Chen Fan flipped the handle of the knife and struck it twice, knocking out both the triangular eyes and the aquiline nose.
Then, he said, How much did the hooked nose say about the ancient formation? Not much. It's almost the same as what Chiyoko said. But Chiyoko was talking about the secret realm. And he was talking about the restricted area.
Henry Chu said,
Do you really want to go to that ancient formation? Of course it's not that I took the wrong medicine. Are you going to grab treasures from a group of big guys at the 2nd level?
Chen Fan sneered and said,
Besides, whether there are treasures in there or not is a question. What if there is a level 45 master monster inside?
Woolen cloth? A group of people rushed in and used it as food?
Henry Chu.
Then you care so much about the ancient formation?
Chen Fan rolled his eyes.
I can't go myself. Can't I sell this news? For example, to Donghai City. Or to the big guys in the Magic City.
Henry Chu was stunned.
Isn't the City Lord your senior brother?
Chen Fan glared at Henry Chu.
Blood brothers have settled accounts. And the City Lord is the City Lord. And the City Lord's mansion is the City Lord's mansion.
Henry Chu.
What you said makes sense.
Suddenly, Henry Chu saw the
T-shaped
piece of wood on the ground.
What is this?
Chun Fan.
Oh, a small toy.
Henry Chu.
How to play?
Chun Fan.
You won't like to play.
Henry Chu looked at the pointed wood silently and did not ask any more questions. Chun Fan smiled and waved to Chiyoko and the others. Chiyoko and 3 others came over. Chun Fan pointed to the
T-shaped wood on the ground and said, "You will have to pay the price if you dare to plot against me. This time, if you can't pay a satisfactory price, I'm just going to ask you to play with this toy."
The faces of Chiyoko and the 3 of them instantly turned pale.
This devil.
Chiyoko made another 90-degree bow and said,
Chun Fan Jun, what do you want?
Chun Fan snapped his fingers. Money.
So simple.
This man may have fallen in love with money. Chiyoko glanced at Chun Fan silently and said,
In order to repay Chun Fan Jun for saving his life, after we leave the secret realm, we will pay you 4,000 W Alliance coins. Do you think so?
Deal. Chun Fan laughed and extended his hand.
It's a pleasure to cooperate. I hope there will be opportunities for this kind of cooperation in the future.
Chiyoko shook hands with Chun Fan a little numbly. The 2 women behind them had expressionless faces. Although he was saved by Chun Fan, he still felt uncomfortable being slaughtered like this. The key is, they don't dare to show their displeasure. After thanking Chun Fan again, Chiyoko took the 2 girls and left in a hurry.
Come and play often when you have time.
Chun Fan waved his hand. Chiyoko, who had already walked away, stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The smile on Chun Fan's face slowly disappeared. For those who captured the Nightmare Garden, the mining trip had to end. On that map, there are still many fire demon stone deposits that have not been dug. You can't go mining with these 2 things. Right. Moreover, one of these 2 people had one of his legs bitten off by Shao Qing, and the other had both hamstrings severed by the old ape. If you want to take them to mine, you can only let the Tian Wang Shenyu or the Heavy Beetle King carry them. When Henry Chu saw Chun Fan frowning, he said,
If you're mining, you'll have plenty of time in the future. You can also enter the second secret realm after a while.
Yes. Chun Fan picked up Xiao Bai and raised his triangle eyes.
Let's go back to the cave and return home early tomorrow morning.
Early the next morning, Chun Fan and his group came out of the second secret realm and took 2 people from the Nightmare Garden to the Black Armored Army's barracks. In the room, a group of black armored soldiers were preparing to take the 2 people away. Wait. Chun Fan stopped the Hijayajin.
Wait a moment. There is something else.
The commander of the Black Armored Army was slightly startled.
Is there anything else?
Chun Fan gently patted his triangular eyes and aquiline nose, and said,
How much money do you have in your account? Transfer it all to me.
With triangular eyes and aquiline nose,
Fong Qingqing, Bai Rouge and others, as well as the group of black armored troops, were all stunned.
Master Fan, I'm afraid this won't work.
The commander of the Black Armored Army frowned. Chun Fan immediately became angry.
These are the prisoners I captured, which are equivalent to the monsters I killed. Is there a problem if I take the equipment from them? Is there a problem if I pick up the money from the monsters? Have you ever played online games?
The Black Armored Army was stunned. Chun Fan continued,
Considering that their smartwatches may contain the information you need, I haven't even removed their smartwatches. What's the problem if I ask them for some money? We had a great time digging and killing monsters in the second secret realm. But in order to escort these 2 people out, we had to terminate our plan. It's not okay for me to find the 2 of them to make up for some losses?
The captain of the Black Armored Army smiled awkwardly.
Then you can ask.
Chun Fan looked at the triangle eyes. Triangle eyes sneered.
I have 6,000 W in my account, but I won't give it to you. What can you do?
He concluded that it was impossible for the Black Armored Army to let Chun Fan torture them. So, I became bolder again. If you give this money to the Lord's Mansion of Donghai City, you may be able to get better treatment. Why should I give it to this brat in front of me?
6,000 W?
Chun Fan said a little depressed.
Are all you people in Nightmare Garden so poor?
Triangle eyes sneered again.
Are you kidding me? 6,000 W is very poor.
Chun Fan pulled open a package he was carrying behind him, revealing half of the fiery red fire demon stone, and said,
This piece of fire demon stone I have should be worth hundreds of millions. Right. Your entire possessions are only 6,000 W. Are you not poor?
The triangular eyes, aquiline nose, and the Black Armored Army were all stunned. Fire demon stone? More than 1 meter high. And so pure. Is there such a big fire demon stone in the second secret realm? Why haven't you heard of it before? Such a large fire demon stone is indeed worth hundreds of millions. The two people in the nightmare court stared blankly at the fire demon stone, suddenly feeling a little lost. I thought that after entering the Garden of Nightmares, I could do whatever I wanted. I didn't expect that after working so hard. The money in my account was just a fraction of a kid's account. Chin Fan.
It seems that you are not willing to transfer money? Brothers from the Black Armored Army, please step back. I'm going to use my special move.
Chin Fan took out the itching powder.
I'll turn.
Triangle Eyes was startled. He had eaten the powder of itchy fruit once before in the secret realm. With that kind of feeling, he would rather take poison. Triangular Eyes and Aquiline Nose both transferred money to Chin Fan's account. There is no way to move around in the secret realm, because there is no network signal in the secret realm. A group of black armored soldiers silently watched the two people transfer money, feeling an indescribable absurd feeling in their hearts.
Thank you.
Chin Fan smiled broadly, shook hands with Triangular Eyes and Aquiline Nose very enthusiastically, and left the Hygiagen's house. Behind them, Bai Rouge and Fong Qingqing looked at each other.
Go home.
After Chin Fan put the fire demon stone and piles of monster corpses into the truck prepared by Ares Academy early in the morning, he and Henry Chu and others got into an armored vehicle and drove to Donghai City. In the car, after being silent for a while, Yihao said,
Brother Fan, I found that you are really good at business. Can you get the money from those two people in the Nightmare Court?
Henry Chu said.
He also blackmailed Chiyoko for 40 million.
Everyone. Chin Fan raised his eyebrows and said,
Then what is called blackmail? That is called cooperation. Sincere cooperation. I save them, and they give me money. What is the problem?
Li Fingxing said with a bit of bitterness.
The maximum number in my account used to be more than 1 million. Just like that. No one in Tian Shun Academy, except Rouge, can be richer than me. As a result, you are now keeping your mouth shut for tens of millions. Billions.
Shen Tao patted him on the shoulder and said,
Now, you can talk about tens of millions or hundreds of millions.
Hearing this, Li Fingxing's eyes lit up and his eyebrows danced with joy. Fong Qingqing suddenly turned red and said,
After I go back this time, I will also buy a pair of battle armor like Chin Fan, as well as a long sword of the high-grade Xianbing level.
Everyone nodded. Suddenly, Shen Hongqiu said,
Look over there. There seems to be something going on.
Chin Fan and others looked forward and saw a dozen huge skyfire ants on the road ahead, surrounding a group of people and attacking like crazy. Next to it, an armored vehicle has been overturned.
Level 10 fire ant.
Chin Fan was surprised when he saw the attribute panel of the fire ants that day. Among the group of skyfire ants, there were actually 2 level 10 skyfire ants. In addition to the 2 level 10 skyfire ants, there are 4 level 9 skyfire ants and 5 level 8 skyfire ants. Are these the fire ants left over from the previous ant colony?
Parking!
Chin Fan shouted.
The car is parked here. Don't get out. Xian Chu. And the driver will go down.
The driver was a 3rd level star warrior. The 3 of them got out of the car immediately. Chin Fan summoned Xiaobai, Xiaoqing and the others. The old ape immediately opened the shadow canopy, covering the 3 of them and Xiaobai and the others. Under the cover of the shadow canopy, the 3 of them quietly touched it. Come closer. Among the group of people, there was a middle-aged man holding a meteor hammer, fighting 2 level 10 skyfire ants and 4 level 9 skyfire ants. The remaining 6 young men, with a large group of beast masters, were fighting with the remaining 5 level 8 skyfire ants in an inextricable manner. The middle-aged man's cultivation was not weak, but his right leg seemed to be seriously injured. He was limping when he moved. He was able to kill level 10 fire ants several times, but was finally forced to dodge in a panic by the fire ants' flames that day. And those 6 young men, with a group of beast masters, besieged 5 level 8 skyfire ants. But they were in danger, regardless of whether they are beast masters or beast masters. They are all scarred.
Xian Chu, you, Xiaobai and the others go help those 6 people.
Chin Fan whispered.
The driver brother and I are going to deal with those level 10 skyfire ants.
After touching the vicinity, Gongzi turned on, bloodthirsty, and Xiaoqing added,
Green crystal armor.
To everyone, Chin Fan rushed out of the shadow sky, jumped into the air, and slashed down at a level 10 skyfire ant with his sword.
Someone is here to help us.
The few people who were fighting bloody battles were overjoyed. But when everyone saw Chin Fan flying directly into the air, their expressions suddenly froze. This style of play is domineering. But it's a bit stupid. You haven't reached level 6. So you can't fly at all. In case of an accident.
Call!
The accident really happened. The moment everyone's expressions froze, the sky fire ant suddenly turned around and sprayed out a mouthful of fire towards Chen Fan.
It's over.
Jiang Yuanfan's face showed pain. This kid, who is similar to them in age, is a daredevil.
Brush!
The dazzling sword light flashed up, and after breaking through the flames of the fire ant with one strike, it directly split the huge body of the fire ant into two halves.
Flame?
Even the advanced and extraordinary level 12 grimace lizard can't break through this defense. What do lowly extraordinary level 10 fire ants count? Chen Fan didn't even dodge at all. As soon as he fell down, he immediately ran 3 steps towards the left and swept across with a knife. The body of a level 9 sky fire ant was also split open, and blood and corrosive acid flowed all over the floor. At the same time, the 3rd grade and 2nd level Heavenly Star Warrior, who drove Chen Fan, and the others before, had the glove on his right hand flashing with light, and he punched another level 10 sky fire ant until its head was dented. Even an ordinary level 12 monster may not be able to withstand a punch from a 3rd level 2nd level master with a glove. The 3rd grade Star Warrior let out a long laugh, rushed into several level 9 sky fire ants like a tiger among sheep, and punched them one by one, killing them all. Here, after Chen Fan hacked to death 2 level 9 sky fire ants, he rushed into the group of level 8 sky fire ants. He and Henry Chu quickly intertwined, and each level 8 sky fire ant fell to the ground dead. Coupled with the assistance of Xiao Qing and Lao Yuan, a group of sky fire ants didn't even have a chance to escape, and they were all killed in 1 or 2 strokes.
Who?
Jiang Yuanfan and others watched with disbelief in their eyes, as Chen Fan and Chu Xian killed a group of sky fire ants like murderers. Judging from their appearance, the 2 people who turned out should be about the same age as them. Right? Seeing that Chen Fan and Chu Xian had killed all the sky fire ants, Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge all got out of the car.
These people are not from Dahai City,
Bai Rouge said as he walked.
Among these 6 people, 3 are stronger than the rest of us.
Shen Hongxiu also nodded.
It's very embarrassing if we don't know each other. These guys are really unlucky to meet such a level of fire ants in a 2nd secret realm. After the previous ant wave, Dahai City was cleaned up, but there were still many fish that slipped through the net.
After they got closer, a young man with a bloodstain on his forehead among the 6 people walked towards Chen Fan. He smiled and said,
"Thank you very much. If it weren't for your help, I would have been buried in a foreign land this time. I can't believe that there are monsters of this level not far from Dahai City."
Chen Fan glanced at the overturned armored vehicle and said,
"Are you going to Dahai City?" "Yes."
The young man glanced at Chen Fan's armor with envy, nodded and said,
"My name is Jiang Yuanfan. We came from Yanwu City and are going to Dahai City. We have only encountered high-level monsters once along the way. I didn't expect that after Uncle Fong, who was protecting us, was poisoned and injured, he would encounter so many terrifying fire ants at once." "Yanwucheng?"
Shen Hongxiu said with a slight curl of the corner of her mouth.
"Yanwucheng is in the west, more than 1,000 miles away from Dahai City. Is this how you drove and fought all the way here?"
"Not only that, we took a detour to Mingxing City in the south." Jiang Yuanfan smiled awkwardly.
"It's quite far."
A young man with short hair from behind came up and said,
"I heard that you have 2 geniuses in Dahai City. One is named Chen Fan, and the other is Chu Xian. Even Grandmaster Yuan Sanhai praised them. Do you all know them?"
"Chen Fan."
"I know Henry Chu."
"Henry Chu."
"I know Chen Fan."
Yi Hao took a step forward.
"I know Brother Fan. But I don't know that thief Henry Chu."
Henry Chu's face was expressionless, as if what Yi Hao said had nothing to do with him. The short-haired young man immediately laughed and said,
"These 2 geniuses in Dahai City have been very popular recently, aren't they? After we heard about it, we were so excited that we immediately formed a team and prepared to compete with them. I was just a little depressed. The navigation made an error. We turned around and went to Mingxing City."
Jiang Yuanfan and others covered their faces. Such a shameful thing was said by him just like that. Bad start.
"Mingxing City?"
Bai Rouge grinned.
"You walked from west to east, turned around, and turned to Mingxing City in the south?"
The short-haired young man scratched his head in embarrassment.
"More than that. We walked around the Yinluo Mountains in Mingxing City several times. If I hadn't met local people to lead the way, I wouldn't have been able to get out."
Jiang Yuanfan and others. Chen Fan and others. The short-haired young man still wanted to speak, but Jiang Yuanfan covered his mouth. "Can't say any more. If you continue talking, there is no need to go to Chen Fan and Chu Xian. You can just admit defeat. I can't afford to lose face like this. Not to mention I took a wrong detour. I haven't even reached Donghai City yet. And I was almost burned to death by skyfire ants. The people who saved them now are still people from Donghai City. A bit embarrassing. Chapter 150. The ferocious and brutal centaur tribe was discovered in the 5th secret realm.
Chi 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 chi.
The jade flew up and landed lightly on Chen Fan's head. Xiaobai jumped into the air and was caught firmly by Chen Fan. Gongzi also ran over with short legs, curiously looking around Jiang Yuanfan and the other beasts. Jiang Yuanfan and others were suddenly stunned. Slime, Ragdoll Cat, and the flat-headed boy are very coquettish. Isn't the guy in front of me Chen Fan? This is how Chen Fan was described in the previous rumors. Jiang Yuanfan looked at Chen Fan, opened his mouth, and said nothing for a while. The 6 of them came all the way to Donghai City just to challenge Chen Fan and see who was more powerful and talented. Young man is passionate and passionate. But this start seems to be a little different from what was expected. Not to mention taking a wrong detour and running to Mingxing City. This journey was just like the 9981 difficulties of learning from the Western Heavens. We were constantly attacked by monsters, and even encountered a level 15 monster, which almost killed a group of people. After finally arriving near Donghai City, they were attacked by a group of inexplicable skyfire ants. In the end, he was rescued by Chen Fan and Chu Xian. Do it all at once. Second time tired. Third time exhausted. How can you challenge others when you look so embarrassed now? Jiang Yuanfan wanted to cry, but had no tears. The few people behind were also silent. At this time, Chen Fan glanced at the middle-aged man who was with Jiang Yuanfan and others, and said,
"This uncle is seriously injured. And he seems to be poisoned?"
Jiang Yuanfan came to his senses and said hurriedly,
"We encountered a level 15 black poisonous spider on the road before. In order to save us, Uncle Fong was poisoned by the spider. Otherwise, this encounter with these skyfire ants would also be. It won't be so embarrassing."
Chen Fan nodded and asked he how to summon the Holy Moon Morning Glory and cast several healing spells on Uncle Fong. Although Holy Moon Morning Glory could not detoxify Uncle Fong, a few treatments made him feel much better, and his face became rosy. Chen Fan turned around and said,
"Rouge, send a message to the convoy behind and ask them to come over and drag away these fire ants. Let's take them back to Donghai City first." "Understood."
Bai Rouge immediately contacted the convoy behind them, which was dragging the fire demon stone mine and the monster's corpse. The convoy behind them was not far away from them. Jiang Yuanfan and others recalled the beast to the beast control space, then ran a few steps quickly and turned over the overturned armored vehicle. This kind of armored vehicle, designed to defend against monster attacks, is indeed more resistant to beatings. The body of the vehicle was pockmarked by monsters, but it can be turned over and driven again. Then, 6 people helped Uncle Fong into the car. But after getting on the bus, a group of people looked at each other. There was no one in the driver's seat. Uncle Fong, who was originally the driver, was seriously injured and poisoned. Now he is so depressed that he can't drive at all. Shen Hongxiu came over and said,
"None of you drive?"
Jiang Yuanfan said proudly,
"I have never learned to drive, because I think it won't take long for me to break through to level 6 and fly directly into the sky. There is no need to waste time learning to drive."
Several people behind also said,
"I didn't take my driver's license test. I didn't pass the exam. I usually ride my Night Saber all the time. I can drive, but my right hand is injured and I can't drive. I also believe that I can break through to the 6th level soon, and I don't want to waste time."
Chen Fan and others. It's okay if you can't drive. That's normal. But what do you mean by the smug expressions on each of your faces? Are you so confident that you can break through to the 6th level quickly? Do you think the 6th grade means eating and drinking?
"Yeah."
Shen Hongxiu was about to get in the car.
"I'll drive. Thank you."
Jiang Yuanfan and others nodded gratefully at Shen Hongxiu. It's a dream to have such a beautiful woman driving a car. But Chen Fan grabbed Shen Hongxiu's hand and dragged her down.
"We can't let her go. She can't drive."
Jiang Yuanfan and others were stunned. Shen Hongxiu glanced at Chen Fan resentfully.
"I own several cars. How could I not know how to drive them? Xifan, are you unhappy because I drive for others?"
Chen Fan. Jiang Yuanfan glanced at Shen Hongxiu, who was looking at Chen Fan with a pouted mouth. The relationship between these two people. Jiang Yuanfan smiled and said,
"Brother Chen Fan, is this Beauty your girlfriend? We really can't drive, and Uncle Fong is really seriously injured. Why don't you help us drive?"
Chen Fan said speechlessly.
"I don't know how to drive either." "That's good,"
Jiang Yuanfan said.
"Chen Fan, you can also get in our car. You can sit in the passenger seat. The armored fighting vehicle has a lot of space. Even if 6 or 7 people are added to it, it will be no problem. I won't sit down. I don't want to die.
Chen Fan shook his head. Jiang Yuanfan and others. Why does Chen Fan speak so harshly? Is this a curse on us?
But we really don't know how to drive,
Jiang Yuanfan said.
Uncle Fong is seriously injured. We can't delay it any longer. We must rush to Donghai City for treatment immediately. Chen Fan.
Look. Chen Fan frowned and said.
How about you all get on our armored combat vehicle? It's okay to squeeze in a little.
Jiang Yuanfan looked embarrassed.
But there are still many packages in our car.
He looked at Yi Hao, Chu Xian and others. Yi Hao and Shen Taotao said in unison.
I can't drive either.
Actually, I can. But you come here to challenge us, and I have to be your driver? You're thinking shit. Henry Chu and Fong Qingqing did not speak. Bai Ruch smiled, looking like he was watching the fun. Shen Hongxiu got close to Chen Fan and murmured.
Xiao Fan, don't worry. No one in this world dares to take advantage of me except you. I don't dare either.
Chen Fan turned around and left.
You guys, don't blame me for not reminding you to ask for your own blessings.
What is this? Jiang Yuanfan and the others frowned and glanced at Chen Fan's back. It's not like you're asking your girlfriend to do anything. Just drive a car. As for being so stingy, I asked you to get on the bus, but you didn't. It's just baffling. Here. Fong Qingqing and Bai Ruge's eyes widened when they saw that Chen Fan no longer stopped him. Yi Hao approached Chen Fan and whispered.
Brother Fan, do you really want Hongxiu to drive for them? Hongxiu won't kill them all at once. Right.
Chen Fan spread his hands.
What can I do? They won't listen at all. One pot. How can it be so easy? There are several of these people in the 2nd level. And the others, like you, are already in the 1st and 5th level. Even if the car crashes into scrap metal, they will not die. That's it. The road outside the city is so wide, and it's not like inside the city. It should be fine.
Everyone glanced at Jiang Yuanfan and the others with sympathetic eyes, and then got in the car one by one. Everyone just got on the bus.
Beep!
The armored vehicle belonging to Jiang Yuanfan and his men roared like a rocket, diagonally rushing out of the road and towards the river on the side.
Hoo ho ho!
When they almost reached the river, the car door opened and Jiang Yuanfan and others jumped out. Then, a group of people just looked at the armored vehicle and rushed into the river. Chen Fan and others covered their faces. Jiang Yuanfan watched silently as Shen Hongxiu climbed out of the river. How on earth could such a beautiful woman drive an armored tank as fast as a rocket? Jiang Yuanfan and others suddenly understood why Chen Fan wanted to stop this woman from driving. Seek blessings from yourself. Suddenly, Jiang Yuanfan exclaimed.
Oh no! Uncle Fong is still in the car. Our packages are still in the car too.
6 people jumped into the river at the same time, and then lifted the car directly out. A group of chickens were standing by the river carrying packages, with faces as elongated as donkeys. Shen Hongxiu, who also fell into the river, was not that embarrassed except for her wet hair, because she was wearing a battle armor. Instead, she looked even more stunning. But Jiang Yuanfan and the others looked so embarrassed. Shen Hongxiu didn't care at all about the murderous looks of Jiang Yuanfan and others. She took the towel handed over by Shen Taotao very naturally, wiped her hair, and said lightly,
This car may have been damaged by a monster, and the direction is difficult to control.
The flames in the eyes of Jiang Yuanfan and others were about to burst out. But what can be said? They were the ones who insisted on letting Shen Hongxiu drive just now. Chen Fan can't stop him no matter what.
Get in our car.
Chen Fan waved his hand helplessly.
If you continue to linger, that uncle will die.
Uncle Fong raised his head and wanted to retort, but his lips moved and nothing came out. Jiang Yuanfan and others did not refuse this time. Fortunately, this kind of armored fighting vehicle has a relatively large space. With 7 more people, it is not too crowded. But in the car, Jiang Yuanfan and others had dark faces and said nothing. I must have forgotten to read the almanac when I went out this time. Disasters continued along the way. Just now I thought the 1981 tribulation was over. Is it one less difficulty? So sad. Are we here to challenge Donghai City? Or are we here to embarrass ourselves? At this time, the short-haired young man found a topic to ease the embarrassment.
Chen Fan.
What grade is your knife? It can split a level 10 monster with one knife. It must be very powerful. Right? How much did it cost?
Jiang Yuanfan and others' eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity to spy on military intelligence. Chen Fan can kill level 10 monsters with one sword. Obviously because he is very powerful with a long sword in his hand. Not only was the knife powerful, but the armor he wore was also very powerful. The fire ant sprayed flames that day, but nothing happened to him. This time, I came to Donghai City to challenge him and Henry Chu. If he could really kill a level 10 monster with just one strike, then there would be no need to fight at all, and he would just surrender. Jiang Yuanfan and others immediately stared at Chen Fan with burning eyes. Chen Fan said, "This sword? The sword and armor are both okay. And they didn't cost much." Didn't cost much? This guy doesn't want to admit how powerful that long knife is. Really? Because he admits that the long sword is powerful. It is tantamount to admitting that he is weak in disguise. Yi Hao on the side tilted his head slightly and said, "Brother Fan's armor and long sword are both top-grade mysterious weapons. This set only costs more than 400 million in total. For Brother Fan, it really doesn't cost much." The smiles of Jiang Yuanfan and others froze. Top-grade Xianbing. More than 400 million. The swords in the hands of the 6 of them, the highest grade, are only high-grade spiritual weapons. Even worse, he was only a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Why is Chen Fan in the same class already using high-grade Xianbing? After the spiritual soldiers are the earth soldiers. And after the earth soldiers are the mysterious soldiers. More than 400 million. Are the people in Donghai City so rich? Mud. This guy over there is definitely lying. He knew that we were from Yanwiching, and that we wanted to challenge Chen Fan and Chu Xian. So he deliberately said such things to scare us. Jiang Yuanfan glanced at Yi Hao silently. Just based on Yi Hao's words, his evaluation of Yi Hao dropped several levels. This kind of thing is not worthy of being his opponent. No. Even Chen Fan couldn't be his opponent without that sword and armor. If he had such a knife and such a pair of armor, he could kill a level 10 fire ant with one strike. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuanfan's lips curled up slightly, and he felt much better. But I heard Shen Taotao say, "After we go back this time, let's not save this little money. Let's get a set of equipment like Brother Fan and go to the secret realm. Brother Fan has become our Nani, and we will be by the side. Let's go to the theater. It's so devastating." Henry Chu, is it just this trip? Wasn't it the last time we were in the first secret realm? Last time. You were the only one watching the show. Shen Taotao. This bastard is so precise every time he lands a last hit. Bai Rouge also said, "Let's all get a set. It's only more than 400 million. Fang Qingqing also nodded. "That's what I said when we were in the secret realm." Jiang Yuanfan and others. Is it really more than 400 million? What's the situation? Although I heard that Donghai City is much larger and more prosperous than Yanwu City. Is this too exaggerated? Everyone is of the same age. We worked hard for 180,000. But you spent 100 million just talking? Not only Chen Fan has so much money, but also all the people around him have so much money. So heartbreaking. What's even more distressing is that I can't get a word in at all. Bai Rouge suddenly patted Li Fengxing, who had been silent next to him, and asked, "What are you doing? You usually talk the most. So why haven't you said anything for a long time?" "Hush." Li Fengxing shushed and said, "I'm counting how many hundreds of millions we can get this time." Jiang Yuanfan and others. I want to jump out of the car. These guys in Donghai City are so annoying. At this time, Xiao Bai raised his head from Chen Fan's arms and tapped the back of Chen Fan's hand with his little paw. "I'm thirsty. Eat some fruit." "Oh. Okay." Chen Fan opened the package and took out 2 fist-sized red fruits. One was given to Xiao Bai, and the other to Jade on top of his head. Red blood fire lotus fruit. Jiang Yuanfan and others' eyes widened. Damn! Is this guy so extravagant? Take such a rare spiritual fruit and give it to the beast? Although the Beast Master is said to be the sole partner of the Beast Master, the red-blooded fire lotus fruit is very rare. It contains surging star power and is hard to find at a high price. Bai Rouge from behind saw Xiaobai and Jade eating fruit. So he also took out 2 fruits from the package and handed them to Xiaobai and Jade. Qin Yanhua! Jiang Yuanfan's eyes widened again. Seeing Jiang Yuanfan's eyes widen, Xiaobai handed the red-blooded fire lotus fruit. He took a bite to Jiang Yuanfan. "You've already taken a bite. If you give me Qing and fruit, I want it." Jiang Yuanfan smiled and waved his hand. "Thank you. No need." Xiaobai took another bite of the red-blooded fire lotus fruit and handed it to the short-haired young man. The short-haired young man smiled honestly and said, "I want to eat that Qing and fruit." Jiang Yuanfan was furious and slapped the short-haired young man on the head. "You are shameless when you compete with a cat for food." Xiaobai glanced at the short-haired young man and handed over the Qing and fruit.
Jiang Yuanfan. Does being shameless have such benefits? It feels so uncomfortable. If I had said that just now, that Qingyan fruit would have been my own. Jiang Yuanfan looked at the jadeite above Chen Fan's head. Jade was startled and handed over the Qingyan fruit. But the Qingyan fruit has been eaten by it until only one core is left. In order to ease the embarrassment, Jiang Yuanfan glanced at Bai Rouge, and then asked,
I don't know what to call this classmate,
Shen Taodao said.
Oh, her name is Bai Rouge. She is the daughter of our Lord of Donghai City.
The daughter of the city lord. Jiang Yuanfan and others were shocked. After Bai Rouge smiled at him, he stretched his head next to Chen Fan and said,
Uncle Master, did you use tickle fruit powder to force a confession before? What did the two people confess?
Uncle. Jiang Yuanfan and the other 6 were once again stunned. Chen Fan is Bai Rouge's uncle? So, Chen Fan is the junior brother of the Lord of Donghai City? Why haven't you heard of it before? Before Chen Fan could speak, Henry Chu had already answered.
It wasn't just the itchy fruit powder. He also got a piece of wood, sharpened it, and inserted it into a tree trunk, and then told the man what daisies and sunflowers were. In the end, that person hired me. Do you know what that is?
Bai Rouge's face suddenly turned red. She sat back in her seat and said nothing. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao looked at each other and laughed obscenely. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing sighed at the same time. Henry Chu was stunned.
What are you laughing at? I'm still wondering why that thing can scare people. You all know it?
Bai Rouge and Shen Hongxiu's faces turned even redder. Suddenly, Chen Fan looked a little ugly inside. Shen Hongxiu was stunned.
What's wrong?
Even when facing a powerful enemy, she never saw Chen Fan sigh. Why does he look so ugly all of a sudden? Chen Fan said with a grimace.
Didn't I torture those two people before? Dig out some things. And take a video? Then what?
Shen Hongxiu asked in confusion.
Is there any problem?
Chen Fan raised his head slightly and said,
I am going to sell the video to the city lord's palace at a high price. But a wise man will always make mistakes. After we come out of the secret realm, we will hand over those two people to the Black Armored Army. After the Black Armored Army took them back, they tortured them again. And they just repeated the story again. Then is there anyone else in the video that Xian Chu and I took?
Everyone. Chen Fan grabbed his hair a little frantically, but he caught the jade on his head.
Chiyoko, I blackmailed you and asked for 4,000 W. I originally wanted the city lord's mansion for 6,000 W. But now the 6,000 W is gone.
Chen Fan said bitterly.
No, I will call senior brother by now. He doesn't need the video. But we caught those two people. If I don't sell the video, why don't I sell the two living people?
Everyone. Chen Fan dialed the number of Bai Baiyu, the Lord of Donghai City.
Sorry. The user you dialed has turned off his phone. Please wait and try again.
Chen Fan turned off his mobile phone.
This shabby phone. Let me show off for a while before dialing. I am such a serious person. Yi Hao. So you can show off for a while.
Everyone. Bai Rouge smiled and comforted.
Uncle, don't worry. The city lord's mansion will never treat you badly. If they don't give it, I'll go find my dad.
Chen Fan grinned.
Very good. Remember to have at least 9,000 W.
Didn't you just say you wanted 6,000 W? Why did it increase by 3,000 W in the blink of an eye? When Chen Fan saw everyone looking at him, he said angrily,
Is it possible to bargain? If I ask for 6,000 W directly,
he may counteroffer 5,000 W. I want 9,000 W. Maybe he can give me 7,000 W?
What you said makes sense and everyone is speechless. Jiang Yuanfan and the others pretended to be dumb mainly because they couldn't get a word in on the topic of billions and billions. The car was going very fast. The third-grade star warrior driving the car was not Shen Hongxiu. Even if the speed is raised to this point, it is still stable. Everyone laughed and laughed for a while, and soon saw the high walls of Donghai City in front of them.
Reached.
Jiang Yuanfan and others stretched their necks when they saw the high city wall.
What a high city wall.
Chen Fan was stunned.
Doesn't your Yanwu city have city walls? Of course there is.
Jiang Yuanfan said.
But it is not as high as Donghai City. Nor is it as majestic. That's normal.
Chen Fan said.
The walls of Donghai City are made by purifying and smelting the magic iron ore, fine gold ore, and source minerals in the secret realm, then mixing them together, and then doping them with pure yang, forged from children's shit.
Shen Hongxiu and Henry Chu were stunned. They grew up in Donghai City and have never heard of such a thing. Jiang Yuanfan and others opened their eyes wide, as if they had discovered a new world. Chen Fan continued.
Those children have eaten nothing except star fruit and done nothing except feces since they were young. So they can produce the purest feces. After that kind of shit is fused with magic iron ore, fine gold ore, and source mineral, it will solidify into the hardest stone. The stone also contains the star power of the starry sky fruit.
In 100 years, the city wall will turn light blue and will last for thousands of years without falling down. After 1,000 years, the city wall will turn dark blue and can last for thousands of years without falling down. In 10,000 years, the city wall will turn into the color of the starry sky and never fall down.
Jiang Yuanfan and others looked at Chen Fan and nodded repeatedly. Donghai City deserves to be called Donghai City. No wonder it is bigger and more prosperous than Yanwu City. Even the city walls are so particular. Li Fingxing, who had been silent until now, showed a look of sudden realization.
No wonder. No wonder our walls in Donghai City are so strong.
This idiot Shen Hongxiu and Yi Hao glanced at Li Fingxing at the same time. We were born and raised in Donghai City and have never heard of this kind of thing. How could Chen Fan know about it just 1 month after he came from the imperial capital? Can you believe that using feces to build a city wall? Then Li Fingxing asked again.
Brother Fan, is the poop in children really that bad? I don't know,
Chen Fan said.
Because what I just said was all made up by me.
Made Jiang Yuanfan and others were so angry that they wanted to strangle him to death. Sure enough, Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing all rolled their eyes.
Actually, I'm not making this up,
Chen Fan added.
Wang Xiaobo made it up randomly. I like his novels very much and recommend them to you. Right. Why are you all looking at me like this? I'm just afraid that you guys will be bored on the road. So I liven up the atmosphere.
Jiang Yuanfan and the others had long faces. This bastard. I don't want to say another word to him. Donghai City. The gate of Xiqing. An old blind man walking on crutches walked in.
We're finally here. This is the right place.
The old blind man walked to the grass beside him, sat down, and took a sip of water. There were many homeless people and beggars sitting on the grass. These people have neither the talent of awakening beast masters nor the talent of awakening star warriors. When they were young, they could dig mines. But now they are old and frail, and cannot do any menial work. They can only rely on begging and relief from the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, outside the city gate, an armored combat vehicle stopped. The old blind man's expression moved slightly, and he looked towards the chariot. The door of the chariot opened, and Chen Fan, Bai Rouge and others stepped out of the vehicle. At the gate of the city, 5 majestic middle-aged men wearing battle armor came to greet them. A middle-aged man in the lead said,
Miss, these are the young geniuses from Yanwu City. Right.
Bai Rouge smiled.
Yes, it's them.
Before Jiang Yuanfan and others set off, Yanwu City sent a message to Donghai City. So the people in Donghai City have been waiting for news about Jiang Yuanfan and his party. But after waiting and waiting, it was not until today that Bai Rouge called and said that he had met Jiang Yuanfan and his group. The 5 strong men in armor glanced at Jiang Yuanfan and the others, and were all stunned. Are these boys in tattered and embarrassed clothes the geniuses of Yanwu City? Why do they all look so miserable? It looks like you suffered a lot on the road? The people in Yanwu City are really big-hearted. So they sent a star warrior to escort them over. There is no fear of being swallowed by monsters on the road. Looking at this appearance, compared with the geniuses in our Donghai City, they are far behind. Look at Chen Fan and the others. They are all so majestic and handsome. These little guys from Yanwu City actually dare to challenge Chen Fan and Chu Xian? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death?
Chen Fan, see you later.
After Jiang Yuanfan and Chen Fan added their WeChat messages, they waved their hands and, together with Bai Rouge, got into the armored tank that came to greet them and headed to the main palace of East China Sea City. After Chen Fan watched their car leave, he also prepared to get in the car and leave. Suddenly, he stopped and looked towards the grass. I saw an old blind man sitting on the grass, leaning on a cane, and a broken bowl was placed in front of the old blind man. At this time, the old blind man was also looking at him silently. Wrong. How could a blind man with no eyeballs in his eye sockets see him? I saw the old blind man turning his head again.
Just now, he turned his head and looked this way. Is it a coincidence?
Chen Fan's eyes paused on the broken bowl in front of the blind man for a moment. Then he took out a piece of dried meat weighing more than 2 kilograms and 2 red-blooded fire lotus fruits from the package, and walked over. He placed the piece of dried meat and 2 red-blooded fire lotus fruits on the broken bowl in front of the blind man. In an instant, A group of homeless people and beggars on the grass all stared at the old blind man's broken bowl. Chen Fan turned and left. As soon as he returned to the armored tank, the group of homeless people and beggars rushed up and snatched the blind man's broken bowl. Two of them even hit the blind man on the head with a stick.
How dare you steal our territory?
Old blind man. Chen Fan in the car saw this scene and got out again.
Don't steal the old man's things.
As he spoke, he placed a larger piece of dried meat in front of the blind man. But as soon as he leaves, as soon as he gets in the car, as soon as the car drives away, a group of homeless people and beggars rushed up again, robbed the old blind man of his meat, and beat him again. The old blind man.
What the hell?
The armored fighting vehicle sped away. The blind man looked resentfully at the chariot going away. Just because I looked at you one more time in the crowd, I will never forget your hateful face again. Breeders Association. After Chu Xian and Yi Hao left the beast behind, they just drank some water and then left. As soon as they left, Zhen Qing, Lin Mingfei, and Yi Zhan came in.
You will know as soon as I leave the secret realm. Right.
Chen Fan took off his armor and sat down in the living room.
You three, please take a seat.
Zhen Qing smiled slightly and said,
First of all, let me introduce you as Yi Zhan, a member of our God of War Pioneer group, and Yi Hao's brother.
Yi Zhan Yangguang smiled and stretched out his hand to Chen Fan.
Hello. I often hear Yi Hao mention you, but I didn't expect that you are also a beast breeding master. Yi Hao, this brat, even hid it from his own brother. I will definitely do it when I go back. Gotta beat him up. Hello, Brother Zhan.
Chen Fan smiled and shook Yi Zhan's hand.
Yi Hao and I are brothers who have experienced life and death several times. It's not that he didn't want to tell you before, but he doesn't know about my ability to breed animals. It's just that I understand it very well.
Zhen Qing sat down and said,
After I came out of the fifth secret realm, I called you as soon as possible, but I couldn't get through. After asking, I found out that you have entered the second secret realm. So, I asked people to guard the exit of the second secret realm.
As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly and glanced at Lin Mingfei beside her. At this time, Lin Mingfei completely lost the arrogance and domineering attitude she had in Jian Square. Her face turned red, and she was a little nervous and embarrassed as she said,
Chen Fan, I'm really sorry for what happened before. You don't have to apologize to me.
Chen Fan said with a smile.
You left the beast with me to cultivate, and it is normal to take the beast away if something happens.
Lin Mingfei looked at Chen Fan in astonishment. All the words he had prepared before were suddenly speechless. Zhen Qing glanced at Lin Mingfei, suddenly straightened her face and said,
Did you meet people from the Nightmare Garden again in the secret realm?
Chen Fan nodded.
It was the 3 Yang Kingdom women who attracted the 3 people. They claimed to be people from the demon sect. They had the same goal as the people in the Nightmare Garden. They wanted to get a level 12 ghost-faced giant lizard in the second secret realm. Crystal Core. I killed 1 and captured 2. And the Black Armored Army took them away.
Zhen Qing frowned slightly.
What kind of force is the demon sect? Have you never heard of it? I don't know.
Chen Fan said.
They themselves said that the demon sect is the enemy of the Nightmare Garden. The people from the Nightmare Court later hunted them down, which proved this point. Stop talking about this. Tell me about your story. You couldn't have come here specially to apologize to her. Right.
Zhen Qing took a deep breath.
Chen Fan, thank you very much for Jin Yu's matter. You're welcome. I took the money.
Chen Fan waved his hand.
Besides, Jin Yu not only saved me, but also helped me get the blood petal cow.
Lin Mingfei's eyes widened.
You said Jin Yu saved you? Didn't they say that you and Henry Chu killed the 2 people from the Nightmare Garden in the first secret environment of the Ring Mountain?
Lin Mingfei and the others had only heard about what happened in the first secret environment of the crater, but they didn't know the details.
We were the ones who killed him,
Chen Fan said in a deep voice.
But if Jin Yu hadn't reacted quickly, we might have died without a burial place that time. Before Jin Yu was sealed by the animal trap, he killed the Blood Petal Flower King and the Fire Demon Lord at the fastest speed. If not, Zhen Qing and Lin Mingfei looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Call!
Zhen Qing let out a heavy breath and said,
This time we entered the 5th secret realm. Thanks to Jin Yu. No, if you hadn't raised Jin Yu's combat power level and race level by 1 level, this time whether it's our God of War Pioneer Regiment team or the Heavenly Saint Pioneer Regiment team, I'm afraid they won't be able to get out.
Chen Fan's expression changed slightly.
Is the 5th secret realm so dangerous?
Zhen Qing nodded and said,
The secret realm that has not yet been truly explored is not only dangerous, but we did not expect that there is actually a centaur race in the 5th secret realm. This centaur race is currently the most threatening alien race. Not only in our Tang country, many other places have also suffered the impact of the centaur race.
Chen Fan thought thoughtfully.
Centaur race?
Shen Qing nodded.
This is a four-hoofed species. It has the characteristics of both humans and horses. The difference between this alien race and many other monsters is that they usually live together as a group. Even in some places on Blue Star, established his own main city. The aliens who came out of the secret realm established their own main city in Blue Star?
Chen Fan was surprised.
Yes,
Shen Qing said.
These centaur races are very united, large in number, ferocious and brutal, and they are good at using bows and arrows. And they are powerful. Centaurs broke into Blue Star from another space and once caused irreparable and devastating damage to Blue Star, posing a great threat to the entire human race. This is the biggest threat to Blue Star in thousands of years. Besides the Zerg. Fortunately, there are not many strong centaurs in the 5th secret realm. And you helped Jean you break through the combat power level and racial level. And finally we were able to escape unscathed. Otherwise, I might not be able to come back this time.
Lin Mingfei beside her, although she had already heard Shen Qing say it once, could not help but feel frightened at this moment. On the contrary, he entered the night battle in the 5th secret realm with Shen Qing. Looking as usual, Shen Qing took a deep look at Chen Fan and then said,
Chen Fan, I am here this time to invite you to join the God of War pioneering group. Join the Ares pioneer group?
Chen Fan laughed and said,
Although I also like adventure, I have no interest in joining the pioneer group for the time being.
Establishing a good relationship with the God of War pioneering group, doing good business, and helping them cultivate beasts. This is what Chen Fan wants to do. But he had no interest at all in joining the Ares pioneer group. What's more, if I really join your God of War pioneering group, wouldn't I have to fight against the Tiansheng pioneering group and the Huanhai pioneering group in the future? For the sake of system energy, I will definitely cultivate the beasts of the Tiansheng pioneer group and the Fantasy Sea pioneer group. Seeing that Chen Fan decisively refused without even thinking about it, a trace of regret and loss flashed in Shen Qing's eyes.
I got you.
Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and said,
But if I don't join the God of War pioneering group, I can still help your God of War pioneering group to cultivate beasts.
Shen Qing and Yizhan looked at each other, with a hint of joy flashing in their eyes. Immediately, she asked hesitantly,
Jean, you just broke through to level 17 not long ago. If I give it to you again, can you help it break through? Of course you can, but it will take time.
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and said,
You are so anxious and want to increase Jean Yu's combat power level. Do you want to enter the 5th secret realm again?
Shen Qing sighed and nodded.
The leader of our God of War pioneer group, with a large team, is still fighting for the 4th secret realm. I'm afraid he won't be able to get out in the short term. The discovery of the centaur race in the 5th secret realm is so important. The City Lord's Mansion wants us to enter the 5th secret realm again to explore the truth. As for the God of War pioneer group, the one with the highest level of beast control currently is the 17th level Golden Feather.
Chen Fan frowned slightly.
When will you enter the 5th secret realm again?
Shen Qing said softly.
In 1.5 months.
Chen Fan was silent for a moment and then said,
I'll give it a try. I can only say that I will try my best to help Jean you break through. But 1.5 months is too short. I cannot guarantee 100% that I can help it break through within this time. Shen Qing nodded.
I understand. In addition, the red-backed Scorpio from the night battle is the most powerful beast in our current team. I also want to put his beast here for you to cultivate. Is that okay? No problem.
Chen Fan said.
My training ground is very big. Before that, a body as big as Damon could roll around on the training ground. Let's see. Training a beast is also training. And training a group of beasts is also training. Since you are going to enter the 5th secret realm again, you might as well send a few more beasts here.
Shen Qing's eyes widened. And after a while she nodded heavily.
Okay.
After chatting for a while, Shen Qing and Yizhan left both Jinyu Heidongking and Red-backed Scorpion at Shen Fan's training ground. Although Lin Mingfei also wanted Shen Fan to continue cultivating wild and violent apes. She was about to go on a mission, and she would definitely not be able to do it without Damon's help. So she had to leave with regret. In the training ground, Xiaobai and the others gathered around after seeing the familiar Jinyu Heidongking, who had been fighting in the 5th secret realm for a while, had an indescribable murderous aura blooming on his body, causing the Handan Golden Horn Dragon and several other timid beasts to hide far away. Dare to get close. But Xiao Bai, Jade, and the others were very familiar with Jin Yu. So they jumped directly onto Jin Yu's back, meowing and chirping non-stop. Red-backed Scorpios are highly venomous and look a bit ferocious. So a group of beasts hid far away and did not dare to get close. Only Yihao's Tian Wang Divine Ox and a few other beasts were familiar with the red-backed scorpion. So he came over to say hello to the red-backed scorpion. The training ground became lively again.
Centaurs.
Chen Fan sat at the stone table, his expression becoming a little solemn. Chen Qing said that centaurs and Zerg are the two biggest threats to Blue Star. But Chen Qing obviously underestimated the Nightmare Garden. Based on the information Chen Fan now knows, the Nightmare Garden is the biggest threat. Maybe the previous attacks by the centaurs and Zerg on the various countries and main cities of Blue Star were all caused by the Nightmare Garden behind the scenes. There is actually a centaur tribe in the 5th Secret Realm. If such an aggressive alien race were to let them out of the 5th Secret Realm, Donghai City would be in big trouble. I just don't know how many centaurs there are in the 5th Secret Realm. Let's go back and find Master Zhang Hai first. Although the Master is the Vice President of the Beast Breeders Association, he hardly cares about the affairs of the Beast Breeders Association. He mainly focuses on breeding beasts for the several masters who guard Donghai City. To be on the safe side, Chen Fan felt that he had to find a way to help Senior Brother Bai and those masters cultivate the beasts first. What if one day the centaurs break out of the 5th Secret Realm and Donghai City cannot stop them? Whether facing this kind of alien race or facing the Court of Nightmares. If the master's beast controlling levels are raised by 1 level, the safety will be greatly improved. I can't help the Grandmaster break through. Although I can't say it's easy to help the beast control break through. It is definitely easy and simple. What's more, if you help them improve their beast control level, the power of the beast control's feedback may also help their cultivation to a higher level. Chen Fan dialed Master Zhang Hai's phone number. Master, I haven't visited the City Lord's mansion yet. Can you take me to the City Lord's mansion for a walk and see the world? Chapter 151. The 3 major pioneer groups have begun to take action. Okay, I'm outside now. I'll go back to Donghai City the night after tomorrow. I'll call you when I get back to Donghai City. Zhang Hai's reply was simple and straightforward. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan felt a little emotional. Over this period of time, Chen Fan has shown many methods of breeding animals. Helped the Breeding Masters Association to treat the beasts in the special treatment area. With just one sentence, Bai Rouge's 4-winged flying snake turned into a 6-winged flying snake. And later he helped Bai Rouge upgrade the black iron dragon turtle. As for the beast masters who live in the training ground here, he did not hide it. And even brought back big men like the wild and violent apes. Zhang Hai is naturally very clear about all these things. But he didn't ask Chen Fan anything about raising beasts. And he never asked Chen Fan to do anything for him. On the contrary, he used a lot of power to change Chen Fan's identity problem. And used the power of the largest beast breeding family in the Tang dynasty to protect Chen Fan. He even asked Bai Tianyu to teach Chen Fan the 9 sky-breaking swords. It was precisely because Tianyu taught Chen Fan the 9 heaven-breaking blades that the seal of the 9 heaven-breaking blades on the system was loosened. Before Bai Tianyu taught Chen Fan the 9 heaven-severing swordsmanship, most of Chen Fan's feelings for Zhang Hai were just gratitude and respect. After all, although both parties had the status of master and apprentice, after such a long time, they had not even spoken much when they sat together. Sentence. From the beginning, Chen Fan actually regarded the master-disciple relationship as a cooperative relationship. You help me change my identity and protect me. I can help you breed animals. It's that simple. But after Bai Tianyu passed on his 9 sky-breaking blades, Zhang Hai didn't know it yet. But Chen Fan already felt that the relationship between the two parties was completely different. Why can Master Zhang Hai's younger brother also use the 9 heaven-breaking swords recorded in the system? The fate in this world is so wonderful. Chen Fan believed that he must have some kind of special relationship with his master Zhang Hai and the uncle he had never met. What the relationship is, he doesn't know now. But now, he can completely trust Zhang Hai. Therefore, after experiencing the impact of the ant tide, and after Zhen Qing came to let Chen Fan know that Donghai City might be facing a threat from the centaurs, Chen Fan immediately contacted Zhang Hai. It's time to help the masters guarding Donghai City to improve their beast control. With the card of Master Zhang Hai, even if you take action yourself, you can still do it very secretly. Zhang Hai said that the Earth and Blue Star have the same origin. Over the years, many people have come there every year, and the people who came here have inherited and spread their civilization. In this world now, can people from Blue Star and people from Earth still be clearly distinguished?
The uneasiness in his heart and the inexplicable sense of crisis made Chen Fan want to do something for Dahai City. After Chen Fan was silent for a while, he walked out of the room and sat down at the stone table in the training ground. As soon as he appeared on the training ground, Xiaobai, Jade, and the others immediately ran over. The top of the head is always Jade's territory. And even Xiao Bai is defending this right for Jade. Every time Xiao He wants to fall on Chen Fan's head, he is either beaten by Chen Fan or Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's territory is in his arms, but occasionally it is occupied by Gongzi. But Gongzi also understands that he can never compete with Xiao Bai. So Gongzi likes to follow Chen Fan's feet. The shoulders have now become Xiao He's territory. The ice-white python tried to rest its head on Chen Fan's shoulder several times, but suffered several spiritual spikes from Xiao He. And now it has given up. The old ape is more worry-free. He is either reading, training, or helping to maintain order. When Xiao Qing first arrived, it was difficult to integrate into this big family. However, after playing with Xiao Bai Jade for a while, he became much more cheerful. Jade also took Xiao Qing into the house to watch TV for a while. When Jin Yuhai Dongqing saw Chen Fan coming out, he immediately flew to Chen Fan's side and showed his gratitude and closeness to Chen Fan, which made Xiao Qing dumbfounded. The level 12 Redback Scorpio who fights at night is relatively familiar with Jinyu Heidongqing. So wherever Jinyu Heidongqing goes, he follows him. At this moment, he is also beside Jinyu Heidongqing, looking at Chen Fan curiously. Li Fengxing's Handan Golden Horn Dragon and other 3 beasts also wanted to join in the fun, but were squeezed away by the other beasts. They could only sulk on the side. Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing's beasts. One of the 3 was 6th level. Handan Golden Horn Dragon and the others can't defeat it at all, so they can only give in. But what seemed even more out of place than Handan's 3 Golden Horn Dragons were Shen Hongxiu's 3 beasts. The 3 Beast Masters, including the Phantom King, Green Python, Golden Horn Beast, have never seen Chen Fan's methods. Although they stayed here to train, they did not treat Chen Fan as a god like the Ice White Python and others. Therefore, when the other royal beasts gathered around, the 3 royal beasts including the Phantom King, Green Python, Golden Horn Beast, were lying under a big tree in the distance and taking a nap, with no interest in coming to join in the fun. When they saw several beasts such as the Ice White Python and the Black Iron Dragon Turtle approaching Chen Fan as if to please, their eyes showed contempt. Ordinary beast masters are basically only so close to their own beast masters. Even if Chen Fan gives you delicious food and drink. Even if Chen Fan is very strong. Is it okay to please him like this? The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast under the big tree raised its head and glanced lazily at Chen Fan. When he was in the 2nd secret realm, Chen Fan said that he would help the goblins break through everything when he came back. Did the beast master say that he could break through if he broke through? The little green-skinned goblin is a 24k pure sycophant. And this guy Chen Fan is a braggart. Meow! Xiaobai opened his jewel-like eyes and pointed at Xiao Qing with his little paw. What she said was not very clear, but Chen Fan quickly understood the communication through his thoughts. What Xiaobai meant was that just now she and Jade took Xiao Qing to visit our home. Xiao Qing can now use the remote control to turn on and off the TV and change channels. Moreover, the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast had a dispute with Xiaobai before. Xiao Qing even slapped the Golden Horn Beast and warned it, scaring the guy so much that he didn't dare to say a word for a long time. Chen Fan laughed dumbly and touched Xiaobai's head. You did a good job. Xiao Qing is also our little friend now. He is still a little naive. You and Jade should play with him more. Yeah. Xiaobai nodded. Gongzi purred, jumped onto Chen Fan's lap, stood up, then held a book, patted his chest, and pointed at the old ape, saying that he was also doing well like the old ape. Study. Chen Fan glanced at the book in Gongzi's hand. The books were all knocked down. What are you reading? Chen Fan laughed and scolded, and took the book over. The old ape can understand it. But you can't. Don't tell lies next time. Train hard. You know? Gongzi embarrassedly rubbed his head against Chen Fan. But Xiaobai pushed him with his paw and rolled down like a rubber ball. As soon as he rolled down, Gongzi jumped up again. Suddenly, Xiao He on Chen Fan's shoulder proudly raised his head and said, I am now a level 7 boss. If you, level 6 ants, don't come forward and kneel down, how long will it take? A group of beast masters stared at Xiao He fiercely. Jin Yuhai Dongqing lowered his head and put his big head in front of Xiao He. You are a level 7 boss. So what does my level 17 count for? Xiao He turned his head and glanced at Jin Yuhai Dongqing. as if he hadn't seen anything. He turned back very naturally and said proudly,
You must realize one thing. My strength has already surpassed you.
Get rid of it. You all must be polite to me from now on. Shudder. You ants?
Chen Fan couldn't help but said,
Silly bird. Stop calling. You are a level 7 soul-eating bird. You can't kill a level 5 monster until now. Why do you have the nerve to scream there every day?
Xiao Hei's wings covered his chest. It hurts my heart. Although its spiritual spikes are powerful, even monsters of more than 10 levels will howl and scream when they are hit by this move. But this move can't even kill level 5 monsters.
Shadow arrows can cause considerable damage to level 5 monsters. But if they encounter dark-blooded stone men or black iron dragon turtles with high defense, the shadow arrows will be like fireworks and won't have much effect. Xiao Hei gently pecked Chen Fan's neck with his mouth.
I want to upgrade to level 8. I want to upgrade to level 8. After I reach level 8, the shadow arrow can directly kill the same level of beasts. Take your time. Why rush?
Chen Fan looked at Xiao Hei's attribute panel and recorded all Xiao Hei's current data on the computer. At the same time, he also recorded the upgrade data of Jinyu Heidongking. Finally, he turned his attention to the Redback Scorpio. Monster name, Redback Scorpion. Monster level 12. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, poison. Monster weakness, earth. Rock. Racial skills, Scarlet Poison Needle plus. Poison Mist Breath plus. Scarlet Whirlwind plus. Scorpion Pincer Sweep plus. Red Scorpion Armor plus. Monster state, a little nervous. Beast preference, likes to eat spiders. Potential level 4 stars. Requirements for breaking through to level 13, the first method. The second method. Racial level evolution route 3.
Like eating spiders.
Chen Fan turned around and looked around, and found that Yi Hao's orange-red poisonous spider was not with the Tian Wang Shenyu and the others, but was hiding on the other side, far away from the Redback Scorpio. The Redback Scorpion is brother Yi Hao's beast, but the orange-red poisonous spider is still so afraid of it. Chen Fan smiled and recorded all the materials needed for the evolution of Redback Scorpion on the computer. Then, he pointed at the 3 beasts in Hongxiu under the big tree and said,
Xiaoqing, go and catch those 3 lazy guys. We have a meeting.
Xiaoqing walked over, grabbed the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast, the Charming Eye Fire Spirit, and the Blood-Devouring Demon Bat, and threw them over like a grenade. The Blood-Devouring Magic Bat was a little better. It took off as soon as it was thrown out. But the Illusion King Green Python Golden Horn Beast and the Charming Eye Fire Spirit were thrown into disarray. The Huanwang Green Python Golden Horn Beast directly transformed from a giant python with golden horns into a small snake. The little snake jumped onto the stone table and screamed like a little girl.
Chen Fan, you abused the beast. I want to protest. On this training ground, only this guy, Xiao Hei, and the goblins can speak human language. The Charming-Eyed Fire Spirit also made a cooing sound to express its protest. But Chen Fan didn't understand a word and ignored it. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast said again,
My master put us here to let you nurture us, not to torture us. You also know that you want me to train you?
Chen Fan sneered and said.
After Gongzi and the others came back, they took a short rest and started training hard. Only you guys hid aside and went to sleep as soon as they came back. I'm tired.
The Phantom King, Green Python and Golden Horn Beast said harshly.
Tired?
Chen Fan squinted at the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast and said,
When you were in the second secret realm, you spent most of your time watching the show, and I never saw you participating in any battles. When I came back from Area D of the second secret realm, even the Charming Eye Fire Spirit had to carry a big bag. But you turned into a little snake and wrapped yourself around Hongxiu's arm to be lazy. You haven't done anything. You said you're tired?
The voice of the Phantom King Green Python and Golden Horn Beast was much lowered.
I am a snake. Do you want me to be a donkey?
Chen Fan pointed at the ice-white python and said,
The green dragon is also a snake. It also dragged several monster corpses on its way back.
The ice-white python crawled over and nodded repeatedly. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast was speechless, glanced at Chen Fan aggressively, and then turned away. She looks exactly like a little girl.
Okay, I won't talk about you now.
Chen Fan pursed his lips and said,
What I want to tell you now is that if you want to make a breakthrough, there is one thing you must do. That's training. High-intensity training. Even if I can help you upgrade and break through, if you don't train well and train hard, you will still be worse than other beast masters at the same level.
I can't give you combat experience, cooperation between partners, combat intuition, and combat skills. These can only rely on your own efforts.
All the beasts were silent. After a pause, Chen Fan continued,
What is such a big training ground used for? Is it for you to have fun and sleep with? This is for your training. I'm controlling animals, not raising pigs.
The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast was so aggrieved that he almost burst into tears. But it couldn't refute Chen Fan's words.
Now, we have gathered beasts of various attributes here,
Chen Fan added.
In the future, in addition to training by yourself, you can also choose your own opponents for actual combat. Don't worry about getting hurt. Before you fight, you can ask Gongzi or Dragon Turtle to add armor to you. Once you are injured, you can also seek treatment from Holy Moon Morning Glory as soon as possible. Are you training hard? Take a closer look at Gongzi. If I don't stop him, he will train for 3 days and 3 nights.
Gongzi immediately raised his chest and raised his head, looking arrogantly at the crowd.
I won't keep an eye on you all the time. It's all up to you to become stronger. It's your own business.
Chen Fan didn't care if there were any beasts who couldn't understand, and waved his hand directly.
Okay, let's break up. Someone insists on sleeping, and I don't care if you want to be a pig. What can I do? Xiao Bu, you and Lao Yuan come over and help me move my things.
The group of beasts dispersed immediately. Gongzi found a thick pillar in high spirits and went to train. The Illusion King Green Python Golden Horned Beast had tears in its eyes, and rushed out angrily, swinging its tail on a pillar. But the pillar didn't fall, but it was grinning in pain. After a while, Chen Fan and Goblin came out carrying sliced fire and meat and various ingredients. In the back, the old ape was holding an induction cooker and a large pot. This bastard, the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast muttered.
He asked us to train hard, but he went to eat hot pot. You idiot!
Xiao Hei flew to the top of the stone pillar where the Phantom King Green Python and Golden Horned Beast were training and said,
My master wants to help that green-skinned dwarf break through, not eat hot pot. If you haven't seen the world, don't talk nonsense. Breakthrough?
The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast was surprised. In the secret realm, the goblin once curried favor with Chen Fan and made him coffee. After drinking coffee, Chen Fan said something, saying that he would help the goblins break through after returning home. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast turned its head and paid close attention to Chen Fan. Controlling beasts. Does it mean that one can break through by breaking through? Back in the secret realm, the fat duck like Xiao Hei was able to break through because it swallowed the souls of many monsters. The soul also contains a lot of star power. Not only does it contain a large amount of star power, it also contains a large amount of soul power. It's just that other beast masters don't have Xiao Hei's racial skills to devour them. Everyone has killed so many monsters, and all their souls have been swallowed by Xiao Hei. It is normal for Xiao Hei to break through to level 7. Therefore, the Huanwang Green Python Golden Horned Beast and several other beasts did not regard Xiao Hei's breakthrough as Chen Fan's contribution. No matter how powerful Chen Fan is, he can't be so powerful that he wants to upgrade which beast he wants. So he can just upgrade that beast. Right? The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast is paying close attention to Chen Fan. The other beast masters were paying close attention to this side. The red-backed Scorpio, who had also never seen Chen Fan nurturing a beast, was also full of curiosity at this moment. But Chen Fan had just given them a lesson and asked them to train hard, so they didn't dare to come over and watch the fun. Only Jade Chi flew back and jumped on the edge. After Chen Fan was busy for a while, he threw all the ingredients into the pot and started a mess.
Are you really helping the goblins break through? The more you look at it, the more it looks like eating hot pot.
The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast couldn't help but complain.
If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense,
Xiao Hei said proudly.
My master used to help Xiao Bai and others break through this way. This is my master's heaven-defying method of turning decay into magic.
A group of beast masters were training while peeking. Time passes little by little. The water in the big pot has been boiling for a long time. Chen Fan took a spoon, scooped up a large bowl, and handed it to the goblin. The goblin was flattered and hurriedly caught it. Xiao Hei.
The next step is to witness the miracle. Take a good look. Little snake with horns. Watch it carefully. You bumpkins.
After taking a bite, the goblin gave Chen Fan a thumbs up.
Ha ha ha. It's delicious.
Chen Fan laughed.
Come on, old ape. You can also serve a bowl. I haven't had hot pot in a long time. Bang!
Xiao Hei, Huan Green Python, Golden Horn Beast, and several other beasts fell to the ground. It's really hot pot. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast climbed up and went a little crazy.
Fat duck. Didn't you say he was going to give the green-skinned dwarf a breakthrough? Why are you eating hot pot again?
The little black wings fluttered and flew to the top of the pillar again. He said,
When I came back from the secret realm in the morning, my master only ate 2 pieces of dried meat and 2 fruits. Now he is hungry. Can't he eat first?
Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast. Over at the training ground, a group of beast masters are training hard. Humming. Ha-ha. Ping. 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 Over at the training ground, Qin Fan and Lao Yuan were eating hot pot. The goblin only ate less than half of the bowl, and Qin Fan took the bowl back. He sat on the edge, watching Qin Fan and Lao Yuan eat hot pot, sipping from time to time. After he was full, Qin Fan opened the sealed boxes on the ground, chopped up the various materials in the boxes, and put them into the cauldron. I was actually eating hot pot in front of me. But these latter things are the materials that help the goblins break through. Goblins only go from level 5 to level 6, which is relatively simple. Before Qin Fan and the others left the secret realm, the materials they had ordered had already been delivered to the Beast Breeders Association.
This pot is all yours.
Qin Fan pointed at the big pot that had just been cooked.
Oh my god! What will Shiabu do with such a big pot?
The goblin stared at the cauldron with eyes wide open. Although my mouth watered just after seeing it. How could I eat such a big pot?
You have to eat even if you can't eat it,
Qin Fan said.
This is to help you break through.
The goblin was shocked. Is it finally your turn? Is this the pot in front of you? The goblin swallowed hard.
Oh my god! Don't worry, Mr. Qin Fan. Even if I die, I will eat every last bit.
In front of Qin Fan, the goblins ate bowl after bowl. Sweating profusely, the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast on the other side, who had been paying close attention, kept breaking into a cold sweat.
The green-skinned dwarf must have offended Qin Fan, and Qin Fan is punishing him now. As for the little green-skinned dwarf, your stomach will burst after eating this big pot? Qin Fan is a demon who can think of any way to torture people. It's so scary.
While muttering, Qin Fan put his palm on the goblin's forehead. A few seconds later, the goblin's face showed a look of pain. All the beast's eyes widened immediately. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast immediately spoke again.
It's over. It's over. The little green-skinned dwarf is really going to die. I just said that was such a big pot. His stomach will burst. Boom!
The goblin's belly didn't explode, but countless starlights popped up around him. Level 6. The goblin bowed respectfully to Qin Fan.
Thank you, Lord Qin Fan, for helping Xiaobu break through. From now on, Xiaobu will be your most loyal servant. If you have anything to do, just ask.
Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast. Not eating hot pot? Why did it suddenly become a breakthrough again? A breakthrough after eating hot pot? The charming-eyed fire spirit and the blood-devouring magic bat were also stunned. But the orange-red poisonous spider, the wild sacred cow, and other beasts have all seen Qin Fan help the wild violent ape and the dark-blooded stone man break through before. So although they looked here with great expectation, they were not too surprised. Isn't this kind of result normal? Qin Fan do easily helped the wild and violent ape that was stuck at level 10 for 2 years to break through. Helping goblins break through from level 5 to level 6 is not as simple as eating hot pot. A group of beast masters withdrew their gaze and trained more diligently. There is an upgrade called wanting to see through. There is a kind of breakthrough called indescribable. There is a kind of expectation called Qin Fan cooking hot pot. Many royal beasts squinted at the 3 royal beasts including the Phantom King, the Green Python, and the Golden Horn Beast. You think you are so great. How dare you ridicule Qin Fan? Just be obedient and wait in line at the end of the queue. Maybe one day Qin Fan will be in a good mood and remember to help you break through. Maybe he is in a bad mood and will just make you a snake stew. The 3 royal beasts, including the Phantom King, Green Python, and Golden Horn Beast, felt isolated. On the other side, the red-backed Scorpio looked at Qin Fan with a look of awe, and then started training. Jin Yuhai Dongqing fell asleep a little tired. After fighting in the 5th secret realm for so many days, it finally felt safe when it returned to Qin Fan. Still a little too weak. In the 5th secret realm, he was chased all the way by the group of centaurs. If he hadn't been able to fly, and if Qin Fan hadn't helped him improve his combat power level and race level, He might not have been able to come back this time. If during this period of time, Chen Fan could help him improve another level of combat power and another racial level. Then, Jin Yuhai Dongqing opened his eyes again, thinking about it this way. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. Sudden, Xiao Hei walked past Jin Yuhai Dongqing step by step. Yes, this guy didn't fly. He just walked over with small square steps and said as he walked, I am already level 7. Level 17, and level 7 are just one more. Jin Yuhai Dongqing was stunned for a moment, then waved his wings. Snapped. Xiao Hei was directly photographed in the small lake by Jin Yuhai Dongqing. When Jade, who was swimming in the small lake, saw Xiao Hei, he was so excited that he jumped on Xiao Hei's back. Xiao Hei shouted, Jade, let me go quickly. I can't swim. I'm not a duck. Gulu. On the shore, Handan Golden Horned Dragon and several royal beasts walked by. They looked at Xiao Hei and pretended not to see them. Drown you damn duck. Let you pretend to be beautiful. Fong Bai was struck by lightning. From the head to Xiao Jiji. Xiao Bai watched Xiao Hei being wrapped in jade and bobbing in the water. He was also afraid that the jade would drown Xiao Hei, so he couldn't help but scream twice on the shore. Jade let go of Xiao Hei depressedly. Xiao Hei flew out like a drowned rat and screamed angrily on the shore. When Li Fingqing returned home, he was in high spirits and moving like a dragon and a tiger. In the living room, his father and sister were chatting about something. Li Fingqing shouted angrily, Dad, sister, I have hundreds of millions. I will never be short of money again. Li Qingyan raised her head and frowned. Did you rob a bank? Tell me which bank you robbed, and I will help you settle the matter. If it is later, it will be too late. Father Li looked at his son silently and nodded slightly. Li Fingqing took a sip of water. What kind of bank were you robbing? I earned it with my own strength. Li Qingyan. Do you still have the strength? Li Fingqing. Li Qingyan. By the way, do you know the guy named Chen Fan from Ares Academy? It's the one who took Shenqing's Jin Yuhai Dongqing into the first secret realm and killed the Blood Petal Flower King. Li Fingqing. I was just about to tell you about him. Sister, I'll introduce him to you later. Li Qingyan. Huh? You know I want to find him? Li Fingqing. I don't know, but I want to introduce you to him and let him be my brother-in-law. Li's father spit out the sip of tea he had just drank. You are looking for death. Li Qingyan was furious, pressed down on Li Fingqing's head, and fired a blaster, which made Li Fingqing burst into tears. After the fight, Li Qingyan sat back again, clapped her hands and said, This brother should not stay for a long time. How old are you two? And are you still fighting? Li's father looked dissatisfied. You have been fighting since you were young. What fight? Li Fingqing said aggrievedly. Obviously I am being beaten. I have been beaten since I was a child. And you don't care about her. Isn't it amazing to join the Tiansheng Pioneer Group? Li Qingyan. Hitting is a matter of kissing and scolding. And it is love. If you are anxious, you can also kick. Li Fingqing. Oh, how much you love our dad. Father Li. Qingyan. Please loosen his muscles and bones again. Li Qingyan. Okay. Wait a minute. Li Fingqing shouted, and then said mysteriously, Li Qingyan. I have some news about Brother Fan. I will sell it to you for only 1 million. Do you want it? Li Qingyan shook her head. No. Li Fingqing was stunned for a moment. Why don't you play your cards according to the routine? On the way back, Hongxiu deceived her like this and made her brother take out 1 million. The smile on Li Qingyan's face condensed slightly. You said Shen Hongxiu asked her brother Shen Xiao to exchange Chen Fan's information for 1 million? Yes. Li Fingqing nodded. Li Qingyan blinked. What information is worth so much money? Li Fingqing laughed and said, I didn't believe the information about Brother Fan being able to breed beasts before. But after Rugu beat me up, he told me about it himself. Several of my beasts are at Brother Fan's training ground now. Li Qingyan's expression changed slightly. Chen Fan can breed beasts? Jin Qing put Jinyu Heidongqing at his place to let him cultivate Jinyu Heidongqing? This is impossible. The Jinyu Heidongqing was originally level 16. Before entering the 5th secret realm some time ago, he inexplicably became level 17. With one move, he seriously injured the beast control of the deputy leader of our Tiansheng Pioneer Group. Is this really the same as is it related to Chen Fan? That's nonsense. Li Fingqing said. Of course, it was Brother Fan who helped Jin Yuhai Dongqing break through. Otherwise, do you think Jin Yuhai Dongqing was sleeping at Brother Fan's training ground? At this time, Li's father said calmly, Chen Fan is a disciple of Master Zhang Hai. What?
Li Qingyan was startled.
Dad, why didn't you tell me these things before? You didn't even ask.
Li's father said. Li Qingyan flattened his lips and said,
If he is really a disciple of Master Zhang Hai, then it would be easier to explain that Jin Qing's golden feather seed Dongqing should have been cultivated by Master Zhang Hai himself. But it's a bit strange. Master Zhang Hai came to our Dahai city mainly to help the city lord cultivate beast masters, so that he can break through to the 7th level Grandmaster. If it weren't for the 3 Grandmasters guarding Dahai city, who were old acquaintances with him, he might not have been willing to take action. Why did Master Zhang Hai help Jin Qing cultivate Jinyu Heidongqing? It can't be cultivated by Master Zhang Hai,
Li Fengxing said in a deep voice.
It must be cultivated by Brother Fan himself. In the 2nd secret realm. I saw him with my own eyes. In a few clicks, he helped Xiaohei break through to level 7.
Li Qingyan rolled his eyes but said nothing. Father Li smiled slightly and said,
The God of War Pioneer Group is the quickest to attack. And the Huanhai Pioneer Group will soon find Shen Fan because of Shen Hongxiu. If your Tiansheng Pioneering Group doesn't take action, I'm afraid you will fall far behind those 2 pioneering groups.
Li Qingyan's face was solemn.
Dad, what do you mean by this?
Father Li raised his eyebrows slightly.
My knowledge of many things about Shen Fan is limited. The only thing I can be sure of is that his talent in breeding animals is better than his own. Master Zhang Hai is full of praise for his disciple. Wait a moment. Your second uncle will be back soon. He should be able to bring back more information about Shen Fan.
Li Fengxing was stunned.
How could the second uncle know Brother Fan's information?
Father Li looked at his son, sighed and said,
Recently, the Nightmare Garden has been coming out from time to time to discuss people. Do you think we really dare to let a group of you go for a walk in the secret realm? The talented children of several major families in Donghai City, including the city lord's daughter, entered the secret realm with such arrogance?
Li Fengxing. What do you mean? Li Qingyan touched his forehead and said helplessly,
Idiot. What your father means is that when you enter the secret realm this time, whether it is our Li family or several other families, they must have sent strong men to protect you secretly.
From what Dad said, it's obvious that I sent my second uncle to follow you this time.
Li Fengxing's eyes widened.
Are you too shameless? Are you following us secretly? You call this shameless?
Li's father glanced at Li Fengxing speechlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fengxing's second uncle walked in from outside. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Father Li's eyes.
What happened? You smell of alcohol?
Uncle Li Fengxing gave a wry smile, waved his hand and said,
Don't mention it. Shen Lauer insisted on dragging me to drink, and wouldn't let me leave until I got drunk, which made me sleep in the secret realm for 3 days and 3 nights.
Father Li's eyes suddenly widened.
What did you say? I asked you to follow them and protect them. But you and Shen Lauer went drinking in a secret place? Slept for 3 days and 3 nights?
Uncle Li Fengxing said a little timidly.
Actually, in addition to the 2 people from the city lord's mansion and the Chu family, the Beast Breeding Masters Association also sent people to protect them secretly. Isn't this nothing? They are all back safely.
Father Li slowly stood up, and then waved to Li Qingyan's brother and sister.
Hitting is a matter of kissing, scolding, and love. You siblings have just finished beating, and now I am ready to beat my brother as well. Not suitable for children. You all should go back to your room.
Li Qingyan and Li Fengxing ran away. Uncle Li Fengxing realized something was wrong and turned around to run away.
Call!
As soon as he turned around, Li Fengxing's father was already holding his neck. With a bang, the 2 of them flew down into the garden. Li Fengxing's father directly pressed his brother's entire body into the ground. You. Uncle Li Fengxing struggled hard. But his brother is the head of the Li family, and his cultivation has reached the 6th level. How can he escape in the middle of the 5th level? As soon as he struggled hard, he was already punched twice on the head. In the room, Li Qingyan glanced at the scene in the garden speechlessly, and then withdrew his gaze. She stretched out her hand and pinched Li Fengxing's neck, just like his father pinching his second uncle's neck. Li Fengxing turned around.
What are you doing?
Li Qingyan.
Take me to see Chen Fan.
Li Fengxing was stunned.
I just said that Brother Fan would be my brother-in-law, and you just beat me up. Why can't you wait now?
Li Qingyan raised his eyebrows, lifted Li Fengxing up, threw him to the ground, and punched Li Fengxing twice on the back of the head. This movement, this fighting style, was exactly the same as her father hitting his own brother. Li Fengxing, who was on the ground, was furious.
Some people call me stupid, but it's because you keep hitting me on the back of the head, which makes me stupid.
Li Qingyan.
Stop him. Nonsense. Take me to find Shen Fan.
Li Fengxing stood up and stretched out his hand.
Give me 1 million. What, 1 million? Did I tell you before that I would sell you information about Brother Fan? I'm not interested in that information anymore. I won't buy it. I'll talk about it later.
Oh. Li Fengxing scratched his head depressedly. I always feel like something is wrong. But I can't figure out what's wrong. The other side. Shen Xiao was driving his car, carrying his younger sisters Shen Hongxiu and Shen Taotao, on their way to the Breeders' Association.
Hongxiu, you cheated me of another 1 million this time. We are all members of our own family. How can we lie when we talk? Looking back, you will understand that the information I told you is more than 1 million. Even if it is 10 million, there will be people rushing to buy it. Ha ha. Chen Fan is a disciple of Master Zhang Hai, and he can breed animals. It's normal. But if you say that Jin Qing's Jinyu Heidongking was bred by him, do you really think I'm an idiot? No matter what I say, you don't believe this. I'll bet you 10 million. If Jinyu Heidongking is really bred by Xiaofan, you lose 10 million to me. If not, I lose 10 million to you. In addition, I will help you convince Xiaofan to help your Huanhai Pioneer Group cultivate beasts. And you will give me another 50 million. Why don't you go and grab it? It's much better than snatching. So you can just say whether you want to do it or not. Right. Okay. If Chen Fan really has this ability, and then you can really help me convince him,
I will give you 50 million.
Shen Nato, who had been silent, looked at Shen Hongxiu and said,
Give me half.
Shen Hongxiu smiled slightly.
My deep love for you cannot be put into words. Thousands of words can be combined into one sentence. Get out of here.
Shen Naotao tensed up his face and suddenly shouted,
Flowers will bloom in the spring. Gaw.
Shen Zhao's whole body trembled. The steering wheel turned, and the car hit a tree. Shen Hongxiu sneered.
Brother, you always say that I can't drive. But your driving skills are not that good either. Do you want to drive up a tree? I tried so many times, but I only managed it once.
Shen Xiao didn't say anything, but caught Shen Nato, who was trying to escape, and beat him violently. Chapter 152. Chen Fan also started to take action. At noon, in the room, Chen Fan closed his eyes and was mobilizing his star power to focus on bone tempering. On the training ground, a group of beast masters formed a circle. In the center of the circle, Gongzi and the dark-blooded stone man fought together. The powerful and domineering dark-blooded stone man fell into a disadvantageous position. The combat power level of both sides is level 6, but Gongzi's racial level is a low-level lord, while the dark-blooded stone man is a medium-level extraordinary. In terms of racial level, Gongzi is 2 levels higher than the dark-blood stone man. The fight between the two sides dazzled a group of beasts. The dark-blood stone man's defense and strength are extremely powerful, but in terms of sensitivity, it is obviously far inferior to Gongzi. In terms of star power, Gongzi is also much stronger than the dark-blood stone man. On the other hand, there is a big difference between Gongzi and other honey badgers. Gongzi is much more cunning than other honey badgers. He knows how to advance and retreat, and understands tactics. He is extremely brave when he should charge and retreats when he should retreat without hesitation. It chose close combat at the beginning, and rushed forward and was hit several times by the dark-blooded stone man. After almost being hit, it gave up on confronting the dark-blooded stone man head-on. Taking advantage of its small size, it kept rotating around the dark-blooded stone man. The amethyst thrusts were used continuously, forcing the dark-blooded stone man to dodge. Once there is a flaw in the dark-blooded stone man, Gongzi immediately rushes forward like a whirlwind and bites madly, especially the feet of the dark-blooded stone man. The dark-blood stone man's sledgehammer has extremely powerful attack power, but the sledgehammer is not as sensitive as a sword. It swung the sledgehammer many times and smashed it wildly. Not only did it miss Gongzi, it almost hit its own foot several times. After being easily avoided by Gongzi many times in a row, the dark-blooded stone man simply threw the sledgehammer and raised his fist. But after the dark-blooded stone man lost his sledgehammer, Gongzi became more and more unscrupulous, and immediately turned on his
bloodthirsty.
As soon as
bloodlust
was turned on, Gongzi's strength and speed increased dramatically, killing the dark-blooded stone men so much that they retreated step by step. A group of beast masters nearby were also frightened by the sight. Ji Palong stood by and cheered Gongzi secretly.
Bite its legs. Bite its legs.
Jipalong still can't forget the incident of being bitten on the leg by Gongzi at Ares Academy. The Handan Golden Horn Dragon was on the other side, nodding his head repeatedly as he watched. He nodded and murmured,
Very good. Not bad. No wonder Gongzi was able to tie with the three of us in the ring. He was really lucky.
The ice-white python on the side could understand the words of the golden horned dragon in the cold pool, and couldn't help but glance at this guy with golden horns. The Handan golden horned dragon is much more shameless than its owner. Although Li Fingxing was a fool, he still had a sense of shame. Handan golden horned dragon doesn't even know what a face is. On the stone pillar, Xiaohei looked at the battle below and sighed.
Are we going to fight until the end of the world? Sure enough. Without my spiritual spike to cooperate. You are just a bunch of waste.
A group of beast masters below were furious. They all raised their heads and glared at Xiaohei.
What are you looking at?
Xiaohei was condescending and said to a group of beast masters below,
If you don't accept the duel, I will stab you to death with my spiritual spikes.
Crack! The thunder and lightning flashed, and Xiaobai had already used thunder to dodge behind it. Whoops! Xiaohei was already prepared. He moved his wings to avoid Xiaobai's claw and flew into the air.
Xiaobai, I have been prepared for your lightning flash. Snapped.
Before it finished speaking, Xiaobai appeared above it again and slapped it on the head with a paw.
Bang!
Little Hei's head turned black. He fell from the air, fell into the small lake, and turned into a drowned rat again. The beasts looked at Xiaohei speechlessly, shook their heads, and then looked away. When the battle between Gongzi and the dark-blooded stone man is about to end, more than 100 meters outside the training ground, the Death Spider King, filled with the aura of death, was walking slowly. On its back were Shen Xiao, Shen Hongxiu, and Shen Taoao. Pedestrians on the road stayed away from the Death Spider Emperor after seeing him. Although the beast control of this level is extremely intelligent and relatively well-behaved, the Death Spider King still scares many people with its ferocious appearance and ferocious look. At this time, an armored chariot came quickly, passed by the Death Spider King, and stopped under the big tree in front with a crunching sound. The car door opened, and Li Qingyan slowly stepped out of the car. Xin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a low voice,
You're here.
Li Qingyan.
I'm here.
Xin Xiao.
You shouldn't have come.
Li Qingyan.
But I'm still here.
Xin Xiao.
Then let's go.
That's enough for you too. Shen Nato and Li Fingxing frowned speechlessly. Shen Hongxiu raised her eyebrows and said quietly,
You can do it. But try not to beep.
The words just fell. Shen Xiao pushed with his backhand, and Shen Hongxiu and Shen Taoao were wrapped in a burst of energy and flew out on the right side lightly. The Death Spider King opened his mouth, and a spider web covered Li Qingyan.
Asshole. I should have known you would do this.
Li Qingyan shouted softly, swayed, dodged the spider web, and then opened the beast-controlling space summoning circle. From the summoning circle, a giant ant, about the same size as the Death Spider Emperor, crawled out. But before the giant ant could crawl out completely, with a few whirring sounds, spider webs fell on it, wrapping it like a rice dumpling.
Shameless.
Li Qingyan was furious. He stretched out his hand, unsheathed his long sword, and swiped the two swords. The sword energy directly tore apart the spider web wrapping the 1,000 June ants.
You're careless.
Taking advantage of Li Qingyan to rescue his beast, Shen Xiao and the Death Spider Emperor approached each other on the left and right at the same time. Li Qingyan quickly retreated with a gloomy face. At the same time, a puff of acid spurted out from the torn spider web on the 1,000 June ant's body.
Back off.
Shen Xiao knew that the acid liquid of the giant ant was extremely corrosive, so he could only retreat quickly with the Death Spider Emperor. Boom, boom, boom. The commotion outside was getting louder and louder. Chun Fan, who was practicing in the house, opened his eyes in annoyance. The place where he lives is relatively remote in the Breeders' Association. Otherwise, it would be difficult to have such a large training ground and forest. There are still people coming here to fight? Chen Fan walked out the door angrily. Later, all the beast masters in the training ground followed. As soon as Chen Fan stepped out of the gate, he saw the Death Spider Emperor at first sight. Back in the first secret environment of the crater, he also treated the Death Spider Emperor and fought together with the Death Spider Emperor.
Asshole. You came to fight in front of my house. Are you trying to tear down my house?
Chen Fan glared at the Death Spider King fiercely, and then looked at the 1,000 June ants, attracted by the two people and the two beasts in the battle circle. Chen Fan accidentally stepped on the acid spit out by the giant ant. The acid liquid was like thick oil. Chen Fan stepped on it and fell forward. Fine. How could such a thing be so rare as to reach the second level? Chen Fan remained calm and lightly slapped his left hand on the ground, hoping to use the power of this palm to bounce back up. didn't bounce up. The ground he photographed with his left hand was covered with sticky spider webs. Bang!
Chen Fan was so stunned that he fell to the ground. Both sides of the battle stopped. Everyone looked towards Chen Fan. There was silence for a moment. Chen Fan lay on the ground, raised his head, waved and shouted,
"Go to the west to invite Tathagata Buddha."
Buddha did not come. The heavenly soldiers and generals are here. 3 figures flashed on the field. And Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan were thrown away. A figure appeared on the backs of the Death Spider King and the 1,000 June ants. The 2 figures were slightly thin, but like a big mountain. They directly suppressed the Death Spider Emperor and the 1,000 June ants. The person who threw Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan out was the Star Warrior who helped Chen Fan capture the killer at the gate of the Beast Breeders Association. The middle-aged Star Warrior's face was as dark as water, and he shouted coldly,
"The people of the Shin family and the Li family are really becoming more and more ignorant. Are you planning to tear down the Beast Breeders Association by leading a 12th level Beast Master to run into this big fight?"
Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan came back a little embarrassed. Xin Xiao said nonchalantly,
"Uncle, we didn't really fight. We were just playing around."
Li Qingyan nodded. The godfather sneered. Of course he knew that both sides did not make a heavy move. Otherwise, if 2 level 12 beasts fight, the surrounding area of tens of meters will have been wiped out. But no matter what, we cannot allow level 12 beast masters to take action in the Beast Breeders Association. No matter how obedient the beast is, there are times when he goes berserk. What if one of the royal beasts was injured and went crazy? Chen Fan's mansion would be bulldozed directly. Here, Shin Hongxiu helped Chen Fan get up and dusted himself off. Chen Fan's face was as elongated as a donkey's, with a storm brewing in his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled and made a gesture of invitation.
"If you have anything to do, come in and talk."
Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan. Isn't this guy's face changing speed too fast? I'm afraid it's a bit troublesome. The more quickly a guy changes his face, the harder it is to deal with him. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to ask him to help him and the pioneer group control the beasts. Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan winked at Shin Hongxiu and Li Fingxing respectively. Shin Hongxiu rolled her eyes. Shin Taotao made a no-problem gesture. Li Fingxing walked towards Li Qingyan.
"Sister, are there dust in your eyes? Why are you blinking at me?"
Li Qingyan. Why are the younger siblings so different from each other? At this moment, the expressions of Li Qingyan and Xin Xiao changed. Both of them saw Jinyu Haidongqing and Red-backed Scorpio in the training ground. Jin Qing actually sent Jinyu Haidongqing here again? The Red-backed Scorpio, who fought at night, was also sent here. The people from the Ares Pioneer Group are really fast. If the delay continues, won't the Huanhai Pioneer Group and Tiansheng Pioneer Group be left far behind by the God of War Pioneer Group? Fortunately, after Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan apologized to their god uncle, they recalled their beast masters to the beast master space and quickly chased after Chen Fan. A group of people entered the house. In the hall, Chen Fan sat on the sofa and silently glanced at Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan.
"Please sit down."
Xin Xiao smiled awkwardly and said,
"Brother Chen Fan, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. We're here this time."
Chen Fan nodded slightly.
"I know. Come to me to breed the beast. No problem."
Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan. The two of them prepared a lot of words, but didn't say a word. The start they imagined was not like this. They even thought about letting Shin Hongxiu and Li Fingxing act as lobbyists to help persuade Chen Fan. Result: Chen Fan smiled slightly and said,
"As long as you have enough money, it's not a problem."
Xin Xiao immediately cheered up.
"For the Pioneer Group, money is not an issue."
Chen Fan smiled even more happily.
"Then there is no problem at all,"
Xin Xiao said tentatively.
"I want you to help me cultivate the Death Spider Emperor first." "Okay,"
Chen Fan said.
3 million alliance coins. You pay for the materials yourself. When I need materials, I will send them to you on WeChat. I may ask for more materials, but I won't be too generous. Ruthless.
Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan. There are also those who directly tell others that they are going to kill people. When you hear this, should you be happy or angry? In fact, a better transaction method would be a fixed price, including the cost of various materials. But Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan dare not express this request now. The incident about Jin Qing's golden-feathered sea turtle irritated them. And from Shin Hongxiu and Li Fingxing, they also knew that Chen Fan had extraordinary and strange methods. If it only takes a few months to help a level 12 beast master break through, even if the price increases several times, what does it matter? For the pioneering group, the strength of the beast master or beast master is crucial. Money is not a problem at all for the pioneering group. Shin Xiao laughed happily.
Okay. No problem. If you can successfully improve my Death Spider Emperor's combat power level or racial level, we can leave all the beast breeding business of our Fantasy Sea Pioneer team to you.
Chen Fan smiled and nodded. When Li Qingyan saw this, he hurriedly said,
My 1,000 June ants. 5 million alliance coins. Why? My 1,000 June ants and Xin Zhao's Death Spider Emperor are both level 12. And their race levels are also medium extraordinary. Because your big ant spit made me fall down. But when you fell, your hand was entangled in the spider web spewed by the Death Spider Emperor. The Death Spider Emperor and I have some friendship. He helped me in the first secret environment of the Ring Mountain. There is no credit but hard work.
After a moment of silence, Li Qingyan nodded fiercely.
5 million is 5 million. As long as you can really help me break through the giant ants. How long will it usually take to help the 12th level Beast Master break through the combat power level? It can take as long as 4 months or as little as 1 month. It depends on the situation. What? A month? I said. It depends on the situation. For example, my beast control, Xiao Hei, is a soul-eating bird. A few days ago, we entered the second secret realm and killed many monsters. It devoured the souls of various monsters. And it didn't take long to break through to level 7. I see. Then make money? Okay.
Chen Fan added Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan's WeChat accounts and then collected the payment. After receiving the payment, Chen Fan smiled and nodded.
It's a pleasure to cooperate. Please communicate with the beasts. Just listen to me here. If they don't obey, I don't mind letting Jinyu Heidong give them some color.
Do not worry.
Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan summoned the Death Spider Emperor and the 1,000 June ants respectively, and then communicated with their minds and gave them numerous instructions. The Death Spider King was okay, but the look that the 1,000 June ants looked at Chen Fan was not very friendly. Can a boy about the same age as Li Fingxing and the others help a level 12 creature break through its combat power level? Could it be that the master met a liar? After Xin Xiao and the others had ordered the two beasts, Chen Fan said,
Very good. Shibu, let's see the guest off.
The goblin immediately ran over and bowed slightly.
Not even a cup of tea.
Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan walked out. After leaving the door, Xin Xiao tilted his head slightly.
Isn't it a little too easy? Yes. I always feel like I've met a liar. Feel the same. I thought I had to pay a certain price or say all the good things before he would be willing to breed animals to me. I am also planning to use the relationship between the Tiansheng Pioneer Group and the Li family to win him over. Do you think he will take the money and run away? No. After all, he is also a disciple of Master Zhang Hai. My brother said that they entered the second secret realm this time and dug out a lot of fire demon stones. Each person can share hundreds of millions.
What?
Hongxiu didn't tell me such a thing. Of course I can't tell you. On the way here, my brother also told me that Shen Dao got the map of the fire demon stone mine from your elder Shen family.
Damn it!
Is this the map of our Shen family? Then I'll go back. Do you want to share the money with Chen Fan? Very good. You go ahead. I support you mentally.
Xin Xiao was silent for a moment, then turned around and said,
If I go back and tell him this, wouldn't I really offend him? He could kill you 2 million if he fell down. What if I go in and ask for money? And he gets so angry that he won't breed animals for me and the Fantasy Sea Pioneer Group anymore? Li Qingyan smiled.
It seems you are not stupid.
Xin Zhao's face darkened.
What is this guy's name? In your impression, I am just a 250-year-old? Yes. Li Qingyan. Do you want to fight again? I'll just fight. I'm afraid of you. Go out and fight. Stay with me to the end.
In the hall, Li Fingxing looked at Chen Fan with admiring eyes.
Brother Fan, you are so powerful. My sister is so arrogant and domineering. Even Xiao Zi, the deputy leader of the Tiansheng Pioneer Regiment, can't suppress her. You actually squeeze her to death.
Shen Hongxiu.
I suspect you are driving.
Shen Taoao.
Don't be ridiculous. Can he drive with his intelligence?
Li Fingxing was furious.
I have taken the driver's license test a long time ago. Why can't I drive? No matter how bad my driving skills are. Can I be worse than Hongxiu?
Chen Fan and 3 others. Li Fingxing said again.
Brother Fan, is it too easy for you to make money? Just sit there and don't move. And you can get 8 million by just talking.
Chen Fan ignored Li Fingxing, turned to look at the Death Spider Emperor and the 1,000 June ants and said,
Spider, you and the big ant should go to the training ground and find a place to be your own territory.
The Death Spider Emperor nodded, turned around and went out. The 1,000 June ants looked at Chen Fan, and after a while, they slowly crawled out. Li Fingxing was frightened and quickly followed him, patted Qian Jun Ant's feet and said,
Qian, don't look at Brother Fan with such eyes next time. Be careful he gets angry and beats you to death.
Just him? Can he beat me? If I stand still and let him hit me, can he hit me? How capable can a guy who can wrestle in front of his own house be? The 1,000 June ants showed a disdainful expression. Li Fingxing was furious.
You don't listen to my sister's advice, and you don't listen to my advice. Do you want to go to heaven? We were in the secret realm a few days ago, and Brother Fan chopped off the head of an extraordinary level 12 ghost-faced monitor lizard with one strike. Can your head be stronger than the grimmest giant lizard?
The 1,000 June ants were stunned for a moment. Li Fingxing pointed to Jinyu Heidongking in the distance and said,
Jinyu Heidongking will listen to Brother Fan now. If Brother Fan tells it to go east, it will go east. If Brother Fan tells it to go west, it will go east. To the west. If Brother Fan asks Jinyu Heidongking to beat you, can you beat Jinyu Heidongking?
Can Jinyu Heidongking listen to that boy? Impossible? The 1,000 June ants became slightly uneasy. At this time, Jade ran over curiously and circled the giant ant twice. Jade is a bit strange. Are these giant ants similar to the fire ants that I eat every day during this period? Are they raised for food? The giant ant quickly moved towards Jade and kicked out with disdain, sending Jade flying away.
Meow! Goyalu!
When Gongzi saw Jade being bullied, he immediately became furious and rushed over, baring his teeth and claws at the giant ant. How could Qianjuni care about a little guy like Gongzi? Without even looking at Gongzi, it kicked Gongzi away with one kick. This time, the pot exploded. Xiaobai and the ice-white python all rushed over. Even the most cowardly Handan golden horned dragon and horned tiger and other 3 beasts were following behind. A large group of beasts roared and surrounded the giant ants. The 1,000 June ants were also furious. Mad. A group of low-level beast masters. How dare they be so arrogant and domineering? Can't my 12th level of beast controlling pressure suppress you? It just thought so. It looked like someone had stabbed me in the back of my butt. The 1,000 June ant turned around and saw the red-backed scorpion retracting its poisonous needle.
Scarlet poisonous needle.
The giant ant was frightened half to death. Scarlet poison needle. That is red-backed Scorpio's trump card skill. It doesn't matter if it doesn't prick it, but if it pricks it, even the stone-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex will be in pain. This little kid actually hid behind me and attacked. Next moment, severe pain spread throughout his body. The 1,000 June ants let out a strange cry and rolled over on the ground. A group of beasts hurriedly retreated away, fearing that they would be suppressed. A black shadow fell in the sky, and Jinyu Heidongking pressed down the 1,000 June ant with one claw. Qian Jun ant almost cried. Your mother. I am in so much pain that I can't help but roll around. Is there any heavenly principle? Is there any royal method? The giant ants let out a weird scream that got louder and louder. The strange screams alerted Chen Fan and Shen Hongxiu. Chen Fan walked outside the house and took a look, feeling a little depressed. This kind of thorn is indispensable everywhere. Gongzi ran a few steps quickly, ran to Chen Fan's feet, and explained to Chen Fan.
This damn ant dares to bully Jade and Gongzi.
Chen Fan's forehead was full of black lines.
Jinyu, throw it into the forest and let it reflect on it.
Jinyu Heidongqi immediately grabbed the still screaming giant ant, flew into the forest, and dropped it like a bomb. Chen Fan just looked at the attribute panel of the giant ant and knew that the scarlet poisonous needle in it was not fatal. So he was not worried that the giant ant would die. With the star power and physique of the 1,000 June ants, if they carry it for 5 or 6 minutes, the toxin will be eliminated naturally. Only 5 or 6 minutes is enough for the big ant to drink a pot. Let it rise and teach you a lesson. You came here to beg me to nurture you, and you still dare to bully me into controlling the beast? You're lucky you didn't die.
Okay, let's all disperse and go back to training.
Chen Fan waved his hand. A group of beasts returned to you, the main palace of Donghai City. On the training ground, Jiang Yuanfan was spinning rapidly around a dummy, then attacking with one sword after another. Even though he was sweating profusely, he had no intention of stopping. The short-haired young man Zhang Yufan looked at Jiang Yuanfan on the field and sighed.
Oh, the boss was so stimulated by Chen Fan.
A person on the side said.
That guy Chen Fan is really a bit too fierce. A level 10 and level 9 fire ant can chop melons and vegetables.
Another person frowned and said.
But we already figured it out on the road. Didn't we? The knife in Chen Fan's hand is a high-grade mysterious weapon. If I had a high-grade mysterious weapon in my hand, I could kill a level 10 Skyfire ant with one strike, Zhang Yufan said.
That's what I said. But we suffered setbacks one after another, and witnessed Chen Fan and Chu Xian's actions with our own eyes. Our morale was directly suppressed to the lowest point.
Damn it, said a person on the side.
Do you think this is the battle between martial arts masters and Gu Long's novels? What else is there about the right time, place and people? What else is there to talk about? According to previous news, both Chen Fan and Chu Xian are only in the 1st and 5th levels of heaven. Just like me. But you and the boss are already at the 2nd level. Afraid of me. You are wrong and I am wrong.
Zhang Yufan sighed and said,
Before coming here, I also thought that Chen Fan and Chu Xian were only 1st grade and 5th level heaven. So, even though we know that their beast control is greater than that of the boss and me, the boss and I are confident that we will win. But, I have recalled many times that Chen Fan and Chu Xian were able to kill the fire ants much faster than the boss and I. The two of them are probably already at the 2nd level.
What? The expressions of the 4 people beside them suddenly changed. Zhang Yufan added,
The boss must have noticed this. So he feels a little heavy now, and is practicing like crazy.
The other 4 people stopped talking. This group of people dared to travel all the way to Donghai City to challenge Chen Fan and Chu Xian because several of them had already broken through to the 2nd level. The 2nd level realm is enough to crush the 1st level 5th level heaven. Even if a 1st grade, 5th level Beast Master brings a few more level 5 Beast Masters, it won't be enough. Although the power of the Beast Master and the Beast Master are not easy to compare. If you have to compare, the 2nd level can be regarded as a medium and extraordinary level 7 Beast Master. If a level 7 Beast Master fights a level 5 Beast Master, isn't that just crushing him? But something is wrong now. If Chen Fan and Chu Xian were also in the 2nd level, Yan Wuchen would have no advantage at all. Not only did they have no advantage, but they were also at a disadvantage because Chen Fan had more beasts to control than them. In ugly silence, Zhang Yufan stopped and walked over.
Zhang Yufan immediately stood up and handed him a towel. Zhang Yufan opened his mouth, but hesitated and said,
Boss, when are you going to challenge Chen Fan and Henry Chu?
The expressions on the other people's faces became a little ugly. Zhang Yufan wiped the sweat from his face, sat down and said,
It started badly, and my fighting spirit and fighting spirit were wiped away. I need a moment.
Zhang Yufan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice,
Chen Fan and Chu Xian are indeed very strong, but we will never be weaker than them. He killed a level 10 Skyfire ant with one strike. In the final analysis, he still relied on that high-grade mysterious weapon.
Several people on the side nodded their heads.
You don't need to comfort me like this, and you don't need to find this kind of excuse.
Zhang Yufan shook his head and said,
I'm not afraid of him, nor am I afraid of losing. If I can play against such a person, even if I lose, I will have no regrets. I will work harder and win again next time. But not now. Now I am restless and have no will to fight. Just wait a few days. After I adjust, I will give it a try and have a good fight with him. I believe that Chen Fan must be recharging his energy now, waiting to compete with me.
But Zhang Yufan still guessed wrong. And so wrong. While he was still saying some lofty words and desperately trying to increase his fighting spirit, Chen Fan had almost forgotten about him. Chen Fan moved a bed to the garden, training ground. He lay on the bed, took the iced coffee from the goblin, took a sip, and began to search for various materials on multiple platforms. Materials that help Redback Scorpion, Death Spider Emperor, and the giant ant break through. Fang Qingqing, Chu Xian and their beast masters. Chen Fan was not in a hurry. But the beast control of the pioneer group is different. The beasts of the pioneering group may enter the secret realm at any time to fight. When these beasts enter secret realms or forbidden areas to kill, the energy of the system skyrockets. In the past, Chen Fan used to control beasts for others, mainly because he wanted to make money, and then help Xiaobai and Jade to upgrade. But it's different now. Now he understands that the ultimate goal of helping people cultivate beasts is that every beast he cultivates and the monsters he kills can increase the energy of the system. The system energy can not only activate those heaven-defying functions, but can also be directly used for cultivation. Open the pulse. Temper the bones. Every step of your cultivation from now on can use system energy. Star power can be boosted using system energy. Mental power can also be improved using system energy. The beast control system is like turning all the beasts in the world into your own. Making money has become insignificant. The money spent on digging the fire demon stone in the second secret realm, This time will probably not be spent for a while. After all, the weapons, armor, and shields have all been purchased. The most important thing now is to help Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan break through the beast control. The God of War Pioneer group is finally done. Jin Qing will definitely not doubt Chen Fan's methods and strength now. Jin Qing had already said before that after the leader of the God of War Pioneer Regiment left the secret realm, she would bring him to Chen Fan to discuss helping the God of War Pioneer Regiment control the beasts. As for the Huanhai Pioneer Group and Tianshang Pioneer Group, although Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan knew a little bit about Chen Fan's methods from Shen Hongxiu and Li Fengxing, but Shen Hongxiu and Shen Taodao's several beasts have not been cultivated yet. Li Fengxing's beast control is only at level 5. Therefore, it is impossible for Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan to completely believe in Chen Fan's strength. Even if Jinyu Heidongking is placed here, Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan are probably still doubting whether Jinyu Heidongking was cultivated by Chen Fan. The two came with their own beasts, but they did not bring the leaders of their respective pioneering groups. In the final analysis, they just wanted to use their own beasts to test Chen Fan first. When the Death Spider Emperor and the Thousand June Ants break through, these two pioneering groups will be truly settled. When the three major pioneering groups have beasts cultivated by Chen Fan, the increase in system energy should start to soar. Only after cultivating a certain number of beasts can one have a large amount of system energy. Not like now. He spent 10,000 system energy points that day to temper his bones, which made Chen Fan feel heartbroken. The tens of thousands of system energy now can only temper 4 bones at best. Huh? No jade leaf flower? Chen Fan searched on the Yusho shopping platform, but couldn't find a key piece of information. This is a material that helps the Death Spider Emperor break through. Chen Fan went to the Breeders Association's internal platform to check again. Still none. This thing is very rare. Chen Fan studied 1,000 times and discovered that the blue blood jade leaf flower came from the 4th secret realm of Dalhai City. Really? When he was healing the Death Spider King in the first secret environment, Chen Fan discovered that the healing plan and breakthrough plan provided by the system were all from nearby sources. The blood of Yihao and Shen Daodao's imperial beasts was used to treat the Death Spider Emperor. When Xiaobai made a breakthrough before, one of the materials was the saliva of Li Fengxing's beast-controlling Handan Golden Horned Dragon. Therefore, it is also to help the Death Spider Emperor break through. If Chen Fan is not in Dalhai City now, but in the imperial capital or the demonic capital, then some of these materials are likely to be found in the secret realms of the imperial or demonic capitals. The blue blood jade leaf flower in the 4th secret realm of East China Sea City should not be too difficult to obtain. Chen Fan immediately opened the chat box and contacted Jin Qing, Xin Xiao, and Li Qingyan respectively, asking them to help collect the blue blood jade leaf flower. Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan immediately agreed and promised to let people from their pioneering groups help collect. But Jin Qing, who replied 3 minutes late, sent a message directly. There is a blood jade leaf flower in the warehouse of the God of War Pioneer Regiment. I will send someone to deliver it to you tonight. This is the advantage of the Pioneer team. Things that I couldn't even find on the Breeders Association platform, they actually have in stock in their warehouse. Chen Fan grinned. But even if the materials are complete, it will still take a few days before the Death Spider King can break through. It was a breakthrough just a few days after it was delivered, which was still a bit too shocking. Very contradictory mentality. Chen Fan now wishes he could cultivate all the beasts in the world and have them all related to him. But to be on the safe side, we have to take it slow. Lawn show. Not to mention the whole world. If all the beasts of the 3 pioneering groups were cultivated, they could just sit and collect money. No. They could just sit and collect energy. Is there any other way to cultivate beasts in a dignified way? Chen Fan rolled his eyes and thought of the students from this class of Ares Academy. This year's senior students, except for those from the local area, are basically only at level 1 and level 2 in beast control. Originally, Chen Fan had no intention of attacking them because the level of these students' beast control was really too low. But there are so many people. Moreover, people like Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhao Xian now go to Qinxinghe every week. They can't kill high-level monsters, but it's easy to kill the blue-scale demon fish. On the other hand, Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhao Xian's beast control is easy to break through because of their low level, and they don't need to use too troublesome methods at all. Chen Fan gave the school a batch of resources before, and a group of students and beast masters all ate level 6 and 7 Skyfire ant meat. As a result, a large number of beast masters broke through from level 1 to level 2. During the competition, the other 2 schools discovered this. And the deans and vice principals of those two schools were so angry that they jumped up. But those upgraded beasts were not counted on Fan.
Then, if I personally take level 8 and 9 Skyfire ant meat, feed the beasts in the school, and then quietly instill some system energy, finally all the beasts will break through. Very well. Let's go to school tomorrow and do this.
Chapter 153 No. I'm teaching you how to behave. After returning from the second secret realm, it was the evening of the third day. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled in from the window, making the house a golden color. Fan closed his eyes and crossed his arms, activating his star power to accelerate the opening of branches. The star power around him was converging towards him at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a whirlwind around him. Originally, Fan planned to bring a large amount of cooked level 8 monster meat in the past 2 days, return to Ares Academy, and do some tricks to help the students of Ares Academy improve their beast control. As a result, the dean and a group of teachers took all the students who had not entered Area C of the second secret realm to the 10,000 Beast Mountain to hunt monsters. A little depressed? Man's calculation is not as good as God's calculation. If Fan had done this 1 day earlier, the beast masters of all the students of Ares Academy would have given him a batch of system energy after killing the monsters on the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Although most of the new beast controlling levels are not high yet, but the quantity is huge. Pity. There was no other way. So Fan stayed at home for the past 2 days, breeding animals and practicing. At this time, it is also a critical moment to open up the meridians. After practicing all day, I am a little tired, but the opening of this branch is still very smooth, as Fan's whole body rippled with star power fluctuations. The 98th branch was successfully opened. Fan took a breath and opened his eyes. System energy, 89560. Host, Fan. Level, 2nd grade 3rd heaven. Star power, 380 cards, 759 cards, plus. Psychic power, 209 Hz plus. Tempered bone 206 pieces, 98 pieces plus. Open pulse 206, 98 plus. All the materials to help Xiaobai and the others breakthrough have not yet been delivered, so he has not helped Xiaobai, Jade, and the others improve their levels in the past 2 days. But the results of these 2 days of hard work were remarkable. Although he is only at the 2nd level and 3rd level, his star power has already exceeded that of the ordinary 3rd level. Ordinary 3rd level star power is just a little over 700 calories, and he now has 759 calories. After improving his cultivation, his mental strength also improved a little. However, this increase in mental power is indeed too little, compared with the mental power that was given back after helping Xiaohei break through. The mental power that was raised through practicing and improving to the 1st level was almost negligible. From this point of view, Xiaohei has a unique advantage that Xiaobai and the others do not have. Every time Xiaohei breaks through, whether it is an increase in combat power or racial level, he will feed back part of his spiritual power. Fan nodded slightly and looked at the bone tempering and pulse opening. 2 days. 98 pieces of tempered bone. 98 pulses were opened. I'm afraid only he, whose star power and mental power are far beyond the same level, can do this kind of thing. After so much bone tempering and pulse opening, apart from eating a few meals of fire and meat, he only ate a few spiritual fruits and didn't use any elixirs at all. But whether it's bone tempering or pulse opening, it's very smooth. Huh? The system energy also seems to have increased by tens of thousands. Fan clicked on the system energy details. Sure enough, it was the energy obtained by Lin Mingfei's wild and violent ape from killing monsters. It's a pity that now only one beast, the wild and violent ape, is helping him obtain system energy. Jinyu Heidongking is currently resting at the training ground. If we go back and take care of the 3 pioneering groups. Every time he thought about this, Fan's heart was filled with anticipation. Take it easy. There is no need to rush. Fan activated his star power and clenched the 5 fingers of his hands violently. Snapped! A ball of violent energy exploded on both of his palms. Fan looked at his palm, and he could vaguely see a faint layer of brilliance flowing on his skin. Although it is not possible to condense star power armor like the 4th level realm. But now that his star power is activated, a layer of defensive power will naturally condense outside his body. As your cultivation level increases, this layer of defense will become stronger and stronger. According to the explanation of the foundation building technique of Ares Academy, once you reach the 2nd level and 5th level, with all your star power activated, gunpowder and gas-powered firearms will be difficult to harm a beast master or star of this level. A warrior, But in modern society, the combination of technological civilization and beast-controlling civilization has given birth to many powerful weapons based on star power. Rank 3 and 4. Facing that kind of weapon, it would be difficult to fight back. Chen Fan stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window, you can see Xiao Bai, Jade, and the others playing on the grass under the big tree. Xiao Bai turned his head and saw Chen Fan in front of the window. And immediately a few thunder flashes fell out of the window. Then, she jumped into the air and was held in Chen Fan's arms.
Meow meow I have been practicing hard these past few days.
Xiao Bai called out several times. Chen Fan touched Xiao Bai's head.
Yeah, I know. You did a good job. Great.
Xiao Bai narrowed his eyes. Later, Gongzi also ran over. Jade's legs were the shortest and fell to the back. He simply flew over and landed lightly on Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan felt a chill on his head and couldn't help but smile and pat the jade on his head. A group of beast masters immediately ran over here. The golden horned dragon of the cold pond ran extremely fast this time and ran in front of the ice-white python. The ice-white python that fell behind was furious and whipped the Handan golden horned dragon away with a flick of its tail. The golden horned dragon in Handan fell to the ground and rolled a few times until it arrived in front of Jinyu Heidongking. Asshole. Is this stupid thing like the ice-white python trying to make you go crazy? If I go crazy, the consequences will be terrible. Do you really want to force me to start a bloody storm? The Handan golden horned dragon was furious and raised his head. Just in time to see Jinyu Heidongking, who was lowering his head. The whole body of Handan golden horned dragon tensed up. Not to mention that Jinyu Heidongking is already level 17. Even if the eagle itself is the natural enemy of snakes at the same level as it. Seeing Jinyu Heidonking's big and sharp claws, Handan golden horned dragon can't help but feel chills all over.
Shilu!
The golden horned dragon in the cold pool could not tell the difference between east, west, north and south. He quickly turned around and scurried out. Then he hit a big rock and was knocked unconscious. On the big rock above Jinyu Heidongqing's head, Xiao Hei shook his head repeatedly.
You idiot!
Jinyu Heidongqing turned his head and glanced at Xiao Hei. Damn it. This stupid bird always likes to stand higher than its head, pretending to be superior to other birds. If you weren't Chen Fan's beast master, you would have died hundreds of times now. I tell you. Jinyu Heidongqing flapped his wings, and a strong wind blew Xiao Hei away. Xiao Hei howled a few times in the air, finally managed to stabilize his body, and immediately flew towards Chen Fan. At this time, the doorbell rang. The old ape took the goblin and opened the door. But Gongzi wanted to take the credit, rushed to the front like a whirlwind, and opened the door. The staff of the Animal Breeders Association who brought the things over couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. In the past, it was the old ape and the goblin who opened the door. Why was it the blue-eyed honey badger this time? Gongzi grabbed the big boxes and dragged them in. The staff member of the Animal Breeders Association outside was still stunned. Gongzi jumped up, kicked the iron door with his two hind legs, and closed the door with a clang. The old ape and the goblin immediately took 2 quick steps to help Gongzi and returned, dragging 3 large boxes.
Something has been delivered.
Chen Fan signaled the old ape to open the box. Inside the box are various predetermined materials. Chen Fan flipped through it, recorded all the materials, marked them, and closed the box.
Many things are available.
Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and asked the old ape and the goblin to move the box into the warehouse. Tonight, let's help a few beasts break through. At this time, Master Zhang Hai called. Zhang Hai, who went out, returned to Donghai City. Chen Fan immediately stood up.
Xiao Bai and the others will go to the city lord's mansion while you train at home. Lao Yuan and Xiao Qing, stay at home. Jinyu, help me keep an eye on them. Xiao Bu, if anything happens, call me.
After the explanation, Chen Fan carried Xiao Bai out of the door. Gongzi followed behind. Xiao Hei wanted to be lazy and fell on Chen Fan's shoulders, but was caught and thrown out by Chen Fan. The main palace of Donghai City. Yi Hao and Shen Tao walked to the square outside the city lord's mansion with red faces.
This time after we upgrade our equipment, we will no longer be a burden to Brother Fan.
Yi Hao lowered his voice and said,
In 2 days, we will recruit Li Fengxing. And how many of us will go to the first secret realm to catch the succubus?
Shen Tao rolled his eyelids.
Besides the succubus, don't you have anything else you're interested in? I would rather go to the second secret realm. The fire demon stones on the map have not been dug out yet. Last night, my brother asked me for a map. Made. He said it belongs to the Shen family. Not just me. I said the map was in Brother Fan's hands. And he gave up.
Yi Hao was stunned and said,
Xin Xiao is a member of the Fantasy Sea Pioneer Group. How can he have the nerve to snatch the Fire Demon Stone from us?
Shen Nao said angrily.
That's not the idiot Li Fengxing, who was shouting everywhere that one person would be divided into hundreds of millions this time. Shen Hongxiu and I didn't tell Shen Xiao. But Li Qingyan told Shen Xiao about it. That's his grandma's fault.
Yi Hao was stunned again. Is this grandma that Shen is scolding the grandma of the Shen family, or the Li family?
Why haven't Shen Hongxiu and Chu Xian come out yet?
Yi Hao turned his head and muttered.
Does it take so long to customize armor and weapons? Bang!
As he turned around, he accidentally stepped on the foot of a person in front of him, and then collided with that person.
Sorry! Sorry!
Yi Hao apologized and took 2 steps back. The person who bumped into him was a young man of similar age to him. The young man looked very handsome, with fair and smooth skin like a girl's. His eyes were evil, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, with a faint smile. Behind the young man, there were 2 young men with cold faces.
Apologizing often doesn't solve the problem.
Just when Yi Hao stepped aside, the young man with evil eyes said calmly,
For example, if I kill you and then apologize to you, will you accept it?
Shen Taoao was furious.
What are you talking about? Yi Hao just accidentally bumped into you. Now he has apologized in person and made way for you. What else do you want? Yi Hao?
The evil-minded young man suddenly laughed.
The genius of Ares Academy. Yi Hao?
The smile on Yi Hao's face dropped.
Who are you? You're a bit unfamiliar.
The young man with evil eyes revealed something like a smile, but not a smile, and said,
I, Feng Tianlin, come from the Feng family in the Demon City.
Yi Hao nodded slightly and moved a few steps to the side with Shen Taoao, preparing to leave.
Presumptuous.
Someone behind Feng Tianlin shouted coldly.
Master Feng didn't let you leave. How dare you leave?
As soon as the words fell, the 2 people moved at the same time and stood in front of Yi Hao and Shen Taoao. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao were stunned. They were used to being arrogant in Donghai City, and this was the first time they encountered such a thing. In this Donghai City, there are people of the same age who dare to talk to them like this. And it's still at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao looked at each other and laughed. When he saw Feng Tianlin, he turned around slightly and said coldly,
Where are Chen Fan and Chu Xian?
Yi Hao's expression changed slightly.
Why? You? Like Jiang Yuanfan and others. Want to challenge Brother Fan and Henry Chu? Challenge? Of course not.
Feng Tianlin shook his head and said,
I just want to dampen their spirit and let them understand the principle of there are people outside the world. And there is a sky outside the world. When Shangwan Sanlong was defeated by them, I was still practicing in the secret realm. I didn't expect that after leaving the secret realm. I heard that Shangwan Sanlong came to Donghai City and lost to Chen Fan and Chu Xian one after another. They are just useless.
Feng Tianlin spoke softly. His tone was calm and unhurried, but it always gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. Yi Hao grinned and said,
If you want to challenge Brother Fan, you must first pass my level. If you can beat me, maybe you can take 3 of his moves. If you can't even beat me, I advise you to go home quickly and don't be embarrassed here.
Feng Tianlin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stretched out his right hand, and waved his hand gently with his index finger.
You are not my opponent.
Yi Hao's face darkened.
Whether he is your opponent or not, you have to fight to know. Hit me. Beat me.
Shen Taoao stopped Yi Hao and said,
Our beast master is not here. How can we fight him?
Yi Hao blinked and remembered this. He, Shen Taoao, and Chu Xian's beasts were all at Chen Fan's place. If a beast master doesn't control a beast, can he just charge forward like a star warrior? Yi Hao shrugged.
My beast master is at the training ground. I will play with you next time.
With that said, he was ready to leave. But the 2 people in front stopped him, and Shen Taoao again. You? The eyes of Yi Hao and Shen Taoao turned cold. In Donghai City, not even the city lord's daughter by Rouge dared to treat them like this. Feng Tianlin from this magical city is too deceptive. Yi Hao's eyes flashed. He turned his wrist and clenched it into a fist, and punched the person blocking him. The young man sneered, and without taking a step back, he also punched out. The 2 fists hit each other hard.
Boom!
Yi Hao groaned, unable to control his body, and took 3 steps back.
How's he?
Shen Taoao was startled, worried that Yi Hao was injured. So he quickly rushed over and helped Yi Hao.
I'm fine.
Yi Hao pushed Shen Taoao away. Then Feng Tianlin smiled mockingly and said,
You can't even beat one of my younger brothers. And you still want to fight me?
Yi Hao's eyes flashed with anger, and he stamped his right foot on the ground, his whole body blooming with momentum.
Feng Tianlin, you are too arrogant.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hao gave up on the person who had punched him before, and punched Feng Tianlin directly.
Like an ant.
Feng Tianlin smiled coldly, and didn't even take a step back. He grabbed Yi Hao's fist with his right hand.
What?
Yi Hao was startled and felt as if his fist was clasped by an iron hoop. Severe pain in 5 fingers. Yi Hao exerted force on his right arm, pulled it back suddenly, and retracted his fist. But as soon as he retracted his arm, Feng Tianlin raised his foot and kicked him in the abdomen.
Bang!
Yi Hao screamed and flew backwards, holding his stomach and half kneeling on the ground.
How's he?
Shen Taotao exclaimed and supported Yi Hao.
How are you? Are you okay?
Yi Hao's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth. At this time, Feng Tianlin's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly took 3 steps forward and kicked Yi Hao in the chin before he could stand up.
Stop!
A cold shout came, and Jiang Yuanfan from Yanwu City suddenly rushed out from the side and kicked Feng Tianlin in the ankle.
Huh?
Feng Tianlin let out a sigh, and with the help of Jiang Yuanfan's kick, he quickly turned around and punched Jiang Yuanfan in the chest. Jiang Yuanfan was not afraid and also punched hard.
Bang!
Feng Tianlin took half a step back, but Jiang Yuanfan's face turned red, and he took 3 steps back.
So strong!
Jiang Yuanfan was surprised. It was just a punch, but the star power in his body was almost knocked out of control. Where did this strange young man in front of me come from? That he was so terrifying? Jiang Yuanfan helped Yi Hao up, feeling stunned, and said in a deep voice,
What kind of cultivation level do you have? And how much star power are you?
The faces of Jiang Yufan, the short-haired young man who followed behind, were slightly red. It is normal to ask about the realm of cultivation, but asking your opponent how many star power cards they have is actually a bit taboo. Star power. That is the absolute power of beast masters and star warriors. Who is willing to tell others the specific value of his star power? But Feng Tianlin smiled proudly and said,
2nd grade. 1st level. Star power 410 cards.
What? Jiang Yuanfan and others were shocked. An ordinary 2nd grade, 1st layer star power is about 350 calories. He is also a 2nd grade, 1st layer star, and his star power is stronger than the others behind Jiang Yufan. But his star power is only 375 cards. This Feng Tianlin actually has 410 cards? Seeing the shocked look in the eyes of this group of people, Feng Tianlin sighed and shook his head.
Is this the genius of Donghai City? That's all.
Yi Hao and others had expressions of humiliation on their faces. At this time, a white crane chirped in the air. Immediately, Chen Fan's voice came from the air.
You can only take 1 move from me.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan fell from the sky, and with violent energy, he stepped on Feng Tianlin with his right foot.
Brother Fan! Chen Fan!
Yi Hao and Jiang Yuanfan exclaimed at the same time. And when Feng Tianlin saw Chen Fan's menacing approach, he turned around and quickly moved aside.
Boom!
Chen Fan lowered his figure, and with one kick, he dug a big hole in the ground of the square paved with green steel rocks. People around did not dare to come close to watch the excitement, and all retreated away. The strange thing is that when something like this happened at the gate of the city lord's mansion, no black armored troops came to inquire or maintain order.
Are you Chen Fan?
Feng Tianlin's eyes lit up, and he glanced at the ragdoll cat in Chen Fan's arms, and then fell on the jade cat above Chen Fan's head.
Well, they said you like to wear a cuckold, and you have a lot of personality.
Chen Fan grinned and put Xiaobai down. Jade also jumped aside obediently. Gongzi walked around behind Feng Tianlin, looking at Feng Tianlin's legs, thinking about when to bite him and make him cry. Chen Fan tilted his head slightly and looked at Yi Hao.
Are you injured?
Yi Hao shook his head.
He kicked me in the stomach and I was a little injured. But it's not a big problem.
Chen Fan withdrew his gaze and looked at Feng Tianlin coldly. The young man who had punched Yi Hao before slowly stepped forward and stood in front of Chen Fan.
Are you angry when you see your brother injured? But if you want to fight Master Feng, you have to get past me. 1 level. Fight?
Chen Fan shook his head and said,
It's not really a battle. I just trample you to death.
Just finished saying the word, Chen Fan rushed out like a cannonball and slapped the young man who just spoke with one palm.
Call!
With a seemingly simple slap of the palm, the energy actually caused a gust of wind.
What? So fast?
The young man looked horrified and quickly crossed his hands in front of his chest, forming a defense.
Boom!
Chen Fan's palms hit the young man's crossed hands hard, and the latter's hands hit his chest hard.
Bang!
The man screamed and flew backwards like a kite with its string broken, and then rolled over on the ground. Seeing this scene, Feng Tianling's face froze slightly. At this time, another young man shouted loudly, and a summoning circle appeared on the left and right sides. Two beasts climbed out from the summoning circle. A fire spirit burning with blazing fire. A terrifying blade-toothed predator. All are level 5. As soon as the two beast masters climbed out, they immediately rushed towards Chen Fan with the beast master. Chen Fan stood still, motionless. But Jade appeared on his right side and opened his mouth.
Call!
The beast master and the two beast masters were swept up into the sky at the same time.
TSK, 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 TSK!
Wind blades cut through the two beast masters and their masters one after another, causing the two beast masters and their masters to scream in agony. Feng Tianlin. Before coming, he also checked Chen Fan's information. I know Chen Fan's slime is very powerful, but without any effort, he destroyed a first-grade 5th level sky and two beasts. Is this really a slime? Feng Tianlin looked at Chen Fan with a serious look. Chen Fan walked over slowly step by step.
Jiang Yuanfan from Yanwucheng also wants to come and compete with me. But they and I understand and respect each other. They will not come to Donghai City to show their teeth and claws, let alone be arrogant and domineering and hurt the people of Donghai City.
Later, Jiang Yuanfan couldn't help but remind him.
Chen Fan, be careful. His star power has reached 410 calories.
But Chen Fan, as if he didn't hear it at all, walked step by step directly in front of Feng Tianlin. The distance between the two sides is less than 3 meters. Feng Tianlin said with gloomy eyes.
Are you teaching me how to do things? No. I'm teaching you how to be a good person.
When the last word was spoken, Chen Fan had already disappeared from Feng Tianlin's sight.
Not good.
Feng Tianlin was shocked and wanted to dodge. But as soon as he lifted his feet, an irresistible terrifying force came from the back of his head, pressing his head to the ground.
Boom!
Under the stunned gazes of the people around him, Feng Tianlin's head smashed into the ground, and his entire face was embedded in the stone.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Feng Tianlin's head was pushed into the ground by Chen Fan. He tried to struggle and slapped the ground with his hands, but his head was held down by Chen Fan, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move at all. Jiang Yuanfan's mouth opened and didn't close for a while. That Feng Tianlin's star power was even stronger than him. Why do you act like a 3-year-old child in front of Chen Fan? At this time, Chu Xian, Shen Hongxiu, and Fang Qingqing rushed out from the city lord's mansion. A group of people looked at this scene with their eyes widened.
Bang!
Chen Fan grabbed Feng Tianlin's neck and threw the ladder directly. Feng Tianlin landed with a thud, rolled on the ground twice, and got up in a panic.
Chen Fan, do you really want to fight us? Fighting at all costs?
Chen Fan sneered and said,
A few of you are worthy of fighting with me?
Feng Tianlin shouted loudly, and two summoning arrays appeared beside him. A level 6 wild prison dragon and a level 6 freezing bird climbed out of the beast control space. Feng Tianlin laughed wildly.
Facing beast masters or star warriors of the same level, I rarely summon my savage prison dragon, because my savage prison dragon is an advanced and extraordinary level 6 beast master. High and extraordinary.
Jiang Yuanfan and others were shocked. They also carried level 6 taming beasts. But the highest racial level of beast control is only moderately extraordinary. The extraordinary level 6 beasts are enough to crush their level 6 beasts. I saw that the wild prison dragon was very large, more than 10 meters long, and had a ferocious shape. Just its appearance gave people a terrifying pressure. Feng Tianlin took advantage of the shocked looks from around him. He smiled mockingly and said,
Begging for mercy now will not make the defeat too ugly.
He just finished saying this.
Call!
Amethyst spikes suddenly appeared from under the belly of the wild prison dragon. The sharp amethyst spikes directly lifted the body of the wild prison dragon into the air. Fortunately, the wild prison dragon had defensive skills and added a layer of defensive armor to itself as soon as it came out. Otherwise, just this one blow to Gongzi would cause his intestines to pierce to pieces. The frozen bird, which had just taken off, saw that its partner was injured and became furious. Without receiving orders from its master, it swooped down and wanted to spit out the cold air at Gongzi. But as soon as it dived, Xiao He, who was quietly flying in a higher position, was hit by a spiritual spike.
Bang!
Frozen bird didn't spit out the cold air. His eyes turned black. and he hit the square ground with his head. At first glance, it looks like Frozen Bird fast-forwarded to the wilderness prison dragon and was severely injured. He didn't want to live anymore and rushed down to die for his love. Feng Tianlin. The scene before him happened so fast that he didn't even react. Next moment, call! Gongzi charged forward quickly and bit through the armor of the savage prison dragon with one bite, biting one of its hind legs. Ouch! The wild prison dragon looked up to the sky and screamed. Just as it struggled to stand up, it fell to the ground again. On the other side, Jade is still flying a kite. The two Beast Masters and Beast Masters swept up into the sky by its storm were tossed up and down, unable to control themselves at all. Xiaobai didn't take action. She is waiting, because there is another person on the field. The person who was slapped away by Chen Fan before. That man took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was not on him, and summoned his own beast. A level 5 armored griffin. A level 5 wild bull. Xiaobai grinned and walked up to the frozen bird who had woken up, as if taking a walk, and gently touched the frozen bird's head with his little paws. Zitsizi! The power of thunder and lightning made the frozen bird's feathers stand up. Then, the frozen bird, which was smoking all over, clicked and fainted completely. Gah! The newly summoned armored griffin immediately took to the air. But as soon as it took off, Xiaobai's body flashed with thunder and lightning, and he used the lightning flash to appear below it. How could the armored griffin expect that a ragdoll cat would fly into the sky to attack it? One of them couldn't dodge, and his wing was slashed by Xiaobai's thunder blade. Gah! The armored griffin screamed and fell down. The Kaishan Mangya had a chance to attack. The problem was that Xiaobai was still in the air, and it couldn't fly. Immediately, Kaishan Mangya turned its head, exerted force on all four hooves, and rushed directly towards Jade. Gongzi, who was biting the thigh of the savage prison dragon, immediately let go when he saw the Kaishan Mangya rushing toward Jade, and pounced directly on the Kaishan Mangya. The wild prison dragon, who finally escaped from Gongzi's demonic mouth, was angry, and received the message from his master. Joined forces with him to attack Chen Fan. The wild prison dragon's red eyes immediately stared at Chen Fan. Wild H, fire! After charging a short distance, the savage prison dragon opened its mouth, and a ball of flames in its mouth was quickly forming. At this time, Feng Tianlin also rushed towards Chen Fan. Die! Feng Tianlin, who was filled with shame and anger, used all his strength to punch Chen Fan, wishing he could smash all the brains out of Chen Fan's head with one punch. When he punched out, star power condensed directly on his fist to form a dragon's head. It was fierce and terrifying. The Wind Dragon Fist of the Feng family in the Magic City. Even if Xingli was in the second level like Feng Tianlin, he wouldn't dare to take such a punch. Shen Hongxiu from the periphery exclaimed, Sifan, be careful! Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge clenched their fists at the same time. Shen Nato and Li Fingxing also tensed up. Only Henry Chu remained calm. Snapped! Under everyone's nervous gaze, Chen Fan spread his fingers and grabbed Feng Tianlin's fist without even looking at him. The dragon head formed by the condensed star power on Feng Tianlin's fist collapsed instantly. Feng Tianlin stared blankly at his grabbed fist. The next moment, Chen Fan took a step to the left with his left foot. His waist and horse were united. He grabbed Feng Tianlin's right hand, and with a strong force, like throwing a sack, he rounded Feng Tianlin and hit him hard. On the ground. Bang! The rocks on the ground exploded, forming a human-shaped pit. The blood dyed the stones in the pit red. Feng Tianlin's whole body twitched, and he couldn't struggle anymore. The flames of the wild prison dragon did not dare to be sprayed out, because its owner is here. Master Feng! Roar! The young man who summoned the armored griffin and the wild prison dragon rushed over desperately when they saw Feng Tianlin being severely injured. Chen Fan crossed Feng Tianlin, then moved forward instead of retreating. Boom! The moment the wild prison dragon pounced on him, Chen Fan rushed to the wild prison dragon first and grabbed one of its legs. Savage prison dragon. Before the wild prison dragon could react, it was rounded up by Chen Fan and smashed to the ground just like its master. The young man who rushed over from the other side stopped and looked dull. Bang! Bang! Chen Fan grabbed the savage prison dragon's legs and smashed it twice. There were 2 more big holes on the ground. Why do you only hit the master once, but hit me 3 times? The savage prison dragon burst into tears and lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, it knew very well that it simply could not compete with the strength of the person in front of it. If he moved, he would be severely beaten. If you move again, You'll get another beating. It would be safer to lie down on the ground and pretend to be dead. There was silence on the field. Jade no longer flies kites. The two Beastmasters and the Beastmaster were all tortured to the point of being out of shape. Especially the Beastmaster, whose clothes and trousers were cut into pieces. Even worse than a beggar. When Shen Tao saw this scene, he immediately rushed forward and took a lot of videos and pictures. And the young man, who was slapped by Chen Fan in the first place, can still stand on the field well, because he decisively stopped. The other two people, and a group of beasts, were all in miserable condition. Inside the city lord's palace, a middle-aged man, holding a wine glass, his face as sinking as water. Directly opposite him, Yun Sunhai smiled happily. On the other side, John Hai had his hands behind his back. As if he didn't know anything, Yun Sunhai put down the cup in his hand and said, "Teacher Song, you lost 3 fire-melting crystals and 3 soul-refining stones." Teacher Song gritted his teeth. "It's Chong. Chong is Chong." Yun Sunhai nodded. "Okay, Teacher Song." Teacher Chong glanced at Yun Sunhai speechlessly, then turned to look at John Hai. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, your disciple is a bit too evil. Isn't he? He's so ruthless, and you don't care about him at all?" John Hai turned around and said faintly, "Are you going to be cruel? You are a young student who doesn't know the heights of the world. When you became angry, you used the Wind Dragon Fist to kill my disciple. Do you think my disciple is ruthless? How is that possible?" Teacher Chong said coquettishly, "I sensed his aura before and knew that he is at least the 2nd level of the 2nd heaven or above. With such strength, Tianlin's punch can't hurt him at all. That's all. This kid Tianlin is unruly and unruly. It's better to let him suffer a little." John Hai said calmly, "Over there with the Feng family. Go help me and give them a warning. Don't overeat and cause trouble for my apprentice. I don't have any good qualities. I'm just very protective of my shortcomings. If you piss me off, I'll send a message to my younger brother and drag that old ghost from the Feng family out of the secret realm and beat him to death." Teacher Chong was startled. This are just competitions between juniors. Winning and losing are normal. And injuries are normal. How can the Feng family care about these things? Besides, he is still your disciple. Don't worry. I will have a good talk with the Feng family. That's the best." John Hai walked out with his hands behind his back. In the square outside the city lord's palace, finally the figure of the black armored army appeared. Groups of black armored troops carried Feng Tianlin and the others, as well as their beast masters. For treatment, Shen Fan walked up to Yi Hao. Yi Hao's eyes were a little red, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. "Brother Fan, thank you." Shen Fan glanced at Yi Hao, then at Henry Chu and the others. After a while, he patted Yi Hao on the shoulder and said, "You all should go to my house around 12 o'clock tonight." "Oh?" Yi Hao and others' eyes lit up. Li Fengxing said carelessly, "Can't we go now?" Shen Fan rolled his eyes. "My master is inside, and he will take me around the city lord's mansion later." Shen Hongxiu took 2 steps forward. "I'll go too." Fang Qingqing glanced at Shen Hongxiu hatefully and wanted to speak, but she opened her mouth and said nothing. Henry Chu, "Let's go too." Fang Qingqing nodded. "Yes." Bai Ruge's eyes were full of questions. "Uncle, what do you want to do? If you want to visit the city lord's mansion, just come to me. Why do you need to find Grandmaster?" Immediately, she and Shen Hongxiu looked at each other and smiled slightly at the same time. Chen Fan smiled at Jiang Yuanfan and said, "I live in the Beast Breeders Association of Donghai City. Come and play at my place when you have time." "Okay." Jiang Yuanfan smiled and nodded. "We are also going to have some meals at the rich man's house." After chatting with Yi Hao and others, Jiang Yuanfan left with a group of people. At this time, John Hai appeared at the gate of the city lord's mansion with his hands behind his back. Bai Rouge had sharp eyes and immediately said, "Uncle, Grandmaster is here. Yo yo yo. When my dad went to the Beast Breeders Association, he was never greeted like this by the Grandmaster. As soon as you came to the city lord's mansion, the Grandmaster came directly to the door." "Shut up." Chen Fan glanced sideways at Bai Rouge. This guy is getting louder and louder. "Master!" Chen Fan ran a few steps quickly and faced John Hai. Xiao Bai, Gongzi, and the others quickly followed. A group of people, including Xian Chu and Yi Hao, also chased after him. Before he could get closer, Shen Tao narrowed his eyes and said, "What do you think Brother Fan wants us to do when he asks us to go to his place at night? It's normal for him to let beautiful women go to his house in the middle of the night. Let us go. Pa." Shin Hongxiu slapped him directly on the back of the head. Shin Naoto rubbed his head and didn't dare to speak. Henry Chu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said,
"He should be ready to help us cultivate beasts."
The group of people who were marching paused for a moment, and all looked at Henry Chu. Henry Chu glanced at Yi Hao silently, and said expressionlessly,
"The main thing is that Yi Hao is really too weak, and he can't even defeat a second-level first-level player. So Chen Fan really can't stand it anymore, and is ready to help our beast master break through. In this way, several beasts will have star power to feed them back. Those of you who are in the first level and fifth level have a chance to break through to the second level in one fell swoop."
The faces of the people next to him all turned red. Bai Ruch pursed his lips.
"That's what it sounds like. But when it comes out of your mouth, why does it sound so unpleasant to me? We are a group of first grade and fifth level people. You are the only one who is capable of the second level. Don't let my uncle cultivate those 3 beasts for you."
Henry Chu shook his head.
"I'm sorry. I don't have the ability."
After saying that, he took the lead and walked forward, following Chen Fan. "Bai Ruch," Fang Qingqing whispered.
"What Henry Chu says is always hard to refute."
Yi Hao gritted his teeth.
"This bastard. He was the first one to break through to the second level, and he acted so awesome."
Fang Qingqing was stunned for a while.
"Isn't he always like this? He has never changed,"
Yi Hao said depressedly.
"I don't want to talk to you anymore. I just want to break through to the second level as soon as possible."
Shin Tao narrowed his eyes slightly.
"Tonight is the time to witness a miracle. Maid, tonight we will break through to the second level. Tomorrow we will go find that Feng Tianlin and beat him up again."
Yi Hao nodded.
"Take the beast with you and beat the shit out of him openly and openly."
Chapter 154, Diamond Dragon Beetle and 9 Heaven Black Turtle. Senior Brother Bai's beast control seems a bit weak. Night falls. At the foot of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, the students of Ares Academy were preparing to pack their bags and go back to school. Zhou Han, who has short hair, is sitting on a piece of bluestone and scrolling through his mobile phone. Suddenly, Zhou Han exclaimed,
"Something big happened."
A group of students around were startled, thinking that a monster was approaching. Zhou Han stood up and waved in the distance.
Teacher Li, Chen Fan has crippled the people in Magic City."
A group of students and teachers immediately gathered around. Li Sheng also ran over with a thermos cup in hand.
"What's going on?"
Zhou Han said.
"There is a video going viral on the internet right now. I just happened to watch it. It was 3 guys from the Demon City who injured Yi Hao. When Brother Fan was angered, Brother Fan directly pressed their heads to the ground and rubbed them. A guy from Shanghai. Where did you get the fight? Here's the video. Let me see."
Li Sheng walked over and took a sip of water. Zhou Han said,
"Right at the gate of the East China Sea City Lord's Mansion. That guy seems to be at the second level."
Li Sheng just took a sip of water and spit it out. A field of wolfberries. A group of students looked at the wolfberries on the ground and then at Li Sheng. Is Teacher Li eating wolfberry as food? When middle-aged people have no choice but to eat oysters with wolfberry every day. Li Sheng clicked on the video Zhou Han was talking about. All the students and teachers were glued to the video. The video is a bit blurry because it was taken in the evening, and it seems a bit far away. Fortunately, the person who took the video explained it in great detail. Yi Hao bumped into Feng Tianlin and was stopped by Feng Tianlin and 3 others. Jiang Yuanfan came to the rescue.
"Asshole! This guy from Shanghai is so annoying. Brother Hao was beaten by him. Or was he at the gate of the Lord's Mansion in Donghai City? Where are Chen Fan and Chu Xian? The bully is coming to your doorstep. Last time Shangwan Songlong came to the Ares Academy to challenge him. He was fair and square. It didn't matter if he lost or won. What does this bastard mean?"
The crowd was excited. Both students and teachers looked very ugly. But in the video, there was a twist immediately. Chen Fan is here. Chen Fan, who had just arrived, didn't even say a few words, and directly blasted Feng Tianlin and the savage prison dragon.
Hack! Hack!
Watching the video, a group of teachers and students were at a loss for words, leaving only this one word. After reading it, Zhou Han played it again. Li Sheng's eyebrows were beaming, and he looked at Zixiong.
"This kid is getting more and more fierce. As expected of my student."
"Does it have anything to do with you? It's not like you taught him." A group of teachers nearby glanced at Li Sheng speechlessly. At this moment, the video Zhou Han, Li Sheng and the others watched also went viral in other parts of Donghai City. There is a lot of discussion on the internet. The last time Shangwan Songlong came to the Demon City, he lost to Chen Fan and Chu Xian, and it wasn't such a big deal.
Because Shangwan Sanlong is an open-minded person. Challenging others is to challenge himself and improve himself. But Feng Tianlin is different. A boy from the Magic City actually dared to hit someone at the gate of the Lord's Mansion of Donghai City. How arrogant. How crazy. If no one in this generation of students in Donghai City can beat him, how can they hold their heads high in the future? Fortunately, there is still Chen Fan. Just when Feng Tianlin was arrogant, Chen Fan smashed his head into the ground. Watching videos is like drinking nectar. Listening to the explanation feels like ascending to the heavens. What a joy it is. Suddenly, the streets, alleys, tea houses and restaurants, and the entire Donghai City were discussing this matter. At this time, Chen Fan, led by Zhang Hai, had entered the depths of the city lord's mansion. This is a strange and huge hall. On the ground, there is a complex magic circle engraved on it. On the magic circle, spiritual lines shimmered with starlight, like spiritual snakes wandering around. In the center of the array, a giant titan ape covered with scales sat cross-legged, like a monk in meditation. Two old men stood on the edge of the circle. Among them, the silver-haired old man whom Chen Fan had seen when he was in the hospital was none other than Qin Huang, one of the 3 grandmasters guarding Donghai City. That time, after the crying demon was scared away, senior brothers Bai Tianyu and Qin Huang rushed to the hospital together. But Chen Fan had never seen the other old man. Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others became a little nervous when they saw the titan ape. The level difference is too big. Xiao Bai and the others felt the innate ferocious aura of the monster more clearly than Chen Fan and Chu Xian. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Chen Fan comforted Xiao Bai and Jade. Gongzi kicked his legs and jumped into Chen Fan's arms. Xiao Bai glanced at Gongzi angrily. But in the end, he just snorted lightly, and did not push Gongzi down like before. The mean-mouthed Xiao He also fell silent this time. He stood on Chen Fan's shoulder, and didn't say a word for a long time. Suddenly, Henry Chu, who was behind Chen Fan, walked over, and gave a respectful salute. My grandson has met Grandpa. Lo Grandpa Qin. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Another old man? Is Henry Chu's grandfather? Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing all walked over. Hello, Grandpa Chu. Lo, Grandpa Qin. Chen Fan blinked and walked over. Chu! Before he could finish his words, Zhang Hai had already covered his mouth. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes. Zhang Hai said expressionlessly, Si Fan, you can't call them that. You are my apprentice. If you call them that, wouldn't I be a generation younger than them? Come, let me introduce you. The white-haired one is called Qin Huang, and he is one of the 3 great masters guarding Donghai City. The old man here is called Chu Tianan, and he is Henry Chu's grandfather. Just call them uncle. Chen Fan, Fang Qingqing, Yi Hao and others wanted to laugh but didn't dare, and their expressions became extremely weird. Chu Tianan laughed and scolded. You old guy. If you don't tell me, I won't even care. Who else can take advantage of you? Qin Huang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Li Fengxing squinted his eyes and said, Look, I just said that we should call Chen Fan uncle. The field suddenly became quiet. You can hear the needle drop. Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu all looked at Li Fengxing silently. Just when Li Fengxing felt that he was unjust and unhelpful, Bai Ruch nodded. I think he is right. Of course you are right. Chen Fan is your uncle. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing all rolled their eyes. Are you Chen Fan? Chu Tianan looked Chen Fan up and down. Chen Fan was a little strange. The old man looked at him and felt something was wrong. He was too affectionate. Even if you have a good relationship with my master, you don't need to look at me like this. Right? Chu Tianan laughed, patted Chen Fan's shoulder lightly, and said, Not bad. Really good. You were outside just now, being that boy from the Feng family. It was a great time. Are you talking about this? Chen Fan smiled awkwardly. At this time, Zhang Hai frowned and said, Where is Tianyu? Where are Old Man Ding and Old Man Fan? He had just returned to Donghai City from outside, so he didn't see a few other people, which was a bit strange. Qin Huang said, Tianyu is in seclusion to attack the 7th level. Lao Fan was attacked by the crying demon last time in the hospital, and he is still recovering from his injuries. As for Lao Ding, I'm going to check out the Nancheng formation. Hearing this, Zhang Hai was a little annoyed. Didn't I tell you that I would be back this afternoon? I asked you to wait for me here. Why did you all run away? TSK. Old man Zhang, you have such a bad temper. Qin Huang also said a little unhappy. When you come back, we still need 8 sedans to pick you up.
hearing the two old men choking each other. A group of juniors were also a little embarrassed. Bai Rouge whispered in Chen Fan's ear.
Uncle Grandmaster and Grandpa Qin. They are like brothers. They often make noises and overturn tables. Uncle, don't mind. They don't quarrel once a day. And they feel uncomfortable all over.
Qin Huang and Zhang Hai both looked at Bai Rouge. Bai Rouge shrank his neck in fear and stuck out his tongue. At this time, City Lord Bai Tianyu and Yun Sanhai walked into the hall. When Qin Huang saw Tianyu, his eyes changed slightly, and a trace of regret flashed through his eyes.
Tianyu, failed again?
After Bai Tianyu came up and met several seniors, he sighed and said a little embarrassedly,
Tianyu's qualifications are too poor. This time, junior brother Mingming brought me a big opportunity. I didn't expect that I still failed when I tried to hit the 7th level. Bai Rouge was stunned.
Dad, what kind of opportunity is this?
Bai Tianyu pointed at Chen Fan with a smile and said,
It's the crying monster your uncle caught in the hospital some time ago.
Yun Songhai was at the side and said calmly,
I caught it.
Bai Tianyu smiled awkwardly and said,
The crying demon captured by Songhai is a rare treasure for the 6th and 7th levels. Although the crying demon is of the demonic type, it is made from the purest soul power. As for the breakthrough from the 6th level to the 7th level, the most critical thing is mental power. Why is the 7th grade called a Grandmaster? A 7th grade Grandmaster can easily crush the 6th grade peak to death.
Li Fengxing interrupted and said,
You are at the peak of the 6th level. Can't you kill a Grandmaster with just one knife?
Everyone looked at Li Fengxing. Bai Rouge gritted his teeth and said,
Shut up. Don't say another word.
Li Fengxing lowered his head in grievance. Didn't the City Lord say that a Grandmaster can kill a 6th grade peak person easily? But what I said is obviously correct. The City Lord can indeed kill the Grandmaster with one strike. Isn't this a well-known thing? Bai Tianyu took a deep breath before continuing.
To put it simply, becoming a 7th grade master is actually a huge hurdle. Whether you are a beast master or a star warrior, it is difficult for you to cross this hurdle. Some people may practice for a lifetime, but they may not be able to overcome this hurdle. And if you want to cross this hurdle, you need huge soul power. And you need to make a qualitative change in the mental power of the beast master or star warrior.
Bai Rouge's eyes widened.
So, the crying demon caught by Master Uncle can help you replenish your mental power, Dad, and help you break through to the 7th level?
Yun Songhai on the side said expressionlessly,
I caught it.
But this time, no one looked at him. Yun Songhai was very depressed.
Well,
Tianyu sighed and said,
So I said, Your uncle gave me such a great opportunity, but I still haven't made a breakthrough. I'm ashamed.
Chen Fan couldn't help but ask,
There must be a reason why senior brother Bai can't break through. Is it because the mental power provided by the crying demon is not enough?
No.
Bai Tianyu smiled awkwardly and said,
The mental power that is most lacking at the peak of the 6th grade realm is not lacking because of the crying demon. But my star power is not enough. Although I prepared multiple reincarnation pills from the beginning, at the critical moment, my star power was still not enough. And I failed in the end.
Zhang Hai said,
Tianyu is obsessed with the way of the sword. And there are indeed some problems in the cultivation of beasts and star power. I came to Donghai City just to help him solve these problems, so that he can break through to the master level.
Bai Tianyu looked ashamed.
In a novel, there is a Huashan sect. The Huashan sect is divided into Sword Sect and Air Sect. Sword Sect focuses on sword training. With Qi training as a supplement, Qi Sect focuses on Qi training. And sword training as a supplement. The Sword Sect grows quickly but has no successor. The Air Sect grows slowly, but has great stamina. I have always been obsessed with the art of swordsmanship and devoted myself to studying swordsmanship. But I made the mistake of swordsmanship. So I've been stuck at the peak of the 6th level for many years. And it's hard to make any progress.
Qin Huang beside him sighed softly. Whether Bai Tianyu's path is right or wrong is difficult for even a grandmaster to judge. If Tianyu can use the power of the crying demon this time to break through to the master level, Donghai City has more than just one more grandmaster. Bai Tianyu, who has understood the
9 sky-breaking swords
to the 4th sword. Once he breaks through to the grandmaster level, he will be invincible within the same level, and it will be easy to kill the enemy beyond the level. Pity. Star power can only be practiced by himself. After a moment of silence in the hall, Zhang Hai said in a deep voice,
Tianyu, summon your 2 beasts. Yes, uncle.
Bai Tianyu thought in his mind and immediately began to summon his 2 beasts. A superior and extraordinary level 27 diamond dragon beetle. An advanced and extraordinary level 27 9 heavens black turtle. Monster name, diamond dragon beetle. Combat power level, Level 27. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute, gold. Monster weakness, fire. Racial skills, diamond claw. Diamond dragon armor. Brutal crash. Super spiral combo. Air breaking continuous slash. Monster status, curious. Monster preference, likes to swallow metal. Potential level, Samsung. Requirements for breaking through to level 28. Racial level evolution route, 3. Monster name, 9 Heavens Black Turtle. Combat power level, level 27. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute, water. Monster weakness, earth. Racial skills, Torrent water gun. Water prison technique. Water continuous bomb. Blister bomb. Water blade slash. Monster state, calm. Monster preference, likes to stay in a corner quietly. Potential level, Samsung. Requirements for breaking through to level 28. Racial level evolution route, 3. Zhang looked at Chen Fan and said,
More than a year ago, after I came to Donghai City, I started to help Tianyu cultivate these two beasts. But the growth rate of these two big guys doesn't satisfy me very much.
Of course, I can't satisfy you. The potential levels of these two beasts are only 3 stars. Chen Fan almost said what was in his heart. In his sight. On the attribute panels of his senior brother by Tianyu's two beasts. Their potential levels were all 3 stars. Not to mention competing with Lao Yuan and Jade. Even Fang Qingqing and Chu Xian's beast masters have 4-star potential levels. Although the potential level is of little use to Chen Fan. The body system and the beast controlling potential level are low. It is nothing more than using more materials and spending more money. Even if the potential level of the beast is very low. As long as there is enough time, Chen Fan can cultivate it into a dominant level existence. But if the potential level of the beast master is low, it will be very fatal for other beast masters. Because the potential level is low, it means the growth rate is slow. Even if you were a beast breeding master like Shanghai, if you gave him a slime with a potential level of only 1, he would not be able to cultivate this slime into a powerful beast master. If the potential level is too low, it will directly limit the future development of the beast master. Suddenly, Li Fingxing, who had been silent for a long time, spoke again.
Does the city lord only have 2 beasts to control?
The whole place fell into an eerie silence again. Tian Chanyu was also a little speechless. Bai Rouge raised his eyebrows and kicked Li Fingxing to the ground.
It's amazing that you have 3 beasts. My dad can make 3 of your beasts into small cakes. Do you believe it? Xingxin, your dad's beast master is almost level 30. And mine is only level 5. Li Fingxing got up with a sad face. Shen Nato looked at Li Fingxing, who was being beaten again, and nodded secretly.
Yi Hao is right. I should just be quiet and be a handsome man. Fortunately, I was very restrained during this time. Otherwise, I would have been beaten this time. That's great. This idiot Li Fingxing is my shield. As long as he is around, I rarely get beaten. Hee hee. Ha ha ha.
Bai Chanyu's face darkened. He glared at Bai Rouge and said,
Don't be ridiculous. Look at how many elders there are here. Is this a place for you to run wild?
Bai Rouge pouted and took Chen Fan's arm.
Uncle, tell me, am I wrong? This bastard dares to look down on my dad. I didn't look down on you.
Li Fingxing almost cried. Zhang Hai laughed and said,
The number of beast masters depends on the talent of the masters and opportunities. The vast majority of beast masters can only try to sign multiple beast masters after they have broken through to the 4th level. Not everyone can be like you, who are not yet at the 2nd level, and can sign up for 3 beast masters. With Tianyu's current level of cultivation, there won't be any problem signing up for multiple beast masters. But he was immersed in the practice of sword skills and neglected to cultivate beasts for a long time. So he never looked for a suitable beast to control.
Chu Tianan suddenly said,
Speaking of which, contracting multiple beasts within the 2nd level realm seems to have only started 18 years ago. Before that, in the entire Blue Star, except for my son Qingcheng, no one can sign more than 2 beasts within the 2nd level realm.
You Chu Qingcheng. Chen Fan remembered that Chu Qingcheng was the 2nd uncle of Chu Xian, the 2nd son of Mr. Chu Tianan. What does Chu Tianan mean by this? 18 years ago, no one except Chu Qingcheng could sign 2 or more beast masters within the 2nd level realm? Isn't this talent a bit too scary? Hey, 18 years ago. Isn't that the time when you and Henry Chu were born? Maybe. It's just a coincidence. Chen Fan concentrated his attention and began to check the attribute panels of the 2 beasts again. Seeing these 2 beasts, he understood why his senior brother Bai Tianyu was running out of energy when he attacked the 7th level. A strong man of the 6th level and 5th level only has 2 beasts to control. Moreover, The race level and combat power level of these two Beast Masters do not match those of 6th grade and 5th level Heavenly Beast Masters. If the race level of a 6th grade and 5th level Beast Master is only high and extraordinary, normally the combat power level should be at least level 29. Senior brother by Tianyu's beast control is much weaker than that of the same level. At the same time, he was obsessed with the art of swordsmanship, and was not as good as the Beast Masters or Star Warriors at the same level in the cultivation of star power. The result is that, with the help of the Crying Demon, the attack on the 7th grade Master still ended in failure. Chen Fan silently checked the attribute panels of the two beasts. The materials needed for Bai Tianyu's two beasts to break through the level were not much. This means that they should be almost at level 27. Although there are not many things, Chen Fan is not sure whether he can find these materials in a short time. You can't turn on your computer and check these materials in front of so many people. Right. Chen Fan silently memorized the information about the Diamond Dragon Beetle and the 9 Heavens Black Turtle. After his mental power reached more than 200 Hz. Although he had not yet reached the state of photographic memory, he could easily record these things after reciting them silently several times. After memorizing these things, Chen Fan looked at the Titan Ape on the other side, who still had his eyes closed tightly. He had seen this Titan Ape before when he was at 10,000 Beast Mountain. The height of this Titan Ape is slightly shorter than that of the wild and violent ape, but the ferocious aura released from its body is much stronger than that of the wild and violent ape. The level 31 Titan Ape has a body made of flame stone, with lines of flames on its body. At first glance, it seems as if its body is a volcano. Through the flame patterns, you can see the surging lava inside. Monster name, Titan Giant Ape. Combat power level, level 31. Racial level, Lower Lord. Monster attribute Earth. Fire. Monster weakness, Wood. Racial skills, Flash Charge. Flame Fist. Flame Vortex. Lava Storm. Stomp Shock Wave. Monster status, Practice. Monster preference, likes fighting. Potential level 5 stars. Requirements for breaking through to level 32. Racial level evolution route 3. Seeing Chen Fan looking at the Titan Giant Ape, Zhang Hai's expression changed slightly and he said, "Old man Qin, where are your other two beasts? Summon them out and let my apprentice broaden his horizons." Qin Huang couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Old man Zhang didn't know if he took the wrong medicine today, so he came here for a walk with a group of juniors. He still had to let Tianyu and himself summon the beast. What is this place? Is this a place where these juniors can come and go at will? Qin Huang said angrily. The other two. One is guarding the West City, and the other is guarding the East City. I won't let them come back until Lao Ding changes the guard for me tomorrow. Okay, Zhang Hai said. Then you guys are busy. I'll take Chen Fan around. Bai Ruch squinted her eyes and approached Chen Fan, wanting to speak. But Chen Fan glared back. Bai Tianyu looked at Chen Fan's back and smiled slightly. Yun Songhai on the side was stunned. You just failed to attack the 7th level and came out dejected. Why did you suddenly become in a good mood again? Qin Huang couldn't help but look at Bai Tianyu one more time. Bai Tianyu said with a smile. Fate. It's wonderful. Things like opportunity are rare. Although it failed this time, we finally touched the edge. Maybe after a few days of rest, we can successfully break through? Yun Songhai nodded slightly and said, I'm still worried that your mood will be affected. If you think so, then it won't be a big problem. You should also have a good rest these 2 days. I'll go see the crying monster. During this period, I cut flesh from it every day, which made the crying demon very angry. Chen Fan did not stay in the city lord's mansion for too long. Zhang Hai also understood that his drunkard's intention was not to drink, so he did not stay any longer. As soon as he returned to the Beast Breeders Association, Chen Fan immediately recorded all the information on the 3 beast masters in the city lord's mansion, and then searched for them. The Titan Apes upgrade materials are a little troublesome, as they are missing a lot of things. Several of them are only found in the 5th secret realm. But senior brother Bai Tianyu's 2 beasts are much simpler. There are only 5 materials for increasing the combat power level of the Diamond Dragon Beetle and the 9 Heavens Black Turtle. As for the materials for upgrading the respective racial levels of the Diamond Dragon Beetle and the 9 Heavens Black Turtle, one requires 6 types and the other 7 types. But whether it's materials to improve combat power level or race level materials, they are all available on the Beast Breeders Association's internal platform. It's just that the total price is a bit high, which makes Chen Fan feel a little bit pained. If the combat power level and race level of these 2 beasts are upgraded by 1 level, all materials plus 1 piece will cost 685 W Alliance coins. Really?
in addition to the high level of the two beasts and the expensive materials required. The main reason is that their potential level is too low. If the old ape reaches level 27 and wants to break through to level 28, he will definitely not spend so much money. After all, Lao Yuan's potential level has reached 7 stars. After Chen Fan selected all the materials, he placed the order directly from within the Animal Breeders Association. It is estimated that the materials will be available tomorrow morning or noon. Some people are busy tonight. He was ready to help Zhu Xian and Yi Hao to raise their beast masters to level 6 in one go. The combat power level is increased to level 6. The racial level has also been upgraded to high and extraordinary. Chen Fan was irritated by the fact that Midnight Hao was injured. His brother was bullied like this. Although he personally took action in the end to help Yi Hao get rid of this bad temper, Chen Fan was still very unhappy. If Yi Hao and the others had helped Yi Hao and the others break through the beast control a day earlier, maybe Yi Hao and the others could have used the star power fed back by the beast control to break through to the second level. If Yi Hao's beast control has broken through to level 6, and his race levels are all high and extraordinary, wouldn't it be easy to fight Feng Tianlin? Originally, Chen Fan was planning to launch a crazy beast control and spread the branches plan. Let's give them a surprise tonight. Chen Fan stood up, opened the warehouse door, and dragged out the 3 boxes that had been sorted and labeled Tian Wang's Sacred Ox, Earth-Splitting Fire Dragon, and Orange Red Poisonous Spider. On the training ground outside, the beasts who heard the noise came running over with a huff and a cry. Now, as long as Chen Fan looks for materials, they will know what Chen Fan wants to do. The eyes of the beast masters were crowded together, full of expectation. Although Jin Yuhai Dongqing did not come over, he stretched his neck and paid close attention to this side. I wonder whose cards Chen Fan will turn over today. So nervous. The red-backed Scorpio circled behind twice and climbed directly onto the back of the sacred cow. Tian Wang Shinyu is Yi Hao's beast, and red-backed Scorpion is Yi Hao's brother Yi Zhan's beast. Tian Wang Shinyu was almost bullied by red-backed Scorpion growing up. So after the red-backed Scorpio climbed on its back, the Tian Wang Shinyu was very angry, but did not dare to say a word. The golden horn dragon in Handan shook his head back and forth, silently chanting a spell. God, please turn over my cards. Chen Fan glanced at the group of beasts coming over, was silent for a moment and said, Tonight, I will let all the level 5 beasts among you break through to level 6. So don't rush to be first. Everyone gets their turn. All the beasts were stunned for a moment. Help all level 5 beast masters break through to level 6? All? Damn it. Who would dare to say such a thing except the god who controls beasts? The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn opened his mouth, wanting to question a few words. After thinking for a while, he finally closed his mouth obediently. I am the Green Python Golden Horn Beast of the Phantom King. I am not a fool like Li Fengxing. I want to remain silent gracefully. What if I make Chen Fan unhappy, and he doesn't help me break through? By then, wouldn't all the beasts here be stronger than me? So nervous. A group of beasts held their breath, nervous and expecting. I saw Chen Fan dragging out a box, searching among the beasts, and then said, Where are the sacred cows of Tian Wang? I am here. Tian Wang Shinyu almost burst into tears, and came out with a hunched red-backed Scorpio. Chen Fan, why is this scene so ambiguous? You are of different races. The red-backed Scorpio quickly jumped off the back of the sacred cow and ran to the edge. Chen Fan gently patted the Tian Wang Shinyu's head. This guy is so honest. He almost has the lowest sense of presence among these beast masters. Whether it was the first secret realm, the second secret realm, or that time in the hospital, Tian Wang Shinyu was always making soy sauce. Although Yi Hao's earth-shattering fire dragon often used soy sauce, he still made great achievements in the hospital that time. But the sacred cow, well, to put it this way, it is actually a bit unfair to Tian Wang Shinyu. Because when we were in the second secret realm a few days ago, Tian Wang Shinyu behaved like a porter for a while, and picked up a lot of monster corpses. Chen Fan looked at the sacred cow. The sacred cow of the wild sky also looked at Chen Fan. Today, I will help you increase your combat power level and race level by 1 level. Let's see if you can awaken new skills or evolve your skills. Remember to give more star power to Yi Hao later. Chen Fan nodded slightly, and took out all the materials for Tian Wang Shinyu. Chapter 155. Bullshit Feng Tianlin and Savage Prison Dragon. I will teach you how to behave tonight. On a park chair, Jiang Yuanfan picked up the beer bottle and drank the entire bottle of beer. Zhang Yufan, who had a shaved head, wanted to say a few words of advice, but hesitated. Several other people looked at each other. The boss was stimulated by Chen Fan. If I just said that the fighting spirit was suppressed before, morale was a bit low. Now, there is no morale at all. Feng Tianlin knocked back Jiang Yuanfan with one move. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and pressed Feng Tianlin's head to the ground and rubbed it. Jiang Yuanfan couldn't figure it out. Everyone was a senior in high school. Why was the gap so big? He led a group of people all the way to Donghai City. Could it be that he came here to be beaten? I met Chen Fan on the road before. Although Jiang Yuanfan was shocked by Chen Fan's sword, he still had the will to fight in his heart. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he still had to give it a try. He must not destroy the majesty of Yanwu City. But now, Chen Fan in Jiang Yuanfan's mind was like a giant, asking him to look up to him. The strength gap between the two sides is too big. If you continue to challenge under such circumstances, isn't it self-defeating? The night wind blew, carrying drizzle, and Jiang Yuanfan's body shook. It's only October. Why is it so cold? Rain is actually mixed with ice crystals? The weather in Donghai City is really weird. Jiang Yuanfan wiped the rain off his face. There is a very strange smell. Is this what it feels like to be lonely in a foreign country? Jiang Yuanfan smiled bitterly and said, I'll pay Chen Fan a visit in 2 days, and then return to Yanwu City after Uncle Feng's injury is healed. Zhang Yufan was stunned for a moment and then said, Boss, are you going back like this? How about we have a fight with Yi Hao and Shen Taoao? Jiang Yuanfan raised his head and looked at Zhang Yufan silently. Zhang Yufan's face turned slightly red, and he turned his head. Jiang Yuanfan sighed again and looked up at the stars at a 45-degree angle. That is a convenient angle to think about the laws of all things and the avenue of the universe. When tears blurred my vision, I found that you were gone. Let the cold rain wet my thoughts. Are you okay in a foreign country? Call! Another cold drizzle came. Jiang Yuanfan turned around and looked. It's an ice-black cow peeing on a high platform. It didn't rain at all. Protruding. Jiang Yuanfan and others were so angry that they picked up the stones on the ground and threw them at the ice-black cow. Who is beating my beast? There was a loud shout from the other side of the high platform. Jiang Yuanfan could no longer think about the avenue of the universe and left with a group of people as if fleeing. It's late at night. Outside the warehouse, Chen Fan is still busy, matching various materials. The goblin was holding a knife and following Chen Fan's orders. He was quickly chopping up the last few carrot-like spiritual materials. Holy Moon Morning Glory held a leaf in its 2 little hands and was fanning Chen Fan. Next to it, a bucket of water brought by the old ape was frozen into lumps of ice by the cold breath of the ice-white python, which was exuding cold air. Clang! Chen Fan put a bunch of ingredients into the largest pot. He glanced at the heavy beetle king depressively. This guy is big, eats a lot, and is really hard to take care of. Like goblins and old apes. Even if they use a lot of materials when they break through, just putting one piece together will only make a hot pot. It was the turn of the heavy beetle king. The materials needed to help this guy break through were piled up into a hill, which made Chen Fan very tired. The key is, this big guy is still eating. I kept eating. Fortunately, after Chen Fan asked Xiao Qin to teach him a few times, he no longer dared to poop casually. In the past, whenever Chen Fan walked out of the house, he might step on its feces. I don't know how Henry Chu taught him to poop everywhere. How did Henry Chu keep going? Do you have to shovel shit for him all day long? Even if it's your own beast, you can't be so doting on it. Therefore, Chen Fan asked Xiao Qin to catch the heavy beetle king and beat him several times. Although the heavy beetle king still keeps eating, he also knows that when he poops, he runs into the forest. Call! Chen Fan let out a heavy breath. This is the last beast. This night helped him break through. After being a chef for a whole night, I felt much more tired than practicing on my own. At this time, a group of beast masters remained quiet and watched all this silently. All level 5 beast masters have broken through. Not only has the combat power level broken through to level 6, but even the race level has been raised by 1 level. You know, the improvement of racial level is much more difficult than the combat level. Chen Fan became even taller in the hearts of this group of beast masters. It's simply a godlike method. When it comes to eating, their master also gives them food, various high-level spiritual materials, the meat of high-level monsters, and even the crystal cores of high-level monsters. But how can it be so easy to improve? But here with Chen Fan, it's so easy. This method is beyond the understanding of this group of beast masters. Even the unruly red-backed Scorpio and the green crystal demon fox looked at Chen Fan with awe after witnessing the breakthroughs of these beasts one by one. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast, who is still slandering in his heart, now behaves well in front of Chen Fan and does not dare to say no anymore. No wonder. No wonder the level 17 Jin Yu Hai Dongqing listens to Chen Fan so much. Alright. Seeing that the water in the cauldron turned dark brown, Chen Fan nodded slightly and poured the final bowl of Aoki Spirit into powder into the pot. The boiling water in the big pot was originally dark brown, but as soon as the bowl of Aoki Spirit was poured in, it immediately began to change color. After a while, the large pot of soup turned green. Chen Fan slightly activated his star power and brought down the cauldron. The water on the large pot began to slowly cool down. Finally, it turned into dark green jelly. Chen Fan checked the time, lightly touched the jelly with his finger, and then picked up the big pot. He held the big pot, looked at the Heavy Beetle King and said, "Open your mouth." The Heavy Beetle King became excited and immediately opened his mouth. Chen Fan was holding the big pot and used both hands to call. The huge jelly flew directly into the Heavy Beetle King's mouth. Woo! The Heavy Beetle King shed tears. It tastes so bad. I have never tasted anything so delicious. Is this what I've been looking forward to eating for so long? Wasn't the food you ate when you helped me break through the racial level so bad? Don't vomit! Chen Fan shouted softly. Eat it all! Don't miss a drop! Do you still want to upgrade? The Heavy Beetle King burst into tears and swallowed the jelly. It's already 12:30. Chu Xian and Yi Hao were walking along the tree-lined path in the Beast Breeders Association. The group of people came from the City Lord's mansion and took the side entrance of the Beast Breeders Association. So they walked directly to the back of Chen Fan's house. There is a fork ahead. Go to the right fork to reach the main entrance. As soon as Henry Chu took a step to the right, he was stopped by Yi Hao. Don't go through the main entrance. The main entrance has to go around a circle. There is only an iron fence. You can climb over it. As he spoke, he imitated Jackie Chan. After 2 quick steps, he stepped on the wall with his right foot. He jumped into the air, and then lightly climbed over the iron fence. Shen Taoao followed suit and jumped over. It was Li Feng's turn to go, but Li Fengxing couldn't control his strength well. His left trousers got caught on the spikes on the iron fence and hung upside down on the iron gate with a bang. Everyone. Henry Chu walked to the edge and Goblin opened the door. Henry Chu nodded slightly and walked in with Shen Hongxiu and others. Yi Hao. Immediately, Yi Hao suddenly woke up. Hey, why are the goblins here? Goblin spread his hands and said, Oh my gosh! There are surveillance cameras everywhere here. I saw you guys coming on the surveillance camera, so I came over to greet you as soon as possible. Yi Hao looked at Fong Qingqing. Qingqing, why are all your goblins now Brother Fan's housekeeper? Goblin smiled slightly. What is the relationship between my young lady and Mr. Chen Fan? Isn't it normal for me to be the housekeeper for Mr. Chen Fan? Xiao Bu, what are you talking about? Fong Qingqing's face turned red. Shen Hongxiu's face darkened. She looked at the goblin faintly and said, You green-skinned dwarf, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will cut out your tongue. The goblin was startled. He was really a little afraid of Shen Hongxiu. If you take what this woman said as a joke, it might become true. But if you think she's telling the truth, she's probably kidding you again. He had been struck by the star-swallowing ray of the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast, and he was still frightened to this day, and he was unwilling to do it again. Thinking of this, the goblin released his compressed feedback power. Fong Qingqing's body trembled, and she immediately received the power of his feedback. Before that, Chen Fan had helped goblins and other beasts upgrade. But it was not until the distance between the beasts and their masters became closer that Fong Qingqing received the power to support them in return. As soon as she received this power, Fong Qingqing's eyes widened. Although Yi Hao and the others were mentally prepared, they all looked at Fong Qingqing expectantly when they noticed something strange about Fong Qingqing. Without blinking, after a while, Fong Qingqing asked in disbelief, Shibu, you broke through? But why did you give me so much power in return? You, the goblin said with a smile on his face. Miss, don't worry. This is what it should be. Master Chen Fan not only helped me raise my combat power level, but also raised my race level. Not only has my combat power level reached level 6, but my race level has also reached high and extraordinary. I have really become a lot stronger. Woolen cloth. The whole place was silent. Next moment, Yi Hao and Shen Taoao slipped away and rushed in, faster than a rabbit. Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu also quickly followed. Only Bai Rouge was slow, and not anxious at all, because she had known Chen Fan's methods for a long time, and had expected this to happen. Later, Li Fingxing tore his pants, and struggled down from the iron fence. He didn't care that his butt was exposed. Sprinted over Bai Rouge at a speed of 100 meters, and chased after him.
Hey! Hey! Why are you so unloyal, and you just ran away without me? Asshole!
Bai Rouge closed his eyes, and turned his head.
I'll beat you to death in a minute.
Everyone just arrived at the training ground. A group of beasts immediately burst into joy, cheered, and flew towards their master. As the distance between the beast master and the beast master narrowed, each beast released its compressed feedback star power, because the star power of the feedback was too strong. Yi Hao, Shen Taotao, and others did not even have time to say Lo to Chen Fan. So they immediately sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the star power to guide the power of the feedback. As the combat power level increases, the beast master will give back strength. As the racial level increases, the beast master will also give back strength. This time Chen Fan helped all level 5 beast masters break through to level 6, and also helped them raise their racial level by 1 level. Therefore, every beast master has given back his star power twice to the master. Chu Xian and Fang Qingqing are a little bit better. Henry Chu's Dark Blood Stone Man had already broken through to level 6 before. Fang Qingqing's Ice White Python also broke through to level 6 when she was in the hospital. Therefore, although the power of the beast control feedback received this time is huge, it is not too exaggerated. But Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu, and Li Fingxing are different. Yi Hao has 4 beasts, and Holy Moon Morning Glory has already reached level 6 before the group competition. But her race level has not improved, and his 3 beasts, the orange-red poisonous spider, the wild sacred cow, and the earth-shattering fire dragon, are still at level 5. Now the 3 level 5 beasts have fed back 2 forces at the same time. And the Holy Moon Morning Glory has also fed back another force. 7 waves of power surged in. And Yi Hao felt like a boat in the storm, about to be torn to pieces at any moment. Of course, it's just an illusion. Even if the power returned by several beast masters, who broke through 1 or 2 levels were added together, they would not be stronger than Yi Hao, who was at the peak of the 5th level of the 1st rank. Yi Hao suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, activated his mental skills, circulated his star power, and accepted the power that the beast had fed back to him one by one. In his star sea, star power surged like a tide, flowing through his limbs and bones along with his meridians. Even a group of beasts on the side could hear the sound like a torrent in his body.
I seem to have reached my limit.
Star power was galloping, and Yi Hao felt that his sea of stars could no longer accommodate such a large amount of star power. At the same time, Shen Hongxiu next to him had a look of pain on his face.
Call!
Chen Fan, who was sitting at the stone table drinking tea, appeared behind Yi Hao and Shen Hongxiu like a ghost. His left and right hands were pressed on the backs of Yi Hao and Shen Hongxiu respectively.
Temporarily transfer the excess star power into my body,
Chen Fan said in a deep voice.
After I urge your star power to circulate for 2 days, you can take it back.
On the other side, Henry Chu also stood up and placed his palm on the back of Li Fingxing, who looked in pain, with Chen Fan and Chu Xian as buffers. Yi Hao and Shen Hongxiu quickly calmed down. After a while, Chen Fan and Chu Xian both released their hands. Henry Chu gently clenched his right hand, and there was a crisp sound in the palm of his hand. A powerful energy bloomed with his fist as the center.
Tonight, I should be able to break through the 2nd level and 2nd level in one fell swoop.
Henry Chu glanced at his fist, and then looked at Chen Fan. A rare smile appeared on his dull face.
Thank you.
Chen Fan smiled and waved his hand.
You're welcome. I took the money.
This guy Henry Chu couldn't help but smile bitterly, and shook his head. After a while, Yi Hao and Shen Taotao all stopped and stood up. Brother Fan. Yi Hao walked up to Chen Fan and said hesitantly.
On the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, when you risked everything to save me, I called you Brother Fan. At that time, I recognized you as my brother. Brother Fan. A lifetime.
The circles under his eyes were a little red. Even Chu Xian, a piece of wood, said the word thank you. But Yi Hao didn't say anything. There are some things that you don't have to say out loud, but just keep them in your heart. Chen Fan looked at Yi Hao silently, then raised his hand and slapped Yi Hao on the head.
Don't think you don't have to pay for being a brother to me. You want to trick me? There's no way.
Everyone. Li Fingxing burst out laughing. Everyone looked at Li Fingxing silently. Li Fingxing's laughter stopped abruptly. But smiles appeared on everyone's faces at the same time. Chen Fan also laughed and pushed Yi Hao gently.
You guys are already at the 1st level and 5th level. Now I'm going to give you a fire. If nothing goes wrong, you should be able to break through to the 2nd level tonight.
Taste it. Stop talking nonsense to me and go back to practice quickly.
Yi Hao and Shen Tao looked at each other and nodded fiercely. I'm finally going to break through to the 2nd level. Several beast-controlling beasts are now at level 6 of high-level extraordinary, which is even stronger than the ordinary level 7 of medium-level extraordinary. If he breaks through to the 2nd level again, he can kill Feng Tianlin in a single fight.
Sudden.
Henry Chu said.
Why did the color of the wind sculpture's feathers change?
Everyone was stunned and looked at the desert wind eagle. You can see that the size of the desert wind eagle has grown a lot, and the color of its feathers has also turned into dark gold. There were even many tadpole-like mysterious runes on its feathers, shining with a faint light. Fang Qingqing exclaimed.
This situation should be a sign of racial evolution.
Bai Rouge said a little strangely.
The racial evolution route of the desert wind eagle is from the desert wind eagle to the sandstorm wind eagle, then to the golden winged eagle, and finally to the wind-chasing golden winged eagle. No. If this is a sign of racial evolution, it may evolve into the sandstorm eagle next time. But the sandstorm eagle's wings are not of this color.
Right. Desert wind eagle, sandstorm wind eagle, golden winged eagle, wind-chasing golden winged eagle. This is the common evolution path of the desert wind eagle. It is also the evolutionary path of the desert wind eagle known to most people. But the strange appearance of the desert wind eagle seems to be a little different from its evolutionary path. At this moment, Li Fengxing also explained.
My golden horn is no longer the same.
Everyone took a closer look. And sure enough, there was a strange black energy surrounding the golden horn dragon in Handan. The color of its scales also turned into dark black, and the golden horn on its head began to branch like a branch sprouting.
Under the envelope of black energy, the originally timid Handan golden horn dragon revealed an indescribable ferocity. Everyone looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan returned to the stone table, sat down on the chair, and said,
When I helped you cultivate the beasts, the evolutionary route I chose was not an ordinary evolutionary route.
Bai Rouge scratched his head and walked over.
Uncle Master, what do you mean? There are ordinary and extraordinary evolutionary paths? Doesn't there only be one evolutionary path for ordinary beast masters?
Everyone and the beast masters also gathered around.
There can never be only one or two evolution routes for beast control or monsters.
Chen Fan poured a cup of tea for everyone, and then said,
The world is changing rapidly. Not to mention the various new monsters that are constantly emerging in the secret realms and restricted areas. Even in the mainland of Blue Star, the mountains, rivers and vegetation can turn into monsters. Even antique swords can produce spirits. So how can we study the evolutionary roots of all monsters in a short period of time? Most of the beasts currently have only one known evolutionary path. But actually, for example, you can see the golden horn dragon in the coal pond and the desert wind eagle now. In fact, they all have better evolutionary roots. But people haven't discovered them yet. The common evolutionary path of the desert wind eagle is from the desert wind eagle to the wind-chasing golden winged eagle. It may eventually become the wind-chasing golden winged eagle. Or it may be possible to go further up. But the growth is ultimately limited. And the other evolutionary route of the desert wind eagle that I discovered is desert wind eagle wild sand wind demon pung golden wing da ping 6-wing golden wing da ping king. But its ultimate may be the 6-wing golden wing Depok king. This should belong to the legendary beast.
Everyone. A group of beasts. Can the desert wind eagle evolve into a mythical beast? But speaking of it, it seems normal that a piece of wood hundreds of years ago can evolve into a monster. A piece of grass or a small flower can evolve into a beast. An ordinary sword can give birth to a spirit. So how can it evolve into a beast? Can't evolve into a more powerful beast? Maybe in the past, there were many monsters or beasts that evolved into mythical beasts. But ordinary people didn't know about it. The desert wind eagle also stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes. For some time now, Desert Wind Sculpture has actually been quite depressed. When it first met Xiaobai and Jadeite, although it didn't know the levels of Xiaobai and Jadeite, it could clearly feel that it was much stronger than Xiaobai and Jadeite. But not long after, Xiaobai, Jade, and the others became so powerful that it was a bit intimidating. Regardless of whether it is the first secret realm or the second secret realm, it was originally very conceited. But because its skills were too poor and its attack power was too weak, it almost never made any achievements. On the contrary, Xiao He, who seems to be weaker, uses the spiritual spike skill to repeatedly achieve extraordinary feats. This makes the desert wind eagle very frustrated. This time, Chen Fan finally helped it break through. Its courage finally improved a lot. I never expected that among so many beasts, it would show such talent that it could evolve into a six-winged golden-winged rock king. Seeing the envious and jealous eyes of a group of beast masters around him, the desert wind eagle puffed up its chest. Although it puffed up its chest, it felt like it wanted to cry. So excited, so happy. The desert wind eagle gently touched Chen Fan's arm with its wings to express its gratitude. Chen Fan also smiled and patted its wings gently. There's me. And there's me. The Handan golden horned dragon put its head over. Now that I have undergone such a change, I will also become a mythical beast. Can't you just follow me?
The same goes for the golden horned dragon in the cold pond.
Chen Fan's eyes fell on the Handan golden horned flood dragon and said,
The known evolutionary path of the cold pond golden horned flood dragon is Handan golden horned flood dragon golden horned flood dragon golden horned overlord flood dragon. In the end, it is still just a dragon. Even if it has the word
Overlord.
Even if its strength has increased tremendously,
there is still no substantial qualitative change. But I actually know another evolutionary route. Coal Pool Golden Horn Dragon Abyss Golden Horn Dragon Abyss Ice Dragon Frost Dragon. The end of this evolutionary line is the Frost Dragon. And the Frost Dragon may not be the ultimate. There may be others above. But I don't know. Although the dragon has the word dragon, it is still just a dragon after all. A dragon transforms into a dragon, which is like a mortal becoming a god. The ultimate evolution of it is also a legendary beast.
The golden horned dragon in Handan was even more proud. I want to transform into a dragon. I want to become a god. You scumbags. Stare with envy and hatred with your eyes wide open. I've said it before. I'm just keeping a low profile. If I get angry, the whole blue star will tremble. Li Fingxing was completely petrified. Can my own beast evolve into a divine beast in the future? Can a moderately extraordinary beast master really evolve into a divine beast? Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu and others were also shocked. Chen Fan continued.
Theoretically speaking, every beast has the possibility of evolving into a divine beast. The racial levels of beast masters or monsters are divided into awakened, extraordinary, lord, king, legend, epic, and myth. Each racial level is further divided into low, medium, and high. Since the awakened level can evolve into extraordinary, extraordinary can evolve into lord, and lord can evolve into king. Then the awakened beast masters may eventually evolve into epics or even myths. Isn't this the most basic theory?
Shen Hongxiu smiled bitterly and said,
Although it is the most basic theory, let alone us, even the few masters in Donghai City have probably never seen low-level beasts evolve into epics or myths. Especially, many evolutionary roots of beasts or monsters do not reach the level of legend or king in the end. Like the evolutionary path of the desert wind eagle, the ultimate may be the wind-chasing golden-winged eagle. In other words, it will stop abruptly when it reaches the king. So, even if we are young and frivolous and love fantasy, we really don't dare to imagine such things as mythical beasts.
Fang Qingqing and others on the side nodded repeatedly. Henry Chu suddenly said,
So, according to the evolutionary route you are talking about now, it is actually possible for us beast masters to reach the legendary racial level? No one can guarantee 100%.
Chen Fan said,
I can only say that the evolutionary route I chose is much better than the one that people are familiar with. For example, the Cold Pond Golden Horn Dragon. Even if it cannot reach the ultimate level and cannot break through to the Frost Dragon. But even if it only breaks through to the Abyss Ice Dragon, it is still much stronger than its original Golden Horned Overlord Dragon too much. Yes. Yes.
Li Fingxing nodded repeatedly, beaming with joy. When the Golden Horned Dragon in Handan heard Chen Fan talking about him again, he looked at Zixiang even more. Hee. You scumbags. Have you seen how scary I am now? For such a long time, I have been keeping a low profile. But you have been wantonly insulted and trampled on me. Now, crawl and tremble in front of the Frost Dragon. The ice-white python next to him was furious. Only it can understand the words of the Cold Pond Golden Horned Dragon. Looking at the arrogant look of the Golden Horned Dragon in the cold pond, the ice-white python really wished it would fall into the manure pit and drown right now. It's so depressing. I obviously overpowered the Golden Horned Dragon in the cold pond. So why did it become the Golden Horned Dragon in the cold pond now? I also want to become a mythical beast. The ice-white python squeezed the Handan Golden Horned Dragon's head away, and like Era, used its big head to rub Chen Fan's feet. It was already very proficient at this trick, so it wasn't worried about knocking Chen Fan down like it did the first time. Its head rubbed against Chen Fan's feet, just like an ordinary era, acting like a spoiled brat without much force.
Qinglong, you don't have to belittle yourself.
Chen Fan gently patted the ice-white python on the head.
I just said that in theory. All beasts have the possibility of evolving into divine beasts. When I cultivated you, I chose this evolutionary path. But whether you can evolve to that level in the future depends on your destiny. Your master's destiny. And mine.
The ice-white python nodded repeatedly, although it didn't quite understand the words. But at least it understood what Chen Fan meant, and it could also become a divine beast. At this time, Xiaohei came out to show off again. It flew down to the table and said proudly,
Humph. A group of level 6 ants are still crawling and trembling in front of level 7 Xiaohei in their dream of being a mythical beast.
This stupid bird. Everyone was speechless for a while. The golden horned dragon in Handan is feeling very uncomfortable. This was obviously its line. But it was robbed by Xiaohei. Just because it can't speak human language. But Xiaohei can speak human language? You idiot. If it weren't for the fact that you are Chen Fan's beast, I would have roasted you and eaten you. No. I don't even bake it. I eat it raw.
All right.
Chen Fan said with a tired look in his eyes.
I will send you the future evolutionary direction of your beast control later. After knowing the direction of evolution, you will have a better idea of what to feed them in the future. It's better to go back and practice now. I'm tired and hungry now. I'll go to bed after eating something.
Shen Hongqiu stood up.
I'll cook for you.
Fang Qingqing sneered coldly.
Can you cook?
Shen Hongqiu was furious.
I learned barbecue from Xiaofan in the secret realm. Are you dissatisfied?
Fang Qingqing sneered.
I'm afraid Chen Fan will have diarrhea if he eats your barbecue.
Chen Fan has one head and two heads. It is said that 3 women make a drama. But Rouge next to her clearly did not join in. How can 2 women start a scene?
Stop arguing and go back to practice.
Chen Fan picked up the tea.
Xiao Bu, see you off?
Goblin walked up to Fang Qingqing and said,
Miss, please go back first.
Fang Qingqing, are you my beast master or Chen Fan's beast master? The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn also crawled to Shen Hongqiu's feet.
Sister, go home and practice quickly. Brother Fan needs to eat and sleep. Brother Fan.
Shen Hongqiu glanced at his beast with wide eyes. Shen Taotao shook his head repeatedly.
Fortunately, it's a beast control. If other women dare to call Brother Fan as Brother Fan, there will be a bloody storm tonight.
Shen Hongqiu slapped her away with her backhand. But Shen Naotao, who was well prepared, squatted down and avoided the slap. Snapped. Li Fingxing was slapped by Shen Hongqiu and spun around in a circle, covering his face in grievance and saying,
Why did you hit me?
It was not easy to send this group of people away. After Chen Fan ate something, he also fell asleep. He fell asleep. But the training ground became lively. Gongzi summoned a group of beasts and bared their teeth.
After it talked
for a long time, the goblin said,
Gongzi, what were you talking about just now?
Bang! Gongzi fell to the ground, then jumped 3 feet high. But it's really a bit depressing. Most of the time, a group of beast masters can only communicate through body language. They understand what humans say. But every race has its own language. The ice-white python can understand the language of Handan Golden Horn Dragon. But when the ice-white python listens to Gongzi's chattering, it can only know that Gongzi is in trouble and is very angry, without knowing the details.
You idiot. Step back.
Xiaohei said.
Let me tell you. He is really a low-level beast master. He can't even speak human words.
Gongzi
and
other beast masters who could not speak human language also looked at Xiaohei angrily. Xiaohei said indifferently,
What Gongzi is going to say is what happened to us and the master this afternoon.
As it said that, it glanced at Gongzi. Gongzi nodded repeatedly. Xiaohei continued,
This afternoon, we are at the gate of the City Lord's mansion.
It told in detail what happened to Feng Tianlin at the door of the City Lord's mansion.
Roar!
The first to become furious was the earth-shattering fire dragon. Then, the orange-red poisonous spider and the holy moon morning glory also became furious. Even the honest and responsible Tian Wang Shinya spewed white air from its nostrils. Damn it! Your master was bullied? Being beaten? A guy from the Magic City with a wild prison dragon? What a bullshit prison dragon. I want to tear it into pieces. The earth-shattering fire dragon and several other beasts yelled angrily.
Shut up. The goblin hurriedly said.
Master Chen Fan is sleeping. Do you want to wake him up?
The earth-shattering fire dragons immediately lowered their voices. Then, The goblin opened the smart watch on his left wrist and searched for it. After a while, he clicked on a video. This video is the one that is most widely circulated in Donghai City. Seeing the video, a group of beast masters became angry. Although Chen Fan beat Feng Tianlin violently in the end, Xiaobai, Jade, and Gongzi also tortured the opponent's beasts very miserably. But a group of beasts are still furious. How dare you go to Donghai City and show your teeth and claws? How dare you bully Yi Hao? So infuriating, Gongzi waved his little paws and started chirping again. Xiaohei translated for it again and said,
"What Gongzi means? Tian Wang Xinyu and Hua Hua are our best friends. Their masters are being bullied. We must not sit idly by and ignore it."
This damn duck translated very well. Very good. You will be my translator from now on. Gongzi nodded repeatedly. Xiaohei continued.
"What Gongzi means is that now my master is resting and your master has gone back to practice. Let's go and find the guy and his beast. Beat him to death. And help Yi let Hao vent his anger and help Hua Hua and the others vent their anger."
Yeah. Just like that, Gongzi smiled at Xiaohei. The old ape waved his hand and said that it was not good to do such a thing behind his master's back. Xiaohei scolded angrily.
"Monkey, let me ask you, are Hua Hua and Tian Wang Xinyu considered your friends?"
The old ape nodded, looking troubled.
"Isn't that okay?"
Xiaohei said.
"We are not going to kill people and set fires. We are just going to find him and beat him up. It's that simple."
The ice white python opened its big mouth and breathed out cold air, looking very angry. The other beast masters were also filled with indignation.
"That's good,"
the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast said.
"If you are willing to go, let's go together tonight. If you don't want to go, just stay home and don't force it. If you are willing to go, stand here."
With a huff. Except for the old ape and the dark-blooded stone man, as well as Xiaobai and Shaoqing. All the royal beasts stood on the side of the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast. Xiaohei was very annoyed. "Mata, I have been talking here for a long time, and you pulled all the beasts away with just one sentence? I am the boss. What are you pretending to be like? You damn snake." Xiaohei looked at Lao Yuan and Xiaobai. The old ape and the dark-blooded stone man are more honest and do their duty less often. Xiaobai was unwilling to cause trouble to Chen Fan. But Xiaobai had also experienced what happened in the afternoon. So he understood the anger of the earth-shattering fire dragon and the others, and did not step in to stop them. As for Shaoqing, he had only been here a few days, and was not very familiar with Yi Hao. He was not very familiar with the Tian Wang Xinyu and other beasts. Xiaohei said a little unhappy.
"Xiaobai, you really don't want to go? You are the strongest among us. If Feng Tianlin is accompanied by bodyguards, we won't be able to defeat him." "Meow,"
Xiaobai said with a fierce look on his face. It snorted softly and walked out. A group of beasts immediately approached her. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast was very depressed and helpless. Chen Fan loves Xiaobai the most. And Xiaobai is so powerful. There are so many beasts here. Many of them have been beaten by her. And they are a little afraid of her. Forget it. Let her be the boss. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast also walked up to Xiaobai. Seeing this, the old ape sighed, patted his chest, and pointed to the house where Chen Fan slept. Xiaohei said,
"Okay, Lao Yuan, Shaoqing, and the dark blood stone man will guard the house. A few of us are going to ransack the house to settle the score with Feng Tianlin and his beast master."
The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast said.
"But where can I find it?"
Gongzi immediately patted his nose. Xiaohei said.
Gongzi said it remembered the smell of Feng Tianlin and the savage prison dragon. "Oh my god! Don't worry,"
Goblin said.
"They were injured by Master Chen Fan at the gate of the city lord's mansion. They must have gone to the 4th hospital of Donghai City, which is nearest to the city lord's mansion. If not, we'll just ask someone else when the time comes. Although Donghai City is very big, it's not easy to check a few outsiders. I can call the lady's family and ask them. Our Fong family is very powerful."
Xiaohei nodded.
"Wait a moment. I'll ask Jin Yu Hai Dongqing.
This guy is very cunning. And he also knows how to find powerful reinforcements." It flew to Jinyu Heidongking, told the story, and finally asked,
"Will you come with us? Only if you go can we control the situation."
Jin Yu Hai Dongqing glanced at Xiaohei. Are these little guys trying to cause trouble in Donghai City? But I heard Xiaohei say,
"If you don't go, things may get worse. But you are the beast master of the God of War pioneering group. If you go, You can calm the situation. Unless you encounter a very powerful beast master, you don't need to take action at all. You just need to express an attitude.
Jin Yu Hai Dongqing couldn't help but take another look at Xiao He. This fat duck used to be very mean-mouthed. Who would have thought that he could be so talkative? Jin Yu Hai Dongqing shook his head, but still disagreed, and asked Chen Fan to be awakened and asked for his opinion. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast on the other side crawled over and sighed repeatedly.
Yi Hao is being bullied, and you don't want to take care of it. It's normal. You are not familiar with him anyway. But Xiaobai and the others were almost bullied by the wild prison dragon.
Jin Yu Hai Dongqing stood up. At this moment, Goblin said a little strangely,
No. Where did the red-backed Scorpio go?
The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horned Beast said.
Maybe he went to sleep in the forest? Impossible,
Goblin said.
I saw it just now.
Xiao He was startled.
Damn it. I forgot. Red-backed Scorpio is Yi Zhan's beast. And Yi Zhan is Yi Hao's brother. Red-backed Scorpio won't run to avenge Yi Hao before he hears what I said. Alright?
Jin Yu Hai Dongqing immediately rose into the air and quickly circled in the air. Then, it made a quick dive toward the southeast outside the training ground. After a while, I saw its sharp claws coming back, grabbing the red-backed scorpion. All the beasts. This guy is usually as dull as a gourd and rarely makes any noise. But he is so impulsive that he just does what he says.
Violent!
Jin Yu Hai Dongqing chirped. Xiaobai, Fei Cui, and Gongzi and other small beasts all climbed on the back of Jin Yu Hai Dongqing. The beasts such as the heavenly desolate divine ox and the earth-splitting fire dragon followed obediently. Xiao He flapped his wings and landed on Jin Yu Hai Dongqing's back. Birds riding birds is also a great spectacle. Only a lazy guy like Xiao He can do this kind of thing.
Call!
Golden feathers and sea greens rise into the sky. Below, a large group of imperial beasts followed, heading straight to the 4th hospital of Donghai City. The people in the Beast Breeders Association were frightened and thought these beast masters had gone crazy. Fortunately, the goblin stood on the back of Jin Yu Hai Dongqing and shouted repeatedly. So the people of the Beast Breeders Association breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting on Jin Yu Hai Dongqing's back, the goblin turned on his mobile phone and started to contact the Fong family. A few minutes later, he turned off his mobile phone and said with a smile.
Sure enough, he is in the 4th hospital. I heard that the people in the City Lord's mansion used high-level beast-controlling treatments to treat Feng Tianlin and his beast-controlling ones. But they are still resting in the 4th hospital.
A group of beast masters became excited. Bullshit Feng Tianlin. Bullshit savage prison dragon. I will teach you how to behave tonight. Below, the golden horn dragon in the cold pool was running away while thinking to himself.
Today is destined to be a sleepless night. I am finally going to take action. Donghai City is about to unleash a bloody storm. Shiver! Mortals! Lie at the feet of the giant frost dragon and tremble.
Chapter 156 Feng Tianlin was beaten by a group, while Chen Fan was secretly breeding animals.
Call!
Jin Yu Hai Dongqing took Xiaobai and the others into the woods outside the 4th hospital. The beasts such as the Tian Wang divine ox and the red-backed scorpion followed closely behind. Because Jin Yu Hai Dongqing didn't fly too fast, the group of beasts behind him could still keep up. As soon as a group of beasts entered the woods, the goblin immediately said,
That red-backed scorpion and the death spider emperor. You can't take action for a while. Hiss!
The red-backed Scorpio was furious, and appeared in front of the goblin with a slap on his head. Feng Tianlin beat Yi Hao. I want to avenge Yi Hao. You won't let me take action? Believe it or not, I will bite you to death. Feeling the pressure of this level 12 beast master, the goblin was also a little nervous. But he gritted his teeth and said,
You are a level 12 beast master. If you take action, you will accidentally kill Feng Tianlin. This will cause trouble for Yi Zhan and Lord Chen Fan.
The red-backed Scorpio was slightly startled. Jin Yu Hai Dongqing raised his claws slightly and directly pressed the red-backed Scorpio's head, pressing his head into the ground. The head of the red-backed Scorpio was suppressed, and its tail flicked wildly. But it knew how terrifying Jin Yu Hai Dongqing was, so it didn't dare to use the scarlet poison needle to attack Jin Yu Hai Dongqing. Jin Yu Hai Dongqing released his paws and glanced coldly at the red-backed Scorpio. The red-backed Scorpio nodded angrily.
Hiss! Okay.
Goblin immediately commanded.
Xiao He, you and Wawa go in and find which ward Feng Tianlin is in, and then lure him out. Xiao.
Xiao He was furious.
Why should I listen to you? You? A level 6 ant. Dare to command me? A level 7 boss?
Goblin said.
Because you are stronger than me. If I go in, something may go wrong. If you go in, You will be safe.
Xiao Hei nodded.
Very good. I'll go in with Hua now.
All the beasts. With such an IQ. How can you have the nerve to call yourself a big boss all day long? Wait for Xiao Hei and Holy Moon Morning Glory to enter the hospital. The goblin immediately found Gongzi and the black iron dragon turtle.
Gongzi, dragon turtle, you two have the most powerful armors. As soon as you hear the movement of Feng Tianlin coming out, you will add armor to us all.
First,
Gongzi and the black iron dragon turtle both nodded. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast said,
then what? Are there no other tactics?
Goblin said,
in fact, there is no need for any tactics at all. We have so many advanced and extraordinary level 6 beast masters. How can we use any tactics to fight against a second level beast and a level 6 savage prison dragon?
A group of beast masters nodded repeatedly. Goblin continued,
the only trouble is that there are too many of us, and it's easy to cause chaos. Everyone will remember it after a while. Divide into a small team to attack and defend. And spread out. The team is made up of the beast masters of our beast masters. For example, me, Silver Moon Blue Feathered Bird, and Ice White Python are a team, Xiaobai, Gongzi, and Jade are a team, the Black Iron Dragon Turtle, the Six-Winged Flying Snake, and the Phantom Monitor Lizard. This is another team. Don't put your skills randomly. You may hurt your own people. Jade, you must not use the storm. The range of the storm is too large. It might sweep everyone up into the sky. Just use water hose bombs. Chi.
Jade nodded. The other beast masters also nodded.
At last,
the goblin shouted softly and said,
everyone, remember, we are here to avenge Hao, and also vent our anger for Tian Wang Xinyu and Hua Hua. We just want to torture and beat Feng Tianlin and his beasts. Not to kill Feng Tianlin. If you really kill Feng Tianlin, it will cause trouble for Lord Qinfan and even trouble for Donghai City. On the way just now, I checked the details of Feng Tianlin. He was born in the Feng family in the Demon City, and he has a great background. Don't make the matter a big deal.
All the beasts continued to nod. Jin Yuhai Dongqing couldn't help but take another look at the green-skinned dwarf. This little dwarf is quite smart and understands the worldly affairs of these people. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn sighed and said,
well, this world of humans is so complicated. How simple is the world of our beast masters? In the jungle in the wilderness. It's the law of the jungle and the strong. If I kill a wind wolf, do I still have to check the background of the wind wolf? In this human world, it's really troublesome to think before and after you hit someone.
A group of royal beasts nodded like chickens pecking at rice. In the hospital, Xiao Hei flew directly to the nurse at the front desk.
Girls, which ward does Feng Tianlin live in?
The nurse glanced at Xiao Hei with a dark face and ignored him. Where did you come from? Stupid bird. So rude. Xiao Hei sighed.
Maid, I can talk like a bird, but a little girl is mute.
The nurse was furious, picked up the broom on the side and patted Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei laughed loudly, moved his wings, and nimbly avoided it. But as soon as it avoided it, a big hand grabbed a fat security guard from the hospital. The hospital security guards are all star warriors, and their levels are all high. The security guard caught Xiao Hei and slapped him on the head several times.
Whose beast dares to come to the hospital and make trouble?
The Holy Moon Morning Glory on the side was speechless for a while. The little black mouth is so mean. He gets beaten wherever he goes. Then Xiao Hei screamed strangely.
Stop! You damn fat man. I am Qinfan's beast master. If you do anything again, do you believe my master will press your head against the wall and rub it?
Qinfan? The fat security guard was stunned for a moment. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. The nurse on the side exclaimed.
I remembered. This guy is Xiao Hei. He is Qinfan's beast. Qinfan is the handsome boy who beat up Feng Tianlin in the city lord's mansion.
The video of Qinfan violently beating Feng Tianlin in the city lord's mansion has already spread throughout Donghai City. People in Donghai City felt very happy after watching the video. It was also revealed that Qinfan foiled the Nightmare Court plot and saved Grandmaster Fan Ling in the hospital some time ago. Putting these things together, many people in Donghai City got to know this.
Young hero.
The fat security guard also thought about it and gently touched Xiao Hei's head.
If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have beaten you if you had told me earlier.
Humph. Xiao Hei said proudly.
Stop talking nonsense and tell me which ward Feng Tianlin lives in.
The nurse immediately looked embarrassed. Of course she knows. But this is illegal. The nurse made a long face and snorted softly.
You fat duck. You are moaning here. How could I tell you about Feng Tianlin living in Ward 308? Give up this idea.
After saying that, she sat down and started working again. That security guard. Xiao Hei immediately flew up.
Wah wah. I counted with my fingers and already know which ward Feng Tianlin lives in. Follow me. What kind of bird language is Xiao Hei talking about?
Holy Moon Morning Glory scratched her head and followed. A bird and a flower. Under the strange looks of many people in the hospital, I touched the door of ward number 308. The door is closed. Feng Tianlin's gnashing of teeth came from inside.
Chen Fan. That bastard. He and I are at odds with each other.
Another person said,
Brother Lin. That guy does have some strength. Next time you face him, you should be careful.
Another person said,
Next time, just put on the armor and shield first. And then pay attention to his little movements. And you can definitely counterattack.
Hearing this, Xiao Hei pecked the door twice with his mouth.
Who?
The door opened. Feng Tianlin inside couldn't help being stunned when he saw Xiao Hei and Holy Moon Morning Glory. Xiao Hei sneered and said,
You idiot. Do you recognize me? I am one of Chen Fan's beasts that beat the shit out of you this afternoon.
Feng Tianlin was so angry that he grabbed the cup on the table and threw it at Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei missed it, and the cup hit the guy who opened the door on the back of his head. Holy Moon Morning Glory's little hand moved slightly. 3 circles of light fell on the heads of Feng Tianlin and the others.
Star power burns.
This is the skill of Holy Moon Morning Glory after it breaks through to level 6. It can make the enemy's star power burn, greatly consuming the opponent's star power in a short period of time, lasting for 30 seconds. Feng Tianlin and the others were stunned again. Immediately, the 3 of them widened their eyes at the same time. They feel that their star power is flowing away crazily. Xiao Hei flew back and said,
You idiot. Come out here. I want to have a good talk with you. That's unreasonable.
Feng Tianlin and the others rushed out of the ward angrily. Even if he was beaten violently by Chen Fan, there was indeed a certain gap in strength. So there was nothing we could do about it. But a beast and a stupid bird dare to run in front of you and be arrogant and domineering. You are so impatient with life.
But the 3 of them just rushed out of the ward.
Fear.
Xiao Hei's fear skill was immediately thrown out.
Oh, so scared. What happened? Why do I suddenly feel so scary? It scared me to death. It scared me to death.
Feng Tianlin and the other 3 covered their heads and ran around in the corridor. 8 seconds later.
Tamid!
Feng Tianlin was furious and chased Xiao Hei and Hua Hua again. Hua Hua was too slow. Although she ran for a while first, she was caught up immediately.
Fear!
Xiao Hei stirred up fear again. In the corridor of the hospital, people saw Feng Tianlin and 3 people covering their heads and starting to run around again. Xiao Hei shouted while flying.
Wah wah! Run faster! My fear skill time is decreasing. If I use it twice more, they will be immune.
Hua Hua ran as hard as she could, but her short legs really couldn't run fast. After 4 consecutive times of fear, Feng Tianlin and the others finally caught up with Holy Moon Morning Glory. Seeing Feng Tianlin, he wanted to grab the Holy Moon Morning Glory. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed.
Spiritual spike!
Feng Tianlin screamed while sprinting. Couldn't control his body, fell down, and then kept rolling on the ground. The other 2 people panicked and rushed to help him. Holy Moon Morning Glory turned around and threw another star power burning to the 3 of them. After being relieved by Xiao Hei's spiritual spike, Hua Hua finally ran out of the hospital and rushed into the woods. Xiao Hei can fly, so he is not in a hurry. Instead, he is cursing behind him.
You idiot! Come after me. As long as you can catch up with me, I will kill you.
The faces of Feng Tianlin and the others were extremely green. They all clenched their fists tightly, and their fists clenched loudly. As soon as they left the hospital, the 3 of them also summoned their respective beasts: Savage Prison Dragon, Frozen Bird, Armored Griffin, and Wild Bull. As soon as the 3 people and several beasts arrived at the edge of the woods, Xiaobai, Gongzi, and a group of beasts rushed out from inside the forest. Seeing these 20 or so beasts, Feng Tianlin and the other 2 couldn't help but froze for a moment. What's the situation? Did this really hit the monster's nest? Swish! 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 A large group of beasts surrounded Feng Tianlin and several beasts. At this time, the hospital also reacted. A group of star warriors rushed out, but the golden feather high Dongqing in the air used the golden feather in the sky skill, and golden feather arrows hit the ground, scaring a group of star warriors back. The red-backed Scorpio had been warned by the goblin not to take action as a last resort. So he simply rushed out and stood in front of the Star Warriors.
Isn't that golden-feathered Hadonking the beast of deputy leader Jin of the God of War pioneering group? Yes. That red-backed scorpion seems to be the beast that the God of War pioneer team fights at night. Why did the people from the pioneer group get involved? Isn't this a normal thing? Feng Tianlin is arrogant and domineering. He dared to bully Yi Hao from the Yi family at the gate of the city lord's palace. Now Yi Hao's brother has brought the beast masters of the pioneer group to take revenge. It's strange. I didn't see Deputy Commander Jin and Yi Zhan and the others. It's not just the beast master of the God of War pioneering group. Look, the Death Spider Emperor in the back. Isn't that the beast master of Xin Shao, the Fantasy Sea pioneer group? There are even people from the Fantasy Sea pioneer group here? These things are not something that we people can participate in. Let's just pretend. Shout a few times. But don't really run over to it. That golden-feathered sea turtle in the sky is not easy to mess with.
Both the hospital security forces and passers-by chose to watch the show. Feng Tianlin came to the gate of the city lord's mansion to beat people, which was considered to have offended the public. You said that you went to several academies to challenge openly. And you really defeated all the invincible opponents in Donghai City. No matter how depressed the people in Donghai City were, they wouldn't say anything. But you are so arrogant that you go to the gate of the city lord's palace and beat people. Aren't you just stamping Donghai City's face on the ground? Just when people were sneering, Xiaobai and the others had already rushed forward and launched an attack. The heavy beetle king came up with a savage collision and rushed directly towards Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin was furious, took a step back with his right foot, and pressed the heavy beetle king's head with his hands with a click. Boom! The huge body of the heavy beetle king directly pushed Feng Tianlin away for a long distance. This brutal collision is not a casual collision. It is a skill. Feng Tianlin only felt that his two arms were numb from the shock. Before he could react, Xiao He in the air fired another spiritual spike. Ah! Feng Tianlin screamed and fell back. The heavy beetle king's huge body directly ran over him. The other two people were so frightened that they did not care to resist the attacks of other beasts. They stepped forward to rescue Feng Tianlin, but were whipped away by the tail of the ice-white python. The scene became very chaotic for a time, although the injuries of Feng Tianlin and the other three were almost healed. But it's hard for two fists to defeat four hands. Not to mention the racial levels of Xiaobai and Gongzi. They are already low-level lords. Even the beasts such as the heavy beetle king and the orange-red poison spider have reached level 6 in combat power. And their racial levels have also reached high-level extraordinary. If you pull one out at random, it won't be much worse than Feng Tianlin. This large group of beasts are charging forward. How can Feng Tianlin and the others withstand them? Compared with humans and beast masters, with the same star power, humans are stronger in terms of skills and equipment. Just like Xin Fan. If he didn't have the sky-breaking demonic sword in his hand, it would have been too difficult to kill the level 12 Grimace Lizard. If he didn't have that set of armor on him, he would have been killed and disabled when he was hit by the claws of the ghost-faced giant lizard. But with the sky-breaking demon sword and the armor, it was a completely different scene. Feng Tianlin is a second-grade, first-level beast, and his star power is equivalent to that of a moderately extraordinary level 7 beast master. And these high-level extraordinary level 6 beast-controlling beasts are also equivalent to medium-level extraordinary level 7 beast-controlling beasts. The star powers of both sides were about the same. Feng Tianlin had neither armor nor a sword in his hand. So how could he parry? Moreover, the second-level realm cannot release powerful spells at all. Most of the second-level realm can only fight in close combat. If you want to attack from a distance, you basically have to rely on powerful weapons. But when the beast master is at level 1 or level 2, he can throw skills from a long distance. To put it bluntly, even if Feng Tianlin fights the heavy beetle king alone now, he may not be able to win the heavy beetle king. The most outrageous thing is that starting from inside the hospital, Holy Moon Morning Glory kept throwing star power burning. A stream of burning star power fell on Feng Tianlin and the others. In less than 2 minutes, the three people's star power burned a lot. And in the air, there was Xiao He, a level 7 soul-eating bird, who suddenly had a mental spike. How to fight this? Rumble. Ping. 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 In less than 40 seconds, Feng Tianlin, 3 people and several beasts were beaten until their faces were covered in blood, and they fell to the ground, dying, because of the goblin's previous arrangement. After the beasts wounded Feng Tianlin and the other two, they did not do any more damage for fear of actually beating these guys to death. Therefore, they took out their anger on the wild prison dragon and several other beasts. The savage prison dragon and several other beasts were all trapped by the Death Spider Emperor's web, unable to move. Although the Death Spider King was watching the show, he was also itchy and couldn't help but throw out a few spider webs. After all, it is also a level 12 beast. The spider web of the Death Spider King may not be able to trap beings above the 4th level of the 2nd level, but it is extremely simple to trap such a level 6 beast. The savage prison dragon and several other beasts were completely unstoppable. The Handan Golden Horn Dragon and other beasts immediately used skills one after another to target these beasts, making them howl and scream. Feng Tianlin and the others were furious. They crawled over to support their beasts, but they were suppressed and stepped on by several beasts including the earth-shattering fire dragon. It's too horrible to see. No reason to be ashamed. Sudden, 2 figures with powerful auras rushed out of the hospital. Stop! One of them shouted softly. A majestic pressure came towards Xiaobai and the others. Xiaobai and Gongzi immediately bared their teeth. In the air, Jin Yuhai Dongqing landed and stared at the 2 people. Goblin quickly came up and said,
2 adults. We are not here to cause trouble. The reason is actually very simple. These 3 idiots beat my Hua and Tian Wang Shenyu. Their master is Yi Hao of the Yi family. A few of our friends are really angry, so we came here to seek justice.
I seek justice from your sister, but I am the one who was seriously injured. Feng Tianlin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The 2 strong men looked at each other and said nothing. I know you are here to seek justice. So haven't we been watching inside for a long time? But if the fight continues, someone may die. One of them glanced at the forest behind the goblins and other beasts. In the forest, Chen Fan and Jin Qing were nowhere to be seen. Are these beast masters really here to seek justice behind their backs? At this time, a griffin flew from the sky. Bai Rouge jumped off the griffin's back. She glanced at the miserable Feng Tianlin and the others on the ground, then at the group of beasts, and laughed out loud.
Are you being beaten again?
Feng Tianlin was furious. Bai Rouge,
don't worry. This is the hospital. We will take you in for treatment soon.
Feng Tianlin couldn't bear it any longer.
Is it interesting for you, Donghai City, to bully the few with more?
Bai Rouge,
bullying the minority with more? Did this word come from over there? It's not very appropriate here. If you want to say that, when a beast master fights a star warrior, which one is not bullying the minority with more? When you meet a star warrior, do you want to put the beast away and go up to fight it yourself?
Feng Tianlin was speechless. Bai Rouge walked over with his hands behind his back and whispered,
if you can bear it, just bear it. Otherwise no one will help you if you get beaten again.
Feng Tianlin gritted his teeth.
Don't you, Donghai City, think this is too much? Excessive?
Bai Rouge laughed and said,
you came to the door of my Donghai City Lord's mansion to beat people. Do you have the nerve to say that we are too much? If I go to the door of your Feng family and beat your Feng family members, will you Feng family feel happy? Feng Tianlin was speechless. Bai Rouge glanced at the group of beasts and dialed Chen Fan's number. Chen Fan's image appeared on the empty screen in front of him.
I just fell asleep. If you don't give me a reason to hack me, what's going on?
Chen Fan, who was a little annoyed at first, saw Feng Tianlin, whose face was covered with blood, and a group of beasts such as Xiao Bai.
Then,
Chen Fan glanced at Feng Tianlin and said,
who is this guy?
Feng Tianlin almost vomited blood and immediately roared,
I am Feng Tianlin. Chen Fan, look at what your beast has done to me. Are you Feng Tianlin? Impossible.
Chen Fan shook his head and said,
how can Feng Tianlin be as handsome as you?
Feng Tianlin. Chen Fan sighed.
I'm really sorry. I'm too harsh on these beasts.
Feng Tianlin sneered.
But you should be glad that it was them who took action and not me.
Chen Fan said with a half smile but not a smile.
Because I took action harder? You?
Feng Tianlin felt like he was about to explode. A group of beast masters laughed. The people around him were also shaking with laughter. Chen Fan looked at the group of beasts with a cold face.
You guys, stand at attention. Take a break.
A group of beasts gathered together. I squeezed you. You squeezed me. It became a mess. Chen Fan silently slapped his forehead.
You ran out to make trouble in the middle of the night. I will punish you this time. Tonight, your supper is gone.
Feng Tianlin almost fell to the ground. I was beaten like this by your beast master. Are you just going to punish your beast master by not eating midnight snacks for a day? The people around him raised their eyebrows. Chen Fan looked at Jin Yuhai Dongqing speechlessly.
Jin Yu, Why are you accompanying them to fool around?
Jin Yuhai Dongqing lowered his head. Chen Fan said angrily.
You are a level 17 beast master. If you attack with one move, you will accidentally kill someone. Then do I still have to pay compensation?
Feng Tianlin was furious and was about to speak, but was stopped by Rouge. Chen Fan shouted softly and said,
Bring them back immediately. It's really unreasonable. You wouldn't take me with you to do such a thing.
Feng Tianlin.
What the hell are you?
Chen Fan's eyes turned cold.
Come. Look at me and curse again. If I curse again, I'll kill you. Do you believe it?
Feng Tianlin felt cold all over. This is the first time for him, a member of the Feng family in the Demon City, to hear such a threat. The strange thing is that his whole body was so cold that he really didn't dare to move. Chen Fan's eyes. Feng Tianlin had a glimmer of understanding in his heart that if he really dared to curse again, the devil Chen Fan might really give orders to the group of beast masters behind him to kill him directly. This madman. At this time, Rouge said with a smile,
You don't have to be so angry. You still have a chance.
Feng Tianlin was slightly startled. What do you mean? Rouge raised his eyebrows and said,
It means that tomorrow afternoon, Yihao and I will take turns competing with you and have fun with you.
Feng Tianlin's eyes flashed sharply.
You and Yihao? Just a few of you. Yes, it's just us.
Rouge smiled and said,
If we lose, we admit defeat. But take it easy. The last time you hurt Yihao, it wasn't that you were any better than Yihao. It was just that Yihao never expected that someone would dare to attack him at the door of the city lord's mansion. And last time, Yihao didn't bring a beast with him. Do you think you are a loser? You are just 2 beasts. But Yihao is 4. If we really fight, I guess you will still kneel on the ground and shout, Yihao! You bully the minority with more.
Feng Tianlin's eyes were blood red and he roared.
Bastard. You?
Rouge glanced sideways at Feng Tianlin and said coldly,
What are you? Have a good rest tonight, because you will be beaten several times tomorrow. If you are afraid, you should leave Donghai City now.
Feng Tianlin was furious.
You are too arrogant.
Even if you can't beat Chen Fan, how dare you, Rouge, be so arrogant? As for Yihao, what if he has more beast control? He's just a defeated general. Rouge waved to the crowd and said,
Hurry up and carry these guys in. What if you die of excessive bleeding and die in the hospital?
Feng Tianlin had a gloomy face and said nothing. Let you be arrogant for a while longer. Tomorrow afternoon, I will trample you all under my feet again, defeat you openly, and let's see what else you have to say. After waiting for people from the hospital to carry Feng Tianlin, the others and Yusho inside. On the screen, Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly.
Fight him tomorrow? It seems you are very confident. Are you sure you can break through tonight?
Rouge smiled and made a short gesture with his thumb and index finger and said,
It's just a little bit different. It must be fine. To be on the safe side, I didn't say tomorrow morning. I said tomorrow afternoon. If by tomorrow afternoon, Yihao and the others still can't break through the 2nd grade realm, they will be bullied. It doesn't matter.
Chen Fan. But Chen Fan knew very well that Rouge was just talking casually. In fact, even if Yihao and Shen Taoao didn't break through to the 2nd level, there wouldn't be any problem in fighting Feng Tianlin. You know, Chen Fan gave them the beasts to control, all of which were upgraded by 1 combat power level and 1 racial level. As for Feng Tianlin, although he has 2 beasts to control, only the wild prison dragon is an advanced and extraordinary level 6. The other frozen bird is only a medium extraordinary level 6. Even though Yihao is still only a 1st level 5th level beast, Yihao's 4 beasts are all high level and extraordinary level 6. Compared with Feng Tianlin and Savage Prison Dragon, that is 4 against 2, and they still have a great advantage. If you do this, you will still lose. Chen Fan couldn't help but beat up Yihao and the others, not to mention Henry Chu. If Chu Xian breaks through to the 2nd level of the 2nd level tonight, Chu Xian will be able to beat Feng Tianlin to his knees and sing, Conquer, without even summoning the beast. Chen Fan hung up the phone. Here, Rouge waved to Jin Yuhai Dongqing.
Jin Yu. Send them back.
Jin Yuhai Dongqing nodded slightly. A group of beast masters cheered, left the hospital, and headed towards the Beast Breeders Association. The next day, it's about 1 o'clock at noon. At the gate of Ares Academy, the dean of students, along with a large group of teachers including Li Sheng, as well as a group of staff, were waiting anxiously. The staff were also pushing small carts. A teacher tugged on Li Sheng's sleeve.
What on earth is going on that makes so many of us teachers wait at the school gate? Besides teachers, why are there so many staff? We and the students haven't eaten yet.
Another teacher also said,
It's okay for us and the students to eat late. But the beast masters will get into trouble when they are hungry.
Li Xing said.
Wait for Chen Fan here.
A group of teachers were surprised. What's the situation? So many teachers skip meals just to wait for Chen Fan? Although Chen Fan is now the hero of Donghai City, he destroyed the conspiracy of the Nightmare Garden and saved Grandmaster Fan Ling. But it is not exaggerated to such an extent. Right. Let a group of teachers greet him here without eating? And let all the students in the school not eat. A teacher's face darkened and he said,
Li Sheng, isn't this a little too much? Aren't you afraid of killing Chen Fan?
Li Sheng glanced at the teacher. This is Lu Ming, the head teacher of the 7th class of Beast Control. Li Sheng blinked and said,
It's okay. You can go back. You can go eat now.
Lu Ming was stunned. Li Sheng said with a smile,
All teachers who don't want to wait here can go back and eat first. It will be fine.
A group of teachers were even more puzzled. If you speak half the words, the chrysanthemum will split in two. This bastard Li Sheng is obviously hiding something from everyone. You let me go? I won't leave. At this time. Coming. The dean smiled and waved. I saw a convoy in front of me. Slowly approaching. Standing on the big truck at the front of the motorcade was Chen Fan. A smell of aroma spread from the motorcade, and the stomachs of a group of teachers began to growl. Li Sheng then said,
Did you see it? Chen Fan is going to send a large amount of resources to our Ares Academy. He said that the minimum level of monster meat with various attributes should not be lower than level 10.
All the teachers were shocked. Chen Fan wants to send resources to Ares Academy again? And it's monster meat with a level no lower than level 10? Li Sheng added.
He asked the professional chefs from the Animal Breeders Association to cook it before delivering it himself. All students have a share. Wait a minute.
Lu Ming, the head teacher of Class 7, said,
Monster meat above level 10 is given to students and their beast masters?
A group of teachers all stared. You know, the vast majority of students' beast control is only level 2 or level 3. Except for Yi Hao and Chu Xian. There are not many beast masters who have reached level 5 in the entire 3rd grade of high school. And many teachers' beast control is only level 8 or 9. Chen Fan wants to donate monster meat above level 10 to those level 2 and 3 beast masters? Damn it. It hurts just thinking about it. Isn't this a waste of natural resources? Some time ago, after Chen Fan killed the Blood Petal Flower Queen, he donated a large amount of resources to Ares Academy. But what most students and beast masters can get is level 7 and 8 monster meat. Why did it suddenly become level 10 or above? Those above level 10 should be assigned to teachers. Right. The eyes of a group of teachers were red. And they were all staring at the motorcade in front of them.
Director. Good morning. Teachers.
Chen Fan jumped out of the truck and landed firmly.
I'm late because I arranged for people from the Beast Breeders Association to cook these monster meats. I'm sorry. Not late. Not late.
A smile bloomed on the dean's face. Chen Fan said,
Director. I told you in the morning that I would do it myself. I know. I know.
The dean said.
You can distribute some of the monster meat yourself and feed it to the beasts of your classmates. No problem.
Lu Ming turned to look at Li Sheng.
Is Chen Fan afraid that we will swallow the monster's flesh? What are you talking about?
Li Sheng glared at Lu Ming and said,
Young people like to hear praise and be in the limelight. Isn't this normal?
Chen Fan waved his hand and said, Then, let's start with our 5th class.
A group of staff and teachers from Ares Academy, led by the Dean of Students, immediately pushed carts and rushed towards the convoy. On the motorcade, staff from the Beast Breeders Association, in cooperation with people from Ares Academy, brought down boxes of monster meat. Each box has a label with the name and grade of the monster meat, as well as its attributes.
Level 11 Thundercloud Leopard Meat.
A teacher saw the label of the box in his hand clearly and went a little crazy. Want to take level 11 monster meat and feed it to level 2 and 3 beast masters? What a waste. Someone ran over to try to persuade the dean, but the dean glared back. Afterwards, Star Warriors who maintained order appeared at the door of each class. The figure of the vice principal appeared on the big screen in every classroom. As soon as the vice principal announced Chen Fan's donation of monster meat above level 10, the whole school was excited. Cheers, like thunder, resounded in Ares Academy. Fortunately, the school was well prepared and arranged for powerful Star Warriors to maintain order. Otherwise, everything would probably be in chaos. Listening to the thunderous cheers, Chen Fan felt helpless. His purpose is to use charity to secretly cultivate the beast masters of the students of Ares Academy. As long as he can personally help these beasts break through level 1. Even if these beasts are bound to the system after being cultivated by him. Killing any monster will increase the energy of the system. Didn't Chen Fan come up with this kind of limelight? Now that the commotion is so big, it seems like a nouveau riche is showing off his wealth. Chen Fan considers himself very thick-skinned. But at this moment, his ears feel a little hot. I have no choice but to bite the bullet. He arrived at his class with a group of teachers and staff. A group of classmates are looking forward to it. As soon as Chen Fan appeared, squad leader Leng Ryu took the lead in applauding. More like a nouveau riche showing off his wealth. Fortunately, my face has been tested for a long time. Chen Fan walked up to the podium, opened his computer, and then clicked on the list above. Early this morning, he asked the dean for information on all the students in this class and their beast control. The students whose names I call will come to the podium, and then summon their own beasts. Don't worry. Everyone has a share. I will rank them according to the table given by the director. From top to bottom. First place, Lu Xiang. A boy stood up immediately and ran over nervously. After walking to the podium, Lu Xiang summoned his beast. This is a level 2 with attribute man-faced demon spider with a somewhat ferocious appearance. Chen Fan looked out of the corridor and said, "Bring up the wood-attributed thornwood demon meat." After getting the list from the dean of teachers in the morning, Chen Fan spent a lot of effort and spent a lot of money to buy monster meat with various attributes from the Beast Breeders Association. If you want to help these low-level beast masters break through, they must have better corresponding attributes. A level 2 man-faced demon spider can eat the meat of a level 8 fire attribute skyfire ant. Of course, it can be improved and broken through, but it will definitely not be as effective as the meat of a monster with the same wood attribute. In the corridor, a staff member immediately brought up a large plate of thornwood demon meat. Lu subconsciously glanced at the label on the plate. Level 10 thornwood demon meat. Lu Xiang exclaimed and almost jumped up. Although the principal had already informed them before, Lu Xiang and a group of students were still extremely excited when they saw this label with their own eyes. Chen Fan didn't care about everyone's expressions, and fed the thornwood demon meat to the human-faced demon spider. The man-faced demon spider squeaked, and its mouth was full of oil. "Eat slowly. Don't be in a hurry." As Chen Fan spoke, he patted the man-faced demon spider's head gently, taking the opportunity to inject 15 points of system energy into it. Then, he glanced at the form. Second, Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was the guy who stole a sword from Chu Xian in the first secret realm. His beast is a level 4 green wind wolf with wind attributes. Chen Fan glanced at the form. On the form, he had already filled in the monster meat with corresponding attributes. "Please push the wind-attributed black wind wolf meat over here." Level 11 black wind wolf meat. Li Sheng and several teachers stood nearby, feeling their hearts bleed. Generally, these beasts can be given monster meat of the same level, or monster meat 1 or 2 levels higher. Monster meat of such a high level. I feel bad. After watching Qifeng Wolf eat several large mouthfuls of black wind wolf meat, Chen Fan, amiably, touched Qifeng Wolf's head and injected 15 points of system energy into it. Although they ate high-level monster meat, neither the human-faced demon spider nor the green wind wolf could break through immediately. As soon as Chen Fan finished instilling the energy into the system, he immediately started calling other people's names. Regardless of whether the human-faced demon spider and Qifeng Wolf had finished eating. One by one, classmates came forward. The open space near the podium was almost filled with beasts. Sudden, the human-faced demon spider that was first summoned shook slightly, and circles of star power fluctuated around it. Li Sheng was surprised and delighted. It's about to break through. Lu Xiang's man-faced demon spider is about to break through to level 3. The students' eyes suddenly widened. Many people have jealousy in their eyes. Chen Fan glanced at the man-faced demon spider and nodded slightly. Very good. That's it. It is normal for low-level beast masters to eat the meat of high-level monsters with the same attributes and then break through. Even if all the low-level beast masters in Ares Academy break through today, the students and teachers will only be grateful to Chen Fan and not think too much. Chen Fan began to speed up. There are too many people. If this continues, I will be exhausted. When Chen Fan was still busy at Ares Academy, Yi Hao, Henry Chu, and the others met at Chen Fan's house. They came to recall their beast masters. Wait for everyone to recall their beast masters to the beast master space. Shen Hongxiu smiled slightly. Are you all ready? Yi Hao patted his chest and said, I'll take the lead.
No one can compete with me.
Bai Ruj rolled his eyes and said,
Take it easy. Feng Tianlin was beaten violently by Xiao Bai and the others last night, and he has long been holding back a bad breath in his heart. You are the first one to go up. I just want to cripple him in this state,
Yi Hao said solemnly.
If you take turns and torture him to death, even if I win him, what's the point?
Henry Chu frowned and looked at Bai Ruj.
Can you bring a higher level healing beast from the city lord's mansion?
Bai Ruj laughed.
If I had known you would say that. Don't worry. I would have been prepared. I found a level 18 healing beast. At that time, if Feng Tianlin is seriously injured by Yi Hao, we will let the beast master heal him and return him to normal state. And then let others come on. Humph. We people in Donghai City disdain to use this kind of wheeled battle tactics.
Fong Qingqing pursed her lips and said,
Xin Fan said he was busy, so he couldn't come.
Shen Hongxiu said,
Let your goblin record the live broadcast and take a video.
Shen Tao Ao.
My knife is already hungry and thirsty.
Li Fingqing.
Don't you use a sword?
Shen Tao Ao. Henry Chu.
Let's go!
A group of people left Xin Fan's training ground. Outside, there is a row of brown-feathered griffins. Henry Chu and others rode on the brown-feathered griffin and headed towards the city lord's mansion. The martial arts arena in the city lord's mansion was already crowded with people. After Bai Ruj deliberately released the news, many people had been waiting here early. Chapter 157, I was tortured miserably. Donghai City is full of monsters. When Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu and others, dressed in battle armor, came to the city lord's palace for a martial arts performance. They were still shocked by the scene in front of them. The martial arts arena was buzzing with people. And at a glance, it was dark and filled with people. The city lord's palace even arranged for a black armored army to maintain order on the martial arts field.
Is it too much of a fuss?
Shen Nato, who was originally full of fighting spirit, started to feel a little weak and said,
If we lose, will they beat us to death? Don't worry about them.
Shen Hongxiu said calmly. Shen Tao Ao breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Hongxiu said again,
Xiao Fan will beat the shit out of you.
Shen Tao Ao. Yi Hao grinned.
Brother Fan gave us a hard push. Both our beast control and our cultivation realm have improved by leaps and bounds. If we still lose, we can find a piece of tofu to kill ourselves.
Henry Chu's face was expressionless.
Stop talking nonsense and go in.
Chu Xian walked in the front, followed closely by Shen Hongxiu and others, and walked into the martial arts arena of Donghai City. Shen Nato, who was walking at the end, glanced at Li Fingqing a little strangely. Li Fingqing didn't make a sound all the way. A little strange. Could it be said that he has also realized the true meaning of
being a quiet and beautiful man?
As soon as everyone entered the martial arts arena, the martial arts arena exploded instantly like water was poured into a pan. The emotions that people had suppressed for a long time finally broke out. Shen Naodao felt even more weak. This was originally just a competition between young people. But now the nature has completely changed. This is a battle of dignity. What was involved was not just the dignity of Yi Hao and others. It's not just the dignity of several big families in Donghai City such as the Yi family, the Chu family, and the Bai family, and the dignity of the entire Donghai City. A child of the Feng family in the Demon City went to the gate of the Lord's mansion in Donghai City and beat someone. This was a hard stamp on the faces of everyone in Donghai City. Fortunately, Jin Fan got this face back by pressing Feng Tianlin's head on the ground and rubbing it at the gate of the city lord's mansion. If I lose my face again this time. Shen Tao Ao became even more nervous and couldn't help but look around at Henry Chu's expressionless face. Yi Hao and Bai Ruj's eyes glowing green. And Fong Qingqing and Shen Hongxiu, who were calm. Li Fingqing is also very calm. Something feels wrong. Henry Chu and the others were calm and normal. Why is Li Fingqing so calm? Shen Tao Ao was puzzled. In the stands, Jiang Yuanfan and Zhang Yufan were in the same mood as Shen Tao Ao. A little uneasy. The roars of people in the surrounding stands also affected them. In the stands, someone was waving their arms and shouting,
Kill him! Beat him to death!
Although the sentiments of the people in Donghai City are not directed at them from Yanwu City. But they are outsiders after all. And the purpose of coming to Donghai City is to challenge Chen Fan and Chu Xian. Jiang Yuanfan also felt a little panicked when he heard people saying, Beat him to death! Around him. The difference between home and away games is really big. But Jiang Yuanfan looked at Yi Hao walking and wearing a battle armor below. And there was a hint of worry in his eyes. If it was Chen Fan who came, there would be no suspense in this battle. Even if the three of Feng Tianlin come together, they will definitely lose when facing Chen Fan. But if it were Yi Hao and Shen Tao Ao, they Jiang Yuanfan recalled what happened at the City Lord's Palace Square yesterday afternoon. Putting aside things like beast control and martial arts skills, in terms of pure star power, he should be much stronger than Yi Hao. And Feng Tianlin is much stronger than him. If Yi Hao wants to win, he may have to rely on beast control. But the problem is, even if Yi Hao has 4 beasts, his strength is still far behind. You know, Feng Tianlin's wild prison dragon is an advanced and extraordinary level 6. A high-level extraordinary level 6 beast. A powerful second-level beast. Against a first-level 5th-level beast and 4 level 5 beasts. Feng Tianlin can almost crush Yi Hao. Jiang Yuanfan couldn't understand why Yi Hao and the others came up to fight. Qin Fan had already defeated Feng Tianlin with a crushing attitude. Dahai City's face was also regained. Why are Yi Hao and the others still refusing to give up? If this group of people all lose to Feng Tianlin, then, no, probably not. At least, Chu Xian was already in the 2nd level, and would not lose to Feng Tianlin so easily. Well, Jiang Yuanfan sighed secretly. Emotionally speaking, he hopes Yi Hao and Henry Chu can win. His impressions of Henry Chu and Yi Hao were quite good. But in matters like combat, strength should speak for itself. On a tall building next to the martial arts arena, the heads of the 5 major families in Donghai City gathered together. Chu family, Shin family, Fang family, Li family, Yi family. The 5 people stood silently in front of the window, with their hands behind their backs. The martial arts arena below is clearly visible. Suddenly, the head of the Shin family frowned and said, "Why doesn't the city lord let us stop them? Qin Fan has already easily defeated Feng Tianlin. What's the point of letting Hongxiu and the others take such a risk?" The head of the Li family said, "Qin Yan called me this morning and told me to relax, saying they were sure to win. A sure win." The head of the Fang family was stunned for a moment and said, "Where does your daughter's confidence come from? If Li Qingyan comes on the stage, it will be a sure win. But now it's Li Fingxing and Qingqing who are on the stage." The head of the Yi family sighed and said, "The one who was beaten at the door of the city lord's mansion was my son. I definitely want Yi Hao to find this place right away. But there is one thing to say. Yi Hao currently only has a level 6 healing beast, and his own cultivation level is still 1st level and 5th level. Now against Feng Tianlin, he has no chance of winning. What's going on with these kids? Why are they so restless? With their qualifications, plus the resources of several of our major families, if we work hard together, we should be able to break through to the 2nd level realm in at most 10 or 20 days. If you really want to take revenge, you can wait until you reach the 2nd level after a while." The head of the Shin family tilted his head slightly, looked at the head of the Chu family who had been silent, and said, "In this battle, I am afraid that only Chu Xian has a chance to defeat Feng Tianlin." The head of the Chu family smiled slightly and said, "The one who is in the limelight this time is not necessarily Henry Chu. Or it is not just Henry Chu." The head of the Li family said a little unhappy, "Chu, do you know something? Is it interesting that you keep talking like this?" The head of the Chu family smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, "Don't your daughter Li Qingyan also know something? She didn't even tell you. But you have the nerve to blame me?" The head of the Fang family said, "During this period, these children have become closer to Qin Fan. Yesterday Qin Fan also saw Yi Hao being kicked and got angry and took action. I heard that Qin Fan helped Yi Hao cultivate Holy Moon Morning Glory and then broke through to level 6. The head of the Li family nodded and said, "Qin Fan is Master Zhang Hai's disciple after all, and he is obviously very accomplished in raising beasts. So several children have raised beasts with him. So I don't understand even more. As Lao Yi said just now, why can't these children keep calm? Can't they just wait a little longer and wait until they break through to the 2nd level realm more than 10 days later? And Qin Fan helped them raise a certain beast to level 6. And then go find Feng Tianlin? Now if you rush forward in such a hurry, you will be completely defeated. How will it end?" The head of the Chu family smiled and said, "Don't be impatient for a moment. Let's take a look first. Maybe there's a miracle? A miracle?" The heads of the other major families all laughed bitterly. Yi Hao was not Feng Tianlin's opponent yesterday afternoon. Could he defeat Feng Tianlin overnight? Even if he broke through to the 2nd level last night. Feng Tianlin has 2 level 6 beasts, and one of them is a high-level extraordinary. There are indeed many miracles in this world of beast control, but dreaming about such a miracle is too unrealistic. Several family heads frowned and turned their attention to Feng Tianlin on the center stage of the martial arts arena. Feng Tianlin wore a silver armor and held a big sword to his chest. He had been waiting in the ring for a long time.
Duh.
The genius of Donghai City, wearing a battle armor, slowly walked onto the ring. Chu Xian, Yi Hao, Fang Qingqing, Shen Hongxiu, Shen Naotao, Bai Rouge, Li Fingxing. Except for Chen Fan, who did not appear. These 7 people are the most talented geniuses of this generation in Donghai City. The next moment Chu Xian and Yi Hao walked onto the ring. 2 middle-aged men in black armor landed lightly on the ring. Joining those 2 people on stage were 2 healing beasts. One is a level 18 ancient wood elf. One is a level 19 colorful elk. One of the middle-aged men said in a deep voice,
"We will compete in martial arts until the point is reached."
This referee really cherishes his words like gold. After saying these 8 words, everyone was still waiting for him to say the next sentence. But he walked to the side, put his hands behind his back, and said nothing. Yi Hao took a step forward and summoned all 4 of his beasts. Orange-red poisonous spider, Tian Wang Shenyu, earth-shattering fire dragon, and holy moon morning glory. As soon as the 4 beasts came out, they immediately looked at Feng Tianlin and sneered non-stop. Feng Tianlin was so angry when he saw the 4 beasts. Among the beasts that beat him last night were these 4 bastards. Feng Tianlin looked gloomy and summoned his 2 beasts. A level 6 savage prison dragon, whose racial level is high and extraordinary, the same as the orange-red poisonous spider and other 4 beasts. The other one is a level 6 frozen bird, whose racial level is only medium extraordinary, 1 level lower than the 4 beasts including the orange-red poisonous spider. Yi Hao glanced at the 2 beasts, put the storm axe on his shoulder, and said calmly,
"Before the fight begins, I will give you a choice, so as not to say that we bullied you."
Feng Tianlin frowned.
"What?"
Yi Hao tilted his head and said,
"The referee just said that there will be a martial arts competition. Until the point is reached, I am afraid that I will kill you with an axe, and my family will have to pay for it later. So I will give you a chance to choose. Should we put on the battle armor and carry a sword and axe? Or should we take off the armor and use our bare hands? Don't let me beat you half to death, and then say that I took advantage of the equipment and you won't be able to win. Kill me to death with an axe?"
Feng Tianlin laughed.
"Is it because you are the only one who defeats me?"
Yi Hao smiled and shook his head and said no more. The holy moon morning glory next to it took 2 trots and climbed onto the back of the largest Tian Wang sacred ox. Its roots quickly extended out, like the tentacles of an octopus, hugging the body of the sacred cow. Yi Hao nodded slightly.
"So, are you ready?"
Feng Tianlin smiled coldly and thought. The savage prison dragon next to him immediately added a pair of armor to him, and the frozen bird. The frozen bird took off into the sky, flew over Yi Hao and the 3 beasts, and kept circling. But Yi Hao didn't care much. He raised his left hand and moved his fingers slightly.
"Call!"
Several beast masters rushed out domineeringly. The orange-red poisonous spider spewed a web toward the freezing bird in the air and made a provocative sound. On the other side, the heavenly sacred bull carried the holy moon morning glory on its back, and together with the earth-splitting fire dragon, they blocked the savage prison dragon one after another. The people in the surrounding stands could not help but be stunned for a moment. This is a very strange way of fighting. Even if the wild prison dragon is an advanced and extraordinary level 6 and relatively powerful, there is no need to be like this. Yi Hao had an advantage in the number of beasts. He could obviously let a beast join forces with him to deal with Feng Tianlin. But why did he let the beast fight against the beast, while he and Feng Tianlin were one-on-one? If Feng Tianlin breaks through directly and defeats Yi Hao, wouldn't this battle be over?
"You are crazy!"
When Feng Tianlin saw Yi Hao facing off against him, he couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth.
"After being kicked by me, I thought you already knew the strength gap between you and me. I can't believe you would dare to use such tactics."
Yi Hao sighed.
"You talk too much nonsense."
The words just fell. The holy moon morning glory on the back of the sacred cow takes the lead. 3 circles of light shrouded the wild prison dragon, Feng Tianlin, and the frozen bird in the sky.
"Asshole! It's this star power burning trick again!"
Feng Tianlin was furious.
"Get away quickly!"
As he said that, he already rushed to the side. The frozen bird in the sky also circled quickly and avoided the light circle of the holy moon morning glory. However, the wild prison dragon's body is relatively powerful, and it is blocked by the wild divine ox and the earth-shattering fire dragon. It wants to avoid the star power burning, but it is half a beat too slow.
"Call!"
Just when the star power burning aperture fell on the savage prison dragon, the heavenly sacred bull howled, rushed a few steps, and directly hit the savage prison dragon.
"Sacred bull crash!" Although the Tianwang Divine Ox is much smaller than the Savage Prison Dragon, it is extremely powerful. With one collision, it directly knocked the huge Savage Prison Dragon away. The Wild Prison Dragon was stunned. What the HL? Why do you feel that the power of this gadget is stronger than yourself? Before it could react, the earth-splitting Fire Dragon swung its tail over. Fire Dragon flicks its tail. The huge tail wrapped in flames, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, hit the back of the Savage Prison Dragon, and then slammed the Savage Prison Dragon onto the ring. Boom! The Savage Prison Dragon screamed. All the armor on its body was shattered, and blood was dripping all over its body. Prison Dragon! Feng Tianlin, who was about to attack Yi Hao, was shocked and shouted, "Take care of yourself first!" Yi Hao's eyes turned cold, and he rushed forward a few steps. The storm axe in his hand brought up a strong wind, and struck Feng Tianlin with the axe head. Feng Tianlin thought that his star power was far superior to Yi Hao's. Although he saw Yi Hao's fierce attack, he was not afraid at all. He just stepped back half a step with his right foot and directly raised the big sword in his hand. It was a head-on collision. When the axe and the sword clashed together, a violent energy swept out in all directions, centered on the point of contact between the axe and the sword. Soon after, Feng Tianlin's face turned pale, and the big sword in his hand was actually pressed by Yi Hao's axe and hit his chest. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, the armor placed on Feng Tianlin by the Savage Prison Dragon shattered with the sound. Feng Tianlin's feet were stuck on the ground, and he was pushed back more than 10 meters by the violent force. The ground was plowed by his feet into a deep and long ravine. Good! The entire martial arts arena was boiling. Even ordinary people can see that Yi Hao has the absolute upper hand with this axe. Ha 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 ha! Yi Hao laughed wildly and rushed towards Feng Tianlin like a whirlwind. The storm axe in his hand danced crazily, setting off a storm that actually made Feng Tianlin a little unstable. How can it be? Feng Tianlin had a look of horror on his face. Yesterday afternoon, Yi Hao's strength was obviously much weaker than him. Why did the axe blow just now scatter his star power and cause severe pain in his meridians? Even though the axe in Yi Hao's hand is of high grade, the big sword in his hand is also a mid-grade Xian weapon. Feng Tianlin gritted his teeth and advanced instead of retreating. He waved his sword and attacked Yi Hao wildly. However, the turning point occurred at the beginning of the battle. After being hit by a tail, the furious Savage Prison Dragon originally got up and wanted to launch a counterattack. But the flaming tail of the earth-shattering Fire Dragon crashed heavily onto its back again. Boom! The body of the Savage Prison Dragon smashed a big hole into the ring, and its entire body almost fell into it. At this time, the Tianwang Divine Ox jumped into the air and stepped on its head. Sacred Bull trampled. Circles of strange brilliance circulated on the hooves of the heavenly sacred ox. And with one kick, the Savage Prison Dragon's head was trampled into the ground. Tianwang Shenyu, who has always been very honest, so honest that he has almost no sense of existence, hates the Wild Prison Dragon and its master Feng Tianlin. So once you take action, go all out. The previous collision and the current trampling were all in a posture of wanting to kill the Savage Prison Dragon. What's more, it has the Holy Moon Morning Glory on its back, so it doesn't worry at all that the Wild Prison Dragon's counterattack will hurt it. After stepping on the head of the Savage Prison Dragon into the ground, the Wild Divine Bull jumped high again and used another Sacred Bull Trample move. Brute! Seeing that his beast was seriously injured, Feng Tianlin ignored Yi Hao and turned around to charge towards the Tianwang Divine Bull. But how could the earth-shattering Fire Dragon give him this chance? Before Feng Tianlin could get closer, the earth-splitting Fire Dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a blast of earth-splitting dragon flame. The fire pillar roared and rushed straight towards Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin was very aware of the attack and did not dare to take it hard. He pushed hard with his right foot and rushed out to the left. You are distracted. Yi Hao's voice sounded from behind. The storm battle axe carried a strong wind and chopped off Feng Tianlin's head with the axe. Not good! Feng Tianlin was shocked. As he quickly took a step forward with his right foot, his body suddenly turned, and his hands and wrists flashed with light at the same time, opening two shields. Yi Hao's axe hit the shield directly. Crack! The two shields broke one after another. Impossible! Feng Tianlin was scared to death. This kind of shield can block even the attacks of level 10 monsters. How come it didn't even block Yi Hao's axe? Little did he know that Yi Hao's current storm battle axe had been upgraded at the City Lord's Mansion armor yesterday. The current storm battle axe was of the same level as Chen Fan's sky-breaking demon sword.
They are all top-grade mysterious weapons. And Yi Hao is not the first-grade 5th-level heaven he imagined, but the second-grade 1st-level heaven, especially because several beasts broke through at the same time. Yi Hao's current star power is much stronger than that of ordinary 2nd-grade and 1st-level gods. With Yi Hao's axe blow, even a level 10 monster can be split in half. Feng Tianlin only felt an overwhelming force coming from him. After the axe split the two shields, its power weakened a lot, and it landed on the armor on his chest. The armor shone brightly. Feng Tianlin groaned and flew out upside down. Violent! The frozen bird in the sky was constantly avoiding the orange-red poisonous spider's web. Now, seeing its master being knocked down, it immediately rushed down desperately and spat out a breath of cold air towards Yi Hao. Yi Hao dodged and avoided the freezing bird's cold air. Where he originally stood, ice had condensed in a large area, but the frozen bird rushed down to spit out cold air. But the orange-red poisonous spider seized the opportunity. The orange-red poisonous spider opened its mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of venom. The venom was sprayed in a very wide range. The frozen bird accidentally got a little bit on one of its wings, and it immediately started to smoke. Fortunately, it also has the armor added by the savage prison dragon. Otherwise, before the frozen bird had time to rejoice, Yi Hao, who had just escaped the cold air, jumped into the air with a bang and slashed its wings with an axe. Boom! The armor on the frozen bird was shattered. Its wings were cut with a shocking crack, and its body couldn't control itself and fell down. The orange-red poisonous spider got excited, ran over and spit out a spider web, covering the frozen bird in an instant. Although both sides are at level 6, frozen bird is only moderately extraordinary. The orange-red poisonous spider is already a high-level extraordinary. How can the flightless frozen bird be the opponent of the orange-red poisonous spider? The frozen bird flapped its wings twice, but without breaking free from the spider web. It was immediately kicked by the orange-red poisonous spider, which made it vomit blood and fainted. Just these 2 moments? Yi Hao held the storm battle axe and slowly walked towards Feng Tianlin, who was struggling to get up. The whole place fell silent, except for Chu Xian and others. Almost no one thought Yi Hao would win this battle. Unexpectedly, Yi Hao could easily and completely crush Feng Tianlin into such a desperate situation. By the window of the high-rise building, several heads of aristocratic families also stared with wide eyes, full of disbelief. The head of the Yi family even murmured to himself, "This brat has broken through to the 2nd level, and he even hides it from his own father?" The head of the Shen family cast his eyes on Shen Hongxiu and Shen Tao on the stage, and said, "I'm afraid it's not just Yi Hao who has broken through to the 2nd level. But how on earth did they do it?" During this period, Hongxiu and the others didn't ask for the Tongxiao pill to break through to the 2nd level realm. When did they break through? The head of the Fong family said, "It's very possible that it was last night." What? Several heads of aristocratic families were shocked. Even with the background of these great families, it is impossible to say that if you want them to break through to the 2nd level, just break through to the 2nd level. What happened? The city lord didn't let everyone stop these children. Did he already know that they broke through last night? The head of the Chu family smiled slightly and said, "There are many miracles in this world. This miracle was probably created by Chen Fan." The head of the Shen family was stunned for a moment. "Are you kidding me? Even Master Zhang Hai can't do this kind of thing." "Right. Master Zhang Hai is a master of animal breeding, not a master of alchemy. If he was a master of alchemy, he gave them a high-grade elixir to help them break through, which would be reasonable. But these family heads never thought that it was because of Yi Hao and others' breakthrough in beast control that they fed back star power to help Yi Hao and others break through. After all, many times, the breakthrough of a beast master is more difficult than that of a beast master. The beast master can rely on the help of experts and pills to determine a breakthrough at a certain point in time. But it is difficult to determine the time for the breakthrough of the beast." As he spoke, the battle in the ring below had ended. The furious Feng Tianlin completely lost his composure, and his sword skills were full of flaws. In less than 10 moves, he was knocked to the ground by Yi Hao's axe. The armor on Feng Tianlin's body was shattered. Blood dyed the ground red. If Yi Hao hadn't stopped using his strength, the last axe blow would have cut open his chest. On the other side, the savage prison dragon was being beaten from beginning to end. After a while, Holy Moon Morning Glory threw a beam of star power and burned. "You kicked the heavenly sacred ox and the earth-splitting fire dragon, and I slapped my tail, and I almost crippled the savage prison dragon. The frozen bird is not much better than the savage prison dragon." The orange-red poisonous spider crackled and plucked out a pile of feathers from the frozen bird. If the referee hadn't stopped it, it would have turned Freeze into a featherless bird.
Oh, it's not fun at all. It's too weak.
Yi Hao came back with an axe in hand, looking depressed. Feng Tianlin behind him was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The two referees went up with the healing beasts and began to help Feng Tianlin and the two beasts heal. Henry Chu glanced at Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin sat on the ground, his eyes dull. Henry Chu turned around and walked under the ring.
Shen
Taoao was stunned.
Xian Chu, where are you going?
Henry Chu said without looking back.
Go back to school.
Shen Hongxiu sighed and said,
You can't even beat Yi Hao. He was beaten to the point of losing all fighting spirit by Yi Hao. How can Henry Chu be still interested?
Yi Hao was furious.
Chu Xian, stop here. Let's have a fight.
Feng Tianlin, who was receiving treatment on the other side, obviously heard the conversation of several people here. He looked at Henry Chu angrily and shouted,
Xian Chu, come back. I haven't fought with you yet. Pass.
Henry Chu stopped and slowly turned around.
Are you sure you can still fight?
Feng Tianlin stood up.
Nonsense.
Shen Taoao immediately rushed over and pulled Xian Chu back.
Even if you don't fight, you might as well come back and watch the fun.
Chu Xian, Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge looked at each other and sighed.
We may not have a chance to take action.
Shen Hongxiu shook her head and said,
It's too weak. Even Yi Hao can't beat me. All my accumulated fighting spirit is gone.
Yi Hao was very unhappy.
What do you call this? What do you mean can't beat even Yi Hao? Do you believe that I can torture him to death?
Feng Tianlin became even more angry when he heard these words. These bastards. That's too much. At this moment, Li Fengxing, who had been silent until now, suddenly walked out. A referee was stunned for a moment and said quickly,
He is seriously injured and needs treatment and rest first. I know.
Li Fengxing put the big sword on his shoulder, pointed at the other two people with his left hand, and said coldly,
These two people were also arrogant at the gate of the city lord's mansion yesterday. You two come out. I can't stand it anymore. I just want to see how capable the so-called Magic City genius is.
Shen Taoao widened his eyes and glanced at Yi Hao and Henry Chu.
What's going on? Why do I feel like Li Fengxing has changed?
Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge looked at each other, feeling a little surprised. Shen Hongxiu smiled slightly, pointed to his ears and said,
Look at his ears. He has headphones on his ears. There's someone probably hiding in the stands.
Directing him.
Everyone was stunned and glanced at Li Fengxing. And sure enough they saw an earphone on the latter's left ear.
This guy.
No wonder it didn't make a sound all the way. Everyone raised their heads and glanced at the crowded stands. In the stands, Li Qingyan's lips curled up slightly. At this time, one of the two people who came with Feng Tianlin came out and said coldly,
I'll fight with you. You are no match for me.
Li Fengxing shook his left index finger very coldly and said,
You, and you, the two of you bring the beast together. Maybe you can take on 3 of my moves.
The martial arts arena became more lively. Many people shouted. Someone else kept whistling.
Ha ha ha. This kid Li Fengxing is so crazy. So crazy. You should be so crazy about those guys in the Demon City. But is he too trusting? Those 2 guys are not weak either. Both of them have 2 Beast Masters. And they are both medium extraordinary level 5. With 4 Beast Masters and 2 Beast Masters. Can Li Fengxing really beat him? Just in the midst of people's discussions, Li Fengxing summoned his 3 beasts.
Coal Pond Golden Horn Dragon, Horn Tiger, Green Fire Deer. These 3 guys were completely humiliated in the 3 major college competitions. Because at that time, they were chased by Gongzi and had no way to go to the sky or the earth. This time, as soon as they came out of the beast controlling space, Handan Golden Horn Dragon and 3 other beasts were so moved that they wanted to cry. Mud, it's finally our turn to show off our power. The Golden Horn Dragon in Handan suddenly turned its head and grunted at the Horn Tiger and Green Fire Deer. What? Let's watch a show. Will you go alone? Jiaohu and King Wulu were stunned, and both shook their heads. Hiss. The Golden Horn Dragon in Handan made a threatening sound. I am the boss. I am an ice dragon. Do you dare to be disobedient? The Horn Tiger and the Green Fire Deer were very depressed. It took a lot of effort to break through to high-level extraordinary. Finally break through to level 6. Finally got such a fighting chance. But you actually have to watch a show on the side? Mud is a dead snake. I really want to bite it to death. The 2 Beast Masters walked towards the ring angrily. As soon as they walked out, not only the people in the surrounding stands, but also Li Fengxing couldn't help but stay for a while.
What's going on? Li Fingxing fought 1 against 2, which is already very risky. Why did his 2 beasts leave the center of the ring? What is he doing? Could it be that he only brought 1 beast with him, and was ready to fight against those 2 people and 4 beasts? Damn it. This guy from the Li family is so crazy.
Li Fingxing blinked. At this time, Li Qingyan's voice came from his earphones.
Come on. It's enough to take the Handan Golden Horn Dragon. It is also a high-level and extraordinary level 6 beast-controlling beast. If we fight 4 medium-level and extraordinary level 5 beasts, it's enough.
If you still can't defeat the super beast, I'll beat you 2 into pig heads as soon as the show is over.
Li Fingxing. The faces of the 2 people opposite became extremely pale. 1 against 2. They have been completely looked down upon. Unexpectedly, Li Fingxing actually let 2 beasts leave the battle circle and only brought 1 beast to fight with them. This is simply unreasonable. You are seeking death yourself. Don't blame us for being cruel. The 2 of them gritted their teeth and began to summon the beast at the same time. 2 beasts owned by one of them. A level 5 armored griffin. A level 5 wild bull. Another person's 2 beasts. A level 5 fire spirit. A level 5 saber-toothed predator. Looking at these 4 beasts, the golden horned dragon slowly swam out of the cold pool. Things like ants crawl and tremble in front of the frost dragon. The 4 beasts obviously felt the contempt and provocation of the cold pond golden horned dragon, and they became furious at the same time. Under the command of the beast master, the armored griffin directly added a layer of armor to all its comrades. While the armored griffin flew into the air, the other 3 royal beasts ran to the opposite side of the cold pool's golden horned dragon. On the other side, Li Fingxing faced the 2 people. This style of play is still Beast Master versus Beast Master. Beast Master versus Beast Master. In the arena competition, there are actually no such rules. The Beast Master can hit the opponent's Beast Master, and the Beast Master can also fight the opponent's Beast Master. But since the last match between Yi Hao and Feng Tianlin, the 2 sides seem to have reached a tacit understanding. They did not want to prove the power of their own Beast Masters, but they wanted to prove the power of the Beast Masters themselves. This is a bit like being angry. A real life and death battle or an arena battle cannot be fought this way. The cooperation between the Beast Master and the Beast Master is crucial. But no one in the surrounding stands taunted him. People looked at the arena excitedly, their eyes burning.
Call!
Before Li Fingxing could issue an order, the cold pond golden horned dragon blew out a breath of cold air. Before the mountain ox, fire spirit, and blade-toothed predator in front of them could react, they were instantly enveloped in the cold air and turned into lumps of ice. If the cold pond golden horned dragon and these 3 beasts have the same combat power level and the same race level, then this breath of cold air will at most make the 3 beasts' combat power and speed drop a little. But the current Handan golden horned dragon is equivalent to 2 levels higher than those 3 beasts. After this breath of cold air passed, the 3 beasts were completely unable to resist and were all frozen. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the people, Handan golden horned dragon wiggled its tail very gracefully.
Boom!
The ice on the 3 Bing Tuotuo's body shattered, and the 3 beasts screamed and were knocked off the ring. The 2 people who had not yet started fighting with Li Fingxing were stunned. The people in the surrounding stands were all stunned. On the high building, the eyes of several aristocratic family heads shrank suddenly.
Level 6. His cold pond golden horned dragon is already level 6. When did it happen?
Several family heads looked at the head of the Li family. The head of the Li family showed a smile like the Mona Lisa. What do you see me doing? I don't even know. At this time, there were changes in the arena. The 2 young men were furious and rushed towards Li Fingxing with 1 sword and 1 sword. One on the left and 1 on the right. Li Fingxing did not retreat but advanced. He held the big sword and rushed forward quickly, sweeping out with 1 sword.
Laugh!
A dazzling sword light extended from his big sword and swept towards the 2 young men. The 2 men shouted violently, and the swords in their hands also burst out with sword light and sword energy, and they slashed down towards the sword light.
Boom!
The 2 people's swords and sword energy were instantly crushed by Li Fingxing's sword light. After the sword light crushed the sword light and sword energy, its remaining power remained unabated and hit the chests of the 2 of them heavily. There was a big gaping hole in the chests of the armors of the 2 men. The 2 of them screamed at the same time, and like a kite with its string broken, they flew back and fell heavily to the ground. 1 move. Only 1 move was used. People stared at this scene blankly. Of course the people in Donghai City want to see Li Fingxing win. But it's too fast. So relaxing.
Call!
Just when people were shocked, the armored griffin in the sky saw that its master was severely injured. and rushed towards Li Fengxing desperately. Li Fengxing snorted coldly, turned around suddenly, and struck the armored griffin's wings with a single blow from his big sword. The armored griffin screamed miserably and crashed to the ground. The coal pool golden horn dragon rushed over and bit the armored griffin's neck in one bite.
Silly bird! How can you be so arrogant in front of the ice dragon?
The coal pool golden horn dragon bit the armored griffin's neck and threw the latter to the ground.
Okay, let it go!
Li Fengxing was worried that Han Dan's golden horn dragon would bite the armored griffin to death. So he quickly reminded him. He tilted his head slightly, glanced at the two people who were receiving the treatment of beast control, and sighed.
How dare you run into Donghai City and run wild like a chicken or a dog? Let's go back and practice for 10 years before we talk.
The two men were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Feng Tianlin, who was resting on the other side, was completely silent at this time. Still fighting or not? I originally thought that Chen Fan was the only monster in Donghai City. Why do you feel like there are monsters everywhere now? As for Li Fengxing's sword just now, he might not be able to withstand it if he goes up. Feng Tianlin was at a loss. Here, Henry Chu saw Feng Tianlin's eyes were distracted, shook his head, and walked down to the ring again. Feng Tianlin was furious.
Chu Xian! Stop!
Being looked down on again and again. Feng Tianlin felt like he was about to explode with anger.
I have rested. I will fight you now.
Feng Tianlin roared.
After I destroy you, I will destroy Li Fengxing. None of you can escape.
Henry Chu turned sideways and said expressionlessly.
I really can't be interested in you in this state. And although you have a healing beast to help you heal, the star power you consume cannot be replenished in a short time. It is meaningless to defeat you in this state.
Feng Tianlin was so angry that he was shaking all over. Henry Chu said again.
I am now a second grade. Second level heaven. Are you sure you want to fight me?
Feng Tianlin was stunned. The entire martial arts arena was so silent that you could hear a needle drop. Didn't Henry Chu break through to the second level during the arena competition some time ago? How come it was only a few days before he became a second grade? Second level heaven again? This talent is so terrifying. Feng Tianlin's fighting spirit was completely crushed by Chu Xian's words. Shen Hongxiu and Feng Qingqing glared at Henry Chu fiercely. It's okay if Henry Chu didn't say those words. But once he said those words, Feng Tianlin doesn't dare to fight now. In strange silence, Henry Chu suddenly summoned the Dark Blood Stone Man.
Stone! Go and practice your skills!
Everyone was shocked. Is it true that Chu Xian, who is already in the second level, is too lazy to take action? He actually summoned only one beast to fight Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin felt blood rushing to his head, and he was about to go crazy.
Xian Chu! You!
Before he finished speaking, the dark-blooded stone man had already put on obsidian armor and added
light rock technique
to himself, and then walked over with a sledgehammer.
You want to die!
Feng Tianlin, who was on the verge of going crazy, waved his hand. The savage prison dragon and the frozen bird, one on the ground and the other in the sky, rushed over at the same time.
Roar!
The dark-blooded stone man shouted violently, and his huge body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. With a slap of his left hand, he slapped the frozen bird flying over.
Boom!
The poor frozen bird didn't even have time to react before he was slapped down, hit the ground, and passed out. Feng Tianlin. What the HL? Why can such a big stone man jump so high? Feng Tianlin gritted his teeth, took 2 quick steps with his sword, and struck the dark-blooded stone man, who was quickly falling to the ground with one strike. The dark-blooded stone man had already expected it, and the giant hammer with spikes in his hand hit Feng Tianlin's sword.
When?
The giant hammer and sword struck together. Feng Tianlin's face turned red, and Tung 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 kept retreating. Seeing this, the savage prison dragon first added a layer of armor to Feng Tianlin, then opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of flames towards the dark-blooded stone man. After the dark-blood stone man applied the
light rock technique
to himself, he moved very quickly. He just moved a few meters to the right and easily avoided the flames of the savage prison dragon. Then, he raised the palm of his left hand upward, and then pressed it down sharply.
Rockfall!
Stones fell from the sky one after another, hitting the savage prison dragon. The savage prison dragon subconsciously looked up.
Rage and charge!
The dark-blooded stone man made a furious charge, and knocked the wild prison dragon away.
Bang 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 bang!
After the dark-blood stone man knocked away the wild prison dragon, he quickly rushed towards Feng Tianlin, who was still breathing, and hit the latter's head hard with a hammer. Feng Tianlin was beaten to the point of losing his temper. After the previous few games, his star power was also consumed a lot. How could he still dare to fight head-on? As soon as the dark-blooded stone man's hammer hit him, he was like a acidic cat, passing through the dark-blooded stone man's armpit, and then struck back with a sword on the dark-blooded stone man's back.
When?
A crack was cut into the obsidian armor of the dark-blood stone man. But the dark-blood stone man didn't care. His body suddenly turned, and the giant hammer landed at Feng Tianlin's feet.
Boom!
The violent energy mixed with gravel knocked Feng Tianlin away.
Roar!
The dark-blooded stone man held the giant hammer and used Exposed Crash again. This Exposed Crash is a skill that Shen Fan awakened after helping the dark-blood stone man break through to level 6. Gather all your power and form a stronger armor on your body to hit the enemy crazily. If the distance between the two parties is relatively far, Feng Tianlin can easily avoid it. But at this time, the two were less than 3 meters apart. As soon as the dark-blood stone man rushed over, he knocked Feng Tianlin away with a bang.
Puff!
Feng Tianlin felt as if he had been hit by a truck. His eyes went black. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground, rolling over again and again. The savage prison dragon on the other side stumbled back. The dark-blooded stone man was about to take action, but was stopped by the referee.
That's it. You've already won. Roar!
Waves of roars erupted from the surrounding stands. The people in Donghai City were roaring like chicken blood. So relieved. Easily defeat the second level with just one beast. Feng Tianlin. Aren't you very arrogant? Even Henry Chu can't beat a beast. Just look at how arrogant you are. In the stands, Zhang Yufan looked at Jiang Yuanfan. Jiang Yuanfan looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said quietly,
I've been away from Yanwu City for so many days, and I feel a little homesick.
Chapter 158. After cultivating so many beasts, we are just waiting for them to harvest energy. The sun sets. Ares Academy. Yi Hao was wearing battle armor, carrying a storm axe, standing on the back of the sacred bull, and walked at the front. Behind him is the heavy beetle king, and on the back of the heavy beetle king stands Chu Xian, who is also wearing armor. Behind him is the dragon-blooded mad lion, and on the back of the dragon-blooded mad lion is Shen Tao. At the back were Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge. Along the way, all the teachers and students of Ares Academy, who saw them, moved out of the way and stood on both sides and applauded. Although many people did not go to the city lord's mansion to practice martial arts, almost everyone had watched the live broadcast. Like a soldier returning in triumph, Yi Hao stood on the sacred bull of heaven. Arrogant and arrogant. Henry Chu was expressionless as always, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Shen Taodao's face is the ugliest. After Feng Tianlin and his two beasts were defeated by the dark-blooded stone man, they never played again. The reason is simple. First, Feng Tianlin's psychological defense line has been broken down and his fighting spirit has been lost. Secondly, although there were two high-level healing beasts treating Feng Tianlin, which could improve his injuries, the star power of Feng Tianlin and his beasts were consumed in successive battles. This was also the reason why he was attacked by dark blood. The most important reason for the defeat of the stone man. Although Feng Tianlin fell on the edge of madness, he still had a trace of sanity after all. He would not be happy to send himself there and let Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge take turns beating them up. Therefore, after being defeated by the dark blood stone man, Feng Tianlin chose to admit defeat. As soon as he admitted defeat, Bai Rouge and Shen Taodao became angry. We came here with high morale. We just beat you twice and you gave in? How can this work? But Feng Tianlin refused to take action even if he was beaten to death. So he led the two people in a desperate attempt to escape. There was no other way. A strong man came out from the city lord's mansion and conveyed the wishes of the Chu family, Yi family and other family heads, and asked Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge to play a few exhibition games with the beast masters. Seeing that Henry Chu and Yi Hao wanted to beat their own people, Feng Tianlin shamelessly sneaked back. The first game, Fang Qingqing vs Shen Hongxiu. Shen Hongxiu's blood-devouring Bat King originally brought a group of subordinates, but that group of subordinates died when they were in the second secret environment of the Ring Mountain. Now that the blood-devouring Bat King has no subordinates, his strength has dropped sharply. On the other hand, Fang Qingqing's Ice White Python skill proficiency was increased to 100 by Chen Fan when they were in 10,000 Beast Mountain, breaking the upper limit of 100. It was much stronger than Shen Hongxiu's several beasts. Phew. And the goblin also carried a pack of bombs and kept throwing bombs. Shen Hongxiu was quickly defeated and turned blue with anger. The second game, Bai Rouge vs Shen Naotao. Bai Rouge's Black Iron Dragon Turtle has strong defense, and his skill proficiency has exceeded the limit of 100. He used a move,
Flying Wind Dance,
to spin wildly, turning this way, turning that way, and the magic of love circled. The dragon-blooded Mad Lion and chicken-blooded dragon breathed fire for a long time, but failed to break the defense of the Black Iron Dragon Turtle. Instead, after the Black Iron Dragon Turtle's attention was attracted by the Black Iron Dragon Turtle, they were hit by the skills of the six-winged flying snake. After a while, he was knocked to the ground. Afterwards, Bai Rouge led 3 beasts to chase Shen Naotao. Shen Daotao and his Night Sabers fought hard for a long time with 2 against 4. They accidentally fell into the illusion of the phantom giant lizard, and were pinned to the ground by Bai Rouge and beaten violently. Shen Taoao failed miserably. The third game, Yi Hao vs Li Fengxing. The star power of Yi Hao's 4 beasts was also stronger than that of Li Fengxing, and they firmly had the upper hand. But the problem is, Li Fengxing is wearing headphones, and has been following the instructions of his sister Li Qingyan. Although he is at a disadvantage, he still fights back and forth. Later, when Li Qingyan realized something was wrong, he immediately asked Li Fengxing to jump off the ring and admit defeat. So although Li Fengxing lost, he was unscathed. The fourth game, Chu Xian vs Shen Taoao plus Li Fengxing. Although Chu Xian was already at the second level, Shen Naotao and Li Fengxing not only had 1 more person, but also 3 more beasts. In this battle, Henry Chu had no advantage. Unfortunately, there was no tacit understanding between Shen Naotao and Li Fengxing. Instead, there were too many beasts, causing chaos. Shen Taoao was beaten by Bai Rouge earlier, and was in a very bad mood. So he just beat him hard, trying to regain his face with Henry Chu. But he neglected to cooperate with Li Fengxing. The nagging dragon-blooded lion accidentally collided with the fierce horned tiger and fell to pieces. The dark-blooded stone man seized the opportunity and rushed forward to give them a hit, directly destroying the 2 beasts. Upon seeing this, the coward Handan Golden Horned Dragon jumped off the ring without Li Fengxing. The green fire deer is a follower. When the boss, Handan Golden Horned Dragon, runs away, it will follow suit. Li Qingyan had no choice but to let Li Fengxing give up. But Shen Taoao didn't have time to admit defeat. After being hit by the heavy Beetle King, Henry Chu grabbed his wrist and threw him to the ground like a sack. Henry Chu didn't make any more moves. But the dark-blooded stone man didn't stop and kicked Shen Daotao into the stands. If he and Yi Hao hadn't changed into armor with strong defense yesterday, Shen Taoao would probably have been vomiting blood for a long time with just this kick. Although he was not injured, Shen Taoao was still very angry. Today I am obviously here to fight Feng Tianlin. I am obviously here to vent my anger. And I am obviously here to have fun. Why did he not touch a single hair of Feng Tianlin, but was beaten several times by his own people? On the way to Ares Academy, Shen Naotao had a long face and looked angry. Yi Hao looked back and saw Shen Naotao's face elongated like a donkey. He couldn't help but shook his head and said,
"Oh, both humans and dogs are showing off. Only Naotao is being beaten."
Shen Hongxiu and others immediately looked at Yi Hao with dark faces. Yi Hao realized something was wrong, so he jumped off the back of the sacred cow and scurried out. Shen Hongxiu shook her fist with a dark face.
"You can run fast."
Shen Taoao was stunned.
Howsy was right. Why did you run away? It's true that I was the only one being beaten,
Li Fengxing said.
The second half of the sentence is correct. But there must be something wrong with the first half of the sentence. He said it's a human or a dog. Isn't this scolding us?
As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Rouge held his neck and slapped him on the ground. Shen Hongxiu raised her foot and kicked Li Fengxing on the back. Fang Qingqing glanced around timidly, then raised her foot and gave Li Fengxing a kick. Li Fengxing was furious.
That's what Yi Hao said. Not me. Why did you hit me?
Shen Taoao shrugged.
I feel better now. I'm not the only one being beaten.
At this time, Yi Hao, who ran to the Beast Control Teaching Building, shouted,
Brother Fan, we are back.
This guy is already in the second level, and he is so angry that he shouts like thunder. Many students and teachers were shocked. The teachers ran out of the classroom and stood in the corridor pointing and poking at Yi Hao. Chen Fan also walked to the corridor, looked down, and said,
Come back as soon as you come back. Why are you screaming?
Yi Hao was so proud that he continued to shout.
Brother Fan, do you think I'm awesome?
Chen Fan waved his hand and shouted loudly.
Don't look.
Yi Hao. Everyone was stunned for a moment as they climbed up to the senior high school floor. The entire corridor was crowded with carts. The carts are full of cooked monster meat. What is this doing? Do you welcome everyone back in triumph? Are you ready to start the party? Yi Hao grabbed Li Sheng and asked about it before he found out that Chen Fan had actually donated another batch of resources to the school. What's the situation? Is he in a panic because he has so much money to burn? A group of people walked up to Chen Fan. Seeing the dean and a group of teachers in the distance, Yi Hao asked in a low voice,
Brother Fan, what are you doing?
Chen Fan raised his fingers at everyone. And when everyone leaned forward and listened, he whispered mysteriously,
Show off your wealth.
Everyone. The dean on the other side saw everyone and walked over with a group of teachers.
Great job.
The teaching director patted Yi Hao on the shoulder, smiled and nodded at Fang Qingqing and others.
While we are busy, we are watching the live broadcast of every move you perform in the martial arts field at the City Lord's Mansion. We are watching. Well done. You have brought glory to our Donghai City. Especially Henry Chu, who has actually reached the second level of the second level. It's amazing.
Henry Chu's face was expressionless, as if the dean was not praising him. At this time, the head teacher of class 7 walked up to Yi Hao, sighed and said,
Chen Fan has donated a lot of resources to the school. Tens of millions.
Yi Hao glanced at his class teacher and blinked. The head teacher of class 7 looked at Yi Hao faintly and sighed again. Yi Hao pretended to be stupid, showed a very innocent expression, and giggled at his class teacher. The head teacher of class 3 walked up to Fang Qingqing and sighed.
Chen Fan has donated a lot of resources to the school. Tens of millions.
Fang Qingqing's face turned red and she said,
Old teacher, can I also donate 10 million?
The head teacher of class 3 immediately changed his face and smiled brightly.
As expected of you, you are the number 1 in our class 3, and you are worthy of being a genius child of the Fang family. Teacher is proud of you.
Fang Qingqing blushed and said nothing. After the class teacher of class 7 was stunned for a moment, he turned around and looked at Yi Hao Cao. Yi Hao was gone. This brat. Suddenly, Li Sheng walked up to Li Fingxing.
Fingxing, you played very well this afternoon. Very good. I saw you fight 1 against 2, and beat them until they were unable to fight back. I felt so relieved.
Li Fingxing scratched his head.
No. It's mainly because Brother Fan helped us.
Otherwise, Li Sheng smiled like a spring breeze and said,
Fingxing, Chen Fan and Qingqing have donated so many resources to the school. You have such a good relationship with them. Why don't you donate some too?
The dean of students and a group of teachers were shocked. The school should have provided resources to students. For example, Chu Xian and Fang Qingqing could receive 80,000 alliance coins every month, and all students could eat in the cafeteria for free. Chen Fan donated resources voluntarily. It's already shameless to ask current students for resources. Li Sheng actually went to Li Fingxing to ask for a donation. Li Fingxing is from Tianshan Academy. I'm not a student of Aries Academy. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Li Fingxing nodded honestly.
Okay.
If Qingqing donates 10 million, then I will donate 10 million too.
Everyone was shocked again. Especially Yi Hao's class teacher. He used to imitate Li Sheng and ran to Yi Hao to complain. But Yi Hao pretended to be stupid and hid. Unexpectedly, Li Sheng could even get Li Fingxing's money. This is too crazy. At this time,
Li Fingxing said sarcastically, Mr. Li, I haven't received the money from the last mining operation yet. So let's take it on credit first.
Everyone was shocked again. Is there such an operation? Donate resources and get credit? Li Sheng waved his hands repeatedly.
It's okay. It'll be fine in a few days.
If you dare to default on your debt, I will find your Li family. Li Sheng turned to look for Shen Hongxiu again. But Shen Hongxiu didn't know where she went. Li Sheng looked for Bai Rouge again. But Bai Rouge also disappeared. Finally, Li Sheng stared at Shen Taoao with a smile.
Taoao, you performed very well this afternoon.
Shen Taoao said with a dark face.
I will get beaten this afternoon.
Li Sheng still smiled. And he smiled openly.
In your battle with Ru Ge, and in the battle with Chu Xian, there were indeed many problems. Looking back, I will send all the problems I found to you. When the time comes, you can have a good chat with your class teacher. If you solve those problems, I think your strength can be improved to the next level. Thank you, Teacher Li.
Shen Taoao said a little embarrassedly.
Then I will also donate 10 million. After all, Brother Fan is from Aries Academy, and we are where we are today with his help.
A group of teachers stared at Li Sheng in disbelief. Li Sheng patted Shen Nao's shoulder amiably and said,
I have always told Chen Fan before that we should not care about the competition between the 3 colleges. Brothers should help each other. I'm very happy that he helped you like this.
Chen Fan, when did you ever say that to me? Li Sheng continued.
I hope your relationship will be as good as now in the future. And it will get better and better. Let's all work together to get out of Donghai City. Go to the world. And reach the top.
Shen Naodao and Li Fengxing looked at each other. A bright light flashed in their eyes, and then nodded fiercely at the same time. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. This is too deceptive. I donate resources because I have my own purpose. I need to breed animals. You might as well give me your money. Li Sheng looked at Henry Chu again. Henry Chu said expressionlessly,
I will also donate 10 million.
Li Sheng patted Xian Chu on the shoulder happily.
I knew you would be like this. You are not only a genius student of Ares Academy, but also Chen Fan's militant and friendly brother. Unlike Hongxiu and Rouge. They are girls. No, maybe he considers Chen Fan a brother. No matter how much Chen Fan helps them. They,
Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge walked out of the classroom.
I donated 10 million for Xiao Fan's sake. I donated 10 million for my uncle's sake.
A group of teachers were petrified. Chen Fan was completely speechless. However, 10 million is indeed nothing to Shen Hongxiu and others. The fire demon stone dug up in the first secret realm is a small treasure. Those fire demon stones were entrusted to Ares Academy for processing. And the money has not been obtained yet. If you get it. So Chen Fan was too lazy to take care of it. Suddenly, Shen Didao approached Chen Fan and asked,
Brother Fan, there is something I don't understand. Why are all the beasts at the same level? But Rouge's black iron dragon turtle seems to be able to crush my beasts. My dragon-blooded mad lion and chicken-blooded dragon breathed fire at the black iron dragon turtle at the same time. But they still couldn't break through its defense.
Why? Henry Chu's expression moved slightly, and he said,
I always had this problem when I was in the secret realm before. I found that Xiaobai's skills seem to be much more powerful than the skills of their beast masters at the same level. Xiaobai has a thunder attribute, so his attack power is normal. But Gongzi and Jade's skills and attack power are also very powerful at the same level. They have no rivals at all.
In the classroom, Xiaobai and Gongzi, who were playing with other beast masters, ran out after hearing their names. The jade flew directly to Chen Fan's head.
It should be a matter of skill proficiency.
Chen Fan muttered.
It's like a sword move you practice 3 or 5 times. And one you practice 10,000 times. There is a huge difference. Even if your star power doesn't change. The speed and attack power of this move may be completely different. After Rouge gave me the black iron dragon turtle to cultivate, I took it, Xiaobai and the others to hunt many monsters. So it improved a lot. Not only that, Long Gui, like Xiaobai and the others, have experienced many life and death crises with me. Whether it's a human or a beast, when faced with a life or death crisis, it's easy for them to unleash their potential.
Everyone nodded. Even a group of teachers nearby could not refute these words. The training of beast control skills is in itself the most important part of the beast master's education. Chen Fan felt happy when he saw everyone nodding their heads. Of course, he would not tell everyone that after he raised the Black Iron Dragon Turtle's skill proficiency to 100 points. Both the Black Iron Dragon Turtle and Xiaobai's skill proficiency had evolved. And now the upper limit has reached 150 points. As for other beast masters, including teacher Li Sheng's level 8 alpaca, the current skill proficiency limit is only 100 points. The skill proficiency levels of Shintao's Dragon Blood Lion and Chicken Dragon are only over 60. But the skill proficiency of several skills of the Black Iron Dragon Turtle has now reached over 140. Chen Fan is also looking forward to it. When Xiaobai and the others reach 150 points in skill proficiency, and then practice for a while, will there be a new upper limit, such as 200 points or 250 points? The higher the upper limit, the stronger their skill attack power and speed will definitely be at the same level. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. If you don't increase the level of the Beast Master, but only add a little skill proficiency to the Beast Master, does this count as being cultivated by yourself? If this can be considered as nurturing, then there is no need to personally feed the beasts and instill system energy like today. Chen Fan glanced at the
black water alpaca
that was eating in the classroom. That is the beast of the class teacher Li Sheng. Next to the alpaca, there is an 8-eyed demon spider, which is the beast of the 4th class teacher. Chen Fan deliberately yawned, walked into the classroom, and walked in front of the beasts. He then added 30 points of skill proficiency to the alpacas, 8-eyed demon spiders, and other beasts. These beasts are quite special and easy to remember. After a while, check the system energy details to see if there is any energy boosted by the alpacas. That's okay if this is the case. This is my world. Henry Chu and others also walked into the classroom. Yi Hao's guy appeared out of nowhere.
Brother Fan. Let's go to the second secret realm again tomorrow. We haven't finished digging the fire demon stone yet.
Shen Tao immediately said.
Yes. We have to dig early. Now many people know that there is a fire demon stone in Area D of the second secret realm. I don't know how many people are running there during this time. Even my brother Shen Xiao is thinking about the fire demon stone. If I hadn't threatened him with Brother Fan, he would have tried to take the map away from me.
Hearing this, Fang Qingqing and Li Fengxing became a little nervous.
You go ahead this time. I won't go.
Shen Fan said.
I have a lot of things to do during this period. After Li Qingyan and Shen Xiao watched your battle this afternoon, they will probably drag the people from the Huanhai Pioneer Group and Tiansheng Pioneer Group to me soon. There is indeed a lot going on during this time. In addition to helping several pioneer groups to cultivate beasts, Qin Fan is also preparing to help Xiaobai and Gongzi make breakthroughs in the past few days. Qin Fan added,
In 3 days, I will ask the Red-backed Scorpion and the Death Spider Emperor to accompany you, and I will still have a share. Any questions?
Everyone smiled and shook their heads. The level 12 Red-backed Scorpion is the Night Battle Beast of the God of War Pioneer Group. The level 12 Death Spider Emperor is Shen Zhao's Beast of the Fantasy Sea Pioneering Group. Qin Fan plans to take time out in the next 2 days to raise the combat power levels of these 2 beasts to level 13. In this case, if Chu Xian and the others take these 2 beasts to the second secret realm, they could also harvest a lot of system energy.
Qin Fan, aren't you going this time?
A trace of disappointment flashed in Fang Qingqing's eyes. Shen Hongxiu said,
Xiao Fan does have a lot of things to do during this period. We can just go by ourselves. With the Red-backed Scorpion and the Death Spider Emperor. This trip will be worry-free.
Bai Rouge also nodded. Qin Fan said,
Actually, even if there is no Death Spider Emperor and Red-backed Scorpion, you can still walk sideways in Area D of the second secret realm this time. But it's better to be careful. Who knows if a monster like the Grimace Lizard will appear again? Let's take this opportunity to let the Dark Bloodstone Man and Chicken Dragon practice their skills. Training at the training ground is very different from killing monsters in a secret realm.
After saying that, Qin Fan looked at the dean, who was also eating in the classroom, and said,
Director, many students have achieved breakthroughs in beast control this afternoon. Those who have not achieved breakthroughs will eat more high-level monster meat tomorrow and the day after tomorrow.
We can also break through. Should we organize a few trials and let them take the beast masters to hunt more monsters? Hunting monsters in the wilderness can improve their strength as quickly as possible. Not bad. Not bad.
The dean nodded.
I was thinking about this just now. I will go back and study it with them later.
Qin Fan smiled and nodded with satisfaction.
Then I'll go back to the Beast Breeders Association first.
After a day of hard work and helping so many beasts break through, I just expect them to hunt monsters and harvest energy. Xiaobai and Gongzi followed immediately. Chu Xian and Yi Hao also followed. This time, they did not live in the school dormitory because everyone had received the message from home regarding this breakthrough to the second level realm and the improvement of the beast control level. I need to go home and explain it carefully. While walking on the road, Li Fengxing suddenly looked at the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn wrapped around Shen Hongxiu's wrist and asked,
Little Golden Horn, what was that song you sang on the way here just now? It's pretty good.
The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast was stunned.
Which song is it?
Li Fengxing.
The lyrics are lying and licking pig buttocks. And liking to take shit.
Everyone was stunned and looked at Shen Hongxiu. Is there such a song? Hongxiu likes to listen to this kind of song? And taught this kind of song to Little Golden Horn? Shen Hongxiu looked at the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast with a dark face. The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast was stunned for a moment and said,
I've never sung this kind of song before.
Li Fengxing insisted.
You sang it. You just sang it in front of the Ares Academy.
Qin Fan blinked and said,
Is that what it's singing about?
As he said that, he started singing.
3 points are destined by nature. 7 points depend on hard work.
Li Fengxing nodded repeatedly.
Yes, that's it.
The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast was stunned for a moment, and then roared hysterically.
What I sang was 3 points of destiny. 7 points of hard work. It was 3 points of destiny. 7 points of hard work. It's not lying and licking pig buttocks and liking to take shit. What kind of ears are those of yours?
Ha ha ha. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao laughed loudly. Li Fengxing muttered.
It's obviously your own unclear speech. But you still blame my ears.
He just finished saying this. Ahead, Xiao Hei flew over quickly. Behind, A group of female teachers were carrying brooms and mops, leading a group of beasts, chasing after them angrily. Everyone immediately looked at Jin Fan.
Jin Fan shrugged. Look at what I do. It's not Xiao Hei. Don't think every time you see a black bird, it's a black bird.
The words just fell. Xiao Hei flew back again.
Master, help. These girls are crazy and I laughed at their beasts. And they were going to beat me.
Jin Fan calmly bent down and picked up Xiao Bai and Gongzi, then rushed out with a hiss and jumped on Bai Yi's back. Before Xiao Hei could catch up, the white crane flapped its wings, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Xiao Hei cursed and chased after him. Henry Chu shook his head.
Jin Fan has already driven west. Let's go home too.
Shin Hongxiu glared angrily.
That's the east. Go east.
Bai Rouge glanced sideways at Henry Chu.
Are you really a top student at Ares Academy? Can you use idioms wrongly?
Henry Chu summoned the Heavy Beetle King, jumped on the Heavy Beetle King's back, and walked away quickly. Chapter 159, I am here to breed animals. Early morning. The sun rises, covering the earth with rays of glow. Jin Fan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bedside, opened his eyes. System energy, 94560. Host, Jin Fan. Level, 2nd level.
4th level.
Star power, 1,650 cards plus. Psychic power, 306 Hz plus. Tempered bone, 206 pieces, 169 pieces plus. Open pulse, 206, 169 plus. 3 days ago, his star power was still 759 calories. But in the past 3 days, after helping Xiaobai and the others improve by 1 combat power level and 1 racial level, Jin Fan's star power exceeded 1,650 cards. He is still only at the 2nd level and 4th level. But this star power is already comparable to the 3rd level and 4th level or above. There is a huge difference in cultivation between those who control beasts and those who do not. There is a huge difference in the cultivation between one beast control and multiple beasts. Among them, because Xiaoqing was originally level 9, the star power he fed back when he broke through was the largest. In comparison, the star power that Jin Fan had improved through his own cultivation in the past few days has become a bit insignificant. But Jin Fan was not in a hurry to sign more beasts. The system did not limit how many beasts he could sign, but his cultivation realm limited the number of beasts he could sign. If every beast-controlling breakthrough feeds back star power, with a few more beast-controlling beasts, Jin Fan's star power will reach a very terrifying level. This is not a good thing. The star power of a beast master or star warrior is limited by the realm of cultivation. For a 2nd level beast master or star warrior, the star sea is only that big and can only hold so much star power. When the star power contained in the star sea reaches saturation, the consequences of forcibly pouring star power into it again will be disastrous. A few nights ago, when Yi Hao and the others came to the training ground, this happened to Yi Hao after he received the star power fed back by the 3 beasts. Yi Hao, who was in the 5th level of heaven, felt that his star power had reached its limit, and his face showed pain. In the end, Jin Fan came to help and helped him temporarily compress his star power. Fortunately, I didn't help Yi Hao upgrade Holy Moon Morning Glory to level 7 that day. Otherwise, on the other hand, the strength of the star power is also related to the strength of the meridians. Although the meridians have been opened up, it takes time to use the star power to widen and refine them to increase their strength. The time for Jin Fan to practice was too short. It only took more than a month to fully calculate. The strength of his current meridians can support about 2,000 calories of star power, which is almost the limit. If the star power were a little more, for example, if it reached more than 2,300 calories, he would probably have to be careful when operating the star power. Once the star power is fully used, his meridians may be broken by his own star power. If you want to expand the Sea of Stars, you need to continue to improve your cultivation level. If you want to broaden and strengthen your meridians, you need time to continuously refine and polish them. Fortune Fan. His current star power has far exceeded that of a beast master or star warrior of the same level. And with Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, they were enough to support him in practicing smoothly. In the future, if you sign more contracts to control beasts, you will have to strictly control them according to your own level of cultivation. Jin Fan scanned the system panel. The system energy has increased again. Lin Lingfei and the wild and violent apes are still killing people. But with only such a beast, the system energy that can be improved is still limited after all. Jin Fan pondered for a moment and sent a message to Shen Qing.
Vice Captain Jin, If you have time, please take Jin Yu to the 3rd secret realm, or the 4th secret realm. My training ground is too small. Not suitable for Jin Yu's size and level of beast control training. If you want to help it break through, you need to cooperate with high-intensity training. But my own level of cultivation is too low to be suitable for taking it into the 3rd secret realm, or the 4th secret realm. You take it to the secret realm, and let it fight with those monsters in the secret realm. No matter how many levels of monsters there are, the more you kill, the better. And the more tired you are, the better. If the training intensity can meet the standard, maybe I can shorten the training time and help it break through. Chen Fan didn't want Jin Yu Hai Dongqing to be idle. If a level 17 flying beast with group attack skills enters a secret realm, especially the 3rd secret realm where countless killer bees live, and kills monsters, wouldn't that mean killing a large area at a time? The first time, he helped Chen Qing cultivate Jin Yu Hai Dongqing. Chen Fan went there for money, because he was really short of money. Now Chen Fan is not short of money, but he is short of energy. What's the point of having a trained beast sleeping in this training ground every day? The sea is as wide as the fish can jump, and the sky is as high as the birds can fly. Such a high-level beast that he has cultivated should enter the secret realm and kill him so hard that it will turn the world upside down. Only in this way can the energy of his system be transformed. Jin Qing immediately replied, "Okay, I'll be there right away." Chen Fan was very satisfied when he saw this information. The first impression Jin Qing gave him was that he was a little cold and a little hard to talk to. Even though he saved Jin Qing once, Jin Qing still looked cold and unsmiling when talking to him. But after he helped Jin Qing cultivate Jin Yu Hai Dongqing, the deputy leader of the God of War Pioneer group would hardly say no to him now. This is great and saves a lot of trouble. Unlike Li Qingyan. Li Qingyan clearly knew that Li Fengxing and Chu Xian's beast masters had broken through a combat power level and a racial level overnight after being cultivated by Chen Fan. But she had not come to her door in the past few days. It seemed that Li Qingyan was not afraid of rabbits. I am afraid that only after she is sure that the 1,000 June ants have broken through to level 13, she will return the news to the Tiansheng Pioneer Group, and then ask the people from the Tiansheng Pioneer Group to contact her. Chen Fan was not in a hurry. He could afford to wait for a day, 2 days, a month or 2. No matter what, the beasts of the 3 pioneer groups cannot escape from his grasp. Chen Fan looked at the system panel again. There are 37 bones and 37 meridians left. This time Ming Ming's star power was more than double that before. But the speed of bone tempering and pulse opening was much slower. The further back you go, the more difficult it becomes. The 37 bones and 37 meridians at the back will probably take some effort. Chen Fan walked out of the room and lay down on the rocking chair. Outside, Jade swam in the small lake and played with a group of fish, having a great time. On the other side of the training ground, Xiao Bai and the Death Spider Emperor were fighting fiercely. Xiao Bai, who was already at level 7, and Lao Yuan joined forces and were circling Shinjiao's Death Spider Emperor, attacking continuously. Gongzi and Xiao He, who were also at level 7, joined forces to move around Li Qingyan's giant ant, while constantly activating the Amethyst Thrust, trying to break through the giant ant's defense. The Death Spider Emperor and the 1,000 June ants only defended but did not attack. They only cooperated with Xiaobai and Gongzi in their training. But on the other side, Xiaoqing and the Red-Backed Scorpio, who fought in the night battle, were a bit inseparable. Although Red-Backed Scorpio was promoted to level 13 by Chen Fan, his combat power level was only increased by 1 level, and his racial level was still medium extraordinary. As for Xiaoqing, not only did her combat power level break through to level 10, but her racial level was also raised from high extraordinary to low lord by Chen Fan. Simply judging from the level, Xiaoqing is now just 1 level lower than Red-Backed Scorpio. The battle between the two sides was extremely dangerous. Although the Red-Backed Scorpio had the upper hand, he was unable to dodge several times and was hit by Xiaoqing's rock cannon move, which also caused him to scream in pain. After watching the battle for a while, Chen Fan turned his attention to Xiao Bai's attribute panel. Although I had already seen this information when I helped them break through last night. But looking at this information at this moment, Chen Fan couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Name of the beast, Ragdoll Cat Xiao Bai. Combat power level, level 7. Race level, Middle Lord. Racial level evolution route, 3. The first one is the ordinary evolution route. Ragdoll Cat Bloodthirsty Cat Starry Sky Shadow Cat. The second, Hidden Mutation Evolution route. Ragdoll Cat Phantom Thunder Cat Purple Lightning Cat King. The third, Hidden Mutation Evolution route. Ragdoll Cat Purple Electric Cat King Purple Electric Thunder Tiger Bays. Xiaobai's third evolutionary route appeared a bit late. You know, when he helped the Black Iron Dragon Turtle break through to level 6 in the hospital. The Black Iron Dragon Turtle had a third evolutionary path. But Chen Fan didn't care much about this. What Chen Fan cares about is Xiaobai's third evolutionary route. The Ultimate Bai Zai. This is the mythical beast in the myths and legends of the east of the earth. Bai Zai, according to legend, is the greatest lord of rewards and punishments in the world, and is in charge of the Eye of Thunder. Chen Fan didn't think much about it when he helped Chu Xian and the others cultivate the beasts and discovered that the evolutionary path of the Cold Pond Golden Horn Dragon was ultimately a Frost Dragon. Frost Dragon is more westernized. There should be no such name in Eastern myths and legends. The names of the divine dragons in Eastern myths and legends are Green Dragon, Five-Clawed Golden Dragon, Anli Dragon. But after helping Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others break through last night, Chen Fan was shocked to find that in the evolutionary roots of Xiaobai and Gongzi, there were names from some myths and legends that he had seen back then. Name of the beast, Guko the Green-Eyed Honey Badger. Combat power level, level 7. Race level, Middle Lord. Beast control attribute Rock type. Racial skills, Crazy Bite plus. Magic Crystal Armor plus. Amethyst Thrust plus. Bloodthirsty plus. Furious Charge plus, within a distance of 20 meters. Charge at 3 times the original fastest speed. Rush towards the enemy. And let the enemy's speed is reduced by 60% for 6 seconds. Evolutionary Route 3. The first one is the ordinary evolution route. Blue-Eyed Honey Badger Wild Honey Badger Black Iron Honey Badger. The second, Hidden Mutation Evolution route. Blue-Eyed Honey Badger Crystallized Honey Badger Fighting Dragon Honey Badger. The third, Hidden Mutation Evolution route. Blue-Eyed Honey Badger Fighting Dragon Honey Badger Purple Unicorn Void Unicorn. Name of the Royal Beast, Red-Eyed Ape. Combat Power Level, Level 7. Race Level, Middle Lord. Beast Control Attribute, Shadow System. Racial Level Evolution Route 3. The first one is the ordinary evolutionary route. Red-Eyed Ape Blood-Eyed Demon Ape Shadow Ape. The second, Hidden Mutation Evolution route. Red-Eyed Ape 3-Eyed Assassin Ape 9 Nether Demon Ape. The third, Hidden Mutation Evolution route. Red-Eyed Ape 3-Eyed Demonic Ape Ancient Demonic Ape Qiongqi. Name of the beast, Soul-Eating Bird. Combat Power Level, Level 7. Race Level, Middle Lord. Beast Control Attribute, Demonic System. Racial Skills, Devouring Soul plus. Spiritual Spike plus. Shadow Arrow plus. Fear plus. Chaos Arrow plus. Evolutionary Route 3. The first route, the ordinary evolutionary route. The second route, the Hidden Mutation Evolution route. Soul Eater Bird Devourer Devil Commander. The second route, the Hidden Mutation Evolution route. Soul Eating Bird Demon Commander Hell Demon Phoenix Dark Phoenix. Xiaobai's third evolutionary route. The ultimate is the mythical beast Bai Zai. Gongzi's third evolutionary route ends with the mythical beast Qilin. The third evolutionary route of the old ape is the ultimate mythical beast Qiongqi. Even Xiaohei's third evolutionary route eventually turned into a phoenix. This guy really changed from a crow to a phoenix. The ragdoll cat turned into a white one. The honey badger turned into a unicorn. And the ape turned into a Qiongqi. This did not surprise Chen Fan too much. Before this, he already knew that this kind of racial evolution could transform the race. Under the stimulation of star power, racial evolution is full of infinite possibilities. Mountains, rivers and vegetation can transform demons into spirits. Antique swords can also breed spirits. Cats can evolve into lions and tigers. And pythons can grow legs and evolve into other species. Awakening can make things without attributes, and lifeless things awaken into species with attributes and life. Living species can also evolve into other species, including transform properties. These things are basic common sense that all beast masters know. What really surprised Chen Fan was that the ultimate evolution of Xiaobai and the others turned out to be mythical beasts from Eastern myths and legends. Some time ago, Chen Fan once thought of the mythical beasts in the ancient myths and legends of the earth. He suspected that those legendary beasts had ever appeared. Afterwards, thinking about so many people traveling through time every year, Chen Fan let his imagination run wild and doubted. Could it be that those mythical beasts such as the Azure Dragon, Suzaku and others in Earth's myths and legends have come to Blue Star? Unexpectedly, the names of those mythical beasts have begun to appear on Xiaobai's evolutionary path. So, do mythical beasts like Qiongqi and Phoenix really exist in this world? Chen Fan turned on the computer and checked it 1,000 times. After a while, he turned off the computer with a little disappointment. In this world, mythical beasts such as Bai Zhe and Qiongqi also only exist in myths and legends. I have never heard of anyone whose master beast is this kind of divine beast. Chen Fan sighed and looked at the jadeite in the small lake in the distance. Jadeite is now at level 7. And the racial level has also broken through to the medium lord. But there are still 2 evolutionary routes for jadeite. And there is no change. Emerald! Chen Fan waved his hand and called out. The emerald in the small lake immediately flew into the air and landed on Chen Fan's belly. No wonder slimes are called monsters. The jadeite flying out of the water did not touch a drop of water. Chen Fan squeezed Jade and said, Xiao Bai and the others are training hard. Why are you playing all the time? Jade climbed up Chen Fan's chest, chirping as he climbed. Lian, after practicing at night, I had a fight with a red-backed Scorpio. It flew. Intermittent, slightly childish voices sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan laughed dumbly. You also rolled up the red-backed Scorpio into the sky? How amazing! The current jadeite will definitely not be able to defeat the red-backed Scorpio. After all, the difference between the 2 sides is several levels. But the red-backed Scorpio was not as big as the Death Spider Emperor and the giant ant. He probably underestimated Jade. So he was swept up into the sky by Jade's storm. Hearing Chen Fan's compliment, Jade shook her head proudly. Chen Fan checked the skill proficiency of Jade Shui and Xiao Bai. He had already raised all the skill proficiency points of Xiao Bai and the others to 150 points before. However, Xiao Bai and Gongzi have been training hard these days. But they still haven't broken through the 150 points. Is this the upper limit? Only 150? Or is it that Xiao Bai's training intensity is still not enough? Chen Fan planned to continue observing for a few days. If that doesn't work, take Xiao Bai and the others out of the city to kill monsters. Chen Fan had a vague feeling that the system energy that focused on Xiao Bai's skill proficiency was more like a catalyst. After reaching 100 points, Xiao Bai and the others worked hard to break through the upper limit of 100 points. And the upper limit became 150 points. Theoretically, if Xiao Bai and the others practice hard for a while, this upper limit should exceed 150 points. Chen Fan held Jade in his arms and turned his attention to the 2 battles. Speaking of fighting, it is better to say training. Xiao Bai and Lao Yuan, as well as Jade and Xiao Qing, all have no awakening skills this time. But all their skills have become much stronger. Gongzi and Xiuhei have both awakened a skill. Gongzi awakened a skill, Rage Charge. Within a distance of 20 meters, he charged at 3 times the original fastest speed, rushing towards the enemy and reducing the enemy's speed by 60% for 6 seconds. This move made up for Gongzi's disadvantage of short legs. With this extra move, Gongzi is really like psoriasis, easily clinging to the opponent and fighting to the death. Xiao Hei awakened a skill, Chaos Arrow. This Chaos Arrow brings all the power together to form a dark dragon-like attack, which is much more powerful than the Shadow Arrow. But Shadow Arrow can be fired instantly, while Chaos Arrow needs to be charged for a while. Anyway, this guy finally has a skill that can kill enemies. At this time, it's time for breakfast. Several chefs specially arranged for Chen Fan by the Breeders' Association came in pushing the cooked ingredients. Xiao Bai and Gongzi all stopped. But instead of rushing towards the food, they all rushed towards Chen Fan. The Death Spider Emperor and 3 other level 13 beasts also walked towards Chen Fan. Whether it was the Death Spider Emperor and other 3 level 13 beasts, or Xiao Qing who had broken through to level 10, they all looked at Chen Fan with awe. Master Fan, breakfast is ready. Several chefs laid clean large tree leaves on the grass, and then put various ingredients on them. Every beast has its own territory. Only Gongzi and Jade don't follow the rules. One moment I eat yours, and the other moment you eat mine. There were also a lot of them on the stone table in front of Chen Fan. Only Lao Yuan and Chen Fan sat together to eat. Xiao Bai and the others don't like tables. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Fan nodded slightly. The chefs respectfully stepped down and pushed another large portion towards Jin Yu Hai Dongqing. After the Ice White Python and other beasts were taken away by Fang Qingqing and the others, the training ground became much deserted. Sudden, a beautiful figure walked in. Jinqing walked up to Chen Fan with her hands behind her back, wearing silver armor and a slight smile. Chen Fan smiled and nodded slightly. Have you had breakfast? Have some together? Already eaten. Jinqing glanced at Jin Yu Hai Dongqing on the other side, and then glanced at the Death Spider Emperor and the 1,000 June ants. Then, she said softly, did the Huanhai Pioneer Group and Tiansheng Pioneer Group also send the Beast Masters here? Chen Fan was silent for a moment, and then said, I am a businessman. If there is business, I will do it.
The competition between you pioneer groups has nothing to do with me.
Jin Qing's eyes dimmed slightly, but she still nodded. But Xin Fan added,
But having said that, Chu Xian and Yi Hao, as well as people from Qingqing's family, are all in the God of War pioneering group. Emotionally speaking, I will definitely lean more towards the God of War pioneer group.
Jin Qing's eyes lit up. Xin Fan took a sip of the soup and then said,
The only thing I can do is that no matter which pioneering group I breed beasts for, I will let your God of War pioneering group stay one step ahead.
Jin Qing looked at Xin Fan steadily, then smiled.
Thank you.
Xin Fan pointed at Jin Yu Hai Dongqing and said,
If you have time, you can take Jin Yu to the 3rd secret realm or the 4th secret realm for a tour. 10 to 15 days. I think it is about the same.
Jin Qing's eyes widened, and she said after a while,
Okay. By the way,
Xin Fan added,
I have some materials that I need your pioneer group to help me collect in the secret realm. I will send them to you on WeChat later. No problem.
Jin Qing nodded.
I will arrange it.
After Jin Qing takes Jin Yu Hai Dongqing away, Chu Xian and Yi Hao also came. The ice white python and other beasts immediately rushed over and got into a fight with Xiao Bai and the others. Shen Hongxiu walked over and said leisurely,
Who are you waiting for? Master? Waiting for an old friend. What are you waiting for him to do? Pay back the money. Sir, the slave family doesn't owe you any money. Right. I wasn't waiting for you either.
Shen Hongxiu looked at Xin Fan resentfully.
Then who are you waiting for? Wait for Chiyoko. I heard Henry Chu say that you blackmailed Chiyoko for 40 million? How do you call it blackmail? It's a mutually beneficial cooperation. Give me half. Have you heard of the old saying? What old saying? You're just thinking shit. Is this an old saying?
Li Fingxing couldn't stand it anymore and placed a steamer-like box on Xin Fan's stone table.
Brother Fan, I brought you something good. What good stuff? I heard that pig blood enema was a dish made by people from out of town. It's great.
Xin Fan blinked. This thing is a childhood memory. Xin Fan's eyes sparkled, and he opened the lid.
You finally did a good thing.
Shen Hongxiu glanced at Xin Fan, and then at the pig blood enema on the table. Feeling speechless for a while, Shen Taoao was stunned.
Brother Fan likes to eat this stuff?
In front of a group of people, Xin Fan immediately picked up a piece and put it into his mouth. Taste of childhood. Li Fingxing immediately said,
Let me tell you, even though the pig intestine is filled with feces, as long as you wash it clean and fry it with green peppers, you will never forget the taste in your life. Bang!
Xin Fan slapped his chopsticks on the table.
I won't eat.
Li Fingxing was stunned.
What's wrong? Brother Fan? Isn't it delicious? This tastes great. I ate a big plate before coming here.
Xin Fan's eyes widened.
Get out! Piss off!
Shen Hongxiu and others couldn't help laughing. At this moment, Henry Chu suddenly picked up a piece and ate it. Everyone. Henry Chu swallowed it silently and said,
It's strange. It tastes really good. Why haven't I eaten this dish before?
Everyone. Henry Chu sat down and finished a large plate of pig blood enema one bite at a time. Xin Fan.
Li Fingxing said that. How can you still eat it?
Henry Chu.
Why do you care about other people's opinions? Looking at your expression, you obviously knew what this was before you ate it. Even though you already knew it, you didn't feel sick. Why did you feel sick when Li Fingxing said it?
Xin Fan blinked and was speechless. Bai Ruj grinned. Xin Fan was speechless and raised his fingers towards the red-backed scorpion, the death spider emperor, and the giant ant. The three beasts ran over immediately.
I've told you before,
Xin Fan said.
The three of you will accompany Chu Xian and the others into the second secret realm this time. You must ensure their safety and follow their arrangements.
Red-backed Scorpio and three other beasts nodded at the same time. Now, what their master said did not have as much weight as what Xin Fan said. The red-backed Scorpio walked to Yi Hao. The Death Spider Emperor walked to Shen Hongxiu. Qianjuni walked to Li Fingxing's side. We all know to choose people who are close to us. Xin Fan raised his head and said in confusion,
What are you still doing here? Hurry and go to the second secret realm.
After driving a group of people out, Xin Fan asked Xiaobai and the others to return to the beast control space and walk outside the Beast Breeders Association. Some time ago, Master Zhang Hai arranged a animal breeding shop for him. The breeder's shop is on the street outside the Breeders Association, less than 500 meters away from the Breeders Association. It is the front of the Breeders Association to the outside world. There are many such facades of the Breeders Association. Usually, a senior animal breeder leads several animal breeding apprentices in the operation. This is an industry run by the Breeders Association. And it is also a place for the Breeders' Association to train breeders, and a place for novices to practice. Chen Fan walked along the street and found the animal breeding shop. There is a big river on the left side of this animal breeding shop, and a large forest on the right side. There is only a small restaurant on the opposite side, and there are no buildings nearby. Chen Fan raised his head and glanced at the store's sign, which had the words, Animal Breeders Association, written on it. That's right. It's here. Chen Fan opened the door and walked in. There were two young men in the store, one fat and one thin, watching a video intently. On the video, it was the scene where Yi Hao and the others defeated Feng Tianlin 3 days ago. When someone came in, the thinner young man did not raise his head. After the chubby young man spit out a melon seed SHL from his mouth, he looked at Chen Fan and said, Want to breed an animal? Come and register. This service attitude. Are all animal breeders so awesome? Hello. Chen Fan smiled and said, I'm here to work. My name is Chen Fan. Working. The thinner young man also raised his head. The chubby young man looked Chen Fan up and down, then walked a few steps back, knocked lightly on the door of the back room and said, Mr. Zhao, there is a young man named Chen Fan who said he came to work in our animal breeding shop. A cough came from the back room. Then, an old man wearing glasses walked out. He looked at Chen Fan silently and said, Are you Chen Fan? Chen Fan nodded. Yes, I am Chen Fan. Mr. Zhao showed a displeased look on his face. I received news that you were coming to the animal breeding store to study. But after waiting for several days, I didn't see you anywhere. What's going on? Sorry. I was a little busy the past few days. Busy? So you can come when you want, but not when you don't want to, is not what it means. In your animal breeding assessment, what is your total score in the first round? What is your total score in the second round? What is your total score in the third round? What level is your current animal breeder certificate? Mr. Zhao's series of questions confused Chen Fan. The first round of the written test got a 0 score. I didn't participate anymore. Seeing Chen Fan in a daze, Mr. Zhao became even more angry. He's obviously another kid who got in through connections. Can things like breeding animals be fooled? You don't have any ability. You entered the Animal Breeders Association through connections, and you just want to eat this meal? What a bastard! Zhao Laoyan said with a sullen face. Zhuisheng, take him to the training ground. Teach him, and let him grind the 10 barrels of netherworld tiger bones into bone powder. The chubby Zhuisheng took 2 steps forward and tilted his head slightly towards Chen Fan. Follow me. Chen Fan didn't move, just frowned and said, Mr. Zhao, I'm here to breed animals, not grind bone powder. What did you say? Mr. Zhao pushed up his glasses and looked at Chen Fan with squinted eyes. The chubby Zhuisheng and the thinner young man both smiled helplessly. This kid seems to be a thorn in his side. Or maybe your family has a great background. How dare you talk to Mr. Zhao like this? Chen Fan repeated. I am here to breed animals. Chapter 160. Fooling your animal breeding studio. Mr. Zhao silently glanced at Chen Fan and was not angry. He just said calmly, Where is your animal breeder certificate? What level of animal breeder are you? He is a senior beastmaster. He didn't bring his beastmaster certificate, so he left it at home. Chen Fan said, Animal breeders are also divided into levels. Apprentice breeder, ordinary breeder, intermediate breeder, senior breeder, extraordinary breeder, grandmaster. Zhang Hai is the master of animal breeding. When he was applying for a certificate for Chen Fan, he casually explained and applied for a senior animal breeder certificate. Chen Fan actually didn't care much about this level. Anyway, he doesn't need to rely on this certificate to do anything. At first, Master Zhang Hai gave him this thing just to avoid trouble in some places in the future. But when the 3 people in the beast breeding shop heard Chen Fan say that he was a senior beast master, they all fell silent. They did not suspect that Chen Fan was telling lies. Because even if you don't have a senior breeder certificate, you can check it on the Breeder Association system. They just feel a little sad. Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei are both apprentice animal breeders. Mr. Zhao is an intermediate breeder. Chen Fan, who is even younger than Zhuisheng, is actually a senior beast breeder. This is the human society. Wherever you go, you have to talk about relationships. Mr. Zhao has been studying and researching animal breeding for decades and is now an intermediate animal breeder. But such a young man, relying on his background and connections, easily obtained a senior animal breeder certificate. A feeling of powerlessness suddenly arose in Mr. Zhao's heart. He sighed softly and said, Young man, I don't know how you got the advanced beast breeder, And I don't want to know. I just want to tell you that your advanced animal breeder certificate won't work here. If you don't have real skills, you won't be able to survive here. Since your background and connections are so great, there is no need to come to the animal breeding store to hang out. You can ask your family to open an animal breeding store for you. Or, you go to other larger animal breeding stores.
As he spoke, he shook his head, walked back into the back room, and closed the door. Chen Fan was not given a chance to reason at all. Mr. Zhao dared to say such things to Chen Fan, but Zhuo Sheng and Zhang Wei didn't dare. They were just small apprentices and could not afford to offend a person with a background like Chen Fan. The chubby Zhuo Sheng pulled Chen Fan aside and whispered,
Mr. Zhao has this temper. Don't take it too seriously. He is actually very good, and he has actually been able to get a high-level breeder for a long time. However, he had a conflict with the director of the Breeder Association. He deliberately caused trouble, and even sent Mr. Zhao to the frontier to get him to this little place. The breeding shop is here. Actually, Mr. Zhao is very good.
Zhang Wei also came over and said,
Well, speaking of it, Mr. Zhao's stubborn temper has caused our animal breeding store to have no business for a long time. Obviously, our prices are much lower than other animal breeding stores. But now it has become it's like eating and waiting to die. Zhuo Sheng and I have been earning a basic salary in the past few months. Because there is no business. There is no commission at all. Now it is a problem to eat.
Chen Fan. He is here to breed animals. For the sake of system energy. He wished that there was a lot of traffic here. Sending batches of beasts here. As a result, Zhang Wei said there has been no business here for a long time. Zhang Wei and Zhuo Sheng. Even eating is a problem? Chen Fan glanced at the closed door speechlessly, then looked at Zhuo Sheng and said,
Are there any beasts waiting to be cultivated in the store now?
Zhuo Sheng nodded and said,
There are 3 of them. Just at the training ground behind.
Chen Fan laughed.
Can you take me to see it? Okay.
Zhuo Sheng tilted his head and said,
Follow me.
Chen Fan followed Zhuo Sheng for 2 steps, and then turned around. Behind him, followed Zhang Wei. Chen Fan wondered and said,
Don't you need to be a shopkeeper?
Zhang Wei smiled bitterly and said,
I haven't had 1 or 2 orders of business in a week. It doesn't matter whether I visit the store or not.
This is really miserable. Chen Fan pursed his lips. Open the back door of the animal breeding shop, and you will find the training ground. It is a very small training ground. There is not even a forest. Only a few scattered small trees. It is desolate and desolate. I don't know if it is used to fool people or to fool the beasts. On the training ground, 3 beasts lay half dead on the grass basking in the sun. Seeing Chen Fan and the others coming in, the 3 beast masters didn't even raise their heads. They just rolled their eyelids. A level 5 flame bird. The racial level is low extraordinary. A level 3 ice fox. The race level is also low and extraordinary. There is also a level 3 gargoyle whose racial level is medium extraordinary. No wonder Zhuo Sheng and Zhang Wei have nothing to eat. This beast breeding shop even accepts level 3 beast masters. For a beast master of level 3, as long as the master works a little harder and kills more monsters in the wild, it should be easier to raise the level. Right. Chen Fan glanced at the ingredients in front of Bingu. A bunch of cheap ice thorn. Although a large amount of ice thorn grass is also useful for ice foxes to break through. If they eat meat, you have to stuff a bunch of grass into their mouths. That's not a natural treasure. This animal breeding shop is indeed a little too poor. Chen Fan couldn't even figure out why the 2 level 3 beast masters would put their own beasts here to be cultivated. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan scanned the ice fox's attribute panel. Requirements for breaking through to level 4. The first method is 1 ice spirit fruit, 2 purple ice flowers, 2 pounds of level 5 ice and snowstorm bear meat, and 1 pound of level 5 snow wind wolf meat. Methods as below. Very simple. The most important thing is that Chen Fan has all the materials listed above. 3 days ago, Chen Fan purchased several warehouses of materials in order to help the beast controllers at Ares Academy break through. Some of the materials were not used and are still piled in the warehouse. Sure enough, this system seems to be able to detect everything, and it still adopts the principle of proximity. Just like the last time in the first secret realm, the blood of the earth-shattering fire dragon and the dragon-blooded lion was used to help the Death Spider King detoxify. The plan given by the system is definitely the easiest one for Chen Fan to implement. Before helping Xiaobai and the others to break through, some of the materials could not be found in the Beast Breeders Association or the Beast Controlling Shopping website, but they could be found in the secret realm near Donghai City. Chen Fan feels He is breeding animals. The system is educating itself. After Chen Fan smiled mockingly, he also recorded the breakthrough materials for the level 5 flame bird and the level 3 gargoyle. All these materials are in his warehouse. This is quite trouble-free. Chen Fan clicked the smart bracelet on his left wrist a few times and dialed a number. Uncle Dong, please go to my warehouse number 3 and help me get some materials and deliver them to number 9 outside the Animal Breeders Association shop. Remember these things. 1 ice spirit fruit, 2 purple ice flowers, 2 pounds of level 5 ice and snowstorm bear meat, and 1 pound of level 5 snow wind wolf meat.
Uncle Dong, whose real name is Huang Dong, is the butler assigned to Chen Fan by the Breeders Association, responsible for the food of Xiaobai and the others, as well as the organization and cleaning of the training ground and house. Within 20 minutes after receiving Chen Fan's call, Uncle Dong led 4 people to deliver the things to store number 9. Shuisheng and Zhang Wei's eyes widened as they watched Chen Fan instruct Uncle Dong and the others to take the ingredients to the kitchen for cooking. Waves of aroma came, and Shuisheng swallowed hard and said,
That Chen Fan, are you going to treat us to a big dinner? Don't get me wrong,
Chen Fan said with a smile.
I want to help these beasts break through those things. All for those 3 beasts to eat.
Shuisheng and Zhang Wei. Is there any more heavenly justice? Even the beast masters eat better than them. This new guy is so damn rich. No wonder you can get a senior animal breeder certificate. Having said that, why do I always feel that the name Chen Fan has been heard somewhere? Shuisheng scratched his head. After a while, the ice fox's food was cooked. A star warrior brought out a large pot.
Holy shit! It stinks!
Shuisheng and Zhang Wei frowned and covered their noses. This stink is mainly the smell of purple ice flowers. The name of that thing sounds nice, but it smells terrible. The star warrior holding this big pot almost cried when he smelled the smell. He couldn't even figure out why there was such a thing in these materials. If you give something like this to a beast, won't it go crazy? You have to protect young Master Fan for a while. What if the beast-controlling beast was so angry that he directly attacked Mr. Fan?
Bring that big pot to the ice fox.
Chen Fan pointed at the ice fox. Ice fox stood up in a flash and walked directly to the other side of the training ground without looking. The other 2 beasts were also overpowered by the stench. After taking a hard look, they brushed their eyes a few times and ran away. Shuisheng and Zhang Wei. At this time, Mr. Zhao suddenly walked over with his hands behind his back and said,
Snowstorm bear meat and snow wind wolf meat are indeed very beneficial to the ice fox's breakthrough. The higher the level, the better. But the meat of the ice and snow bear is extremely stiff. Just doing it for a few minutes will not make it tender. And snow wind wolf meat is very bitter. So ice fox doesn't like eating these 2 kinds of meat. It prefers to eat the meat of the ice horror. That kind of meat is fat, but not greasy and melts in your mouth. Many beasts with other attributes like to eat it.
After a pause, Mr. Zhao frowned and said,
Why do you put purple ice flowers in the ice, and snowstorm bear meat, and snow wind wolf meat? Although the purple ice flower has a nice name, it has an extremely stinky smell. If it is put into any food, it will make people sick. Generally, if purple ice flowers need to be used, the purple ice flowers are dried and ground into powder. And then a few of these 2 purple ice flowers are used. If the ordinary beasts eat it, they will probably spit it out.
Chen Fan looked at the attribute panel of the ice fox in the distance, opened the detailed description, and then said,
Purple ice flowers do stink. After drying and grinding into powder, a lot of the odor can be removed. However, in terms of effect, it is definitely better as it is now.
Zhao Lao said attentively.
The main purpose of the purple ice flower is to neutralize materials with various properties. But the materials in this pot seem to be all ice properties. It seems that this thing is not used. Right. I use purple ice flowers here not to neutralize the properties.
Chen Fan said lightly.
The 2 purple ice flowers in this pot are used to stimulate the ice star power in other materials. If there were no purple ice flowers in this pot, the ice fox would only be able to absorb at most 30% of the star power in it after eating it. But after adding 2 purple ice flowers, the ice fox can absorb at least 80% of the star power in these materials. There is such a thing?
Mr. Zhao's eyes showed disbelief. Shuisheng and Zhang Wei were also stunned for a while. They have never heard of the fact that purple ice flowers can stimulate the ice star power. Chen Fan glanced at the ice fox running away and thought. In an instant, 6 summoning circles appeared around him at the same time. Xiao Bai and Xiao He climbed out of the magic circle. Mr. Zhao, Shuisheng and Zhang Wei. At this age, he actually has 6 beasts. How can this be? Suddenly, Shuisheng saw Xiaobai and Jade and exclaimed,
You? 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 You are Chen Fan! Are you Chen Fan? The genius of Ares Academy? It's not a genius,
Chen Fan said calmly.
but in Ares Academy, I should be the only one named Chen Fan.
Zhang Wei also opened his mouth.
No wonder I feel like I have heard the name Chen Fan somewhere. It turns out that you are the Chen Fan who saved the Grandmaster in the hospital.
Shuisheng was surprised and happy.
Let me tell you, I always feel like I have seen you somewhere. I've seen the competition between your 3 colleges before, but I didn't think about you at all, because I never thought that a student like you would come here to work.
Mr. Zhao looked at Chen Fan thoughtfully. Although he was obsessed with breeding animals and had no other focus, he had also heard a lot of legends about Chen Fan. After all, he was the young hero who shattered the plot of the Nightmare Garden and saved the entire Donghai city and the Grandmaster. But, even if Chen Fan is a genius at controlling beasts, he may not be a genius at breeding beasts. Right? Chen Fan just said that purple ice flowers can stimulate the ice star power. It is really unbelievable. I have never heard of it. Is this young man talking nonsense? Just when Mr. Zhao was wondering, Chen Fan waved his hand gently and said,
3 guys are not very obedient. Go and catch them. They need to eat.
Gongzi rushed out with a hiss. Xiaobai and the others hadn't followed behind yet, but Gongzi charged forward and rushed in front of Binggu. Without saying a word, he pressed Binggu's head and beat him violently.
You be eaten, you eats or does not want to eat. You be eaten, you eats or does not want to eat. His. Eat or not.
The ice fox is just a low-level extraordinary level 3 beast. How can it resist Gongzi's power? He was beaten to the point of tears in just a few strokes. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the level 5 flame bird jumped into the air and tried to escape.
Oh! Little ant-like firebird. Surrender at my feet.
Xiao Hei flew over and threw a spiritual spike. Move. The poor flame bird had just flown into the sky. After letting out a scream, it suddenly fell down and was smashed to pieces. The old ape grabbed its wings and lifted it back directly. On the other side, the level 3 gargoyle also had wings and could fly. But as soon as it took off, Xiaobai rushed up with a lightning flash and slapped it down with a claw. Xiaoqing swung out his paw, like a rubber ball, and swatted the gargoyle in front of Chen Fan. The 3 royal beasts lay on the ground with tears in their eyes. What did we do to get beaten up for no reason? The gargoyle was the cunningest. Seeing that it couldn't be beaten or run away, it immediately gave in and pointed its head directly towards the cauldron, preparing to finish the food in one breath.
What are you doing? This is not for you to eat.
Chen Fan pushed the gargoyle's head to the side, then pointed at the ice fox and said,
This is for you to eat. Be obedient and finish your meal.
The gargoyle almost cried. You said it so early? If you had told me this was not for me to eat, would I have run away? The ice fox puffed out its chest, looking like it was going to kill him at the first glance. I won't eat it. Love so much. If you dare, beat me to death. Gongzi wanted to take action again, but Chen Fan stopped him. Chen Fan frowned and said,
This stuff is a little smelly, but after you eat it, you can break through to level 4.
Binggu glanced at Chen Fan and then at the extremely smelly food. He didn't believe it at all. Mr. Zhao looked at the big pot and remained silent. Can the ice fox break through to level 4 after eating this pot of extremely smelly food? Level 3 to level 4 is really not difficult. But why is this young man so sure? Even if this pot contains level 8 and 9 ice, and snowstorm bear meat, and snow wind wolf meat, I dare not say that it will really break through to level 4 right away.
Right? Hey, you're still stubborn. That's good. I admire you the most when it comes to being a proud beast master.
Chen Fan gently pointed at the ice fox and said,
Xiaobai, shock it.
Xiaobai grinned. The lightning flashed on his little paws, and he patted the ice fox on the head.
Zitsizi!
The ice fox screamed. His whole body was smoking, and the hair on his body stood up.
Zitsizi!
Before Binggu could react, Xiaobai came again. Binggu turned to look at Chen Fan. wanting to express his dissatisfaction.
It's easy.
After a few moments, the ice fox, who was already a little depressed, became completely depressed. Mr. Zhao originally wanted to stop it, but found that Xiaobai was very measured and did not seriously injure the ice fox. So he stood aside and watched what happened. After a while, Binga crawled to the cauldron with tears in his eyes. He began to resist the urge to vomit and took a bite of the meat in the cauldron. Why is it so delicious? Although it stinks, it is so delicious. The ice fox opened his eyes wide and immediately started gobbling up the food. In a short time, he finished the entire pot and his stomach was round. Chen Fan waved his hand gently, and 2 more large pots were brought over. 1 pot for the flame bird, 1 pot for the gargoyles.
Eat it all and leave nothing behind.
Chen Fan pointed to the cauldron. The flame bird and gargoyle glanced at a group of beasts nearby and started eating obediently. Chen Fan watched these 2 guys eating in silence. After they had almost finished eating, he squatted down, rubbed the ice fox's head and said,
"You were obedient just now. Why did you get beaten?"
Taking this opportunity, he injected 20 points of system energy into the ice fox. Binga glanced at Chen Fan bitterly, shook his head, and turned away like a wrong child. "Didn't you just say that I can break through to level 4? It's been a while since I finished eating, but there's no movement at all." Binga just thought this. A powerful star power instantly flowed through its body.
Boom!
Stars were falling all over the sky, and the ice fox's eyes widened. The flame birds and gargoyles, who hadn't finished eating at the side, also widened their eyes. And Mr. Zhao and Zhui Sheng were completely petrified. "When you say breakthrough, do you mean breakthrough? What kind of magical method is this?" Immediately, the flame bird and the gargoyle turned their heads at the same time, lying on the cauldron, humming, and ate all the meat and soup in the cauldron. Chen Fan squatted down again and patted the heads of the flame bird and gargoyle. After instilling dozens of system energy into these 2 guys, "Chen Fan," he said leisurely,
"This is right. The difference between monsters and beast masters is that beast masters can get along well with humans and cooperate well with beast masters. In this training ground for breeding animals, if you are obedient, the breeder will help you become stronger."
After saying these few words, the flame bird and the gargoyle were shocked at the same time. The flame bird has broken through to level 6. The gargoyle has broken through to level 4. Mr. Zhao stared at this scene blankly, as if he was petrified. The first taming beast may be a coincidence. But what about the second one? What about the third one? Is this young man really just a senior animal breeder? Even a beast breeding master might not be able to do this kind of method. Right? Mr. Zhao took a deep breath and bowed his head to Chen Fan.
"Young old man Zhao Tianyuan. He has blind eyes and cannot see Mount Tai. Please ask the master to atone for his sins."
"Grandmaster?" Zhui Sheng and Zhang Wei were shocked. Chen Fan smiled bitterly, supported Chen Tianyuan and said,
"Mr. Zhao, I am just an ordinary beast breeder. I am thousands of miles away from the master. Don't call me that. You are much older than me. Just call me Xiaofan."
Mr. Zhao's face was rosy, and he was a little excited. His lips trembled for a while before he said,
"Xiaofan, can you tell me which master did you learn the art of raising animals from?"
Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said,
"My master is Zhang Hai, who is also the vice president of the Breeders' Association. Master Zhang Hai."
Mr. Zhao suddenly realized.
It's no wonder that the genius student taught by the master of beast breeding is no wonder."
Although he considered himself thick-skinned, Chen Fan felt a little embarrassed when he heard Mr. Zhao praise him so loudly. At this time, Mr. Zhao said again,
"Xiaofan, can you tell me the materials and methods you just used to cultivate these 3 beasts?"
"No problem." Chen Fan nodded slightly. Mr. Zhao is a research madman at first glance. Just copy out the detailed instructions on the system properties panel and give it to him. Although the cultivation methods of each beast are different, and the materials are also different, the unique usage and effects of many of the materials are definitely beyond this era. Just like the purple ice flower mentioned just now, Zhao and the other 2 people all believe that purple ice flower can only be used to neutralize materials with a few properties. Little did he know that purple ice flowers could be used to stimulate the ice star power and play a catalytic role. Chen Fan directly opened the computer, added Mr. Zhao's WeChat, and then set all the things used to cultivate the 3 beasts, including the flame bird, as well as their functions, to Mr. Zhao. Zhui Sheng and Zhang Wei were recording silently on the side. Unbelievable. Mr. Zhao looked at the message he received and sighed repeatedly.
"Sunflower and flame grass. Stimulated by the blood of the flame demon. can actually explode with such weird power. The Yin Soul Stone can also be cooked directly into porridge for gargoyles to eat. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
At this moment, the sound of quarreling suddenly came from outside the animal breeding store, and Gongzi suddenly raised his head, his face full of anger. Chen Fan's expression changed slightly.
Gongzi, go out and take a look.
Gongzi let out a sigh and rushed out. Chen Fan, Xiaobai, Jade, and the others immediately followed. As soon as he walked into the animal breeding store, Chen Fan saw in the open space outside the animal breeding store a man's long sword flashed with sword light, and he slashed down on Gongzi's back.
When?
The magic crystal armor on Gongzi's body bounced the long sword back, but the force of that sword was obviously extremely powerful. Gongzi couldn't control his body and rolled backwards.
Gongzi!
Behind, a woman screamed and rushed towards Gongzi. That woman was Gongzi's former beast master that she met in the first secret realm. She saw a fire turtle next to her, rushing past Gongzi and viciously biting the Star Warrior, who was holding a long sword. But the Star Warrior sneered and kicked the fire turtle away. Seeing this, Zhuo Sheng immediately took a few steps forward and shouted,
"This is the territory of the Breeders' Association. What are you doing here?"
The two groups of people immediately separated. On one side, there are 3 women, 3 beastmasters, and the furious Gongzi. On the other side were 7 fierce Star Warriors. Chen Fan slowly took a step forward, grinned and said,
"You bully the young with more, and beat me to control the beast?"
The smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Next moment,
crack!
There was a flash of lightning in the void. Xiaobai activated the lightning flash, and appeared out of thin air on the right side of the Star Warrior who had slashed Gongzi before. The Star Warrior sneered, and his whole body was full of momentum. He took a step back to the left, then suddenly turned around and slapped Xiaobai's head with his left hand.
Click!
The hand he slapped out was held by the old ape that appeared out of thin air. The Star Warrior was stunned and retreated decisively, avoiding Xiaobai's thunder blade that stabbed his chest. Even the old ape took the opportunity to slash his claw at his wrist, but he easily avoided it.
Call!
Xiaobai, Gongzi, and Shaoqing dispersed at the same time, surrounding the Star Warrior and the other 6 people. Gongzi's former beast master exclaimed,
"Be careful. The leader is a 3rd-grade Star Warrior."
Mr. Zhao's face darkened, and he was about to speak, but was stopped by Chen Fan. Chen Fan silently walked towards the leader. No wonder it can avoid the combined attacks of Xiaobai and Lao Yuan. This person is already in the 3rd level.
3rd-grade Star Warrior?
Chen Fan grabbed the handle of the long knife on his back and slowly pulled out the sky-breaking demonic knife from its sheath. The corner of the 3rd-grade Star Warrior's mouth curled up slightly.
"You bring such useless beasts, and you want to fight with me? Trash beast master?"
Chen Fan grinned. Next moment, he stepped on the ground with his right foot, and with a bang, he rushed towards the 3rd-grade Star Warrior like a cannonball.
Brush!
The moment he approached the 3rd-grade Star Warrior, the long sword in Chen Fan's hand burst out with light of thunder, and he slashed it diagonally with one strike. The 3rd-grade Star Warrior was not afraid. He raised his long sword in his hand and aimed at the sky-breaking demon sword. But the moment he just picked up the long sword, a spiritual spike hit Xiao He in the air.
Ah!
The 3rd-grade Star Warrior screamed.
When?
Chen Fan's sky-breaking devil sword cut off his long sword with one strike, and then struck him on the chest. The Star Warrior armor instantly shattered. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and flew backwards.
Boss!
The 6 people behind were shocked and rushed forward at the same time.
Rock blade!
Shaoqing opened his mouth, and countless flying blades flew out, making the 6 people scream in agony. As soon as the flying rock blade stopped, the old ape who used the shadow sky to touch them immediately appeared, and with a few hisses, he grabbed the 2 of them bloody. Seeing that Gongzi was almost injured, Jade also spit out water dragon bullets angrily. Each water dragon bullet hit the group of people crying for their fathers and mothers. Xiaobai flashed in front of the 3rd-grade Star Warrior, who fell to the ground. He sent the thunder blade forward and stabbed the latter's cracked armor. The Star Warrior's armor immediately fell apart and blood burst out.
Brute!
The 3rd-grade Star Warrior was furious. His hands were wrapped in energy, and he slapped Xiaobai at the same time. But even if Xiaobai didn't use lightning flash, he was still very agile. He just swayed his body and quickly hit his side. The old ape rushed over with a shadow step and grabbed the Star Warrior's right arm with one claw. While his right arm was crippled, it was also contaminated with dull poison. Chen Fan walked up to the man, raised his right hand slightly, and pointed the tip of the knife at the man's head. The man looked serious and said,
"It is only right to pay back debts. Those 3 women owe us money for the Protect Your Beast breeding studio. We asked them to repay the money. What's wrong with that? Who are you to interfere with our Protect Your Beast breeding studio?"
These words made Chen Fan laugh.
"Fooling you about the animal breeding studio.
Isn't this the beast nurturing studio that posted the small advertisement on the beast taming forum?" Later, Gongzi's former beast master came over and said angrily,
"We don't owe them any money. We put the beasts in their studio to cultivate. But when we went to see them a week later, not only did the beasts not become stronger, but they were all starved and skinny. They take that discarded, even smelly monster meat, and give it to our beast masters to eat. After we found out, we didn't even ask for a deposit and left with the beast. Unexpectedly, they chased us all the way and said that we signed the contract and that even if the beast control did not break through, we would still have to pay the full price."
The 2 women next to her also nodded repeatedly, their eyes full of anger. The Star Warrior on the ground sneered and said,
"The contract clearly states that you can take away the beast after 3 months. If you take away the beast within 3 months, you will have to pay the full price. You yourself are not trustworthy. Why do you blame us?"
The 3 women were so angry that their faces turned red.
"Trying your beast breeding studio to feed the beasts stinky monster meat?"
Chen Fan looked down at the Star Warrior, patted the latter's face with his sword and said,
"You deliberately let them see this kind of thing. Right. First set a trap in the contract. Then let them see this kind of thing. And finally take away the beast in anger. Then you took the contract and chased them all the way? I don't know what you are talking about. What kind of trap?"
The Star Warrior said coldly.
"This is in Donghai City. They signed a contract, and they must abide by the contract."
Chen Fan nodded. Then, he raised his foot and stepped on the Star Warrior's chest.
Puff!
The Star Warrior spurted out a mouthful of blood.
"It is my fault,"
Chen Fan said calmly.
"I was very wrong to try to reason with rubbish like you."
After saying this, Chen Fan kicked again and stepped heavily on the Star Warrior's chest.
"How dare you!"
The Star Warrior's face was twisted and extremely ferocious.
"Do you know the background of our Protect Your Beast breeding studio? Do you dare to touch me? Try touching me again." Snapped.
The heaven-breaking demon sword in Chen Fan's hand hit the Star Warrior's face directly with the blade. The power of thunder from the sky-breaking demon sword directly burned a large piece of the Star Warrior's face.
Snapped.
Chen Fan slapped him again, like a slap in the face.
Snapped.
Chen Fan, in turn, slapped the Star Warrior on the other side of his face.
"I'm going to touch you." "What's wrong?" Snapped. "Do you have a background or a backstage?" Snapped. "Speak out and let me see." Snapped. "Let me see if I can afford to offend him." Snapped.
Chen Fan said a word and struck a knife. Although it is a blade, it is extremely powerful, and the sky-breaking demon sword itself has thunder attributes and has the power of thunder. After these few sword blows, the face of the third-grade Star Warrior turned black into charcoal. At this time, Mr. Zhao from behind came over and said calmly, "The person behind this Bless Your Beast breeding studio is a master breeder from the Breeder Association, and he has great power." Chen Fan grinned. No wonder he dared to chase down 3 women with swords in the territory of the Beast Breeders Association. The Star Warrior, whose face was charred, immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You kid who doesn't know how to live or die. Are you scared now? If you offend our Protect Your Beast breeding studio, you will be unable to move forward in Donghai City from now on." "Really? I'm so scared." Chen Fan exerted force on his wrist and slapped the Star Warrior on the face again. The Star Warrior sneered. "Aside from hitting me a few times, what else can you do to me? Do you dare to kill me in Donghai City? You dare to kill me on the territory of the Breeders Association." The sky-breaking demonic sword in Chen Fan's hand pierced the Star Warrior's chest. The Star Warrior's eyes widened, and he looked at the long knife on his chest in disbelief. He never imagined that this strange boy would dare to kill him in a place like this. Moreover, after knowing his details, "Tell me, do I dare?" Chen Fan drew out his long knife and stabbed him again. The Star Warrior's eyes widened and he died of anger. The 6 people behind were stunned. Zhuisheng, Zhang Wei, and the 3 women also had their eyes widened. Chen Fan drew out his long knife and with an expressionless face, wiped it clean on the robe of the dead Star Warrior, and then said, "When I first heard about the Fooling Your Beast breeding studio, I thought it was a joke. Studio. But now it seems that you don't know how many people's blood you have sucked and how many people and beasts you have harmed. Today,
I will make you, the fooling beast breeding studio, be removed from Donghai City.
While talking, a group of black armored soldiers rushed over. The 6 people who were originally frightened immediately showed joy. No matter how arrogant or domineering Chen Fan is, killing someone in the main city will lead to death. But as soon as the group of black armored troops came over, a black mist suddenly rose behind Chen Fan. The uncle who helped Chen Fan kill the killer showed up. He moved his lips a few times, as if he was using some kind of sound transmission technique to communicate with the black armored army. A few seconds later, the leader of the black armored army nodded slightly towards Chen Fan, and then waved his hand gently. A pair of black armored soldiers immediately tied up the 6 people on the ground. The 6 people were shocked. Immediately, 6 people shouted at the same time.
The murderer was the kid with the knife. We are the victims. Look, the blood on his long knife hasn't been wiped off yet. You are mistaken. We are from the Bless Your Beast breeding studio. And this guy killed one of our supervisors. You are mistaken.
Several black armored soldiers grabbed the scabbards of their swords and struck them on the backs of their heads. This time it passed, and it was finally quiet. 6 people were arrested, and the bodies on the ground were also taken away. Zhuisheng and Zhang Wei looked at this scene and were dumbfounded. Chen Fan turned slightly and smiled.
Uncle, are you always following me?
Uncle Qian coughed dryly and said,
I'm just passing by. Master Fan, it's okay. I've made it clear to the black armored army. Someone will deal with the Bless Your Beast breeding studio later.
Mr. Zhao glanced at Uncle Qian silently. He recognized his godfather. There are not many 5th grade star warriors in the Beast Breeders Association. Master Zhang Hai actually sent a 5th grade star warrior to secretly protect Chen Fan. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and then said,
Do you really know how to deal with it? The Animal Breeders Association. It's impossible that they don't know about the existence of this cancer. Right. Why haven't the Breeders Association dealt with them before?
The godfather was silent. Of course the Breeders Association knows. But this kind of thing is beyond his control. If Chen Fan hadn't killed a 3rd grade star warrior on the territory of the Beast Breeders Association in front of so many people today, he wouldn't even have shown up. In fact, many people know that behind the Bless Your Animal Breeding Studio is a big boss of the Animal Breeding Association. But there are many interests involved, and without sufficient strength or influence, most people will not easily wade into troubled waters. When Chen Fan saw that Uncle Qian was silent, he added,
Even a strong man like you, Uncle Qian, has some scruples and fears. It seems that the person behind the studio is very impressive. But I still want to get rid of him. I'm not trying to do any good, nor am I trying to be a hero. I just feel that if I don't get rid of this thing, I won't be able to think clearly.
Uncle Qian silently glanced at Chen Fan, then laughed and said,
Others may not be able to do it, but Master Fan will definitely be fine.
As soon as he finished speaking, his body quickly turned into a plume of black smoke and then disappeared without a trace. Behind him, Gongzi's former beast master came over with a very ugly face.
I'm sorry, Chen Fan. It's all our fault for getting you into such trouble. Don't get me wrong.
Chen Fan waved his hand and said,
I didn't get into any trouble. On the contrary, Bless Your Animal Breeding Studio is in big trouble. Okay, let's go inside and talk.
With that said, Chen Fan took the lead in entering the number 9 animal breeding store. The woman picked up Gongzi, who was on the ground, and rubbed his little head. Gongzi grinned. In the animal breeding shop, the woman stretched out her hand towards Chen Fan.
I'm sorry. I didn't have time to introduce myself last time. My name is Mo Qiuyu.
Chen Fan shook hands with Mo Qiuyu.
My name is Chen Fan.
Mo Qiuyu pursed her lips and smiled.
You are now a famous figure in Donghai City. I just went to the Beast Breeders Association and found that you were not there. Why did you come here? Please take a seat.
Chen Fan asked Zhuisheng and the others to greet him before saying,
My master asked me to come to the animal breeding shop to study.
Old man Zhao bowed his head.
Don't dare.
Chen Fan. The old man's attitude changed 180 degrees, which made him a little uncomfortable. In fact, it was not just Mr. Zhao who changed his attitude. Even Zhuisheng, Zhang Wei, and the 2 women who followed Mo Qiuyu looked at Chen Fan with awe in their eyes. In Donghai City, on the territory of the Beast Breeders Association, killing people. Do ordinary people dare to do such a thing? The most unbelievable thing is that he doesn't have anything wrong at all. He also said that he would remove the name of Bless Your Beast Breeding Studio. Who is this guy? While Chen Fan and Mo Qiuyu were talking, Gongzi jumped down and started playing with Mo Qiuyu's fire turtle. Xiaobai, Jade, and the others surrounded the fire turtle. The fire turtle seemed to be a little resigned to the situation. Its head was hidden in the turtle SHL, and it did not dare to be exposed. Gongzi tapped the turtle SHL lightly.
Hiss!
Xiao Hei stood on the table and cursed.
You idiot! That's not your brother. That's your mother's!
Chen Fan reached out and slapped Xiao Hei. Mochioyu laughed dumbly and said,
How come you, a bird, can know the gender of the fire turtle?
She's really a mother. Chen Fan blinked. Xiao Hei looked at Chen Fan resentfully.
You heard me, and you laughed it off.